Welcome to Elite League. We're into playoffs day number 2, and I'm very excited to be seeing some more teams going home today because it does take us one step closer to finding out who our champion of Elite League will be. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me, as you've already seen on screen, is going to be Danog and Winter. I started with you yesterday, Danog, so I'm going to start with Winter today. All's fair, I think. So, Winter, did you enjoy the rest of the games yesterday that we weren't working?
Yeah, I mean, I watched some of it, not all of it. Seemed like the second shift got a lot more fun.
It did. It felt like there were some spicy games that happened yesterday. What about yourself, Danog? I know there's a bit of time difference between what they're playing and our actual sleep schedules.
Yeah, but you know us, we take a couple of hours to wind down anyway, so it was pretty good viewing, actually. That first game from Falcons was an absolute stomping, but second game, I'm really surprised they were able to hold out and bring it back, considering how far ahead Xtreme Gaming were. So I'm keen to see if that just gives them that little bit of extra fire in the belly today.
I enjoyed the tipping. You guys see the tipping?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to talk about that when we discussed our playoffs bracket and, kind of delved into that. And before we get down there, I do want to refresh everyone's memory of how this tournament format has played out. We started off with 16 teams in our Swiss stage a couple of weeks ago, and then the top 8 moved into our group stage where they were met with another 8 teams that were directly invited to that group stage. They were split up into 2 teams. The top 2 from each group were placed in the upper bracket, and then the 3rd and 4th from each group was placed into the lower bracket, which brought us some very entertaining games yesterday and does result in our playoffs bracket looking a little bit like this. We started off with lower bracket where Gaimin Gladiators eliminated G2IG. Then we saw PSG Quest knocking out Tundra in a 2-0 fashion as well. And the trend kept going. Falcons 2-0ing Xtreme Gaming, but we already alluded to how close that second game was, and we easily could have seen that best of 3 going to all 3 games. But our 4th and final series of the day did go the distance. Azure knocking down Team Liquid in a 3-game absolute marathon from them. So the upper bracket games, Danog, I think were a little bit more enjoyable. I'll quickly tell everyone today's schedule. We're starting off again with the lower bracket. It's going to be PSG Quest against Xtreme Gaming, then Gaimin Gladiators against Team Liquid. The people who win the first and second series here will be playing again later at the end of the day. So they'll be playing that 4th and final series. That's going to be a long day for whoever wins out of the first series. And in between, to break up those elimination matches, is going to be Team Falcons up against Azure in that upper bracket there. So let's talk about that playoffs bracket a little bit, Danog, and how it didn't go how you thought, because your bold prediction was that Xtreme Gaming were going to be able to take the series from Falcons.
It was a 2-1, right? I'll be honest, like when they were up on the high ground and they'd taken two complete lanes and they were looking really comfortable and it was only like 30 minutes in with a really farmed Luna for Ame, I was like, oh, it's over. And I went to bed at that point because it was already... No, I did. It was pretty late. I was in bed watching already and I was like, all right, it's over. Hopefully they're able to get game number 3. But it was... They were somehow able to bring it around. It was really heavily off the back of Melrine, right? And Aghanim Scepter purchase on his Timbersaw meant that he was able to frontline for the rest of the boys, and they did a really good job. Winter, one thing I want to point out as well is that your favorite hero, Zeus, ended up gone on a bit of a losing streak in the second half of the day. What do you reckon happened?
How many games did he lose? 2 games? Oh yeah, he lost 2 games yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, second game, you can kind of blame the anti-mage, really.
It's not Zeus's fault. I swear that hero's still broken. Leave him alone. He's still good.
I mean, I didn't watch the last game, so I don't really know what happened there. But I guess they kind of got outskilled, right? Just looking at the lineups, Faces Void, Sniper, Centaur, and you have a Pudge carry.
Yeah, that was a little rough. I saw that and I'm like, what was the Pudge for? But they were in the lead for quite some time, Team Liquid, just not able to pull it out and get the W. I mean, going up high ground against this Sniper, Faceless Void, even an Elder Titan, right? How are you meant to do that?
Yeah, look, I'll say that's karma for picking Pudge, but I'm just a massive Pudge hater. I think I'm in a little bit of a minority there. But let's focus our attention on our first series, PSG Quest. They are the only remaining team that started all the way back in Swiss stage. So it has been a really long journey for them. They're putting up an amazing front right now. And they're going to come up against Xtreme Gaming, who we've already alluded to it and said it a number of times, almost took a game off of Falcons, almost pushed them to that game number 3 there. So a bit of a question, Danog, how do Xtreme Gaming close out again, because they were pushing high ground at 16.5 minutes in that game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the characteristic of any team led by AUI, right? Whether it be Old Tundra or now this Falcons roster, where they're just able to somehow cheese out the game, like cheat it somehow, use couriers to like pull waves, make it a little bit more challenging to be able to get into it, and then scale to the eventual, Falcons W. We've seen the games where they've lost, it's been in like 30, 35 minutes before they're able to get to that point. OG 2-0'd them, so they're not unbeatable, by any stretch of the imagination. You just gotta have to do it early.
I see. All right. Well, Xtreme Gaming definitely tried that for themselves. Do you think PSG Quest are gonna have the favorites here, Winter? They had a very convincing series yesterday for themselves. They were able to react, which I think a lot of teams can struggle with in draft, and still look comfortable.
Yeah, I feel like judging from the 2 series, I kind of like how PSG Quest plays a lot more. Like Xtreme Gaming, they're a lot more old-fashioned, like the way they are playing, and I didn't really like how they didn't buy Kanda on Luna, which kind of resulted in them not winning the game. I feel like the BKB being not on the DP as well. He went for a 4-star that game, so they can't really finish the game off in the high ground. I think those are mistakes that you can't really afford at this level. And I feel like if you're comparing the 2 of the teams, the Quest team and the Xtreme Gaming team, I think Quest is a lot more stable in that regard.
Stability is gonna, win you games at the end of it. But do you think that there is? I don't know how to really word this, Daniel, because Quest had a lot of team cohesion when it came to fighting, and I felt that at times that's what Xtreme Gaming lacked yesterday. But was it just because they were up against Falcons, and against Quest they might be more evenly matched, or you still kind of favor Quest to have that cohesion and be on the same page as a team?
I mean, we heard in the interview that we had with Noob yesterday, right? Really, Ducalis joining in brings a lot more of that cohesion. He's this vibrant, bubbly personality. He brings a whole lot more of that just team vibe. He was saying, like, he's a smoker, right? So whenever he goes outside, he drags a couple of his teammates out just to have a bit of a chat. So that has to go quite a long way towards improving those team dynamics.
Yeah, that's true. Anything that you think is going to have to be respect banned out for either team, Danok?
I mean, just the usual suspects, right? The Chen is going to be up there. Disruptor.
That's not really like game specific, team specific though.
Well, I mean, Quest won twice with their Darkseer yesterday. Once it was against the Luna, but once it was when their team actually were the ones with the Luna. So something that Malik is very comfortable with playing. Maybe something that Xtreme Gaming need to give a little bit of respect to. It's not really picked all that much, but Xinkyu on his Dark Willow as well is really scary, and he's one of those forwards that's able to scale into the later stages of the game. So I'd certainly be keeping my eye on that too.
Darkseer actually had a blinder of a day yesterday. He did so well in every game that he was picked. And Winter, at least from what we heard in our Quest interview, was that they think that Darkseer is just a really good counter against Luna. And he didn't really elaborate anymore, so now is your job as the analyst, is you're going to elaborate for all of us as to why the Darkseer is good against the Luna.
Well, first and foremost, I think the laning phase. I think Luna is a very strong laner, so she kind of bullies a lot of the other off-laners. Against Darkseer, you can shove the wave and creep skip, just not play the lane. And you can also pressure and kill the Luna. You shove the lane into the tower, like 4 minutes, then your position 5 just comes through the twin gate. I think it's very easy to set up kills in that regard. And you kind of buy a lot of the team items that can deal with the splash damage of Luna. And overall, you can create another Luna of your own.
Turning towards the draft now, we'll see if that Lunar and that Darkseer matchup gets repeated, or even if they're willing to pick them outside of, or Darkseer outside of having that matchup, either with or against the Lunar. But the Pango being let through, picked up for Quest, and then Grimstroke on the side of Xtreme Gaming. Is this an Xtreme Gaming specialty, Danog, or where does Grimstroke as a support sit for you right now with what was still available in the pool?
I mean, I like Grimstroke as a hero right now, just in terms of his Aghanim Shard with his Inkswell, right? Obviously, that's always going to be a nice counter to all of these, like, blink, stun in, find a quick pick-off initiations, just because you've always got that strong dispel from 15 minutes onwards, but more particularly, this is in response to the Pango, right? So you're just going to be able to ult him. If he's next to anyone else, that Rolling Thunder is completely useless, so just feels really nice in that regard.
Do you try and double down, Winter, and pick a carry that's going to pair well with getting a double spells, double ultimate usage?
To me, if you can, that'll be nice. But if it's not because of the Pango, I feel like they would have probably gone for the Shadow Demon. They're both very similar with the shard. You can save your teammate, you can annoy the carry. But here we have like one of the best like pairings. I think the best one is with Primal. Grim Primal. But Grim Slara is probably second or third best. I mean, the single target spell, if you want to combine with the carries, I think nowadays, I think PA is not really a hero anymore after they changed the brooch. I mean, PA used to be a really good combo with Grimstroke. I think
Weaver can be okay, just giving it a stun in the lane too.
Weaver, what else? I think the others are not really that great. Like Gyro, Faces Void, Morphling.
Well, the thing that I wanted to just point out here is that it's most likely now going to be Grimstroke Slardar lane. Like you said, Winter, it's really strong. They do have the flexibility to just put this Grim onto the 5, both DY and Shinku play it, but if you're playing like a Grimstroke Slardar lane that relies so much on, you know, being able to find a stun into another stun into another stun, then wouldn't you just try and pick to outrange it? And I feel like that's kind of what PSG Quest might be considering here. You know, you don't necessarily want to have a support gyrocopter into a Grimstroke in lane just because you're going to get ink swelled, but a carry gyrocopter where you're just using flak cannon, staying back, layering out a lot of damage, and I mean, Slardar thrives on those lanes where he's able to bully melee heroes. So if you picked it this early and the enemy team hasn't revealed what their position 1 is, I'd be a little concerned. I feel like this is most likely a 1 Gyro and a 5 Venomancer.
Yeah, 5 Venomancer against the Slardar. I think this is one of Slardar's worst matchup for the support role. It should be Undying and Veno. And you have to be considering whether you want to move the Slardar to the mid lane right now. I don't think you like playing into this lane at all. Like Gyro and Veno are going to have a really tough time.
It'd be interesting against the Pango, right? Just a lot of that physical damage to be able to.
You should be able. Yeah, you should be able to. I remember seeing this lane. I think you should win this lane like at least 6-4-7-3 on Slardar against Pang. That was the pre-nerf or I don't know, pre-rebalance Swashbuckler. So now I don't know if the matchup is still entirely the same.
What's the impact of Veno? Because I've heard this conversation a couple times. Veno's great at lane, you know, secures a lot, but then what does he add for team fights later? How do you still make a support Veno feel as useful or as impactful as a support that might have a stun or offer more in terms of a team fight, Winter?
Map control, I think mostly, because you're able to shove up the dead lane, the rubbish farm, as I would call it. Nobody can take that farm, but because you're Venomancer, you can go there, place your wards, push out the lane, and it puts a lot of pressure on the map on the enemy. So it makes it very easy for your team to smoke and very difficult for the enemy team to smoke. And obviously in the team fights, you're also going to be very annoying for the dagger heroes, like someone like Slardar.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that, I mean, Veno, honestly, any support that has an ability just to put some sort of vision up on high ground, whether it be, you know, Crystal Maiden with a Q, Shadow Demon with a poison, yada, 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 it just gives you, like, free, quote-unquote, observer wards in a lot of fights as well. Plus, in team fights, as a 5, all you really need to do is, like, get off all of your spells and you're good, right? You're kind of happy to die after that. Of course, it's better if you live, but, you know, Alt, Q, maybe put down a Plague Ward, and then you're relatively satisfied. You've kind of done your job, especially even for scaling potential, right? % damage on that Noxious Plague.
Yeah. Well, very valid points. Glad that you guys were able to give me that information. We've missed a few picks, though, in this draft. The Weaver Phoenix now joining XG's lineup. Feels like a core Weaver. Is that going to be better off laned with the Grimstroke or the Phoenix, Winter?
Probably the Phoenix, I guess. I think Phoenix needs the Weaver. Well, Grimstroke kind of needs the Weaver too, because both of the supports are very weak at the start of the game. I think this is like a problem that I've seen with the Chinese team so far, where they kind of like to pick supports that are really, really weak at the start of the game, both really, really concentrating on being useful in the team fights, and I don't really like the balance in the game, because you have to rely on your mid laner or your carry to be like an aggressive laner that can help you get through that difficult laning phase of those heroes, and it could be a problem in this game because Quest has really, really strong laning supports. And I mean, right now we know that it's probably Gyro plus Veno, already a very powerful lane, and Wind Ranger plus a position 4. And Wind Ranger on 4 or off lane is already itself very, very strong in the lane.
Well, I was actually looking at what Quest have played in the past. Do you feel, Danok, maybe this is potentially a carry Wind Ranger or the matchup?
Yeah, I honestly was considering that a little bit, just because now that they've gone ahead and picked the Phoenix, I really don't feel like the support gyrocopter is going to be as bad. It's something that they play a whole lot more. Like, I'm still totally on board with a Veno 5 and a Gyro 1, but just in terms of what teams have been doing a little bit more. We're very rarely seeing a support Wind Ranger, and it's being picked up a fair amount in that position 1 role. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if they did switch it up, just because of how Phoenix a Weaver Phoenix lane is relative to like a Grimstroke Weaver lane. I feel like you can maybe get away with a Gyrocopter in that. Just on your point, Winter, that you mentioned about having the mid laner kind of carry that early mid game with the really strong supports for the later stages, I guess that kind of is balanced out a little bit, considering Xtreme Gaming have given the last overall pick to, you know, their mid laner, so it's going to give them at least that little bit of breathing room to be able to say, okay, well, we've got the last overall pick, it's going to be uncounterable, we can at least feel confident knowing that we're going to have a good lane moving into this.
Yeah, I mean, we already discussed a little bit about whether the Slardar could be moved to the mid lane. I think with Slardar mid, if you win your matchup, you can be that hero that runs around and helps your support set up a lot of kills in the early game. Get a quick dagger, help the Phoenix and the Grim play around their spells. I think it's going to be very, very strong in the mid game.
Quest seems to think that as well. They're banning out the Brewmasters, so not banning mid laners, feeling like this is going to be a Slardar mid.
Do they 50-50 it though? Because sometimes we've seen this. They'll ban one off lane and one mid laner that are troublesome for wherever they want to put their heroes.
Certainly a consideration. And just seeing like even Xtreme Gaming's bans, right? They're kind of not going 50-50, but heroes that can be both in the mid lane and the off lane, right? Not knowing if Pango is going to be indeed flexed onto Malik, let's say. Like if he played 3 Pango, 4 Wind Ranger, that wouldn't be a horrible lane to have. And they just want to make sure that they've got the potential that Slardar isn't going to get bullied in a lane that, you know, he obviously wants to thrive in. I mean, this could be a mid Wind Ranger for all we know.
I mean, it's one ban to protect the Slardar and one ban to protect the Weaver. I feel like Slardar is physical, right? So you ban out Omni, and Konka is always really good against core Weaver because you can catch him with the X mark, your time lapse, and Shikuchi is not really useful against Konka. So everybody gets a ban. Fair. No fighting.
No fighting.
Do you feel that anyone hasn't been... Okay, doesn't matter what my question is going to be, because question
So
picked
it's,
themselves up more.
Gyro, Wind Ranger off lane, I guess.
Or Gyro Pango, maybe, and it's a mid Wind Ranger against the Slardar, if the Slardar is mid.
Yeah, that's actually better for the early game. So they're going to avoid that Slardar against a melee hero matchup, which is quite difficult for Pango.
Any ideas for overall last pick? Something to tie out XG's
I feel like they need a hero that buys pipe and greaves and everything and just tank. Because Slardar is going to do the brunt of initiation with Grimstroke and Weaver's going to be running around. So they need somebody to anchor the map. Hold a position on the map, like some Darkseer, Underlord kind of hero. Just shove out ways and you'll be that body in the team fight.
I'm just a little worried that you wouldn't really be doing much of anything again. Like, again, it's China Dota, right? Playing for the team fight, but it's that early game that just leaves me a little bit concerned if you go down the route of something like the Darkseer, you know? Like, is that actually going to be able to contribute to too many of these kills on the side lanes when Slardar tries to rotate? I mean, they don't have a ton of lockdowns, so could you get away with something like a Puck or something like that, just to maybe lock in place these heroes that have a little bit of maneuverability, that's the word. Storm Spirit is going to be the choice instead, just not wanting to be, you know, have the Slardar have this Wind Ranger gotcha pick for last overall, and it is indeed going to be Noob playing the Wind Rangers, so they've kind of navigated what Quest were trying to do against them with this last overall pick, giving them the flexibility to do that.
Yeah, and because they know that it's not going to be like a Gyro carry anymore, so they feel like Slardar on the offlane probably be able to do much better against the Morphling in the early levels, and you can get away with it.
All right, well now is the big question. Winter, how do you see this game playing out when we get to the later, you know, phases outside of laning and maybe towards the team fight?
I'm more towards looking for who has more opportunities to win the game, like throughout the early, mid, and late game, and how many mistakes you're going to be able to afford in the game. And I feel like I kind of like Xtreme Gaming a little bit more here with their overall line. I think it's more balanced in terms of catch, team fight with the Egg and the Soulbind. You can kind of counter the Pango. And whereas for PSG Quest, it's a little bit more, because you have a core Wind Ranger, right? It's a lot more greedy. So he's going to be not really moving as much as compared to your Storm Spirit when he controls the runes. And I feel like if they struggle a little bit in the early game, the map is probably going to close down on them, and you have an off-lane Pango, right? Which I'm not the biggest fan of off-lane Pango.
It really is hit or miss. It either works out wonderfully and your game's fantastic, or you're just like, why did we ever consider that? But very quickly, Daniel, any final thoughts about this game before we do head on over?
Yeah, probably going to be favoring Xtremes as well. I think that
Okay.
last pick Storm really ties it all together. Another Grimstroke combination with the Ink Swell, and like Winter said, the team fight feels all Xtreme Gaming.
All right, this Grimstroke is probably going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but let's see. XG Quest, it's an elimination series, but it's game number 1 with our casters, Gareth and Lacoste.
And here we go, heading into game 1. Everyone already smoked up, but first, Lacoste. Looking at these drafts, I think it's quite easy to go the way of Xtreme Gaming. You know, familiar heroes, good team fight, great laning stage, tons of combos. Quest have a lot of toxic shit in their draft.
They really do.
Wind Ranger, loads of stuff that's like poking and prodding and being really annoying in lane and in game. But it feels like there's something missing. I can't get a read on it, and I guess we'll find out as the game develops. But what's your read on Quest draft here up against Xtreme?
I feel like they kind of need the body in front. Pango is not that type of a hero. Panel talked about Pango being 50-50. I have to add something to it. I think 50 is that he's not going to do well, and 50 is that he's going to do bad in the lane. Offlane Pango is just not a thing. I don't know why people still keep trying to flex this hero. It's not working out. Every single time I see Pango from the offline, maybe there's like 1 out of 10 games where you can make it work, but most of the time it feels really miserable to not just play it, but also watch somebody play the offlane Pango.
Yeah, because we had a couple of games in the group stage. One, I remember, was Gabby, and he went, like 0-6, 0-7 in the first 10 minutes. It was just really, really sad time.
Which is very good. That was the best performance from the offlane Pango that I've seen.
It wasn't 0-10, so he did something right. Yeah, it's going to be a challenging one for Malik, and maybe he can pull out some magic down in that bottom lane alongside Omar. As we've already had a ward get denied out. The Dire Observer ward in that middle lane did get denied, it looked like there. So not giving any free money to XM in that mid spot. And Pango already with 1 deny up. Storm against Wind Ranger in that mid lane. XM against Noob. And Storm gets in that creep wave, shoves things out quite nicely with the Remnants, but Wind Ranger is going to be constantly right-clicking you, forcing you to buy that little bit more regen, even though the power shot misses there.
Yeah,
Does
this
swing one way or
matchup,
the other?
Storm does well. Storm has like 5 armor. He's sitting underneath the tower, has 7 extra regen. You're more than fine. Like, you can shove the creep wave. Wind Ranger later on will put more pressure onto you. You can't kill Wind Ranger unless she, I don't know, disconnects mid-fight or whatever, but it's very difficult. To go back about the Quest draft, this lineup is really good at bursting people down. One swashbuckle, maxed out power shot, you get Gale, you're not gonna move, a lot of slow, then a Kanda with Morphling. So they can poke from the distance. They don't necessarily, like, they want to play these prolonged team fights where they get multiple rounds of spells, multiple power shots. Veno goes in, tanks some of the damage, spreads the plague around them, and then like Rolling Thunder. So I don't like their lineup, but I can see some strengths of it. I do favor Xtreme Gaming's draft in this one. Things are very difficult for XXS. Let's see if he can get a deny. Jin Q needs
Maybe.
There it is.
Must
This
be done.
needs to be fixed. Like, Venomancer is just straight up dog shit. This hero can't really do anything. You're like, okay, we're getting a kill. Well, you're not. So, yeah, definitely make Venomous Gale undeniable. Are we making the words up, Gary?
Yeah. It's Dota, right? We have to make our own vocabulary, make ourselves understood with undeniable. Undeniable's a real word anyway. What am I talking about? Undeniable. Undeniably a real word. Yeah, I think you're right. Quest with great ways of like poking, choosing their moments to get into team fights, and then in the duration of 1 stun, they'll look for that burst damage to take people down. A bit of poking down to tier 2000 again from Shinkyu. Just using his Ink Swell to get on top of the Morphling. Already quite a bit of aggression in that top lane. The other side lane, Malik's Pango, currently sitting decently at 12 last hits, getting handed tangos as his Bracer. But Ame and DY, this magic damage with the gap close from Shikuchi. We always talk about Swashbuckle, level 1, 20-second cooldown. If Malik uses that, he's going to get run at and probably die. So just don't use Swashbuckle unless you're under your tower.
The thing is, he's paired up with Phoenix, not the strongest position 5 in the game. He needs some time to build up levels. Doesn't have Blood Grenade available. Let's say if they lane this one differently, because Phoenix has been exclusively played as position 5 recently. We've seen Grim bouncing between 4 and 5, but if they have Grimstroke with Weaver, where you have the Swarm, where you have Phantom, so you can't kill it, Inkswell synergizes nicely with Shikuchi, you can easily get on top of the target. Malik would get a lot less farm in that one. And mid lane, pretty even, 21-21. Not focusing much on denies, only 1 deny in the mid lane, something that we don't see that often.
Usually we see a sniper in that mid lane with, 20 last hits, 20 denies just popping off. I'm just going to trade out farm in that mid spot. And try and gather up those 4-minute water runes. XM getting pressured pretty heavily by Noob. And that puts the Wind Ranger in a real good spot. And XM here is thinking about, hey, getting that water rune down bottom. But if he gets run at by the Wind Ranger here, it could be a real dangerous time. Oh, he's making the long walk to the bounty rune. That's much better. So he's going to try refill bottle. But look at who's coming. Omar might be able to get on top of XM down here. Blood Grenade and Rocket Barrage on the Storm Spirit. And this position 4 Gyro gets first blood on the mid laner.
Gyro's a speedy fella. 320 without boots of speed, without wind lace. Throws that Blood Grenade. Manages to close the gap. That was such a nice play. I think it comes down to maybe Noob also calling for it, saying that he's going to go and try to refill the bottle because he is doing well. He did manage to harass him. So this opens up both water runes for Noob. Not that he needs it in the mid lane, but can definitely refill it. Now you can see XXS struggling. This is not an easy lane for him by any means. He's playing into Ocean Q. XXS nice. Going in.
The turn with the Inkswell, but a good adaptive strike. ETA 2000 knows exactly what's up. And I was keeping my eyes on bottom as well because Malik used Swashbuckle. Ame Shikuchi'd forward, aggressively, got up in his face. But like you said, DY doesn't really offer that much. Level 2 Fire Spirits, yes, but no stuns, no control. Means Malik and Omar were able to hold their own. And Noob really is laying it onto this Storm Spirit mid. Getting right up in the face of XM, gathering up at the water runes. Storm Spirit starting to get poked out of this lane a little bit.
Both are level 5 right now. XM, if he uses a lot of mana, let's say Noob catches him with 50% of the mana with level 6, he can score a kill. XM forced to go into the jungle. Offlane Pango doing better than offlane Slardar, huh, Gary?
Yeah, apparently so. What's up with that?
It's
Malik
difficult.
Just built different.
Slardar into Venomancer makes it unplayable. You get KO'd, you get slowed. This constant harassment also playing into another range hero, half range hero. He gets close, adaptive strike. In your face, Omar making a move around the mid lane. They see that XM is still level 5. They're going in.
Yeah, homing missile focus fire. TP in from Xinkyu, trying to save his mid laner. Storm Spirit going to pop the fairy fire and survive onto tier 2. And now the turn comes in. XXS, he's here with DY getting on top of Noob, looking at Omar, finding the kill there. And Ducalis, Venomancer has moved in from the top lane. Long migration, and he's going to be extinct in a second. Venomancer, the Invis rune, not close enough. Taken down with a nice vortex of XM, and the reaction from Xtreme Gaming here, vitally important.
This is something that they do really well. XXS, a lot of the times, he needs to fix their draft. Their draft, a lot of the times at the early stages of the game, they don't have much. Like, they don't have the heroes who can easily rotate. You have Phoenix, and then you maybe have something like a Shadow Demon, so you have no stuns, you have no ways to stop the aggression, but Xinkyu with the TP, and also XXS comes to a mid lane, because he's not doing much in the top lane anyway, so manages to rotate and helps out his mid laner, which is really worth it because it does allow XM to refill his bottle. They're going to get some extra farm. Right now, XM farming in the jungle. So, yeah, managed to stabilize a little bit, but still the two big winners of the laning stage so far. TA 2000 on this Morphling who has not been contested, and also Noob from the mid lane.
Yeah. So, on that topic, if you know Slardar's going to have a bad time, is the Grimstroke making it, like, good enough compared to having a Grimstroke with the Weaver where you would give the Pango a bad time, Well, what's the reason Xtreme Gaming didn't do that lane swap, and, like, is Phoenix 4 that bad? Because it's a bad lane already,
You have nothing. Like if they decide to go on you, you have Phoenix plus Slardart. You're probably just dead. With Inkswell, you have a little bit of extra stun, some move speed, and you can slow them down, stop this aggression. But so far in the bottom lane, Ame, he's doing okay, but Pango's getting decent amount of farm from bottom lane.
Yeah, sitting just behind the Weaver in net worth right now. Already has Arcane's Bracer on his way to Diffusal Blade. Much better than expected. Xingqiu going to ward up his own triangle. Just to see and spot if Quest want to try and invade. XM right now farming jungle. Will reset back in Fountain. And probably look to TP mid. DY and Xingqiu both sat here. Like both supports mid kind of leeching experience from each other. They get a D ward. But leaving the side lanes wide open. This Morphling could become a real problem. Just being left completely alone here. TA2000 really enjoys that complete free farm time.
He's also one of the better Morphling players. This guy doesn't make a mistake, doesn't shift reverse. Like, doesn't pull off the reverse Giga Chad move on Morphling. He's very stable. XXS, he's trying to get some farm in this top lane, but really struggling. Whenever he gets close, eats a couple of right clicks from Morphling, eats that adaptive strike.
Going to make a move down bottom. Omar jumped on by the Storm. Good move there from him and DY. And Phoenix now has hit level 6. So they've got that potential to have a team fight maybe around one of their towers if Quest goes a little too far. And Gale missing in that mid lane puts Ducalis in an awkward position here. And XXS with the Inkswell.
It definitely looked like it hit him there.
It scraped the buttocks of the Grimstroke. He's much thinner than he appears. You know, the cape. It's all about that cape.
Yeah, didn't touch him.
Oh, kill on the Veno. And XM is being protected by his Grim. Slaughter now jungling. Well, yeah, we've seen this plenty from Xtreme Gaming, right? They've had some good reactions, looking for early team fights when they're on the back foot, but for the most part, they're aiming for that mid-game timing. They much prefer to play 35, 40 minutes into the game rather than the early laning stage and early skirmishes.
Yeah, a lot of the times you'll feel Xtreme Gaming put themselves in a position where they're like, oh, we're going to lose the laning stage and see how it's going to go. Let's say if we can play with 5k gold deficit 10 minutes into the game and try to stabilize. A lot of the times they do. It's just the way they play. They don't focus that much on early stages of the game. Like their laning most of the time hasn't looked great compared to some other teams.
It's like they're trying to practice to play against Falcons, right? Falcons, one of the best laning stage teams in the game right now. And we're going to lose our lanes anyway. Let's just try and get some practice in to get to that mid game. Storm Spirit with Inkswell in the mid lane. Long zip, the second one in. Ducalis, he's going to be the hero that gets jumped. Does get the Gale out. Now XM's out of mana, so with the Rolling Thunder and Shackle Shot, Storm Spirit took a long time to kill his Venomancer, and he's finished off by Noob. 3 core heroes in the mid lane from Quest, getting that turnaround. And Malik's going for more, but he misses the Rolling Thunder on Xingqiu.
Oof, not really worth it. They should also... Yeah, this is going to be the tower. They brought all 3 cores from PSG Quest with the Catapult Wave. There is Supernova available. Grimstroke is level 6, no point in Soulbind. That's a very good ability, of course, against Morphling. That was also their response pick, the Pango. But for now, Xingqiu wants to get some farm, maxing out Stroke of Fate.
Ooh. Tried it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and I guess the hero that we've not talked about too much because he's 0-0-0 and just farming. Ame's Weaver. He's had a decent laning stage in that top 4 of the net worth, a little behind the Morphling and the Wind Ranger right now. But what kind of game do you envision for this Weaver of Ame?
Like, he's not playing that super aggressive early on because they lost the top lane. They don't possess a kill threat onto Morphling. You see Weaver a lot of the times going through the Twin Gates, trying to contest enemy hero, enemy carry, 7-8 minutes into the game. But this time around, he's not being active. He's more playing passive. He needs that Gleipnir. I think that's going to be the big item, keeping Wind Ranger, keeping Pango and Morphling. So that's why he's just farming up for now. Again, they're playing from behind, so it's all about catching up. XXS, he still needs to pick up his first big item.
And as we get to that kind of mid to late game, is You know, how does Weaver do in this matchup against Morphling, Windranger, Pango?
Oh,
We're
she
gonna
does
see-
well. This
Yeah.
is type of a game where you are looking to buy into MKB against Windranger, against Morphling high armor.
The jump in.
Jump in.
Storm into the
Amplify
Venom to the
damage.
back. Blowing up Ducalis, and now a Supernova on the right-hand side as XM and
XM,
GQ
he's
playing on the
doing work.
Pango. They pop a ton of heals here with a full wand on Malik. He stays alive until XM
Out
gets
of
that
mana.
additional jump. The DD
Still
rune going to work.
right
XM
click.
still alive, gets a double kill, finishes off another with Jinkyu. Now TA2000 and Noob, they've got to run. Arme's joined in. The Weaver suddenly says, hey, you're winning a team fight. Let me get involved. But it looks like
Oh, snipes him.
snipe out. XXS with a power shot from long range.
This is what this
Incredible
lineup
stuff.
is really good at. Like we didn't see the power where they're going in. Venomancer pops that ulti, multiple swashbuckles. They managed to lock down Pango pretty much from 100 to 0. They need Rolling Thunder. They need those swashbuckles, those mana burns to kick in. But XM, he did a lot of work. Both him and DY, 3,000 damage from both of these heroes. Slardar did absolutely nothing. I think he used Corrosive Haste. That was his teamfight contribution. And then Ame showing up slightly later, so not dealing too much damage.
Hey now, Slardar used Corrosive Haste twice, and he used Phase Boots 3 times.
That's his teamfight contribution. And
teamfight
Magic
con-
Stick, that's it.
It's a rough one. You know, he's at a poor laning stage, and he's trying to get involved. At the very least, he was there, right? He was a body in the fight. The meat shield Slardar. He was there to soak up a bit of the damage out of Quest. I mean, who won that fight, honestly? It was so close and back and forth. The snipe at the end made it look decent for Quest, getting 2 cores out alive.
I think it's good for Xtreme Gaming. They got a lot of gold, a lot of levels on Storm Spirit. He's level 10 right now, about to be 11. A little surprised that he's not going for Orchid this game. Great against all 3 cores, of course. Windranger, Morphling, he does buy into Manta. So maybe he thinks that he's not going to get the value out of it, considering that TA2000 has a complete free farm in this game, and he already has Manta. So maybe he's like, okay, I just need to build something different, and going for more overtime damage, having that True Strike against Windranger, magic damage against Dwarf, also gonna work. So maybe he's like, we need something different. We need that Gleipnir. We need Blink on our XXS to be able to jump. And there it is. Blink is available right now. Jinkyu not opting to go for... I mean, Jinkyu is just a greedy position 4, no doubt about it. He does have Shard queued up right now, but a lot of the times you want to pick that up as soon as possible, especially when you play against Venomancer, when you play against any of these heroes that have a lot of stuff. Like, in terms of stuns, they don't have as many. They want Ame. Let's see if he can find the Shackle.
Oh, they've got Dust with this Rolling Thunder, trying to slow him down with a Diffusal Inhibit, but a good time lapse. Hang on, Arme shifting off to the left-hand side, tagged by the Gale, and the stuns are going to start coming in again. They've got another Swash and Shield Crash in. Arme with a third Shukuchi, getting back behind tower and dodging the power shot barely. Another Swash in a second, though. Malik, no, he misses. Guesses incorrectly, and Arme, breaking ankles, dodges the 5-man gank. Stays alive.
That was beautifully done. I mean, Weaver does buy into all of these, like, small items that give you HP, treads. We see a lot of casual Bracer 1, Dragonlance having extra 150 HP from Seeds of Serenity. If you have a different item, if you have, I don't know, Spark of Courage, you're definitely gonna die. There's no regen over time. So sometimes, like, the choice of a neutral item can make a lot of difference.
Absolutely can, yeah. And just before that gank, Quest actually did a bit of family-style farming in the Ancients, cleared out a bunch of stacks with a Gyro, Windranger, and Pango. Get them to this next round of items. A Blink on Pangolier. You talked about the Blink on Slardar here, going to be important for XXS to get involved with that Inkswell. As XM, XXS, and XINQ moving up top, straight onto the Pango. Get a grab onto Malik, but Omar trying to turn it here with Noob onto XXS. And Noob just sprinting forward with a focus fire, plenty of damage through the Maelstrom to clear him out, and a 1-for-1 trade in offlaners.
You'll see them die. Like, Pango, again, from the offlane, he's doing good. We see that a lot of the times. XM jumping in. That's a quick and easy kill for them. So you'll see Pango from the offlane do good. They get a good timing. But you don't have the offlane hero. That's the problem. You don't have that guy who jumps in, that Blink Dagger initiation. Even though he does have Blink, it's not, you know, traditional Blink stun. You need to roll, then you need to Blink. You're kind of heavily committing. Ooh, this is an interesting one, DY.
Oh, yeah.
Picking up Road of Atos. We've seen something similar
Is under attack.
in the round robin group stage. Who was it who picked it up?
That
It was Dead Prophet. It was Jabs. They basically
Yes.
won the game off of that. Oh, nice deny from DY. But he's probably going to pay with his life.
Looks like it. Surrounded by enemies in his own jungle. And just adding another layer of control there. So Rod of Atos for him. And you'll have the Gleipnir for Arme. No? He's skipping over it, looks like. Maelstrom now into Dragonlance, then BKB queued up for Arme's Weaver.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe he thinks that Road of Atos from DY is going to be enough for them to lock them in place, because they are very annoying. Pre-BKB, you still have some value. TA2000, again, does have Manta style available, so he can dodge, but you can't dispel everything.
Dire's top tower is under
Which blade
Here
now
comes
finished
the-
on XM.
Roll into mid.
And bottom.
Omar. And bottom. Every lane you look at. Kills galore. 2 down. Wind Ranger is traded out as XM and DY going to supernova and ball lightning onto that Wind Ranger to kill her off. 2 for 1, but it looks like Quest is still hungry. 3 heroes moving into that bottom part of the map, while Arme is unable to do anything about Malik up at top. A waveform into XM bottom. A bit of control, but not enough. XM balls away to TP home, and DY will dive. Gets a bit of distance. And Quest can't really follow through past the tier 2.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Ame already used time-lapse in the top lane. He tried to play aggressive on Malik, but it's not enough. He doesn't have enough damage right now. And let me just check if he's bringing... Yeah, he's bringing that Hurricane Pike. It's a good way to break the distance away from Wind Ranger. But let's see. Okay.
Easy snipe.
Another death of the Collis. That's his 6th death.
Arme dies to Noob and Malik up top, though. That time-lapse 2-second cooldown remaining just gets annihilated by this Wind Ranger.
Pike hasn't been delivered on time.
No, sadly not.
Then it's
So
up
the
to
thing, right,
Amazon
about this-
Prime.
He's got to wait the 3 weeks for delivery. That's the thing about the Quest draft, you know, they're so good at finding these individual pickoffs. The single target, very strong. The toxic draft, allowing them to get some of these sneaky kills. They're still building up the Morphling. 12,000 net worth. Unkilled, 201 for TA2000. Already at the Manta Phylactery. And Kanda is 200 gold away. Once we hit that point, it's kind of scary times for Xtreme Gaming.
It really is. Quest should smoke up once Conda is finished and try to look for something in the bottom part of the map. Get a pick off, maybe 2, turn that into Roche. You have more than enough damage. Tier 2 tower is down to half HP, so they should smoke up and try to get a kill right now.
Here come a couple of them. They're Xtreme Gaming trying to farm out the Ancients on the left side of the map, getting a few more tier 2 tokens. Vambrace for the Slardar. Gossamer Cape, nice one for Shinkyu. And a Dragon Scale for the Weaver, tanking up against all of this physical damage that Quest are bringing. And down at bottom, looks like DY has got a decent idea here. Yeah, with a High Ground Observer Ward, he sees the Venomancer dewarding. He'll know surely that Quest are coming. Trying to back himself away from Malik, TA2000, and Omar, but they've got that surprise Rolling Thunder. And if you're using this from Fog, smoking, coming out from the tree lines, the Pangolier, you know, you're talking about him not being the kind of usual Blink Stun initiator, but if you're using a smoke every time he goes for roll, he kind of is. The surprise factor is definitely there.
He is. It's just that they, like, one thing Xtreme Gaming are really good at is dodging these smoke ganks. Like, they have a pretty nice map read. DY, I think I praised him the other day. He's one of the best ones at breaking the smoke ganks, dewarding, and just, like, he definitely knows something is up, but he's not afraid to die there because they want to play, they want to make sure that they are actually there, and as soon as he dies, they go and play a different part of the map. Right now, you can see Ame playing the top, getting the tier 2 tower. And as we
Dire's
said,
middle tower
PSG
is
Quest,
under
after
attack.
getting one pick off in this bottom area, will secure themselves Roche.
I mean, that's a big reason why it's so close, right? Net worth difference, 1,000 between these two teams. But Quest with that Roshan, now a Tormentor, having Aegis for the Morphling. It feels like they're in the driving seat. And will start dictating the pace of play here with the moves that they've got. Kind of curious to know how many smokes they've got left, though. I could see there's 2 on the Gyrocopter. So at least Quest have got another few hidden moves behind them. They are starting to play into BKBs now, though. We take a look at Storm and Slardar, both having theirs. Wind Ranger just has hers coming on Courier.
Oh, Ducalis
This is going to be a massive
the first
fight.
point of contact, or will he?
CA2000, Morphling getting blown up. Got the shift off, but still dies as the Rolling Thunder goes straight into the back lines. Jinkyu there, under the Supernova. TP out from one of Xtreme Gaming, just ditching DY, letting him die alongside Jinkyu. 2 supports gone. They got the Aegis kill, though.
That's not too bad. Losing only 2 supports, popping one of the BKBs, and getting the Aegis immediately. Also showing that they can kill Morphling. TA2000, he had Butterfly in his quick buy, but feels like he needs more HP. Switches to Satanic, and now they're going to try to take the fight without 2 supports. They know the egg is down. And something we did mention is Ame. Like his itemization, what's it going to be? MKB. Like after finishing off BKB, I said it's a really good game for it against Wind Ranger, against Morphling. Feels really nice, amplifies his damage by quite a lot in these 2 matchups.
Yeah, and again, your point about Xtreme Gaming just dodging, not wanting to play into the strength of Quest right now. As we see here again, the jump on that Morphling, and XXX is going to BKB TP, leaving those 2 supports to feel the wrath and pain from Quest at the end of that fight. Yeah, the dodging continues. Xtreme have XM on that far right side of the map, clearing out a wave. A little risky, as Quest were closing in on him, but he's a Storm Spirit with Ball Lightning BKB. Always has that backup plan. While up at top, look at Noob. Trying to hide an Invis shackle, but doesn't land it onto Arme. Far too quick for you. Now joining up to smoke up top as well. Or maybe they're going to pivot into Radiant Ancients? Quest are making a move for sure, just can't decide where they're going. They seem a little indecisive if they want to go all the way up north. They're scanning there to see if Arme maybe dipped into the jungle. But Arme has a lot of bodyguards in front of him now. High ground vision from Quest. Triangle's already cleared. Waveform and Rolling Thunder used, but they don't find anyone now. XXS jumps in and stuns the TA2000 morph, and it's like, hang on a second. Let's give this a second thought.
Look at this
game,
smoke.
they want to smoke.
Full wraparound. They might find the backlines. TA2000, he senses something is wrong. They're falling back immediately to the outer ring. Deeping out. Noob, TA2000, Ducalis. Everybody's out. 5 TPs.
I mean, it just feels like this is all about the element of surprise for Quest, right? If they're not smoked, if they're not... like, they wish they had a Mirana in their game, because that's how they're playing, as if they want and need Moonlight Shadow every single time to surprise Xtreme. And Xtreme may be a similar thing for them, too. They want to be smoking and getting jumped with a Slardar. So I love, you know, on that point, I love that Ducalis has just picked up a gem. So now Quest can start dewarding and really controlling areas of the map where they can have that terrain advantage. They sit high ground. They wait on a staircase to see if Xtreme come to them and then jump them if they've completely run out of smokes.
Have gem right now, so I only see 2 observer wards. Make it 3 on the map right now.
Time to start finding those sneaky spots. Tuck away your observer wards. Hide them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
BKB for Weaver now. So that's all 3 cores. Yep, all 3 cores on Xtreme Gaming have it. Nice bit of protection there against the pretty overwhelming magic damage that Quest have been bringing. But we're already 30 minutes in, so the Morphling, you know, transitioning from that magic into the right-click physical. As Satanic is delivered now, able to stand his ground. And Ducalis just sat in their mid lane, bunkering up with the Plague Wards. Kind of difficult to break past them.
Not easy. You mentioned Mirana. this is something that Papi was talking in one of the interviews. I believe it was Omega League, where he talked
That was a
about
while back,
countering. Yeah, that was a while back. About countering the Venomancer, like why they picked Mirana, because Moonlight Shadow, you don't have enough smokes to constantly go and keep ganking. If you're staying ahead, Venomancer can be super annoying, because you can see right now what he wants to do. It's something that Winter also talked about on the panel, where he takes some of this like bad farm, where you like other heroes don't want to take it, but you just sit there because you're a Venomancer. I think the explanation, because you're a Venomancer, everybody knows what that means.
You're at the bottom of the pile. You're the underdog hero in every single game. But yeah, it's a great point though, isn't it? Because Venomancer was bottom of the net worth by about 2,000 or 3,000 gap, not even 5 or 6 minutes ago. Now he's tremendously caught up just by sitting in the lane and holding, getting the farm that crashes into him wave by wave. Quest, another move into this triangle, another smoke play. Xtreme Gaming, though, seems like they've got the read. 2 heroes bail away, XXS and DY back into their base. I don't want to say they're hiding in fear. They just know that it's not an honest fight if they get caught with their pants down. Arme and XM also out on the map, pushing top tier 3 with a creep wave and getting that farm as well.
Have we seen Soulbind being used? I don't recall a single fight where there was a Soulbind. Jinkyu, he's been farming, trying to get the Aghanim Scepter. His career just died with point booster on it. So 1,700 gold until he finishes off Ags. It's a good way to counter Morphling.
Yeah, that Morphling illusion is a pretty hefty damage dealer, honestly. Aghanim Scepter up on the Wind Ranger now. Noob holding that gem. Just making sure there's very little Radiant Vision out here. Just 1 Observer Ward remains in that mid lane, near where XM's standing. And XM's getting pinged. He zips into that mid wave, ball lightning up to the high ground, quadruple zip to the far right. The power shot scouted him, but he's still out of there.
Again, delay tactics from Xtreme Gaming. This game, I don't think we had more than 2k gold lead for any of the teams in the 30-minute game. Shows you how close this game is. It always feels like Xtreme Gaming, they're farming for another item. Weaver going for MKB, needs another like 2,500 to finish it off. Slaughter just finished off his Aghanim Scepter. Storm going into Parasma. Parasma now has a recipe, so not that easily built. 400 gold recipe. They're still gonna smoke. Ame showing in the top lane. He can't be with them very quickly. He can TP to an outpost, but that's it.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can find an opening before.
Well, Roshan could be up, and it's just turned daytime. So a nice move here by Xtreme Gaming, knowing that Roshan's going to be in this bottom right corner. Let's take that part of the map. It's going to be day for quite some time. Get some Observer Wards down. Get this vision built up. And then wait to see if Quest come knocking on our door.
It's the right move, because you have Slardar. This is level 2 ulti at the moment. Weaver, Storm, you can take down Roshan in like 15 seconds. So they got to be very aware of it. Quest will need to make a move. They do have tier 1 towers still. So with the buybacks available, they can try to outnumber Xtreme Gaming. Observer Ward on the high ground. The Kalis, he's pinging it out.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. XM, he's going to get the distance and balls away. Kind of greedy from Xtreme Gaming, sending XXS mid to clear out that wave and farm, but it seems like it is an important one just to try and shift the dynamic of the map. Mid and top both going to start trending towards the Dire base, which puts Xtreme Gaming in a much better place down in this bottom right corner to try and make the jump. Not successful. XXS now going to get turned on. BKB not used.
He's dead already.
Blown up. He's dead. That immediate turnaround of Storm gone as well. I mean, what? Xtreme Gaming walk into their own demise. Quest just stand there pressing buttons and everyone dies.
He's also dead.
It was a team wipe and barely anything happened.
What an awkward fight. Noob was still holding on to that amplified damage. Now they have double gem. It was a blind jump because they have no they had like this Observer Ward that is scouting out Lotus Pool. The big thing is you have a Venomancer who is providing vision. So XXS, he jumps in. He's like, yeah, I can't die. Inkswell. But they just get dismantled. Morphling with Kanda and the amplified damage on Windranger. people die from 100 to 0 in a second. And this one just might be it. Like, they might have one more fight, and if they lose that fight, it's gonna be looking pretty grim for Xtreme Gaming.
Absolutely incredible stuff there. I mean, Malik's Pango, you know, we had our reservations, let's say that about offlane Pango, but in this game, it has worked out tremendously. That fight, he controlled up, you know, the Storm and the Slardar very nicely to allow TA2000 to unload all his damage. Aghanim Scepter, the Basher, on top of the Diffusal Blade and Blink, also brings damage to the table as well. Like we were saying, post-draft, you know, how good Quest can be when they're able to choose that moment in the fight where they say, okay, we poke, we prod, and then we've got our target, you know, locked in. Let's go for it. Launch a few cruise missiles at it with this Gyro, Wind Ranger, and Morphling. But I didn't expect core heroes to die that quickly.
That was
Xtreme
way
Gaming
too quick.
yeah.
Roshan's Roar, very important. And I don't know what's more important, Roshan's Banner or Roshan's Roar. What do you think? The impact.
The roar, honestly. Hey, we're roshing. It's like, you know, you're nearby. If you're a Clockwork player or something, it's like, oh, Roshan roared. It's my time to shine, boys. Let's get a steal on this. Xtreme Gaming, you know, they've still got some tricks up their sleeve. It's just if you get caught out like the Storm Spirit is up a top lane, Rolling Thunder perfectly timed, but BKB's out from XM. Try and get out of here as XXS might be the target as Quest shift their objective across to the Slardar, but missing the swashbuckle there might have given XXS the chance to slip away. He's out.
Still holding that Aegis for another 4 minutes, so they should run down the mid lane. Take out this tier 2 tower. There's a tier 2 tower top. XP rune spawning in 40 seconds. They don't want to let this one go. Xtreme Gaming, they want to kill Torby before. Who's going to get it? It will be XM. So Overload charges. 3 of those.
On a Weaver, that's pretty good.
It really is. It goes out so quickly. With level 25 talent, it's one attack.
Yeah. And yeah. That's some pretty nasty stuff. Oh,
Dead.
Oh, God. Say goodbye. This Morphling starts at Aegis, don't forget. So the first life claimed, yes. Supernova dropped. XXS with a crush trying to line it up post-Aegis. And Morphling getting stunned, killed off.
Uh-oh.
The damage is there. Xtreme Gaming hold their base, killing the Morph and Venomancer.
Good Atos.
Moving on to the Wind Ranger now as well, but the BKB's out from Noob. Turns with the Focus Fire, trying to get the damage in with a Malik Pango diving in deep. But XXS and Arme get so much right-click power out thanks to Corrosive Haze. They've blown the Wind Ranger up now. Can they find Malik with the roll TP? Looks like he's successfully out.
He wanted the big one. He wanted Malik, but could have easily taken down Omar. There was Corrosive Haze on top of him. Blick was off cooldown. Diving a little too deep for that Phoenix. Devi immediately buys back. He needs to be careful. Like, sure, you have a lot of armor, but Corrosive Haze level 3, that's minus 20. If you're not shifting everything into Agi, like Morphling, you have 7 armor. That's really not high for Morphling.
Yeah, plus Swarm. Well, things get nasty. Like, dragging the team fight out when you've got Swarm taking over on you, it gets nasty real quick.
Also, Jin Q managed to farm that Aghanim Scepter in the previous fight, so that was ready. It deals more damage than Morphling. It deals 150, so 50% better. It dies quickly if you can focus it down, but I think in some of these fights, if that Dark Portrait's used correctly, you can focus it down. If you have Slardar in your face, if you have Weaver Storm jumping you, you're definitely not going to be able to get it off. And we do have a game. A little bit of a throw coming from Xtreme Gaming, dying 5, losing a set of barracks, losing Roshan because of it, and now Quest giving them a free fight.
I mean, this has been the MO of Xtreme Gaming this tournament, though, right? You know, laning stage goes poorly, have a couple of throws mid-game, go late, choose that one team fight where you win it, swing the match and find that fight to get the kills. Now moving on to the Pango to get the snipe onto him, dumping pretty much everything to kill off Malik there. Nice amount of gold going to Xtreme, but it's more about the map positioning they now control. Top to mid, all held by them. Arme is pretty wide down in his bottom right corner, but he feels something coming, knowing that he's not safe down here. very wise decision to back up.
Dire's middle tower is
Ame
under
is going to
attack.
pack a punch. He does have all these damage items. Mindbreaker as a neutral item. Will finish Daedalus pretty soon. On top of MKB, Maelstrom has that 20 talent Geminate attack and getting closer to level 25. Like, he needs one big fight, and if he survives, that's going to be an extra Geminate attack.
Who was it? Was it it was Tomado, wasn't it? Tomado Weaver against a Terrorblade. Had Swarm on the TB and he just launched the 3 hits and just insta-killed the Terrorblade. That's what they're looking for, right? In that late game, is Weaver's ability to blow somebody
That was
up.
with Revenant's Brooch when you could crit off it, so...
Okay, that's fair.
Now that's not available anymore, but yeah, fun times for a while.
Now it's all down the drain. Just memories, that's all that remains of the Mars, PA, and Weaver days of that Revenant's Brooch. Oh, here we go, some new big items. Aghanim's Scepter for the Storm, Scythe of Vice for the Morphling. I've really enjoyed seeing, the past 6-9 months or so, a lot of these carries just buying up a Hex, saying, hey, I've got a ton of damage. I am absolutely monstrous. If I can just control them, I can solo kill them. That's what this Scythe is going to do for TA2000.
I think it's Nagasaran players who started this trend, where they're like, okay, we lack a little bit of a control. We don't have this instant stun on our lineup, so I will buy it as my 5th item, sometimes 6th. It really depends. But Smoke coming out from Quest. Let's see if they can find something.
If they get that Scythe pre-BKB onto someone like a Storm Spirit right here. Hang on. Tier 2000. There we go. Has the vision. And a ton of control onto XM to finish him off before he can even react. Dead for 82 seconds. Nowhere near buyback. That's
That's
well
a
over a
long
minute
time.
now.
I don't think they're gonna... They're going for it. Ame's not there.
The Supernova. Oh my god, they blow him up. XXS and DY. The pairing here, getting a massive kill and looking for more. Holy shit!
They don't need it. They have Windranger copy and they have Morphling as well. So you have 2 stronger heroes. I want to see how much damage was that from Jinkyu. These guys are maniacs. This is basically 3v5 and they still decide to take a fight.
That's mental.
I don't know.
I'm so
I don't
sure,
know
like-
if this is being picked up. Like, Grimstroke definitely didn't deal 600 damage. That's
No.
basically 2 right clicks from Morphling. I don't think it's registering Dark Portrait's damage.
But if we look at Morphling's death summary... Oh, it's not working for me. God damn it.
Nothing's working.
Nothing's working properly. Because then you'll be able to see the damage done by the thing, right? By the
Yeah.
Dark Portrait. But hot damn, that 2-man jump in, just gorgeous. I was so sure, XM dies. It's like, okay, right, time to go back into base, bunker down, hold back. Xtreme Gaming just like, nah, this is our moment. Our time to shine is here. Jinkyu probably making the call. It's just like, hell, boys, we've got to do something about this. Let's go.
Some big items now available. You mentioned Aghanim Scepter on XM. He was dead. We still didn't see it in action, but this Aghanims from Grimstroke has been causing the pain for PSG
Okay.
Quest in the last 2 fights.
It works for me now. So Morphling took 859 damage from Morphling.
Okay.
So the Grimstroke did 1,300 damage compared to the Slardar and Phoenix's 900.
Yeah, that was quick. Like, damage coming
So
up
he
from
did the-
Grimstroke. Maybe the damage is registered to Morphling because he's dealing damage to himself. And they're like, oh, wow, Morphling did one hell lot of damage in the previous fight.
Yeah, because on the death summary there, it shows win range, enemy Wind Ranger, enemy Morphling did damage to Morphling. Grimstroke did the lion's share of the damage in that engagement for sure with those 2 illusions.
Smoke
And
from
Dark
Extreme Gaming. You
Portrait.
know what I don't want to see? Slardar jumping in and stunning Twin Gate like they
Yeah.
did in the previous Roshan fight. So now they're going to try to set up some vision. Long time until Roshan respawns. Unfortunate for them. 2 times in a row. Extreme Gaming could take it super quickly. But what can you do? It's not going to spawn.
Darascan tagged them as well.
Wind
High
Waker
ground
also
ward.
now on XXS. So he can get out of trouble. Go in. Reset.
Oh,
Puddle.
XXS didn't blink, just crushes for the puddle, yeah. Kind of a nice spot here for Quest to come in from the left-hand side, but a nice
Good bait.
Wind Waker, like you said. XXS dangling himself in front of Quest here as a bit of a bait. Malik rolling Thunder and Blink. Soulbind is onto the Pango as he tries to ditch this fight. Quest not wanting to really
Noob is stuck.
Xtreme Gaming this deep in, and Noob, you're right, has to BKB to try and run away. Swarm is up on them. Dangerous for Quest to keep poking and prodding at this as Xtreme Gaming, it feels like they're going to move back towards this Roche pit and just hold inside. There's no Roche here yet, though. A minute and a half still yet to go. You've always got to make sure, though. We've got to clear out the waves. This bottom lane, the super creeps are up. Omar frontlining. Rod of Atos into
He
the
got
Storm
hexed.
Zip. Vortex, AoE onto the Morph and the Gyro. Supernova,
Supernova.
down, Sunray over the top. Beautiful
He's doing
onto
a
this
lot of
Morphling.
work.
Half HP on TA2000. The chase is on. XM and Arme trying to gather their forces and move forward. Malik and Ducalis might just be the stragglers that they can take down. As this Morph Illusion sprinting in, looking for Malik that little deeper. And this is the Radiant base that the Dire team are running towards. TA2000 in
Guys,
Weaver
it's
form.
the wrong
trying to
side of the
Sakuchi
map.
in. And they've used him up to crit him down. A triple kill for Arme as Morphling and Windranger, the two heroes that barely survive, and it looks like they aren't yet TPing home. TA2000 is poking up in the high ground mid lane, and Noob is still down south.
Yeah, he
What
wants
are
to
they-
take down Barracks, potentially. Him and TA2000. They could easily rack them. There
What are
is
they
Glyph
cooking?
available. They want to go in, that's for sure. Maybe they can catch
On the
Storm
Storm?
here on the Zip.
Oh my god.
He knows. Excellent.
That would have been real tasty if they killed the Storm.
Yeah, I think the play could have been they go in and try to force a Glyph. That's their last Glyph. Maybe even take one Barracks with the Focus Fire, but they wanted the big kill. And that was nicely done. They didn't use Inkswell this time around on Slardar, but Wind Waker again. That's like third time in a row, saving him, allowing him to dispel himself, and got to play Supernova. DY, he's been on the money.
Yeah. It starts with XXS with that Wind Waker. With a Sunray damage onto Morphling, who's like max strength shifted.
Dire are scanning.
Pretty hefty stuff. So Xtreme Gaming now with the Aegis. I mean, 45 minutes in. This is where they thrive. Getting into late game, looking for these very important fights.
And the most important question is, where is Roshan's banner? It is on XXS, okay.
Where's he going to put it? Oh, Tormentor. Down very quickly to the Swarm. Arme with the Shard. There's even more damage out of that Shikuchi now with more Geminate attacks.
People are buying that as your like second, third item, building into this. So, but I think players realize that it puts them in a position where they are kind of forced to go in instead of keeping the distance, playing from like 600 range away. So stop doing that. Instead, going for the Maelstrom, and there's that Geminate attack, level 25 talent. Storm also just got his 25, so overload attack bounce. Refresher Shard on Grimstroke with Aeon Disc available, one on DY, so two supports, they're not gonna die. There is no Dispel mechanic, but imagine if he makes two illusions out of Morphling. Morphling's just straight up gonna die.
Yeah.
The thing
Stop
about
hitting yourself.
itemization, TA2000, he wanted to get Butterfly. You are playing into Slardar Weaver, but then Weaver has Maelstrom and bought an early MKB because there is Windranger on the enemy team. Jump.
Immediate jump. Ducalis
Dead.
dead. Disappears as Xtreme Gaming now on the doorstep of Quest's base. Sunray out to heal up Arme. There's now a Nullifier on the Windranger.
That definitely needed. Against Wind Waker, against these Eon Discs. They jump
Storm
TA2000.
Spirit.
He's shifting.
On top of this Morphling with a Soulbind on
He's
him, the
leashed.
illusion's going ham. He's just gone. Obliterated by the dark portrait of Grimstroke, painting a picture here of destruction and death for Quest. Shin Q, what a god. And yet again, we've got to say, Xtreme Gaming just ramping up for late game. Itemization, decision making, team fight taking, everything. Just angles them into this late game position where they take one fight, one initiation, and look to secure them this late game situation.
I think Noob needs to be in that fight. He was cutting the wave, but 70 seconds without Morphling. TA2000 does have buyback, but you lost a big chunk of money. You gave them more levels, and we'll see that again. You can see on the minimap where Noob is cutting the creep wave, but they need that nullifier. They need Shackle Shot to keep them in place, because basically that's their only stun on top of TA2000's Hex that he picked up. So definitely needs to be in the base. And to go back to Butterfly, like, he's not buying Butterfly. Definitely a good game for it. So your Dark Portrait is dealing full damage to you. There is no evasion.
Yeah.
There is some
Yeah, you're right.
coming out from Trickster's Cloak, but, you know, you would definitely love to have Butterfly, but the way they itemized stopped this Butterfly from ever getting into the game.
Yeah, and I guess another little answer there to the question about, you know, why didn't Arme buy Gleipnir? The Maelstrom was just a farming tool, right? It's a stopgap item, buy Maelstrom, then sell it to get into bigger items later on. He's still holding it, you know, to swap for the Aegis if he needs to, but that will end up being sold, it looks like. And Xtreme Gaming just come in and sweep the base. Bottom lane, mid, up to top. Tier 3s and barracks all crumbling. Quest, all 5 alive now, but they're, you know, fighting into a minute left on the Aegis timer of Arme. Rolling Thunder to start things off. Adaptive Strike Strength pops the Lincolns. And Xtreme Gaming, a little reset here to run back with the AoE Vortex. 3 men caught up inside of it with a Soul behind the leash. And the damage out of the illusions. The Dark Portrait goes ham as GQ picks up a triple kill. Disgusting damage output from Xtreme Gaming as Quest tried to buy back to fight, but there's no Morphling left. He's dead for a minute and a half.
Those Dark Portrait illusions, 2 of them, chasing them into the fountain. What the fuck is this, Gary?
I don't know, man. It's absolutely wild. You got Picasso, Manet, Monet. Who cares about those old fellas? You got Xingqiu here. Beautiful stuff. Tier 4 towers dying. A 6 versus 4 now, with Arme still holding Aegis for 15 seconds. And Quest, very few options left to give. Another jump with a 2-man Vortex, back in with a Crush, and tons of damage out of this Slardar and Storm. Sunray out in towards this new Wind Ranger, and there's nothing left to give. Quest are hiding in their fountain now. A buyback maybe to try and turn on Arme, but your throne is falling. Xingqiu on the Grimstroke, Soulbind again. No Dark Portrait this time. It's just Arme and XXS focusing the buildings with XM. And the throne glyphed, yes, but another 2-man Crush will hold them back. Swarm thrown out, and Xtreme Gaming, they've got this one in the bag, it looks like. Just a little more damage.
Can't get it off. No time left.
Arme's dead. Quest is still holding on. 2-man Vortex again from Storm. Kills the Gyro off now. Throne is still alive. But with his Sunray and the right-click damage, Q will turn back on the Wind Ranger and take down Noob. GG called. Quest tap out.
Man, what a game. Back and forth. That one initiation from Xtreme Gaming where they blindly jump in Roshan, like near the Twin Gates, and they get nothing done. They lose 5. They lose Roshan. They lose 1 set of barracks, and looked pretty grim for them. And then PSG Quest, 2000, blanking in, killing DY, and Dark Portrait. Ever since that fight, it was all about Dark Portrait dealing the damage to Morphling and the AoE control. Slardar with his stun, and also having Aghanim Scepter on the Storm Spirit, some nicely placed eggs coming out from DY. So yeah, beautifully, like Xtreme Gaming, they're so good at some of these like late game engagements, decision making as well. If we take out that jump near the Twin Gates, that was pretty horrible.
Could you observe a scroll to the damage dealt? I'm not sure if you can, but Xingqiu nearly had the most damage in that game. There was Noob's Wind Ranger at like 34,000. Of course, XM Storm, 33,000. Just below them, 32k. Miles ahead of everyone else was Xingqiu Grimstroke. Tremendous, tremendous damage coming out of that position for Grim, thanks to Dark Portrait. And you said it like 15 minutes in, right? He was going Etherlands, going Shard, very greedy in that build-up. But once you get to that mid to late game, Xtreme Gaming absolutely popped off. Gorgeous stuff to take game 1 over Quest, as I think we can head over to the panel.
Yeah, so we have so much that we want to talk about with this game, because there was a moment of worry where we thought maybe XG wasn't playing to the right tempo, maybe they weren't being as aggressive as they potentially could have been, or as active as they needed to be, but they had the long-term plan under lock there. I mean, the supports are the first things I really want to compare here, Danog. The combo of the Grim and the Phoenix, more emphasis on the Grim, and how impactful it was compared to the Gyro and the Veno on the side of Quest.
Yeah, I mean, the Quest were always playing for that 30-minute GG-ish, right? Like, this Venomancer can scale somewhat into the later stages of the game, but Phoenix probably one of the best late-game scaling heroes in the entire game. And, I mean, for a game like this, Grimstroke was absolutely amazing, right? They opened it up in the draft as a direct response to the Pangolier. A lot of other teams, when they're going up against this Grimstroke and have the potential for the Aghanim Scepter, they go something that has some form of, like, transform for their damage, whether it be something like, you know, a Bloodseeker that needs the Blood Right, even a Sven, you know, to an extent with a God Strength. Morphling, not the case, and we saw how much damage that Gareth highlighted. He was able to do top 3 damage on a Grimstroke just because of that Dark Portrait.
Yeah, it's super impressive. We're watching that team fight that Lacoste was talking about down at the Twin Gate, where XG were completely team wiped. But I would say after this tier 3 blunder from the side of Quest, that's when it really started to shift as well. There was so much more that went the way of XG. This is when Xingqiu was picking up a lot of kills for himself. But do you think Quest had the ability to push high ground or maybe even end this game pre-35 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, they had their chances for sure. You know, that blunder kind of lost them the game, unfortunately. They had Solar Crest, Greaves on their support. Veno had Aghanims. I think they had what it takes to push and finish the game. But unfortunately, they just lost that team fight because I mean, same goes for me. When I was watching the game, I didn't expect that at that point of time in the game that the 2 supports would just be able to do so much in the team fights with the Soulbind and I mean the Sunray as well from the Phoenix, just doing so much.
Yeah, it's nice seeing the highlights or the team fights back to back here to really show how the engagements were very different each time. Just that small, 10-minute window change, and all of a sudden, Quest are the ones that are retreating. They've used so much and weren't able to get anything out of it. So great itemization on the side of XG. Did they have to play as passive as they did though, Winter? Do you think this was a flawless game plan for them, or could there have been moments where they were shutting down the momentum that Quest had built for themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like early game the Weaver could have definitely been more active in the game. He was like just minding his own business, pushing. I felt like the Slala kind of needed the Weaver to be around him to set up kills, but I guess they were right. They knew that once you get past 30 minutes, you have your scaling items and your support. But when it comes to the direct team fights, there's really very little chance for Quest to win those type of team fights. And on top of that, they mess up the Roche fight and the high ground push once each. So the whole game kind of gone down the drain after those 2 fights.
They were just using the Grim Illusions as well as kind of like the front line for the rest of the team, right? They would be isolating one hero on Xtreme Gaming, and I've seen in multiple team fights now, Xingqiu just had his Morph Illusions dealing with the rest of the team, and you have to kill those illusions, otherwise they're gonna kill you, right?
Yeah,
and
the thing is, like, they didn't have like a blink on Wind Ranger. I feel like they needed to focus the Grimstroke down first in the team fights, and it's not very easy for Pango to do it, mostly because I think he feels like he needs to just roll in and start the fight, and somebody else needs to deal with the Grimstroke. It's either, I guess, the Morphling or the Wind Ranger, and they weren't really actually just targeting the Grimstroke. So Xingqiu had like free reign. Like every single team fight, he just has his positioning with the Aether Lens, the Glimmer, and he just gets off his spells perfectly.
They were really greedy builds, like item builds on both heroes, and I even pointed out like not going plus 500 HP on the Phoenix, right? When we were watching the game, I thought that potentially left him being vulnerable to getting blown up, and he was once, right before that big turnaround team fight happened on the high ground, but he had the buyback, and you were able to make that turnaround happen with the fresh Dark Portrait. So yeah, I mean, they just didn't get punished for their mega greed, so maybe it's something Quest can take into game 2.
Yeah, look, they're gonna, go back to the drawing board for themselves, look at what can happen in the future, maybe have some more follow-up damage if they do want to pick the Pango again, maybe even try and protect it a little bit more.
No. Draw a line across offlane Pango. Draw
I
a
was
line.
gonna say, that was the next thing. That was my next point of view, is maybe just don't go for offlane Pango. We're a bit of haters here on the panel, but yeah, offlane Pango, it was tough for all three cores on the side of Quest. So whilst it was looking good for them for a moment, they weren't able to close it out. Game number 1 in this best of 3 does go towards XG. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it will be game number 2.
7 years old.
Winter outing himself right there, having a bit of a conversation. We're talking about who's the wisest on the panel, and maybe people can have their say in chat who exactly they think it is. I'm not going to put myself up for nomination though, so please don't pick me. But we are going to discuss potentially what's going to be coming out in terms of wisdom for these two teams. What are they going to be able to reflect on from game number 1 to either close out the series in favor for XG or to be able to bounce back on the side of Quest. So Quest, we liked what they were doing. They did have a great early game, but you know, an unfortunate high ground push like we've seen so many times before eventuated to their ultimate demise here. So for drafts, Danog, again, without cheating, any respect bans that need to come out for either team, because we do know XG have first pick for game number 2.
Probably just like a lot of the similar sort of things. Ban out the Giga Busted, the Chen, the Disruptor, IO as well as something that you need to get rid of against Quest, just because you are going up against an IO Marcy team. And honestly, after that, I wouldn't be surprised to see them get rid of Grimstroke if they were planning on picking the Pangolier. But, you know, if that's not the case, then maybe not.
All right. Disruptor not getting let through. Now, I'm not as surprised because was it not yesterday's Quest game? It got let through. That's what I'm going to kind of throw out there. Yeah, I think, yes, they played it against Tundra. They allowed Tundra to get it in their series yesterday. They dealt with it perfectly fine. It did take almost an hour for that game, but they're very well versed, Winter, in coming up against Disruptor.
Yeah, but still, you know, Disruptor at the right hands with the right draft. I feel like this hero is just very, very difficult to play with. But I do like their response, picking the Tiny to try to abuse the Disruptor in the early game. And I do feel like it's really important to be able to try to kill him a couple of times in the lane. Just make sure he's poor, make sure you can bully him, because everyone knows, right? If Disruptor gets past the lane, he doesn't have any deaths in the lane, then he's going to run around glimpse and kill after kill. You're going to get very, very early level 6 on this hero, and you set up even more kills for your team.
I think it's the exact same response that they actually had with the Tiny in that series against Tundra. The difference is this is probably going to be a DY Disruptor, not 9 class. And 9 class, it really didn't feel like he was overly comfortable on the hero. You know, we were saying that he needed to be a little bit more proactive, and DY certainly is that. I think Disruptor is one of his best heroes. Phoenix, obviously, the other one. We just saw a great performance to net XG the win in that game number 1, but I can certainly see them looking to play even something as aggressive if he feels like it's the right lane for it. We've seen Ame break out a Juggernaut, and I mean, Jug, Disruptor, not a horrible lane if you
God,
feel like
please
you've got the
no.
kill threat. I mean,
Juggernaut.
he made it work in the group stage, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, it doesn't change my opinion about the hero. That's the hero from the dumpster.
Yeah, it was a fluke, right, Winter? There's no other explanation as to why.
I mean, if they can beat Falcons or some better team with that draft, then maybe I'll believe it.
They're going to wait for that potential matchup that may or may not happen. You are right, though. Tiny was the response that they had last time. They also paired it with Elder Titan, which does get banned out by XG. And so instead, we see Quest opting for the Mirana to be picked up for themselves here.
Which is kind of nice. It's kind of nice against Disruptor. You can Moonlight Shadow, so maybe you don't get Glimpse. It's kind of annoying sometimes because you're far away, right? So he can't really dust you, and then you can just run away.
I have to wonder if it's going to be Ducalis playing the Mirana or not, just because, again, like when you've got... This is TA 2000 we're talking about, right? And kind of similar to Pure in the series that we were casting yesterday, these guys just thrive on their ranged position 1 heroes. We can see Sniper's already gone, we can see, you know, obviously Morphling's in the pool, Luna's in the pool, Drow Ranger is something even that TA 2000 has gone back to in the past, so... I'm looking for these sorts of things that actually aren't wanting to put themselves in a position where Glimpse is going to punish them all that much. Like, the rest of the team kind of gathers around them. But this just feels like such an oppressive lineup already by Xtreme Gaming, right? Like, you've got 2 movement, forced movement abilities and your own, like, free movement ability that's just going to allow you to have free reign of where team fights take place. And, like, I feel like they're just going to be getting pickoffs constantly.
I'm pretty sure we've seen this draft from Tundra a couple of times. Centaur, Disruptor, Bear Rider. They get a head start in the early game. You're going to be dealing with like 2 supports that can run around, just set up kills on their own.
Yep. Crazy. They can push waves, they can set up kills, they're pretty decent in lane.
Feel like when you see this type of lineup, you need like heroes that are very hard to kill, like some Lifestealer, or you need to try to design your draft to ball together so you don't get picked off by the Bear Rider and Disruptor. Like try to push wave like some DP Lash. Try to build your lineup around that.
Even Lifestealer isn't like infallible though, right? Because you're still vulnerable to getting lassoed. You're still vulnerable to getting like static stormed if you don't go a BKB. And then if you go BKB, then it's still kind of the same situation with the Bat Rider, right? So it's like it might be good for the lane, and it might be good for, you know, a little bit beyond that. I guess it depends how quickly Quest were wanting to run this game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm gonna say not that quick, considering now they've picked up the Naga for themselves. I do like it. This is a more simple way to try and control what's going to happen in a team fight, or at least be able to position yourself when you do get your ultimate off. The only thing is just make sure that the Disruptor isn't able to focus you down with his ultimate, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, the Naga pick here is a really, really good choice. I think it's very good against the Disruptor, and the Bat Rider can reset the fights. I think it's one of his best heroes too. He really likes playing this hero. You have the song into the arrow setup. But the only downside is I think the lane against Centaur, you're gonna kind of give Centaur a free lane. Centaur's gonna farm. Obviously, the Centaur can't stop the Naga from farming, but a fat Centaur with Disruptor and Bat Rider behind him, and you don't have to rush dagger on Centaur this game because you have Disruptor and Bat. So the Centaur can play more of like a really greedy play style. Maybe get your Shivas to deal with the Naga and get your Eternal Shroud. And this Centaur could be really, really hard to deal with.
Is there a support, Daniel, in your mind that might be able to help the Naga have a more stable lane, but also might be able to add a little bit of oppression, similar to what the supports from XG have?
I'm just thinking if even the Mirana is going to be okay to do it. Okay, they're going to go Bane instead. I mean, it does provide a little bit of save. I was just thinking more on the damage front, right? Like if Naga puts 1 point into the ensnare, you know that the Centaur Bat Rider is going to try and get pretty aggressive against you. So maybe you can make that sort of turnaround happen. I guess Bat Rider is kind of okay for the similar sort of thing, right? You can just use the Brain Sap to be able to keep alive from a lot of the harass that you're going to be taking. I'm just not sure if it's going to net them too many kills in lane.
I mean, the Bane is going to stabilize the lane. I think, Ned, you were talking about like if you can actually stabilize the lane for Naga, maybe it would actually help deal with the Centaur quite a bit. And Bane is kind of the answer to it. Like Bat Rider doesn't really win the trades against Bane. And normally Bat Rider wins most of the trades because you have 330 move speed, you have like what 700-800 HP at level 1, so nobody can outtrade you. But Bane, on the other hand, is a exception to that.
This just feels like the meta draft on Xtreme Gaming
Yeah,
right
this
now,
is
doesn't
perfect,
it?
man. Zeus against Naga, perfect.
No one really that has good jump outside of the Tiny, and Zeus is never going to be wanting to be on the front lines anyway, to be the one getting caught.
Do you feel that they were comfortable picking up their mid laner here? One, I mean, we know that Zeus is quite busted, but with the Mirana and the Bane coming out, they know pretty comfortably that it's going to be a mid-tiny for Quest, that it is a tiny Zeus matchup, Winter?
I mean, it could be like a problem for the Zeus later, but in the early game, I think Zeus you don't really lose your lane on this hero. That's why I feel like you don't really care. You know, you care more about like the overall picture where you are supposed to shut down the Naga later. And now I feel like as long as they run up their draft with something like an Elk or some hero that can fight early, be a frontline as a carry, I think Elk would work really well against Naga and with their draft.
Yeah, I mean, they're banning out the Gyrocopter as well. Not exactly that front line, but still good amount of AoE damage to deal with the Naga illusion somewhat. Just thinking, like, if they want to absolutely guarantee that this isn't going to be the Sven, okay. I was thinking like a Faceless Void, maybe, just because, you know, it's a little bit later game, but it means that you're not putting all your eggs in the one basket, and you prevent that song reset, potentially, if you are looking to go in and catch the Naga inside a Chronosphere.
Yeah, I mean, the Sven is also very similar to the Elk. You have a stun, you're really strong in the lane, you can clear out the illusions. I think as a Disruptor 5, you kind of love it so much when your carry has a stun that can help you set up the kill and to also kind of stabilize the lane for you, because Disruptor, I already mentioned, right, you don't want to get bullied in the lane, and as long as you can get past the lane, you get your levels, you're going to be so useful to your team. And Sven Disruptor lane is a very stable lane for Disruptor. And now Quest, I guess you have to try to upset this balance though. I think if they put Tiny off lane with the Mirana, this is not going to end well. I think Tiny will probably be going mid against the Zeus, and you have to try to figure out what offlane to pick that can actually allow you to come out ahead in the lane.
I'm just wondering, like, do you need to come out ahead in the... Okay, yeah, they're just going for team.
I mean, I think they have to come out ahead. If they don't come out ahead, Zeus is going to deal with Naga, and after that, your Sven is only afraid of the Bane grip, which you have Bat Rider and Disruptor to deal with, you know. So their cores are, I feel like they have a lot more freedom in the team fights. Whereas if you don't come up with like a lane winner, I feel like you go to the mid-late game fights, it's going to be similar to what we saw in the first game where Quest is going to lose all the team fights. And right now with the Enigma, so it's going to give them another win condition. You can kind of deal with the Sven, you can deal with the tankiness of the Centaur with your Midnight Pulse, but you don't really deal with the Zeus. So that's like the primary concern.
I feel like there's a realm where the way Quest have done for their team fight is to try to enable as much setup for a great black hole. Like when you think about it, I'm sure this wasn't the long term whilst they were drafting, but Tiny, the blink in, if you toss two heroes together, great black hole if your Enigma's in position. The song as well, we already talked about how it's a great reset, also great for your Enigma to get into position. So I do like that they have kind of doubled down on it, but you guys are making me question what's going to happen in the laning phase. But you both were right with XG taking game one, which means put it all on the line yet again. Danog, some predictions or how you see this game playing out, and if Quest are on a timer yet again for themselves.
I think they are on a timer. Like Winter said, the Enigma does give them a win condition. I feel like you want those big blink black holes, but it's also a sort of game where you need a lot of these aura items, right? You need the pipe against all this magic damage that you're going up against. You need to get out of the lane really well. It's a lot on the back of Malik, and I mean, they've given him last pick, so if there was a game to do it, this is the one. Elimination if they don't get the W.
Yeah, it's do or die, Malik. He needs to be really fat on this Enigma, carry his team, put everyone on his back, and just say, guys, don't worry, Black Hole's ready. I'm here to carry you. I'm here to force a game 3. Don't worry, you know, trust me.
They're going to use Black Hole on cooldown there, but you guys have already said it. It is an elimination game in this best of 3. So Quest, they either have to win it now or pack their bags and go home. So we'll see game number 2. It's our casters, Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, jumping into game 2 here, and it feels to me, again, Xtreme Gaming with much more of a meta draft, stable setup, lanes look good, and Quest, Lacoste, bringing something a little bit different, bringing back that Mirana Bane support duo and the Malik Enigma last pick. Panel seems to think that a lot rests on Malik's shoulders this game. The Black Hole, the threat of it, potentially one of their win conditions to hold on to this game in this series.
They also have the combo. You have Naga Siren plus Black Hole, which has been shown like 10 years ago. Navi, we're doing it. Light of Heaven Enigma, landing some sick black holes. Easy setup. They also have Tiny. It's one of Noob's better heroes. TA2000 on Naga Siren, one of his better heroes. In an elimination game, you definitely need to pull out the big guns, and these are some of the finest heroes that they can play. On side of Xtreme Gaming, Sven as the last pick for them. They needed something to have like explosive damage. I was thinking maybe the last pick for Quest is going to be Axe, considering that there is Sven. I think Enigma does the similar thing. You wanted to have a hero that Sven is afraid of. There is Fiend's Grip for him once he runs in with a BKB, but there is also Zeus to stop that with the Bolt, maybe even Aghanim Scepter, the Nimby. But the big one, the cheap early one, is definitely Disruptor with the Glimpse. You see Bane, all you need to do is have Vision. Zeus will provide you with the Vision. Stampede to close the gap. So they definitely have the tools to protect their Sven against the Fiend's Grip, against this Black Hole. It's just going to be the matter of execution. I think panel touched upon Malik's Enigma. I'm going to be looking what Noob can do from this mid lane. Like, he needs to shut down. He needs to be active early on. They do have heroes who can set things up with the Bane, with Mirana. These are very, like, easy to execute type of drafts. Sleep into Arrow, sleep into Toss, Tiny's combo. So, want to see how that's going to be on side of Xtreme Gaming. They gave him a Disruptor. Ame.
Is he just dead? Where's the Stormhammer? A lot of damage from Omar and Ducalis into Ame Sven. And down to 200 HP. Just going to pop a Fairy Fire and munch on some tangos that DY hands him. Yeah, good start from Quest. You know, kind of tri-laning top somewhat to give Malik an even better time on this Enigma. Oh, mate, not too happy about that. But yeah, if anything's true about Dota is that it repeats itself, right? You talk about this Naga and the Enigma, the Bane and the Mirana combo, the Tiny mid. And of course, we've got this, Disruptor versus Bane, where you've got the chance to cancel out Fiend's Grips. But you've equally got Nightmare and Grip against the Centaur Stampede once we get into that mid game. Lots of little tools for both teams to use against each other, but I think you hit the nail on the head. It's going to come down to execution. And just like we saw in game 1, a lot of smoke gangs, a lot of Moonlight Shadows here in game 2, of course, with the Mirana. something I said that Quest wished they had in game 1 because they were burning through all those smokes to get that element of surprise. And knowing how Xtreme Gaming likes to play, right? Spread the map, play pretty wide for the first 20 minutes before tightening up for those mid to late game team fights. If you can find individual heroes out on the map, you know, a solo black hole, Nightmare into Arrow, the tiny combo, you get these kills, you can build an advantage as Quest quite nicely in those first 20 minutes.
For sure. I think XXS has a complete free farm in this bottom lane. He's playing into Nagasar, not the hero that threatens you. You can easily kill. You can already see him start to put some pressure with the double edge. 2 double edges on TA 2000 down to half HP.
Jeez. Yeah, it means these mirror images, spawning at half health as well. Don't feel particularly good. And keeping our eyes on that mid lane. Noob with the magic stick with 9 stacks or 9 charges on it. Taking a fair amount of damage from XM. And they've both got bottles. We'll get water runes. Just looking to sustain through the first few minutes of laning stage against a Zeus. A potential for, tossbacks here for Noob and support rotations as well. I would not be surprised to see a freaking 8v8 in this mid lane once we get to, 5.5 minutes in. We're going to have everybody and their mums in the mid lane.
If XXS is not having a good time, he's going to come to a mid lane, that's for sure. But so far, so good for him. 13-3, complete free farm. Bane is not going to stop you from farming in this lane. You don't possess a kill threat. He also invested into immediate bracer. Doesn't want to go for this like helm straight away. Instead, just wants to put as much pressure as possible early on. Mid lane, pretty even in terms of CS. Zeus, good hero nowadays. We see quite a lot of Zeus in this patch.
It feels like it's very difficult to counter him in lane. We talk about the Zeus and the Sniper. These heroes kind of can't be countered in the lane. They're always going to get their farm. Always going to be irritating and harass you as well. So you end up having to pick, your Dragon Knights, maybe a tiny here and there, just to try and match up evenly against it and trade things out. Down the bot, the Bat trading with the Bane. Brain Sap and Nightmare there, going to make sure that Xingqiu can't get in on top of this Naga Siren. Tier 2000 will continue farming even after that early pressure from XXS and his double edges.
He has way too much gold. One Centaur might just buy Helm right now. Because he's free farming. Xingqiu stacking the triangle. The big camp has been blocked, so Xingqiu should know something is up.
Even 4 minutes in, we've got, 5 heroes mid? Both Radiant supports come to guard the water runes, meaning XM does not get the bottle refill. Bounty runes both taken as well by Ducalis and Omar. So yeah, a lot of emphasis here to try and give Noob that good early start. And when you've got a hero like Enigma in the off lane, quite often he gets to level 3, 4. You can start leaving him alone, get that solo experience, and start to roam into mid a bit more.
Ame will definitely need some stacks to fall back to. Because right now he's at the bottom with TA 2000. Xingqiu playing a bit aggressive in this bottom lane.
Yeah, but they turn on Ducalis with quite a bit of damage, force him back under his tower. Level 3 and level 4 on the Bat and the Centaur already. I'm just going to farm up through that little pull that Ducalis had attempted to make. XM in the mid lane, looks like he's just been whacked around with an avalanche and a tree. 8 stick charges for him as well, but the lack of bottle refill definitely hurting. While up at top, a glimpse on this Enigma. Ame right on top of Malik. There. Oh, the arrow. That's not enough to hold them back. DY will draw first blood. Would have loved to give it to Ame. Has to take it in the end.
Mirana, not your usual pairing with Enigma. Sometimes you need a little bit of a body in front. Like one of my favorite pairings is definitely Tiny. Tusk can work. XM, he's going to be fine. Pops the magic stick, and he will be level 6 after this creep wave. So they can start to play even more aggressive in the side lanes. XXS will be level 5. We've seen XXS go for some of these solo kills in the side lanes. When he plays Centaur, when he plays Mars. XM, ooh. Arrow doesn't connect.
Close though. Ducalis grabs the arcane rune. How many heroes have we got mid? Pretty much
you
everybody.
Said 8.
It's not quite 8, but there's a hell of a lot. 3v3 in the mid lane. XM protected by Xingqiu, bringing DY across as well. Both supports rotate to try and guard the rune, but forced to take it. So neither mid laner gets the bottle refill. While down at bottom, the point you were making, right? XXS gets to play aggressively on the TA2000.
He's dead. TA2000's dead. So, like, he gets double-edged. And Zeus ulti, he's done so. XXS knows that. And somebody pinged it. I think Ducalis was the one who pinged him immediately. Like, Zeus is level 6.
You gotta be careful. Up the top lane, Arme and DY with the Thunder God's Wrath will take down Omar's Mirana. And also get a bit of damage on the TA2000, so keeping him within that threshold of death. And DY being a sneaky little fella here.
Uh-oh.
Knowing that they've just killed the Mirana, Batrider gets the one to the right, and DY to the left.
Level 6! He's... Disruptor almost level 6, 7 minutes into game. Well, he's gonna TP back to his tier 1 tower. Has a clarity, so that would be his mana. This is
and then you
very
compare.
Big. Level 3.
I look at Bane and Mirana, yeah.
Bane, like, Mirana is not that level dependent compared to some other position 4s. Bane definitely needs levels. Like, you want to have your spells maxed out, threaten a kill on a core with Fiend's Grip. I don't think you're killing XXS. He has the Veil, has one Healing Lotus. Maybe with the rotation from Noob, if they can set things up in the bottom. Who's coming? It's Mirana, and they're also bringing Noob, so 4 people bottom.
Okay, Nightmare into Arrow. The combo is coming. Tiny with the Avalanche, the toss, the Centaur is dead. Jin Q and, TP cancel. Looks like the Zeus there not wanting to continue to get involved down bottom against 4 members of Quest. They're starting to bring the tempo now with an Ensnare into another Avalanche. Jin Q in trouble. 2 for the price of 1. As Quest come down bottom and get both kills.
Yeah, the good rotation. Like we said, that Noob needs to make a move if they want to kill Centaur. And that's exactly what they do right now. Rest of the team in the triangle, scouting things out if there are any big stacks being made right now. There is no ulti available on Sven. He popped it. He's not close by. Maybe they could threaten a kill onto tower down to 60% HP already. And they're doing the same thing in bottom.
Another attempt. Another kill on Centaur. A stomp. Oh, XXS just about scrapes away with his life. And now the turnaround potential. Jinkyu, he's over the top of Ducalis. Ancient deny, maybe, no. Jinkyu says that's mine. Takes the Bane down, and now a good glimpse into the Static Storm. It's minute 9, and we've got Disruptor, like you said, kind of over-leveled here. Not able to quite finish off Noob just yet. They need a bit more time to take him down. A double kill for the Batrider comes out, and Xtreme Gaming, it's their turn to react and respond with 4 members in that bottom lane.
This is a big difference. Like, losing that XP rune makes huge difference compared to like what Bane brings to the table. A level 2 Nightmare compared to level 2 Glimpse, Kinetic Field into Static Storm. Tiny is tanky. Every single time Tiny dies before he can get a Blink Dagger, it does hurt him a lot.
Arrow. It's no stop, hey. It's another Nightmare Arrow.
They need Malik to come and black hole him for a kill, but he's not close by. And this also scouts out Noob. There's Deep Observer Ward near the tier 1 tower. Just scouted Noob, so Ame will fall back to security.
Yeah, grabs his Mask of Madness back in the jungle. And in the meantime, the rest of his team starting to poke at this mid-tier 1. Not the best tower damage from Disruptor, Zeus, and Bat, but they glyph the creep wave, and they'll take it down to at least half HP for now. Or DD rune for
damage.
Zeus.
That's big.
Thunder God's Wrath is ready. All they need to do is get that set up on someone. And I think XXS has spotted Ducalis bottom. I guess if he stampedes, he's going to get nightmared. Just going to chase him down. And there is the nightmare, but Xinkyu's arrival more than likely going to secure the kill. Now, does Zeus secure it? Does the Zeus want this Bane to die in a lot of pain? Looks like no. He's going to die to Roshan instead. Gets clapped by the big man.
Oh, XXS.
Mid lane?
Gets in the vicinity. Mid lane, yeah. Static Storm. There is Glimpse available right now. Just thinking about it. Amplified damage Zeus is no joke.
Still not using that Thunder God's Wrath, though. To kill the Bane. Wanted to hold it for that mid lane fight. Unsuccessful so far. And it looks like it's going to time out before he gets to use the ulti with it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
Noob gets the bottle refill mid, something he desperately needs. 1,200 saved up towards the blink.
away from that Blink Dagger. That's pretty big. They need the smoke. They need to make something happen. 2 supports are still level 4. Let's see if they pop that smoke immediately. Try to get a kill. You need to get Tiny back into the game, but this Observer Ward behind, like, when did they place all of these wards? How does this Observer Ward scout both high ground, like, and low ground? And it looks like it's, like, right on the stairs.
Yeah, I don't know. DY's found some real good spots.
That's Imbo. That ward is pretty imbalanced.
Q placing that one. Yeah, both of them. They're smoking to place the deep observers everywhere. There's also a lane ward up at top in that top left corner as well. And it's going to see Malik moving across, but it doesn't know that Bane and Tiny have smoked up together. It looks like DY is going to regroup into that northern jungle alongside the Zeus so they don't get picked off immediately. And Arme just clearing through massive stacks right now. Already top of the net worth, 1,000 or so ahead of the Naga. Pretty monstrous Sven. Coming to a fight near you soon.
Ducalis is still level 5. Somehow they need to make something happen, some kind of a kill, so these supports get to their level 6s, so Noob can get... This was supposed to be the timing for PSG Quest, where they're getting stuff done. Tiny has a Blink Dagger, you go smoke, find the target. With the grip, Stampede's not going to save them from that, but things are looking very difficult for them right now.
Yeah, because a lot of it was banking on these smoke ganks. The Moonlight Shadow being used, that opportunity from the surprise factor that they can bring to these battles, not available to them yet. And panel, we're talking about kind of being on a timer here. In Naga, not really that super late game hero anymore, much more focused on the mid game, 30 or so minute timing to hit that with the Bloodthorn, get up involved in fights. And she's matching up against the Sven, who of course is accelerating very quickly. As we get later and later, you know, do Quest have to speed up now to look to win earlier? Or can they scale and match Xtreme Gaming?
This is a very scary draft you're playing into. Like, Centaur in the super late game is one mean hero. If you get 6 slotted by a Centaur with Overwhelming Blink, Shard, Kaya-san, Shiva's Guard, Heart, like, you're not gonna die. Like, they need so much to be able to kill you. So I feel Quests are in a bit of a trouble right now, because your Naga Siren, she still needs to farm up. Items are going to be delayed. The good thing is TA2000 didn't die, but he didn't get what he wanted to get from the lane. Another XP rune this time around. Omar will pick it up.
Did you see Bach's Centaur last night?
Yeah.
Faith Beyond went absolutely wild, you know, running around with like 10,000 HP in team fights or something with all the shard double edges that he was chucking around. And definitely something that is very scary once you get late. A smoke up from Xtreme here, though. Zeus, Bat, Disruptor. The trio trying to move into that bottom jungle with the Observer Ward they have there. Saw Tiny a little while ago, but now he's under Moonlight Shadow with the Blink and holding on to mid lane.
Dire are scanning.
Xtreme Gaming can't find anybody.
Dire's bottom
Naga Siren is very, very shallow here, right? Very tucked into the base. Hiding, just farming with illusions. Noob, Malik, and Omar trying to set up and guard this mid-tier 1 if anyone comes. They've got that counter-initiation possibility.
Again, this Observer Ward from Jinkyu that has been planted, scouting behind Tier 1 tower, scouting Tier 2 tower in the mid lane, gives them way too much vision. Every single time somebody gets close, they're like, okay, we know exactly where they are.
TA2000 throws the net at the bat. Jinkyu, Malefist.
Uh-oh,
drops
that's dangerous.
Very low, but Zeus gets the damage down to Malik. Now the toss-up on Disruptor. The 2 supports are dead. Nightmare from the side. Ducalis comes along. Nice grip as well. The stomp onto 4, though. And this Centaur maybe can open up at the black hole. Onto the Zeus and the Centaur. TA2000 going to start shredding into the Zeus. And a double kill appears for Noob. Centaur and Sven trying
with another combo.
2 against the world. A Song of the Siren overlaps with the Avalanche a little bit there. And Quest, they want to continue. They've allowed Sven to come out of sleep. The arrow connects perfectly. Centaur in with another stop, though. Back on to the Tiny to kill off Noob. And Arme standing and fighting to this Naga Marana, trying to cleave into them as well. TA2000, he's dead to Arme. Sven! The lifesteal out of the Mask of Madness, keeping him alive. And XXS with another blink, stomp, double, edge, kills Enigma off. 2v5, basically. Centaur and Sven against the world, gets it all done. Ducalis might be in a bit of danger. He's come back into this fight, lassoed up by Jinkyu as everybody's respawned, rejoined, and get retaliation.
Level 13 on this Centaur. They just own that fight completely. Good spell casting coming out from Quest, but it's not enough. Like Arrow, they're not overlapping the targets, and then XXS lands a 3-man stomp. Black Hole was on point. Noob doesn't have his combo available, but it's a difficult one. Like, Ame still full HP. You need another combo. They overlap the combo here slightly. Wanted to catch both of them, and then Ame gets the stun. But still, like, you can see the power of this lineup. Arrow into, like, ensnare into Arrow. Every single time Arrow is off cooldown, you have so many ways to set it up. But big fight for Xtreme Gaming. It looked pretty over until two of them turned and tried to take 8k gold lead right now for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, just during that replay, I was watching the minimap, you know, because the Centaur joined the fight, as we'll probably watch Jinkyu die down the bottom lane. But XXS joins the fight, gets that massive stomp, and then he's able to reset and be very patient. He goes and hides in that bottom tree line, waits for like 5 or 6 seconds, sees Ame go in, and Quest are thinking, hey, this is a Sven. We are, 4v1. Surely we kill Ame here. And XXS with that next round of initiation just absolutely pummels them. Upper top lane, Sven and Zeus trying to find the kickoff on Ducalis up at top, as Bane with Tiny attempted to take down one of these Xtreme Gaming heroes. 11-6, a 7k lead. Xtreme Gaming, very rarely do we see them come out of that laning stage into the early game with any form of lead. Never mind one this substantial.
This one, I feel like they're not going to let go. Sometimes you'll see them have the lead. Noob, Black Hole, not available for 20 seconds. Omar blinks in. That's a bit of a suicide attempt.
Yeah, and now the jump stomp from XXS, finding the bonus kill on the Tiny, it looks like. A Stampede gonna allow them to press forward with Ame and XM. Nightmare transferred over. A glimpse again. XXS has a blink in 3.
No song in 15.
They know where the real one is. TA2000, he's just about going to get into the fog and far enough away from Xtreme Gaming. He's got TP, and he'll use it.
Supports are under-leveled on PSG Quest. Also, didn't have their abilities. There was no song, no Black Hole. I think you only take the fights when those are available. Tiny right now, he feels like a support. This is level 11 Tiny, who doesn't have a single item besides his Blink Dagger. So, sure, you have your combo maxed out, but that's it. If you get caught afterwards, you're gonna die.
This Centaur is so scary, man. XXS, 10,000 net worth. He's ahead of the Naga Siren right now. And then you still have Ame right up at the top at almost 13k. Blink, Veil, Eternal Shroud for the Centaur. So a lot of this magic damage, that Tiny combo in particular, going to be mitigated quite heavily.
It's time to go for Xtreme Gaming.
He can't jump away. Thunderstruck. The lightning comes in from the Zeus and Disruptor. Noob down and XXS dominating.
Ame will finish off his BKB. Sure, you have multiple abilities that go through that BKB, but still, you can get the jump, try to force one of these bad abilities. UI?
Moonlight? Any reveal? Invisibility is invulnerability? TA2000 with a TP out. Flame Break. No, that doesn't cancel TPs.
Thunder provides visibility. Thunder Strike, Lightning Bolt, Thunder God's Wrath. Ducalis, he's stuck there for like 40 seconds, not gonna put any pressure on the map, instead wants to pick up XP rune. Feels like there's nothing better to do right now, they're not going for any types of a play. Oh, man, Noob is so poor. Batrider will overtake him. If he dies one more time, Jinkyu will have more farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, coming back to that thread of the story for Quest here with this Enigma for Malik. He's got that Blink, he's got the Vlad, needs BKB, then probably needs Refresher Orb on top of that. It's just going to be a never-ending story of need one more item. Need one more item, guys. Try and keep themselves in this game. Because Naga Siren just isn't able to convert this net worth into impact right now. still needs a little more for the Heart of Tarask, and then the Bloodthorn after to be a real valuable threat, honestly. You know, if we look for the silver linings, I'm going to be throwing out some maybe toxic positivity here a little bit.
All
you know,
right,
looking at this
listening.
game through some rose-tinted glasses. Well, if we get to 50 minutes, you know, we'll have, you know, refresher shards and aegises and cheeses and stuff like that. Quest are very good at contesting Roshan. Omar going to get glimpsed and clapped around by Arme and Shinkyu, it looks like. But, you know, Quest very good at contesting Roshan with Song, with Black Hole. You talked about the combo there. Like Shadow gets you into position to be able to take these fights as well. It's just the stepping stones to get to that late game to contest Roshan. You know, you're trying to get over this lava pool with some magma rocks that you're jumping on. You're just being burnt every step of the way by Xtreme Gaming. And they've got to jump in the mid lane. The Centaur, a massive target to kill. TA2000. Oh, hang on. XXS for the Stampede. No, he's not allowed to survive here, is he? They can't let him get away with this.
And
The
Veagle's not
tanky
gonna
boy.
take
3k
Plate Mail,
HP.
Dragon Scale, Eternal Shroud. I think he tanked like 8,000 damage in that fight.
That's a fair amount. Like you're
So,
playing
yeah.
like Midnight Pulse and stuff and you're still surviving.
So to go back to your point about them having a really good late game, Roche taking defense tools, they can scale. Like going high ground against Enigma, you get netted, you get arrowed, tossed back into tier 4 towers. It is still scary. Enigma going for a BKB, holding on the Philosopher's Stone, understanding that he needs to scale in this game. They have Lasso, but you know, if you place Black Hole on top of yourself, they're not going to be able to cancel it. There's also going to be probably Aghanim Scepter Disruptor coming out, considering how farmed they are right now, later down the line, so you'll have something. You know, if you're the one initiating, he can get the Blink, he can get the BKB off, muting the items. That's going to be big, but if he can get the Black Hole off on to like 3 targets, post 45-50 minutes, they can still be in the game. The problem is, as you said, how do you get there?
And then after that, there's another problem, right? And that's buybacks. When you're playing Enigma, you've always got to be worried about enemies with buybacks. So it's got to be like a team fight victory, force buybacks out of Xtreme Gaming. And then, you know, your second Black Hole, or you wait for the cooldowns to come up to go for that additional fight. Lots of layers, lots of steps here that Quest have to fulfill. It feels, it sounds very doom and gloom, but Xtreme Gaming right now are in such a dominant position.
DUI.
Hey,
They need to
careful
run
with
away.
these tormentors.
Teams got better at killing Tormentors. We've seen a lot of funny stuff in the past couple of months where players just die. They're like, okay, I don't want to move. Also, your carries, they don't stop attacking. One of the reasons why supports do die. Dormies can be tricky. There's that BKB on Malek. Seems like there's going to be a smoke again to come out from Xtreme Gaming after they cleared this mid-wave.
Now you know you've got your opponents under your boot. Why not go for potentially just a killing blow here? We're in a situation where Radiant are unlikely to have buybacks. Tiny has one, but he's never going to be using it. Needs to be buying into this Kanda as quickly as possible. I already said he's quite poor, needs to scale. And Bane, the one with a buyback. We'll see if Ducalis is able to sniff this one out. Maybe stop the smoke in its tracks. Xtreme Gaming don't latch onto anybody, but they do spot Omar up at top. Mirana getting run at by XM Zeus.
More
2 leaps
leaps.
remaining.
One
Thunder
leap.
God's Wrath on a Storm Hammer. One more leap, but dead before she can use it. In the mid lane, a lot of pings. XXS and DY in the open. But it's just like 4v2 and they're still so afraid to go on
Thinking.
his Centaur.
Last time
Man.
it didn't go too well. Some deep vision again from Xtreme Gaming. One in the middle lane, scouting the tier 2 tower again. And the one scouting behind tier 2 tower top. Noob, he's really struggling. Phylactery only on Tiny. Batrider, as we said, he's gonna take over, and he did.
There it is, 9,200. So Bat with Blink and Force Staff. Ether Lens queued up for Shinkyu. And they're starting to move into mid again. XXS, 3,100 health. 61% magic resist and 53% physical resist. There's a glimpse here. Nightmare. Noob. Still going to get tagged up by the stuns and the damage. Arme comes in, but the song will reset. Allow Noob to have the grace to get away with his blink. Hard to rise on this Naga Siren, but look at XXS. Straight in, solid stuff, doesn't get the stun.
He
the
got him.
lasso on
He
the
got
Enigma.
Malik.
No black hole. It does come out now, catching Arme and Shinkyu. Malik, with the help of his team, TA2000 turns and kills the bat, but now the stack storm and Arme unloads. Naga Siren's dead. XM's unstoppable, and Quest just losing hero after hero. This is turning into a one-way street. Xtreme Gaming, they've got this one so firmly in their control.
Still, sieging the high ground is not going to be that easy. You might plant your centaur. He's down to half HP, but they should still be careful about these arrow combos. BKB has been used. Abe got slept, bought a little bit of time. I think Malik dies in 3 hits there with God Strength available, but Ame holding on to Aegis, doesn't care too much even if he gets Black Hole. And things are looking pretty dark for PSG Quest right now, on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, one step away from being knocked out. Xtreme Gaming not messing around. Clearing enemy ancients. Looks like they're going to steal the Tormentor as well. A line drawn out on the map saying, hey, down this bottom lane, only real safe place to farm. And maybe if we set up for that next Roshan, of course Sven does Aegis for 40 seconds, then we're going to wait for the timer to come in. But if we maybe set up for the next Rosh, get some vision across in his bottom right-hand corner. There's 2 minutes until the daytime, so potential is there for the Radiant Roshan. And Quest, like we said, one of their main ways into this is fighting around these choke points. Roshan gives them the terrain advantage with the Song and the Black Hole.
They wasted the glyph. Yeah, that would be some damage to a tier 4 tower. But yeah, you have one more left. That's it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ducala's going to get a Wisdom Rune.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just doing anything he possibly can. A Nightmare and a TP home.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not fast enough.
It's like, oh, mate, had enough of the nonsense.
Ame also has Shard available, so more armor, Warcry undispellable, great protection against Tiny's right clicks, Naga Siren as well. I think it's time to try to go and potentially end the game, maybe use some of the buybacks. He got silenced.
He did.
2000, nice reaction time.
All right, there was a Mirana there a second ago. Jeez. Oh, my, just crushes her. Deary mate. Naga Siren at least survives, but yeah, you lose a hero that quickly, and your base is going to get pushed. You mentioned no glyph available for the Radiant here, so XXS quite freely moves up to high ground. God Strength did time out, but it's still a tremendous amount of damage from Arme and XXS onto this tier 3 tower, and very little that Quest can do to stop it.
He's gone for 70 seconds. He can't come. I mean, he can walk back, but damage has already been done.
So tier 3 down, they reset the glyph, they realize it's not worth going for barracks. Just come back, maintain the rest of the lanes, and maybe hunt the Tiny down, as Noob did stick around up here. Is he going to get surrounded? Arme from the south. XXS.
He shows he's in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, blink on blink. Thunder God's Wrath scouts him out. The harpoon into Avalanche, maybe Noob. Nah, no chance. Arme's on his tail. Mask of Madness and the big old hits. When that Daedalus crit will take down the Tiny.
He's so farmed. Big difference between him and Naga Siren. 6,000. That's full Daedalus and some extra gold.
PSG Quest, like, what do you do? You know, is it literally just wait for Roshan and fight around that? Because I'm struggling to see any other options, man.
If you want to leave the base, I think your safest play is to play inside your base, go for some tossbacks, try to set things up with the Song, which is on cooldown for 20 seconds right now. Solo.
Oh,
Ooh.
he didn't BKB. so DY just static storms now. XM, he's dropping low, the grip is on him, but Arme, all the damage coming out of this Sven is just too much to handle. PSG Quest going to be PTSD Quest after dealing with XG in this game. They are being absolutely annihilated. Naga down, 4 gone. Like, do you just call it? You can't. It's an elimination game. You've got to give it more chances. But
Yeah, you gotta give it one more try, but that was pretty bad. The attempt from PSG Quest, Malik. I think like it gets into your head, like what you need to do. You kind of feel like you need to do something, but it's not enough. Solo Black Hole onto Zeus. DY, we did praise his positioning throughout the whole tournament. This guy is just a beast, and playing behind Zeus, knows exactly where they're gonna come from. Drops down the Static Storm. Enigma pops the BKB afterwards. But yeah, Sven is just too overfarmed at this point. Support Omar, he's not playing the game. You're basically a creep at this point.
you are a Moonlight Shadow bot right now as a Mirana. It doesn't feel good to be Omar. And Roshan's going to respawn now. As PSG Quest lose their mid lane. Bottom, the next on the menu here for Xtreme Gaming. Usually, you know, we talk about smoke gank wraparounds, plays you can make as Quest. But now they've got to wait for BKB Black Hole to come up from Malik. That is one of their golden ticket abilities to try and win a team fight.
They have one
Naga
play.
Siren, man.
Song, try to set things up into Black Hole. That's it. That's your play.
Noob attempting a play up top. Doesn't quite catch up to Shinkyu, while Bane obliterated down at bottom by XXS. Dead for 40. Buyback is available. We've seen this a fair amount. Naga Siren's getting all the farm in the world, looking quite decent. But if you don't hit your stride and get into that timing window, 25 to 40 minutes,
the backdoor
really
prediction. There you go.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Straight
barracks
through it.
has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
So one last set of barracks. You know where they're going to come from. Aghanim Scepter getting close for that Enigma. Malik wants to deal additional damage with it. I think it's necessary. You need to have as much damage as possible during that Black Hole, because Tiny, he's all about one combo and needs to wait another 10-14 seconds to reset. Roshan available on Radiant side. I don't think you can leave the base.
And there's still that fear, right? Like, okay, you've got this Blink BKB back roll off the back of a song with your Aghanim Scepter on Enigma. If Xtreme Gaming, just think about their buyback status. Right now, they don't have buyback from anyone but Disruptor. But after this Roshan, they'll have Aegis, they'll have money, they'll have buybacks. And you Black Hole 5, they'll go...
They heard him.
I am being attacked.
I am dead.
Your ally is under attack.
Work. Yeah, time to put in some work for PSG Quest. They need to land gigantic Black Hole. That's it. Tossback, I don't think at this point will even save you. K2000, nice dodge on the glimpse.
Still might die. He's got Song TP. Can anyone stop him? Nah, Disruptor's in the Song, so there's no way of catching the Naga there. Illusion's going to get cleared out by Army right now, though. And a lot of pings, a flurry of drawing on the map. Xtreme Gaming say, hey, follow Shinkyu. A line is drawn down that top lane into tier 3. And Quest, they're smoking up and trying to position themselves to take this fight. Not many chances left. Mirana, Bane, they've got buybacks. Everybody else, one life, and that's
Scary
it.
stuff.
Toss back. Send the Sven in. There we go with the Bloodthorn damage. Arme BKB's up. They turn onto Noob. They've killed up Ducalis. Buyback is there, but Tiny's on the run. Enigma dead to Arme as well. No, you're right. No buyback. So this is a very, very uphill battle. Tiny disappears under the big swings of Sven's sword. And the final lane of barracks going to come in for Xtreme Gaming. Goodness gracious me, 37, a 41,000 lead, over 1,000 per minute advantage for Xtreme. I haven't seen a stomping like this in quite some time. Lower bracket elimination time, and PSG Quest getting hammered by the Chinese squad here as their tier 4s are falling. Naga Illusions dealt with. A glimpse onto TA2000, dodged by the Manta style, so a little bit of flair and play still left in them here. Now, Malik is respawning in 5 seconds' time. Last chance saloon. Last ditch effort.
Radiant's middle tower
They've got one left
so
in the
far,
chamber.
We haven't seen it yet. What are the chances that they land a 4 or 5 man black hole right now?
I mean, the spacing from Xtreme is too good here right now. The jump in from XXS, the song. They see the Zeus, they see the Sven and Disruptor. Malik with the black hole gets onto Arme and DY. The toss, the move onto the Zeus, trying to kill them off. But there's a turn from Xtreme Gaming. The lifesteal back up from Arme. A buyback from the Zeus. Enigma dead. And nothing left here for PSG Quest in terms of damage. Noob and Ducalis being turned around on by the Mega
Jinku's
Creeps.
already done with this game. He's like, yeah, this game's over.
You don't even need me, boys. Why are we paused? Just take it. Arme, take it away. Like, XXS is full HP. 5,200 HP. You are not defeating the Centaur. He could go and hit the throne until it dies. Through backdoor regen, through glyph. Who cares?
He's sitting at 46 armor. It goes up to what they're gonna call it. Go 4v5. I thought it was a double G dropped. But yeah, Centaur basically has like 85 almost up to 90% physical damage reduction.
All right. Jinkyu is dead. They got a kill, but Noob, the god strength out of Arme. Oh, the invis. Nah, they've got reveal. A double kill for this fan, and XXS picks up on himself. GG called. Well play shouted out. On Xtreme Gaming, they advance, knocking out PSG Quest.
Yeah, what a showing from Xtreme Gaming today. Like, so far, we haven't seen much from Xtreme Gaming once we go into the playoffs, but yeah, they really showed up strong here yesterday. They had second game was good against Falcons, but this time around, really pedal to the metal. They just completely ran over PSG Quest. PSG didn't get to play the game in the second game. First game, they had it in the bag, back and forth, but the second game, complete domination from start to finish.
And a bit of change in tact as well from Xtreme Gaming. This Sven last pick looked incredibly good. You know, dealing with a Naga, being good in lane, strong with that Disruptor, but also the tempo it brought. He farms for a little bit, 20 minutes, and then he's like, okay, time to go and kill some heroes, get involved, join these team fights, which is something we haven't really seen that much of from Xtreme, who want to drag things out a little bit later on. So good to see another play in the playbook from Xtreme Gaming there to go for that mid-game timing around the Sven as they take down PSG Quest 2-0 in the lower bracket here as we pass it back to Nat and the panel.
Thank you both so much. I mean, Lacoste, he already said it there. Nation from XG in game number 2. It felt like there was absolutely no room for momentum for Quest, and unfortunately our last remaining Swiss stage team has been knocked out here. But I think that's kind of what's going to happen, Daniel. When you let through so many meta picks, they almost outdrafted themselves on the side of Quest.
Yeah, and even just the support duo that Xtreme were able to start with, right? We were just talking about they've got so much potential just as a duo to be able to get kills across the map. It really didn't matter on to who. They just were able to completely take over the map, take over the game. Honestly, I was questioning it a little bit, like, how are they knowing that these heroes are right beside them? It seemed like they had a sixth sense to when to pop the Thunder God's Wrath, just seeing that people were missing for that little bit of extra time so that they could find someone trying to come and gank them. It gave them the time that they need to be able to get into those items just so they were completely unstoppable.
Yeah, just some god tier game sense to be able to know when to pop that one. But it was tough to see the Enigma last pick, that be their win condition winter, and it have a tough time getting solid black holes off.
Yeah, I mean it's really hard when the Centaur is like so fat, you know, like they got a really fat Centaur because they picked the Naga into the Centaur matchup, which is already gonna make it very easy for your Centaur. Then you have way too many heroes to black hole, I think. You have to target the Zeus, you have to target the Sven, and Centaur is also like unkillable, right? If you don't black hole him, it feels like your teammates don't really have enough damage to kill him off.
And
So
even in the
that's-
later stages as well, like have a look at what item Xingqiu went on the Batrider. He had the ring of the Vizier for the cast range. He had an Aether Lens as well. So depending on where he is in the team fight, he can just lasso out of the
Yeah.
black hole as well. So
He
it just
needed
becomes
way
so
too many
hard.
items.
Mhm.
Lincoln's, BKB, Dagger, Refresher, Aghanim's, you name it, he has to buy it.
It was tough to see. We alluded to maybe Quest being on a little bit of a timer, but it felt like that timer never even actually really started for them. I'd say in a bit of a shock is Noob not having a good showing on his Tiny. Is this just what's going to happen when you do first pick your mid lane like this? Was it the matchup? What exactly didn't allow any of the cores on the side of Quest to get that momentum down?
I think you... Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead, Winter, if you have a point.
I think you kind of nailed it. Like you need to prioritize your mid lane. And I think if first picking your mid lane hero is like not really a great idea. But for them, it's a flex pick. Like Tiny could be mid, could be flex to the support, could be off lane. But I just didn't really like it that in the end they like put him in the mid lane, and you kind of have like to deal with like a Zeus, which you can't really stop him from farming.
I think it was fine to put him in the mid lane because, like we were saying during the start of the draft, right, they did that as a response to the Disruptor. They really wanted to just have that burst damage to be able to blow him up. The issue was later on into the draft, letting these 3 other super meta heroes through that were just basically good in every single situation. Zeus, we were saying in our own little private chat that it kind of feels like the new Lina, right? You just don't lose lanes. And it's so hard to have that global presence, that scaling presence through right clicks, that percent damage, and just an overwhelming amount of magic damage as well.
I do also want to talk about the positives coming out from XG is how they're able to utilize this map. We already know that it feels like a bit of a map hack with the Zeus ult to be able to spot anyone once you do press it. But on top of that as well is how often their heroes were able to escape with just a sliver of health. Winter, we thought it was going to be game over for Sven when he started his lane as weak as he did, but give me some more insight as to how they're able to stay present in the lane and still be quite oppressive and aggressive with the supports and even coming in a little bit on the lower end of the health.
That was a really nice play initially, I think, from Quest, where they parked 3 heroes at top. They almost killed the Sven, and he had no salve, so they kind of knew that that Enigma's going to have a good time on top of that. But after I think Disruptor bought a salve, and he sent it in the next courier. Not sure, but they slowly but surely, he got the pulls off the small cam, and then slowly stabilized the lane. And DY, he was like even level 6 at about 8 minutes because he took the Wisdom Rune. So even if the Sven is not really that farm, but because your support and your team, the Centaur, is so fat, they were able to play off each other with the Zeus Wrath. They just created so much space for Sven to catch up. Right? If you look at their lineup, Sven is like the last hero I care about having farm in the early game, because no matter what, he's going to be hitting creeps, right? He's not going to be the one getting the work done. It's the Disruptor, it's the Batrider, it's the Centaur. They're going to be playing around the Zeus. Those are the key heroes that you want to have a good start on. All of them are having their XP, they're having their gold. Centaur, especially their gold, his gold and XP is just way off the roof because he was given a free matchup, a free lane against the Naga.
He was given that free matchup, but also I feel like we haven't hyped up XXS enough with some of those big plays that he made, right? Like, obviously one of them was just living, but another one was that 4-man stomp that he hit to be able to save Ame, and we were yelling, "Run, Ame, run!" But then he just turns around, fights like an absolute beast, and they get like a 4-for-1 turnaround. So it was just really, really nicely done by XXS. If I had to
That
give
fight,
anything,
his
it was
team
good.
was trying to throw the fight. They were like trying to initiate going in one by one. I think the Zeus died pretty early on, and then it was like I think the Centaur and the Sven 2 versus 4. In the end, they just used their stance and slowly win the fight.
He's like, guys, please, I've got this. Just wait, hold on. We did see the playoffs bracket come up for a brief moment on our screens, as well as the remaining schedule for today. So this is only our first series. It was an elimination one, so we do say goodbye to Quest. But the fact that we have 4 series today does mean that we will be seeing XG playing again. They will be the final series of today. And to find out who their opponent is, we're going to have a look at what our second series is. It's going to be Liquid up against Gaimin Gladiators, and the winner will be playing again later at the end of the day against XG. But before we can get into that second series, we do have to go to a break. It will be a little bit of a longer one, but stay tuned. It's not going to be, hours and hours. It's only going to be about 30 minutes, so make sure you guys stick around, and we will see you for what could potentially be the hypest matchup of the playoffs. Welcome back, everyone. We are into our second series of Elite League playoffs, day number 2, and gosh, couldn't have written it any better myself. It is Liquid, Team Liquid, up against Gaimin Gladiators. We've obviously seen this battle many times before, but I think people have a skewed perception of how heavily favored it is or isn't for Gaimin Gladiators, just because every time they match up, in the earlier part of last year, it was in the finals, and that's when Gaimin had the better of Liquid. But if they were to meet at any other point in the tournament throughout the last year and a half, Liquid has actually had the upper hand. And Daniel, do you think that that's going to be, you know, a repeat of history, that we could be seeing Liquid knock out Gaimin in another tournament this year?
It's possible. I mean, lower bracket Gaimin is a bit of a different beast, though, right? They just always seem to be the ones that are able to, you know, just find that little bit extra. I think where Liquid really have something going in their favor is, like you said, they were cursed for second place for so long because of Gaimin, and there's only so many replays you can analyze before you come up with some sort of strategy that's finally able to get the W. And they have in recent times. On this patch, they're 4-3 against Gaimin, and in this tournament, they're 2-0 against him so far from the group stage.
Well, there you go. It feels like signs are pointing heavily in Liquid's favor. They were also coming from the upper bracket winter, so, you know, maybe that gives them a little bit of a warm-up leading into this. I know the game happened yesterday, but that went all 3 games. I feel like you do learn a lot, even if it is a loss in the upper bracket.
Yeah, both teams are very good at doing their homework, but I think Liquid's a little bit better at their prep work recently. I think they've shown that they understand how to play the meta a little bit better than Gaimin. Gaimin maybe still a little bit stuck in their old ways, you know, but recently they've also been trying to adapt to what's good. We see sometimes Ace doing really well on his axe, but sometimes he's not really doing well, and Quinn is also starting to play some sniper, which is always a good thing, you know.
So is it more heroes when you say adapting to this meta, or suiting it a bit more, or do you also feel like how you're supposed to execute team lineups in this meta as well?
I think it's a little bit of everything. You need to understand what heroes to pick with what heroes, and I've always been highlighting the 3 versus 3, the priority on the mid laner. All these things have to be really done in the right way so that you can actually get an advantage from the draft, or at least don't draft yourself into a corner where you can't really play the game.
And I think that Gaimin were in this position where they were always the ones being chased, right? Teams needed to adapt to how they play, kind of like what we're seeing with Falcons these days, right? But I kind of feel like with this recent vein of form that Liquid have had, you know, they've clearly put in the work, they're grinding, they're boot camping, they're doing a lot, like Winter is saying. Is it going to need to be Gaimin that actually adapts to Liquid's style of play? Because Gaimin plays early, like, lane-focused Dota and pretty tempo, you know, try and finish the game early. Liquid are doing that, but even better in this last, like, month or so. So I'm keen to see if they're going to be able to adapt to that, maybe just find some counter-initiation, someone that's able to, like, shove out lanes a little bit more effectively, just to give them that little bit of extra time so Liquid just doesn't just run them over.
I do want to talk about Liquid a little bit more, just because, you know, Gaimin, they haven't had a roster change this year. They've kind of sat in this weird upper middle pack is what I want to describe them, whereas Liquid, we saw them bomb out in Dream League, right? There is no other way to put it, but they also did quite well in the Bet Boom tournament. So it is this weird seesaw that we see with Liquid. I'm not sure if it's this meta dependent, whether it's online versus offline, or if it's just the fact that they're still really trying to fit 33. And I know that at the start of the year that's something they were talking about, how, you know, there is this big change in leadership and in dynamic between the team and how they want to play. So when do you think now that maybe it is meta, but it is also just a comfort of having that offlaner fit in for them?
Yeah, I mean, the motivation as well. I think sometimes maybe the players are really tired after playing a lot of tournaments, so you don't really see them at the same level as before. And, you know, obviously adapting to 33, he's a very different player compared to Zai. They're both captains in Liquid right now, but both of them are very different. You know, when you look at them play, 33 is a lot more greedier. Zai plays a lot more for the team, and you have to change a lot that you have to do in the game, especially if you're the supports, if you're offlaner 33, because he wants to play very different heroes.
And would you say, Daniel, that Liquid have moved to more how 33 wants to play, that 33 is adapted to them, or do you actually think they've somehow found this middle ground and can at times do both?
I think it's in the middle ground, right? Like 33 has the capability of playing a tiny bit more sacrificial at times. I think Liquid are really lucky in the fact that they've got Mickey, who's got the potential to be both that slightly greedier core, but he is very happy to play honestly, ironically, Dyrachyo style, right? You're going up against Gaimin Gladiators. They're playing a very similar, more sacrificial style of Dota in these days, and it's nothing new to him, right? Like, he's done it for many, many years now.
Yeah, Mickey is, I think, one of the most adaptable players in recent times. Like, we saw him shift from mid to safe lane, and just his hero pool is honestly phenomenal. In fact, last year, Liquid was actually the team with the widest hero pool across the whole year. I think they did 115 heroes or something like that. So they've got a lot in the back pocket. It's going to be tough to draft against them, and maybe even sometimes that poses as a challenge to draft for them. But I do want to see if Gaimin Gladiators are going to be able to get their hands on Chaos Knight. If it's even something that they want to pick up, Winter, because we've talked about it a couple of times of how great this hero is for Dyrachyo's playstyle.
It's not just his playstyle, it's the team's playstyle. They want to move the carry to help the other cause. I think Dyrachyo oftentimes he's been, I would say that he's like the off lane from the safe lane, you know. He doesn't really get as much priority as the other carry players, and he tends to like to play really aggressively. He plays for his team, goes for the Wisdom Rune snatches all the time on his carry hero. And I feel like Chaos Knight is a hero that kind of enables him to do that, and it's a very strong laner, so it's hard to push him out of the lane. And the last time I think they lost to Liquid, he was playing one game he was playing Terrorblade, the other game he was playing Bloodseeker, and those two heroes are not really that stable in the lane. So I think they have to find a stable laner for Dyrachyo. Like if there's no Chaos Knight, they need to find like something like a Sven or Elk that can actually play around your teammates.
Man, I feel so bad for Insania. Just reading a few interviews that he's done lately, he was just like, man, he feels like position 5 is the worst position right now. You just feel not as impactful, and just look at where all the focus is going, right? Like we've got Io, Chen, and Disruptor banned out for heroes that he will either definitely or potentially be playing. Of course, Io a little bit flexible between that, and Gaimin have just really focused on that. So clearly, this kind of feels like a directive towards the stop Liquid from just running us down, basically, right? Like these are all heroes that enable you to do that, find the quick pick off into an objective, or just have super strong pushing regardless. They're still going to go ahead and pick up the Leshrac though, just because again it feels like a very solid hero overall, and you also fulfill so many different criteria with it.
I want to know who you think is a better Leshrac. Is it going to be Nisha or is it Mickey? How often is Mickey like practicing these sort of heroes still for himself, Danog?
I think he's practicing them a little bit, right? But I feel like it's just one of those things that you're more likely to want the Leshrac when you've got a steroid, basically, with you. So that's most of the time going to be the Io. They haven't gone ahead and banned out the Doom, though. Obviously, the Io would help in that regard. But even just having the potential to continuously run on forward, that's really what I'm considering. I wonder if they're going to change up that mindset though, just because you're going up against a potential Razor in the mid lane. So, Razor mid is actually not too bad of a way at dealing with Lesh. Of course, Lesh is still going to be able to deal a decent amount of damage to you, but you're going to make it a lot more costly for the Lesh himself.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean the lane matchup is definitely not great for Lash. That's why you see some games they move it to the safe lane and maybe pick something like a TA, like a greedier mid hero to lane against the Razor. I think their TA got, like, all 3 games against AR, their TA got banned in the second phase. So AR really respecting Liquid's TA.
I'm just, how do you feel about a first pick Razor in general, right? Like, is this just very heavily because it is a counter that you've already talked about, Winter, or is there more to Gaimin Gladiators' playstyle and flexibility of the Razor?
It's mostly for Lash, I think, the counter to Lash, because you deal with him in the lane and you can also deal with him in the game. You can kind of just follow him in the team fights and just try to, I mean, if you go the Blade Mail build, you just follow the Lash around and you just kill him first. So I think overall it's a very good hero against Lash, and especially if you don't have a steroid like an IO behind you, it's very hard for Lash to fight into the Razor.
Just
so
going to say,
try
sorry, finish your point, Winter?
So they have to try to find maybe another way of protecting the Lash in the game. There's still Shadow Demon, which I'm quite surprised that no team has picked him up yet.
I was just about to say, like, this draft is looking very reminiscent of the last game that these two played against each other. Your Gaimin had the Razor plus the CM, you already had the Leshrac, and they did pick up that TA for the mid lane to be able to lane against it. So picks already identical between that, and that one, Liquid, ended in 37 minutes. So maybe Gaimin just have like a pocket pick for themselves that might be able to slow this one down a little bit. They've already banned out the Axe, though, on Liquid, which was one of the banes towards that victory.
Yeah, I don't think any team is gonna slow down here in this series. It's about who can play faster than their opponents. Like both teams loves to play really, really quick, take control of the map, try to play around your early game timings, just suffocate the opponent. And right now with this Tiny is I think a really good hero in this type of matchups where both teams are trying to play quickly, and Tiny can give you the edge because you can find those repositioning initiations on your team.
Yeah, and as well, on top of that, Venge is actually the hero that I was expecting to be really hotly contested going into this game, just because it provides you that little bit of like bait potential. I really feel like this game is going to come down to a lot of the just outplay that's going to be coming from both of these teams, right? And Venge has the potential to do that just through your attack damage reduction, through turning a save into a turnaround into the team fight, even just swapping someone out of position. But Tiny fulfills that role as well in a way.
10 seconds remaining.
I was just like
5 seconds.
scratching my head a little bit because we've seen Boxy's Rubik, it's phenomenal. So I was like, oh, pretty sure that maybe the Tiny was going to go there. Now seeing the Rubik, I know that Insania can play it, like, don't get me wrong, but if it is a support duo, Tiny, Rubik, are we still very happy with that winter? Is there that potential to run around with a core and make as much grief as possible for Gaimin Gladiators?
I mean, I've seen this support duo a couple of times. I don't really like it, but when I was watching the games, I felt like it can be okay if your mid laner is like some high DPS hero early, like something like a Lash or Zeus. It kind of enables those two heroes because you have a lot of setup with the Leaf and your stun toss from Tiny. So all you need is a mid laner that can actually do the deeps and kill off the hero. And the Rubik also kind of provides a save for the Lash, right? I think it's really, really essential that whenever you have this hero, you need to be able to reposition him or somehow keep him alive in the team fights. And Tiny can kind of do that also with the toss back.
So a steroid without being an exact steroid, I guess. Just, you're kind of like a force staff instead of a mana battery.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can put it that way. I mean, Leshrac, as long as you stay alive, you're going to do a lot of damage in the team fights. So, Centaur Techies. Alright.
You say it like it's a question, Winter.
Centaur Techies. It's a strong lane. I mean, they don't see their lane matchup, right? So maybe they're just like trying to get as strong lane as possible because you're drafting into, like, you don't know your core matchup. I mean, it's going to be a Rubik position 5, and Techies you can easily outtrade the Rubik. And I'm always an advocate of when you don't see your lane matchup, you always just try to draft the strongest lane possible for your team to keep things easy for you.
And that it is. There's so much burst damage potential, so much kill threat at level 2, so maybe that's the reason behind this TA pick. Of course, like we've been saying, pretty decent matchup against the Razor, but again, last time these two played against each other, they had...
Was it the
Leshrac...
exact same lineup? Almost
yeah,
the
pretty
same.
much. You had Rubik, TA, and Leshrac on Team Liquid, and they actually ran the TA in the safe lane instead. They didn't run it into the Razor. And I feel like that's kind of a good outcome for this game as well, considering all the burst damage that has the potential to come from this Gaimin Gladiators offlane. Just to be able to, not care about blast off, not care about the stomp and the double edge coming through. So could be good.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur
Rubik
hates playing into
the
TA
Techies too.
because you have no armor. Like the Mel is actually very, very annoying for you to deal with in the lane. I mean, you can kind of build 2 ring protections in the lane against TA, but Techies is gonna have to do a lot of work to help the Centaur in this lane.
But we've already seen how much difficulty that can be when you're playing against a Rubik, right? Like, you've got that save for the blast off. You just lift him up as he's looking to come on in. Don't play too much on the aggressive front unless Centaur is really in like a dangerous situation. Then you can potentially look to go for the kill with that with that low armor if he hasn't itemized correctly. So I'm liking the Liquid draft so far. I feel like you fulfill a lot. You're a little flexible in terms of where your mid and safe lane can go. You've answered the Techies in the lane. There's probably not too much flex left with the Tiny, although I wouldn't be surprised to see 33 play it off lane. We haven't seen too much off lane Tiny, but it is a possibility.
I kind of feel like they need like some team fighter. They don't have much team fight.
That's what I was thinking, Winter.
They need like
my mind.
they need someone to protect the Lash.
They had a Conquer last time, and that's why it's
Yeah,
just banned
now
out.
Conquer is gone. I mean, there is like something like a Beastmaster, which would be really good with the TA. Not exactly like a
Ooh.
hardcore team fighter, but it does speed up their lineup a lot.
What about a Mars? I know you're not exactly the biggest fan of Mars, but I feel like
I don't
until
know
you've
if
got-
33 plays it.
Yeah, but it's pretty great this game, right? Like
It
techies
fits
can't
the
blast
bill
off
for
into
sure.
it. You have no BKB on Razor. You can't do anything, and you can't stampede to run away from a lot of
Yeah.
these fights.
I mean, you can lane against Razor easily. You can spear him away every
Yeah.
time he's trying to pressure you. So it's definitely a reasonable hero here.
I will say this, in the Bebim tournament, he did not. There is time between then and now, but 33 was not comfortable on the Mars. And
Yeah, I mean, Enigma's more his
might still
his
be
style of hero. You need to have units for him to control, to abuse.
True.
yeah. Surprised he wasn't even looking at the visage, you know? But yeah, Enigma fills that void, Winter, that you talked about. Of the team fight, it's very evident there with his ultimate and how they're going to want to try and position and play around that. But now it's on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Is this Enigma something that needs to be directly answered, or are they still pretty happy with their lineup?
I think they need to try to pick like a good lane into the Enigma. I think you at this point you move the Razor to mid, you pick another safe laner, so they're gonna pick Medusa, which lanes really well into Enigma. You can shuffle the lane, go jungle, so you don't really care about the Enigma denying your creeps. And in the late game, you have Stone Gaze to deal with the BKB Black Hole. So I think Medusa was an excellent pick at the end for Gaming Gladiators. It rounds off their lineup really well. Gives
Then
them team fight with the Centaur, and yeah.
Oh, true. Then are you worried that like this Medusa is just going to get hunted down by the side of Liquid, or do you think that the rest of Gaimin's lineup is able to make that space? They're able to push into Liquid's side of the map.
It really depends, in my opinion, on how this offlane goes for Gaming Gladiators, right? Like, if Tofu and Ace get off to a good start, if they may be able to get a kill here and there, even open up that top side of the map by taking the tower, you give Duracho a little bit more space to be able to play around, and it just frees up more space for Quinn to be the one making plays together with CM and Techies, because they're going to have this big window where, you know, I know how important the BKB is for the Razor, but until the enemies have BKBs, you're very vulnerable to just getting run down outside of the Enigma with a black hole.
Alrighty, well, let's see who is going to be coming out victor in game number 1 between these two. It is Team Liquid up against Gaimin Gladiators, our second series of the day, with our casters Gareth and Lacoste.
All right, folks, here we go. It's grand final time. Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid. Wait, lower bracket elimination time? They're down in the bottom? This could be the end of the tournament for one of these teams, man. How times have changed, Lacoste. This looks like it could be a bloodbath as well, with the amount of team fighting, poking, and damage coming out of both of these squads. I think we're going to have a pretty hot match on our hands here in game number 1.
Oh, for sure. I think Gaimin, they drafted themselves a draft that they wanted, and Medusa definitely didn't. Like, you didn't have this Medusa planned. It was mostly as a response to Enigma. Last pick from Team Liquid. They have 4 heroes that they can play with. Razor, Maiden, Centaur, and Techies can go together, buy a bit of time until Medusa feels comfortable coming into the fight with like 2-3 items. Medusa, not like the old days where she's just like, okay, we need her to be 5 slotted. She comes online relatively fast. Like, you get that Manta style, you get Butterfly, whatever you feel like buying as your second item, Dragonlance, an item in between, and suddenly you're fight ready. Team Liquid, pretty similar lineup that they ran against Gaming Gladiators when they beat them in the groups, and it felt really good. Team Liquid, they know how to speed up their drafts, having this Rubik as a 5, which is insane as, kind of staple hero. Not many 5s do play it. Nisha plants down Observer Board.
Right under the nose of Gaming Gladiators as they just get there. A little too late, and the smoke stays on the lash.
Yeah, he's fast. His horse is amazing. Manages to get there without breaking the smoke.
And what does it taste like? It tastes just like raisins.
It really does.
80% of
Good
the
old
Twitch chat, there's a bunch of Zoomers like, what the hell are they talking about? Good old memes from the good old days of Flash animations. Yeah.
Yep. Game Gladiators will use this late smoke. Both of them planting observer wards in the same spot. One on top of each other. We see that quite often recently.
Yeah.
Late smokes, you go inside, like try to go behind tier 1 tower a lot of the times, or just wait them until they go and pick up the rune and backstab.
We'll see if they decide to clash here around the bottom rune.
The battle
Looks like Gaming Gladiators have both of the top ones on lock, and honestly, 3 out of the 4 are going to be gathered up there by Gaming Gladiators for a good early start, pre-lane stage already. I was thinking about how this game's going to develop. You know, the first 15 minutes, we're not quite sure what's going to happen, but you've talked about the Medusa. We know the TA, along with this, you know, tiny support, Enigma, the Centaur as well, all look to reach these kind of 15 to 20 to 25-minute item times with the blinks, the mantas, the butterfly you talked about on Medusa, and both these teams going to be looking to clash around that period as well. And it's going to hit minute 25, and we'll have 5v5 team fights and buybacks galore to make this one a very exciting game one in this series, I bet.
Yeah, mid lane, very interesting one. Both of these teams, they kind of like to play Leshrac. They love to pick it in the first phase if necessary. They could also flex it if needed. And Quinn, he's been opening up with Razor a lot of the times. This is the hero that does well against Leshrac in the lane. There's a new hybrid build on Leshrac without even putting a point in a stun. You might need to put one valuable point, but also if you're maxing out your Edict, this also means that you can still deal damage. Like, Leshrac doesn't rely so much on the right clicks compared to other heroes. His damage comes out from the spells.
There's the potential there, to kind of guard the runes, stay in the river, and be that nuisance in the lane. And every time you look mid, Quinn just static linking, draining that little bit of damage. 15 damage stolen. It gives him an easier time in the 1v1. Deny and take last hits. Up at top, Mickey putting a bit of damage onto Ace, with that early meld and refraction. And Insania, you talked about it, position 5 Rubik, a bit of a rarity nowadays. Thinking about Miposhka, Insania as two of the only players that really do it nowadays. It can be a difficult one to pull out, but you're against the techies, you've got the lift to stop the blast off, and tons of spells to steal in that mid game for him as well.
Looking at the bottom lane, Boxy is still level 1. He gave a lot of XP to 33, who is running low on HP. You are playing Enigma. Demonic Summoning costs 75 HP nowadays, so need to bring that extra region. As soon as he hits level 2, they can start to play slightly more aggressive. I don't think Doraccio is going to die, but yeah, Insania will get the solo kill on Tofu.
Kind of surprising.
Didn't expect this one to happen.
Tofu not leveling up the blast off when playing into this Rubik lane, went for the sticky bomb and the reactive taser.
Taser, very valuable against Templar Assassin. She wants to hit. We've seen that quite a lot when you have heavy right clicker in the lane. The techies, they don't get the blast off at level 2.
Accelerate, playing that right side of the lane, but look at where Boxy's set up here. Blood Grenade, Avalanche, Doraccio down to pretty much no mana remaining. He is handed over a little bit of regen, and 3-3 going to pop his stick. He's dead, though. They don't get the kill on anybody.
Celery fed him a mango, which gave him enough mana, because Medusa, she feels like, oh, she's super tanky, then you run out of mana, suddenly you're dead instantly. But once he comes back, there is definitely a kill threat. They also stole the Lotus from Medusa, which is very important for this lane.
He's always keeping eyes on mid. Quinn. Plasma Shield and Static Link. Very irritating for Nisha. He's dead even on the last hits, though. 18-6, 18-4. Net worth dead even as well, but probably going to start seeing Nisha bring out that little bit more regen, another salve. Maybe a clarity to keep yourself topped up.
Does have Bounty Rune on his side, 4 Bounty Rune coming up, so he should be fine. I think it's more important to pick up the boots at this point so you can run away. Quinn also has his bottle, needs to refill it. Currently sitting at half HP, no mana whatsoever.
Oh, Celery. Surrounded by Eidolons there. Boxy finally cracking level 3, so they had that combo to toss them back. Looks like he's going to drag the next wave as well. Forcing Doraccio to try and last it under tower. Not something Medusa particularly enjoys.
He will bring mana boots to him. So Doraccio will be super tanky. 3 points in that mana shield. Mana boots is available now. We've seen that. I think, not sure who started it, but it was the first time I saw it on Nightfall. It looks very awkward because you are not getting attack speed from your Power Treads upgrade. And it's also like carry building into Arcane Boots, which is not a thing usually on other heroes.
It really isn't. It kind of makes sense, right? You think back to the old days of, buying Ring of Aquila, stuff like that. You kind of wanted that Bassi to begin with. Arcane Boots not that far away from doing the same job. And Sania doing a good job up at top, constantly battling with Tofu's techies, playing off the lane, forcing him to be dragged off to the right-hand side. Then you give Mickey this free time up top, 30-0. It does mean it's like a straight 1v1 between Centaur and TA, so Ace is picking up a lot of these last hits as well. And staying full HP, has a full one, so not really under threat of dying. Just down at bottom. Boxy was potentially looking for a courier snipe, but Celery is going to guard all of the chickens as they move back and forth from that bottom lane. And pre-minute 6, it's time to move mid. Runes are coming up. Boxy, Celery battling in the bottom jungle. Tofu fighting over the top rune with Nisha and Insania there, but it's a bottom rune at haste for Quinn. The RNG gods smile favorably upon the Razor in the middle lane.
You see this rune, you can't really play aggressive on him.
Radiant are scanning.
Sometimes having luck in Dota is what it's all about. Really matters. But they are eyeing on Duraccio. Boxy would definitely love to get the toss back onto the tower. There is no black hole available, but it will be soon. But Boxy gave him a lot of XP. Ace getting initiated on.
Yeah, Nisha's made that move up top. A good lift to stop the blast off away. Tofu still survives, though, and able to turn here. With Quinn's haste rune, they shred through Nisha. They split their efforts trying to kill the Centaur and the techies at the same time. While down at bottom, 3-3 does bring Celery down. And losing your Lesh, though, it's got to hurt. And this Razor was picked specifically to deal with that Leshrac in the mid lane. And then chasing him around in the game as well with that haste rune. Quinn off to a great start.
Under attack.
For sure, level 7 right now. So Plasma Field, level 4. He's going to start to amp up. Will get his bottle refilled in the mid lane. Ace, a bit of a trouble, but there is no trap available, so he's going to be fine. Templar Assassin is farming up on top of the CS. But Enigma is on top of the network because of those 2 kills that he got. Now, with the black hole available, Boxy can, one more time, try to make a move. Duraccio is a bit of a difficult one to kill with one Lotus, Magic Wand, and full mana. So Boxy will probably try to stack, maybe secure the 8-minute rune. Right now, Medusa pretty difficult to kill unless they rotate Leshrac to the bottom lane.
Yeah, or that like perfect timing where Eidolons have just split, and then you get the Avalanche toss, Black Hole. Difficult to
place that Observer ward, but there is already Sentry placed, and with the vision from Watcher, they will be able to de-ward it. This is what you want to see. 8 heroes mid.
Yeah, go for it. Get these fights going. Insania blasted and killed by Quinn and Tofu. Gaimin Gladiator is doing very well to respond to these moves. Everyone moving into that mid lane. 8 minutes in, and Arcane was there for Nisha to bottle it up, so he's holding it still. And Quinn is actually now up in that top jungle, stealing camps away from Liquid. And also, by playing off map, you're offering threat on the TA, right? Quinn could very easily be up in that top lane, but he's farming, being efficient, and also booting Mickey out of the lane, forcing him to jungle, giving Ace a completely free lane to play into with that one little move.
Yeah, you see Celery in the mid lane collecting XP. You know something's happening. There's that rotation from the Lesh that we mentioned. Without Leshrac, you definitely don't have the damage. And now Celery needs to run away. Stampede has been used, but it's not enough. So this should be the tower, and they can also potentially help out Mickey top. Blast off.
Mickey trying to turn and fight back into Tofu, but the reactive taser. Boxy gonna help out. Tofu nearly dead. Getting a bit of distance, but the tree toss is there. As Ace turns and stomps onto the TA, but a double kill emerges for Boxy. Saving Mickey, keeping him alive, getting Nisha and Boxy involved. Very nicely done as Liquid turning the tables on this early aggression that Gaimin Gladiators have been bringing.
Ooh, that was so quick. With Leshrac, Arcane Rune, 4 points, and Edict, you take the tower so quickly. Rotate to the top lane, you're gonna have full mana pretty much because your spells don't cast mana. With Arcane Rune, almost. Don't want to exaggerate too much, but yeah, very low. Boxy and Nisha now smoking inside a triangle to try to steal some of the stacks, but there are no stacks.
So if he was trying to make one, caught in the act. And down he goes. His little invasion there from Liquid. Yeah, I was honestly expecting way more stacks to be made. You've got Lesh, you've got Dusa, TA, all these ancients. You know, we've got a couple of stacks on the far right for Liquid, but nothing else really. As Nisha has been much more focused here on bringing down towers, pressing into these objectives from an early point. Again, Gladiators, they bring the main and into mid to try and protect the Razor. Shield rune depleted. Lift up from Insania. He's got a Stampede, though, to get that gap away from Liquid now. And still hold on to this mid-tier one.
Right now, Insania's holding onto Frostbite, but if you steal Plasma Field from Razor, which is like relatively easy, that's going to be massive. And I think he's eyeing up for that, waiting until Razor uses it to steal it instantly. He's in a good spot.
It's a really nifty little spot, isn't it? Tucked in behind the trees. A lot of good steals here for Insania, if he can get his hands on them. Quinn does Plasma Field. But it seems like Liquid have got a read on this. The Gaimin Gladiators have brought numbers into that mid lane. A deep ward they've placed has spotted Quinn, Celery, Tofu, all looking around.
We've seen almost the exact same ward that came out from DY in the previous game. It was on the stairs. That one didn't get dewarded. If they placed the same ward, it would, but they just scouted out the smoke from Celery and Tofu, running to the top lane, so they can potentially set up an ambush. You can already see Nisha running away towards the top lane, has TP ready.
And Miko steps up, hits the Centaur a couple of times. They're playing aggressively onto Ace here. They saw that smoke coming. Nice lift off. Stops the blast off, but Quinn is still charging forward. The stolen Plasma Field, good slow and damage onto Tofu and Quinn, but they've got a static link on this Templar Assassin. Mickey, he's just dead up in this top lane.
If Boxy didn't have a TP available, he's so close to a Blink Dagger, this is going to be... He's going to have earlier Blink Dagger than Noob had in the previous series, in the previous game that he played. Because he had a rough time. So Boxy eyeing up on his Blink Dagger. With one TP rotation, they could potentially save them. There was Stampede coming off cooldown, so I still think Mickey dies, but they could definitely get at least a return kill.
Yeah, it's like they saw the smoke, they played aggressively kind of into the smoke, so it felt like a situation where Liquid, you know, weighing the options were like, okay, well, Enigma's farming and pushing bottom lane, he's getting a lot of the map to himself. Mid lane's being shoved down, Boxy's getting farmed to Blink. TA losing her life there, but still defending the top tier one. It's at full HP. Is probably a good trade in the end when Mickey is going to end up over in the Ancients anyway. So Liquid still losing TA, but getting advantages elsewhere.
This could be pretty big. Nisha does have Region Rune available in the bottle, which doesn't get cancelled ever since the last change to the Region Rune. Plus, picked up a casual Voodoo Mask. I don't think we see that. So he's going to be life-stealing a lot.
Well, just blow up Ace. Blink debut out of Boxy. That's the catch on the Centaur, and now it looks like another tier 1 tower for Liquid. They're really just trying to gather up all these objectives to open the map for themselves.
If you lose a hero
might get caught.
Against Team Liquid, you're gonna lose a tower. One Edict usage, that's it.
They fall so quickly. Edict, Eidolons. Pushing out that top lane with Blink on Enigma. They want a fight up there, but Mickey is the one that's being surrounded over in his own ancient spot. Celery comes in from behind. Tofu over the top. Every angle and axis you look at, it's Gaimin Gladiators bringing the numbers, not just to get the kill, but to clear the stacks as well.
Mickey's pinging out the Observer Ward on the high ground where it's usually placed, but Observer Ward has been like in the middle, near the outpost, so don't know if that's going to get dewarded, but again, nice move from Gaimin, managing to kill Mickey, slowing him down. This is very explosive lineup from Team Liquid, where you have like Enigma playing off his Eidolons with the shard. That's the next item that he's gonna buy. Drums, Edict, all these heroes come online super fast, and Mickey, this time around, he's been toying with a couple of months ago with Maelstrom build when it's a good game for it, but now wants to have that burst damage, wants to have that Deso, and they also want to, like, if you lose one fight, we're talking about these tier 2, tier 3 towers close to your base. This might be just lights out, or at least the start of it. Toss back.
Nice. Great split earth as well. Boxy gonna get stunned up here. Cancel the TP when he saw it coming, but the black hole. 3 threes on top of both of them. Razor being dragged back into the damage from the Lesh and Rubik. Stampede, does that buy him enough space? Boxy says no! Absolutely not. Shuts them down. 3 kills in a row. Very well done by Liquid yet again.
Oh, 33, he was so ready for that one. Just difficult. Like we said that they have 4 heroes to play off with, but they're not playing together. I didn't see them play as 4 while Medusa is farming. And Malefice is very efficient against the Stampede. You're going to see Stampede being used afterwards, but you're not going to be able to run away. Those sticks are keeping you in place, and then Boxy, low cooldown on his abilities. Winter was talking about the importance of the Tiny. This is the hero that speeds up a lot of the drafts, because Boxy's having a good time. Boxy's 4-0 and 5.
Yeah, having a cracking time. And they're hunting again. Up in that top outer ring of jungle camps. They're going to spot that there's creeps missing, and an illusion from Nisha sees Ace, allowing Boxy to get in there with a stun. A steal on the double edge. Probably not what Insania wanted, but Ace is absolutely dead up here. Surrounded by Liquid heroes. As they bring the numbers and they bring the tempo in this first 15 minutes. It's going to be 12-5, a 7k lead emerging for Team Liquid. And we talked about this with Blitz, right, in an interview earlier on in the group stage. It's like, in Dota, you don't want to go late game. You know, it gets chaotic, gets messy. You want to be winning in that first, 30 minutes. Get a good advantage, push high ground, get the job done. And it seems like that's what Liquid are really doing here, dictating the pace of play. And Gaimin Gladiator is the one kind of left responding, trying to figure out how they want to enter these fights.
Trap scouted them, and there's another trap. Boxy's in.
Oh, Boxy straight back in again. Blows up Tofu with Insania. And now Duraccio. What can Quinn do to save him? That doesn't look like much. They're going to have to stone gaze and try and run away.
Nice. He used the split shot. Insania was dying on him.
Boxy again.
Not enough mana for a toss. They just gave him.
Oh, now they've got it. Toss him back into Mickey to finish off the Medusa. They started off with a body blocks out of 3-3's Eidolons. The chase is on towards that mid lane as well. Maybe if they can catch up to Celery. It looks like Maiden's back up to the high ground, and Liquid again just focused on lanes, map dominance, and creating as much space as they can for that TA behind them.
Always got to keep an eye on 33. He's always doing something sneaky. This guy is too good. Like, he's always up to some shenanigans. Stealing some of the stacks in the triangle. Nisha and 33. Team Liquid, so far, playing without mistakes. They caught off Mickey one time, but these are the smoke gangs. Boxy's in again.
Yeah, and Quinn, he's trying to move forward here, but they've lost Celery. Not much Tofu can bring from the left-hand side. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're being run over a little bit here by Liquid.
It's hard to have
coming.
Perfect score with Tiny. Coming from position 4. A lot of the times you'll see Tiny blinking in and just dying afterwards, because there's not much you can do before you can get the dual scepter, before you can get a force staff or a glimmer, any of these defensive tools that you want to buy into. But so far, every single time Boxy manages to get out of the trouble. And going in again, another toss back.
Onto the Razor of the toss back, you're right. Loads of damage out of Mickey with that melt strike. And Insania with the stolen plasma field that you were talking about. Incredible damage output from Liquid. That is just non-stop.
Need Blink Dagger on Centaur. Ace not having a game. Tiny is getting close to his net worth at the moment. He opted to go for more farm-oriented build, picking up that Blade Mail, putting more points in a Retaliate. So damage is not going to be there, at least from Double Edge. Nisha. Wait for that tier 2 tower. Boxy's in again. Boxy's all over the place. This guy... Sheesh. 15 out of 17 kills. And they have, how many? That's like 2 mana boots on his side. They have drums to amp it up. He even picked up Vampire Fangs, which is not what you're picking on Tiny. 99% of the time. You don't need the spell lifesteal. You don't need the lifesteal. It's more about the night vision. So he can, so he can get those toss backs.
So he can see the
Medusa. It's nighttime.
He can just toss her back. Stone Gaze used. 3-3 already spent his blink, but now we've got the plasma field, the telekinesis, trying to lift and drag people back into this fight as Nisha sprints forward into the depths of Gaimin Gladiator's lines, blowing up Celery and Tofu as the supports crumble.
21 charges.
3-3 still has Black Hole. Blink available in a second. Might not even need it, as Liquid just running roughshod over Gaimin Gladiators with a 5-man wipe incoming. They annihilate them one by one. They've tossed 3-3 away from danger as well. It is just superb, incredible, fantastic gameplay from Liquid here in Game 1.
They're so fast. So many of these fight start with Boxy getting in, and you can see Ace just eyeing up on that position 5, which is not enough. Dyrachyo loses all of his mana. He's just not afraid, because right now there is no burst damage. Like, who's going to kill Leshrac unless he gets linked by Static Link, unless he gets jumped by a Centaur who doesn't even have a Blink Dagger yet? You're not killing Leshrac. He's life-stealing way too much.
This game is revenge from Liquid for all the years of hurt and all the damage Gaimin Gladiators have done to them. You know, thinking back to all the grand finals that they've lost out in, now in an elimination series down in that lower bracket for the Elite League. And even just thinking about like series wins, Liquid 10 wins, Gaimin Gladiators 12 in terms of series. So a couple more and Liquid can tie things up, and this head-to-head matchup can become a little more even. As hopefully we'll break out this pause in a second and see the bloodshed continue. Maybe Gaimin Gladiators, you know, with that blink on Centaur and a couple hundred gold, can start to fight back and scrape themselves back into this game alongside this Medusa timing. But it just felt like the options are limited when you're being jumped by, you said it time and time again, the perfect execution from Boxy. His Tiny has been so good.
This year sounds much better in terms of head-to-head results. Gaimin against Team Liquid. They lost in the groups against Gaimin, and then they knocked them out of the Bedboom Dacha, and also managed to beat them in the group. And so far, at least in this first game, it's looking really good for Team Liquid. They found what they needed. They found that extra spice that it's necessary to bring the Gaimin Gladiators down.
Yeah, 3-3 last pick Enigma. Another jump in from Boxy, catching out Tofu's techies. And it's just quick and simple from Liquid as they bring everybody down here. Pummel into the objective, kill the tier 2, and then at the same time, you're clearing out Ancients, going back to your triangle with 3-3, gathering
it's
farm.
Roshan time.
Wisdom runes for Boxy. And yeah, you're right, setting up for Roshan. Multiple things happening at the same time for Liquid, right? It's non-stop. There's no redundancy. They're not waiting around for something to happen. They are making shit happen every second of the game.
Yeah, there's no downside. Like, there's always something going on. Like, Boxy right now, he was going to pick up 21-minute XP rune. While he's doing that, he's also stacking. He's picking up some Lotuses so that he has extra mana. Roshan. Okay. Seems like Nisha's going to be the one to pick it up because he wants to be the front line. Very difficult to kill Nisha. He also had a shield rune. Let's see who's going to get Tormi. Gonna be Tofu.
Not a bad one. There's definitely something to be said about Liquid's damage output. A lot of magic damage in this early to mid game. So potential if this game goes a little later, we get into BKBs, Eternal Shrouds, Pipes, etc. They could mitigate a fair amount of it. And then start relying a little more on the TA for that physical damage output.
That should help.
This game could very well end in the next 5 to 10 minutes if this tempo is kept up.
It really might. Dyrachyo, he's trying to farm up his Scotty. That's a very expensive item. To get to the ulti orb right now, sitting at 1,500 gold. It costs almost 3,000. So quite difficult, but Scotty, great item if they can pick it up. Will reduce the healing that comes out from Leshrac. All 3 cores are ranged. Jump in again. Boxy, toss back, dead immediately.
Oh! That's a Centaur with max retaliate, blade mail, level 11. Melt strike minus armor just disintegrates him. And now they've got Edict with Deso hits onto this tier 3, forcing the glyph already. 23 minutes in, Team Liquid.
Regeneration rune.
Oh, you're right. So regen rune plus Aegis, and now the dive into base, blowing up the techies. A taste of his own medicine as Boxy goes deep.
Oh, Boxy's stuck
off to the side, but he is stuck. He's got a Lotus to play with, a little bit of regen, but the rest of his team not going to be saving him. It looks like he's going to die, finally falling. Razor in trouble though, pops the Manta to get away from Nisha. Half HP on this Leshrac now. All Liquid, have they gone a step too far?
Bloodstone, they have the damage.
And Ace moving forward on the Nisha, life stealing back up with the Bloodstone, but dead nonetheless.
Oh, not too bad of a fight. These are some big streaks. 700 gold for Celery, 800 gold for Dyrachyo. Going high ground. We've seen in the groups, Bedboom, they've been struggling to close out the games and they were like 15, 20k gold ahead. Happened to them multiple times. Unfortunately, Boxy got stuck. This was slightly too deep for Team Liquid. It was double 4-staff and he was still not outside of the base.
Yeah, and I guess 3-3, no BKB. Maybe he could have made a play with a black hole there, but it's a risky one when you're diving so deep. Holding that black hole, looking for an opportunity, but it just never really came. Just like the position of Celery on that far northern side, making sure that the spread and separation from Gaming Gladiators was good enough to deter the black hole.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Signs of life.
Dyrachio's
Gaming
farming.
Gladiators.
Dire are scanning.
Big old ancient stacks. As Tofu does get caught by Nisha.
Dire
BKB
are scanning.
timing's pretty important here for Liquid to try and keep the ball rolling.
Boxy knows. They just use the scan. He caught
You're right.
Medusa, plants down Obs. Needs
Inside the
toss.
ancient camp.
He will find it.
Toss onto the Rubik. And Dyrachio being lifted and dragged around. Wait, you meant to go? The Stampede's there, but the black hole comes and 3-3. Says this Medusa is well worth my time, my cooldown, and all the effort we'll put into it. Another avalanche required as Dyrachio will get cleared out by Nisha's magic damage. Dead for 50.
Box is playing out of his freaking mind right now. Like planting down Observer Ward, using a scan, that's definitely him. Trying to find Medusa, finds her, gets the toss back, finds the right angle afterwards to stop the avalanche, and I like the 33 immediately. Use that black hole during the stampede. No shenanigans, no messing around. Tier 3 is gonna go down.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Sentry Obs in the middle. Actually,
Radiant
double sentry.
structures are fortified.
One is Obs, they're called sentry, never mind.
You see the
Always
yellow
gotta
eyes
double
on
check.
one of them. Stupid little fish wards pretending to be sentries when they're not.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
Well,
under attack.
tier 3 down, glyph expended, the racks still full. Medusa respawning now. And Gaming Gladiators looks like they'll be able to rebuff Liquid away from that mid lane for now.
This is
High
what we
ground
said.
vision, like you said, all around that triangle.
Find one kill near the enemy base, it's gonna be set of barracks.
They do deward the lane vision, or the base vision put in there by Liquid. This is where Liquid can just, take a step back. Right, we've got a lane of barracks. We are in pretty dominant control right here. Roshan is at least 3 minutes away. We can start thinking about that next Aegis as a game-closing, showstopper move.
Dire's top tower
Game Gladiators, though, wanted to use the BKB timing here of Quinn's Razor to get something done.
scanning.
That's desperately, desperately needed. What are we? 500 away for the Skadi on Dusa. A halberd being built up by Ace's Centaur, but quite distant from that. It really is just BKB timing on Quinn that they're trying to levy into something bigger and better.
They want to have Black Hole available for the next fight. You can see 33 boots of travel into Octarine Core. This guy is farming up. But Dyrachio is slowly creeping into that top 3. But kind of hard to catch up with top 2 heroes on Liquid.
Man, it does feel kind of awkward because, we talked about Medusa and her timing. This is pretty much prime time number 1 for the Medusa. But usually it's when you're stepping up to enemy objectives, right? Medusa wants to be on the front line, pressing into tier 1s and tier 2s with teammates behind her, ready to strike. Not necessarily being on the back foot and waiting for enemies to come to you, which is what's happening right now for Dyrachio. He's sitting on his staircase and looking down from the porch and like, hang on, enemies are coming. I've got to clear out waves and just stay defensive while the rest of my team are trying to farm pretty deep on the enemy side of the map. Looking at Tofu and Ace right now.
Ooh, Nemesis Curse. That's a good way to deal some extra damage on Medusa. Ogre Seal Totem for Nisha, so he can get himself out of the trouble. Ogre Seal Totem, like, in terms of balance between Tier 1, Tier 2, and I would say Tier 2 and Tier 3 neutral items, some of the Tier 3s just sound like really good. Like Tier 2 Specialist Array, of course, really good. Then you have Growbow on certain heroes. Light Collector has been nerfed, so we still see people pick that up because of the region. 5% move speed, 10% was definitely way too high. And looking at Celery, he's in the outer ring, trying to get some extra farm.
Dire are scanning.
Trying to find whatever they can. Maybe if there's a courier by this secret shop. Anything here? No couriers? I'll take you back to Fountain then, alongside Ace. Now, Eidolon's pushing that bottom lane, forcing Quinn and Ace to both be here. Liquid smoked up and trying to use this opening. They're up on the ramp in this bottom lane. Boxy's going to combo the Razor. Gets off the BKB though, Quinn. And a Blink Stomp from Ace going to catch out Insania. Rubik, that point of contact that they'll blow up and take down. Well, Boxy
Boxy's in
looks like he's
trouble.
going to be the second casualty. A blast off and the damage from this Razor enough to take him out. And Templar Assassin. Oh, Nisha from the high ground. Can we get much done here? Enigma on the run, but the Blink Stomp comes. Another catch as Gaimin Gladiators defend their base with numbers. And Team Liquid, again, just a bit over-eager to try and close this one out. Ogre Seal Totem back to the high ground. Nisha still getting tagged up, though. A lot of slows and control coming his way. Mickey and Nisha might have to stand and fight. A Blink Stomp from Centaur catching Lash. Life stealing back up a bit with a Bloodstone, but when that comes to an end, they've got tons of damage on the Leshrac. Mickey's trying to blow up Ace and Quinn, but they'll get the Razor out of there, just losing the Centaur. Blinks back to high ground, but the Glimmer Cape evading the damage, and now Mickey's slowed down. He went back in aggressively. BKB TP looks like it should be successful at least.
Okay, he wanted to take one down before he goes out, but another good fight for Gaimin Gladiators. Power of Scotty coming up from Medusa, slowing them down, and also Quinn went pretty ham. This time around, 33, he was late with a TP. I'm not sure if it was not ready immediately, but they were not on the same page. Then he's like, I need the TP, I need to help my team. TP's in front of the creep wave and dies afterwards because of it. So, yeah, every game is winnable.
I mean, ever since Boxy's death in that bottom lane, it's gone a little downhill. Gone a little squiggly for Team Liquid. The Gaimin Gladiators really pulling out everything they can, every trick in the book, just to defend this base, get themselves online, up and running. And next, Roshan, he's about to spawn. This could be a pretty big fight for both teams.
Really good. I love this from Duraccio. He's buying Eagle Song. You're playing against Templar Assassin. You're like, okay, she's gonna go for Butterfly. Look what Mickey has in his quick buy. It's MKB. So already noticed that. So feels like he's like, that's definitely a Butterfly. But there's another upgrade from it. You can buy either a Swift Blink, but most likely he's gonna get the Disperser off his own. So staying one step ahead, forcing enemy to buy a certain item. I'm not sure, because this is a very expensive item, right? Mickey's going to be able to TP out of that trouble. They have no BKB piercing abilities. Stone Gaze was on cooldown.
It's the old fake out. Like back in the day, we'd have carry players who would buy Talisman to do this. They would fake the Butterfly by buying Talisman Evasion, then see their opponent buy MKB and just sell it and go a different item.
There was also a time where you buy Butterfly, they buy MKB. If you have enough gold, you sell Butterfly and you buy AC instead.
Yeah. Boxy stampeded and caught down in the bottom lane. That TP optimistic as he gets taken down. And with 3 minutes till nighttime, this is a daytime Roshan for quite some time. Gaimin Gladiators just swarming the bottom right-hand corner of the map, knowing that Tiny's dead for 40 seconds. I mean, Liquid in a tough spot now, honestly. Even though they're 14k up, Gaimin Gladiator is the one in the driving seat.
No buyback on Boxy. He bought on the items, has a Yule Scepter for some extra protection. He'll plant down Vision, not the fastest Rosh in history from Gaimin Gladiators, so Boxy might still get into a fight on time. Medusa is not even attacking. They're like trying. It's only 2 heroes. And there's that Disperser. It's very slow.
Nisha into the minefield. Tofu glimmers and gets away as they blink stun Mickey. Just trying to delay this initial move from Liquid. Don't give them some surprise black hole onto multiple heroes. And 3-3 we can see is still smoked up for about 10 seconds. But Gaimin Gladiators, they've repurposed themselves, smoking in behind Duraccio. Looking for the wraparound. The backlines of Liquid here. A little exposed.
33
blinks away.
Quick fingers.
Gets out of the grasps of Quinn. They jump in with Ace, but the avalanche toss out of Boxy. Clips onto the Centaur, and the turnaround focus. Very good from Liquid to try and blow him up, but now they've got a halberd. TA no longer able to dish out damage. And Nisha with his BKB, having that static link on him is kind of awkward. Mickey's stuck on the low ground in the water. Quinn, the black hole, 3-3, he's in. The 2 cores caught up in it, and Mickey just unloads the damage. Takes out Quinn and Duraccio, no mana remaining. He's in the Midnight Pulse and being obliterated. Liquid finally get another big black hole to secure a team-wide victory. Surprisingly enough, it's Insania that grabs the double kill. Tofu gonna get found here by Boxy and Mickey. A bounty rune for his troubles, but dead nonetheless. As Roshan, the pit, and the bottom right corner belongs to Liquid with some great back and forth execution.
Very well executed fight from Team Liquid. They were so patient. Initiation on Rubik, and then Boxy's taking care of him with the Force Staff. Nice Yule Scepter during the Stampede to buy a little bit more time. Mickey, he's chilling in the hot top, waiting for his friends to join or the enemies. Doesn't want to play there alone, and you can see the damage. 33, very patient. They were kind of running out of steam. Medusa doesn't even get the Stone Gauge off in the previous fight, so yeah, it's difficult because 33, he's going to be keeping the distance, has Ether Lens, has that higher cast range on the Blink, so he can easily close the gap, but he has really good front line. Lashrak can buy a lot of time.
And again, Boxy's tiny, vitally important. The way that fight started off, stopping Ace's initiation in its tracks very swiftly.
They understand how important it is that Boxy's having all these items that because he's owning right now. They even gave him Roshan's banner. Very important that he is holding the banner. Holding the best item in the game in his inventory. Better than Magic Wand, apparently. Because that's what's in the backpack.
Was it you? You were saying, right? They should give Roshan's banner some kind of stats, you know?
Something. Yeah, it's either stats, some kind of region, vision, whatever, move speed. Just give him something while you're holding it.
Anything, please. An aura. Roshan's aura. And Team Liquid with Aegis on Leshrac again. 4 minutes of freedom for Nisha here. They've already taken down all the outer towers, bottom lane of barracks. So it looks like from the Dire side, they're trying to play into that top.
And there's that itemization we talked about. Mickey, after seeing Disperser on Medusa, switches from MKB to Daedalus, wants to have that raw damage, that explosive damage when they lock onto a target to kill them during the black hole. 33. Refresher next. It's an expensive item, but he's gonna farm it eventually. Picks up Ring of Tarask. Also very important to have in your inventory as an item. Does have 12 HP region. Components are so shitty, and I know that it had to be nerfed, but it still feels bad after like 6 months. It's like,
yeah, it's pretty pain. So what's 3-3 kind of scared of here then? Yules on Centaur, Medusa Stone Gaze. That's pretty much it, right?
yeah, I think the reason why he's not picking up the BKB is he's keeping the distance. You are playing into Stone Gaze from Medusa, but might need to get it after Refresher if this game goes on. Bryn?
Am I blind? That's a dire scan, and Centaur was like in the middle of it, and it didn't turn red on my screen.
Oh, I was watching Quinn. I didn't see.
Oh, that was Gaimin
Completely
Gladiators.
different side of the map. Rest of the
away
team,
from Liquid's move.
They also want to go there. It's probably Celery. He felt really comfortable farming those Ancients with his ulti. Ooh, Boxy.
Boy, how
stunned them with Roshan's banner. Dropped the banner on top of his head.
This is like a one-time use javelin. You throw it at them. Roshan's banner flying and spiraling through the sky. I mean, Tiny should be able to add it to his, he picks up a tree, then puts the Roshan's banner on the tree. Make a big old spear. Well, here's Liquid into enemy Tormentor. Just very, very quickly dismantle it. And get Insania his shard. So now a little bit of save potential there from the Rubik. If anybody gets into danger. Even has a Blink, Ether Lens, Yule's Force Staff. All of Liquid, with all these towers going down and the early tempo and aggression they brought. Over-farmed on a lot of these heroes. Now Rubik, 14,000 net worth almost.
Insane. Do you think someone's gonna say, Insane, you need to stop farming? You're over-farmed for this stage of the game. You're at position 5. They're gonna easily kill you. You will feed a lot of gold.
Just chill out a bit. Did you need all these items? 4 items as a support? Nah, come on. A DD rune up at top, spotted by the TA trap, but Liquid favoring position over the DD rune. High ground observer
inside the
wards.
base. There is sentry immediately, but who's gonna kill it? You go for this type of a play, you'll get tossed back. Razor with the Illus.
Don't do a lot of damage to that
don't
ward.
devoured at this point. Box is so ready.
Ace is coming to TP back, so Gaimin Gladiators looks like they want to try and mount a defense of this second lane of barracks, which Liquid are poking on. Nisha down on that low ground, just going to cut out the mid wave after a bit of a shove top. An interesting line drawn there by Insania. It's like from mid down to bottom lane. Not sure what he's indicating. Maybe just the natural push of bottom is going to force Gaimin Gladiators down there, while Nisha just goes high ground mid. What's the jump? It's Centaur prodding at the Leshrac. He's got so many tools behind him.
Yeah,
The
left
double
force
force staff. Yeah.
And he also
Another
can
Yule?
use the,
Top barracks.
he can also use the split earth later on with the shard if the game drags, because he doesn't have it at the moment, for extra protection. Yeah, there's the backstab being drawn. They feel like somebody's gonna farm in the outer ring.
It's very, very defensive from Gaimin Gladiators right now, though. Pushing out that bottom lane is 4.
A tithe to the impurity.
What is that? Arcane Blink on the TA. Nice bit of sustain there as you're jumping around. Good with the refraction as well, because it's lower. Oh, hang on. Stampede. Gaimin Gladiators are hunting, but yeah, they completely missed out on that initiation.
Boxy's in.
And now it's Boxy's turn. Avalanche toss, cancelled out a bit by the Yules. Forces up to high
Roshan's
ground.
banner ready. Let him use
And
it.
Gaimin Gladiators are spending Stampede, trying to break out of their base a bit, but Liquid, you know, very, very ready for this kind of move. I mean, look where 3-3 is right now. And this is so efficient. Your team is pushing, bullying, trying to start fights, and you're just like, I'm jungling and I'm TPing top. I'm going to push out top wave, guys. There's farm to be gathered up. I'm 4th in net worth as an Enigma. That's just not allowed. Another jump in from Boxy. Blink toss back. Melt strike damage onto Quinn. They've got to jump onto Mickey's TA, but again, protection from Liquid. Force staffing, drifting people out of danger. Forcing Dyrachyo here to come out of the base and pop the Manta style. Damage from TA not going to come fast enough for the toss back. Yet again, Medusa being focused.
He's losing
Another
mana.
Melt strike. A move from Nisha. Mana is all gone.
All the mana
Arcane
gone.
in a second, but 3-3's here.
Big
on the
black hole.
Secures the kill onto Dyrachyo, it looks like. Hang on. He's healing back up a little bit. Nisha not able to get the job done. Black hole didn't take down the Medusa. She's back towards Fountain, but they'll get the Centaur now at the very least. Mickey still moving forward, looking at Quinn. Plasma field in.
Radiant's middle tower has
But Team Liquid, they've got to fall back and just hit the barracks, get the buildings. So close to basically just winning this game.
Pretty much. They need one fight. Dyrachyo, he's not being able to deal damage. He's running away. Only 1,000 damage dealt by him in the previous fight. 33 has Refresher at ready if he wants to get a good jump. Yule Scepter interrupted the black hole, getting closer to that BKB. They want to finish off these range barracks.
Take down the
The
buildings.
melee.
Get both of them. Top lane's also open as well. Boxy going to use this opportunity to go on Quinn. Oh, the
Boxy's
tremendous
stuck again.
overwhelming damage, but he's still not dead. Tanks through the rest of it. Ace is in again. Yule's into the sky, and the kill off Boxy now. Tiny does die, but it forced the buyback out of Ace's Centaur, and only one barracks remains. The melee up at top, as Liquid so close yet so far.
Healable damage. It's gonna heal up slowly, but not sure if Team Liquid wants to give him that. Nisha with Wind Waker, he can jump in, Diabolic Edict, and jump out. It's being pinged out right now. Mickey providing vision. Nisha doesn't even need to jump.
Straight in, straight out. Get the mega creeps going. Blink away
Next
from
fight.
Dyrachyo as well.
BKB Refresher on Enigma. Double BKB, double Black Hole.
Man, I always forget how short of a cooldown Arcane Blink is. Less than half the cooldown of any other blinks at 7 seconds. With refraction up, you're just permanently blinking and healing.
It's insane. He also just hit level 25 plus 7 refraction instances.
Oh.
Whoever thought of that, love it. Just like 7 out of nowhere. I think it was 8 at one point.
Yeah, I think so. I was wondering if you like, yeah, do they get a raise or do they get fired for that kind of talent at the end? That definitely puts TA in a good spot. Gaimin Gladiators having to contend with mega creeps. You've got Razor and Medusa, but going to need some big damage output from this Dusa right now. She buys a relic and has Nullifier queued, but honestly at this point it might be Rapier time. Nullifier against the Force Staffs?
against Force Staff, against Wind Waker, these Yule Scepters is causing way too many problems. One of the reasons why Quinn also has it in his quick buy, but very far away from it. Roshan will respawn in 30 seconds. They can wait for it. They don't necessarily need to rush in.
These boxy tossbacks. It's been winning Liquid the game from minute 3, basically. Kill after kill. Just watching back this. Duraccio Medusa. And if she dies here with these tossbacks into the black holes, that could have been lights out. But back to live. Nisha and Mickey, they're onto Tofu. A kill on the techies is imminent. Dead as he hits the ground. Buybacks available. Might have to use it here as Celery, the second support, also going to fall. And coincides nicely with Roshan timing, but it looks like Liquid wanting to go for enemy base. The jugular is exposed with 2 heroes dead.
There is Nullifier now on Medusa.
Have they bought out for this?
Going in.
Only Razor has
They have
buyback.
to. They have to buy. Whoever has buyback available. Celery's buyback is ready. Pretty gold.
Mickey, he's too quick for them. Ace tried to jump on in. So many Yules and Wind Wakers send people skywards, and he's destroyed. Even through the Stampede, and now a black hole right onto Quinn's Razor. He's down and out. Buyback is available for him, but the focus shifts very quickly over to the Medusa now. 33 with a refresh back up. Another black hole.
He's
Medusa's
not even
caught in
looking
it.
at her.
You can't do a damn thing. The no-look black hole. Gorgeous stuff. Gaimin Gladiators come out of their base to try to chase down Nisha, but another Wind Waker back to the sky, over the cliffs, far away. He's safe and sound.
Where is she?
As Mickey turns on the Medusa. Everybody's everywhere. Liquid just running rampant over Gaimin Gladiators here in game 1 and forcing those G's to come out in the old chat. Game
33,
1.
what a player. Like, the way he turns, 180, no scope, black hole coming out from Enigma, so he doesn't get stunned even during the Stone Gaze. Very well executed. Boxy, my MVP, without a doubt for this game. He's just playing
absolutely.
out of his freaking mind throughout the whole game, getting those tossbacks, and gets a little bit of a pat on the back from Blitz. He's like, yeah, you did well. 3 out of 5 performance for you. You can do better, Boxy.
Nisha gets the pat on the back, singular. Boxy gets the pat on the back and the front of the shoulder from Blitz. You know, he gets the full love and well-deserved, gorgeous stuff out of Boxy on that tiny. As Team Liquid take game number 1. Very, very nice draft, very well executed. A couple of hiccups, you know, pushing high ground, no easy feat against Gaimin Gladiators, and potential comeback was being mounted there by, Celery, Duraccio, and Ace on that high ground bottom, but it wasn't to be. Liquid got Aegis, they brought the numbers, they got these tossbacks and executed to perfection, taking game number 1 as we pass it back to Nat and the panel.
Thank you both so much. I mean, Boxy, he was the make or break, it felt like, for Team Liquid. There was a little bit of a struggle when it did come to pushing at bot lane high ground the first time around, and then that really did open up the pathway for a Gaimin Gladiators to potentially be able to come in. But Danog, they got a little bit too big for their boots, is the way I'm going to put it here, and a couple of times just really found out of position.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes off what they were doing to transition from the laning stage, right? Even just in the laning stage itself, picking the techies into the Rubik, it felt like they didn't get anywhere near as much out of that lane as they were wanting. I mean, Insania getting that first blood as well. You forced Tofu to go reactive Taser level 2 instead of just a little bit more of that aggressive front where you're trying to make those plays around Centaur techies level 2 timing. Huge amount of burst damage that just never eventuated.
Yeah, I want to continue on that techies point just a little bit. Was it purely reactive that he went that, or was there potential strategy in going Taser in his second level?
I think he just didn't want to give up the first blood, to be honest. And,
Okay.
a little bit of it as well is the fact that maybe he recognized after the fact, crap, we forgot about this Rubik, we forgot that the blast-off isn't going to be all that impactful. I mean, we saw a few of the team fights after it, right? Insania was on point this game on his Rubik, which we come to expect, right? He's probably one of the better position 5 Rubiks in the world.
Mm-hmm. And now, using hindsight, Winter, is there a way the Gaimin Gladiators could have been able to infiltrate Liquid side of the map more than they did this game and give Duraccio a bit more space, a bit more breathing room to be able to be comfortable to farm?
Maybe just a BKB rush. I think if Quinn rush BKB instead of getting a Manta, it will probably help his supports play around the map a lot better because they don't have catch, right? You have a mid-ranger. So if your Centaur doesn't have dagger, your supports are not going to be able to catch heroes. You have CM and Techies here, so you're not gonna be able to do much. So they are really gonna need the Razor to help them, like maybe go to a tower, because if you have BKB first, you can confidently siege the tower against the Tiny. But without BKB, you kind of are just playing for your own game, your own timings, and it hurts the supports in the game a lot.
And Liquid had that luxury of being able to play around a 13-minute blink dagger that Boxy was able to pick up. So, not obviously needing as much of that catch on their side. And yeah, it just felt like they were just a touch disconnected on Gaimin Gladiators and not able to deal with, again, just the intense pressure that Liquid were able to push out. It was already a 2% win probability at the 24-minute mark.
Yeah.
Darachi
probably
was so close
didn't
to getting out
feel-
there.
Yeah,
in
they
that
probably
highlight.
didn't feel like the lane would have gone that bad. That's why Quinn, maybe he thought that he had some leeway into getting the Manta and just playing a little bit more greedy. But his side lanes were not going well, this game.
What is the traditional Razor build Winter, like what, the order and items? Like, does Manta normally actually slot in there?
I feel like this game you can actually buy. I would like Blade Mail into BKB this game, because the Blade Mail kind of gives him some scaling as well. It helps you fight, and it's really good against like Tiny, Lash, and even Enigma. And the armor helps against TA. So I think Blade Mail is a really, really good item here in this game. And just you get the Blade Mail with your early gold, and after that you take a couple of fights, then you start to farm your BKB. And Blade Mail is a lot cheaper than Manta, so your supports are not going to be waiting for a long time before you get the item.
What was the change, Dano? Because we saw Gaimin Gladiators trying to get back into this game. A little bit of a small overextension in the bottom by them. But they were still kind of going toe for toe for Liquid in being able to escape out of that base, still able to farm up. But what really put that nail in the coffin? What enabled Liquid to push in that mid racks and end the game?
I think it was just it was weight of numbers eventually, right? Like you had Wind Wakers that you were able to play around. You saw the Desperation Nullifiers that were trying to buy on both Darachi as well as Quinn at the very end of this game, but they were just able to kite them out so well. Even just Mickey going an Arcane Blink once he hit level 25 for that 7-minute cooldown, 7-second cooldown on it. Once he's got all of those refraction stacks, it's just like, how do you actually lock down anyone on this team? You had to commit so heavily, and all the while, 33 is just waiting on the back lines, waiting for someone to make a misstep, and you just saw him there. That was what ended the game, the double black hole.
Yeah, it's a very different Enigma game than what we saw earlier today. Like, this one finding great success for them, just the way that he was able to position himself as well. So a lot of great frontliners for himself. A similar lineup that they've also won, Liquid, have won against Gaimin Gladiators before, and I could ask you guys about what you want for game number 2, but instead we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, I will be asking you that question, so have time to think about it. And game number 2 of this elimination series between Gaimin Gladiators and Liquid will be on. Our best of 3 series is still only really kicking off as we do have game number 2 between Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators. There was a little bit of a fumble when it came to pushing high ground for Liquid in game 1. We'll see if they can clean that up and if they can make it a nice quick 2-0. I'm sure they won on their part. But if you're a Gaimin Gladiators fan, you want them to be able to put up a fight and bounce back here in game number 2. There is the change up in game number 1. Liquid had first pick, but now we're going to be seeing Gaimin Gladiators have first pick. And we were doing a little bit of brainstorming about bans, about what you do let through, what you're comfortable coming up against. And I think the biggest question is around this Lesh IO, whether you were really willing to trade it at all winter, or if there's more that needs to be looked at on the side of being banned for Liquid when Gaimin do a first pick.
I feel like IO is probably more important than the Lash. I think IO allows you to play that really, really fast-paced game. You have control over the map with the constant threat of relocate, and it just allows a lot of these core heroes to become so much more effective in the game. Oh, it's actually available.
Oh, spoilers, not on the stream. Oh, this is what
Whoops.
we're talking about, Dan. I told you, okay? I just want to put this out there. And I know it's super cringe when talent do this. But I told you this Lesh was going to be more of an issue. And that IO, you're fine to put in because there's the Gyro, there's the Marcy. I'd keep listing more, but I've run out of ideas. And this is where Danong is going to jump in.
Yeah, there's so many heroes, but they picked up... It's so far. I mean, the thing that you actually called out was the Brewmaster ban as well from Gaimin Gladiators, right?
Yeah.
The 33, they just really don't want to go up against it. Any hero that has micro potential, of course, is going to be a big priority that Team Liquid are wanting to have for themselves. And they were clearly setting up for this. Like I still think they probably would have picked Lesh if it was available, just because of the Doom ban, right? They wanted to have that as a guarantee for themselves because, you know, one without the other isn't anywhere near as strong. I'm still keen to see what they actually do with this IO, because Conker's a pretty good response to it, right? Like you relocate in, you just X mark when they're trying to relocate back out, and you're isolating someone. It's kind of like a disruptor-ish answer to things.
That's a pretty valid point.
Also, you just pick team fight against IO. That's the way to beat it, right? Because IO is very single target focused, so anything that's going to be team fight impact means that obviously just everything focusing onto one hero and just buffing up that one hero to be giga powerful is just not going to be quite as effective.
How much focus do you put on trying to shut down this IO winter? You know, is it enough that you think about putting in a backline jumper, or is what Danog's saying about just overpower them in team fights more than enough to be able to nullify what the IO brings?
I think you need heroes that can go to the backline and kill the IO. I think Weaver is one of the good examples. I feel like it's really, really efficient at killing the IO in the backline. You need some mobile hero to hunt him down. If you don't kill this IO in the team fights, you ain't gonna kill the person that he's buffing. That's always gonna be the story of IO. So you have to be able to draft a hero that allows you to do that.
Neither of us are really a fan of the core Wind Ranger, but it is something that Mickey plays a decent amount, so I could see them, you know, popping off with that. Also, Nisha has the potential to be able to make it happen, just for not guaranteed shackle shots, but a little bit more likely.
You know what I'm thinking about? This is kind of tough for Liquid, the position they're in, right? Because we talked about the Marcy, the Gyro being really powered up by IO this patch, but also on top of that, Durachu's Chaos Knight is still in. So it feels like at any point, you're really kind of giving them this trade-off of you're going to have a great pairing with the IO no matter what. They have one ban, and apparently the Chaos Knight is more of an issue down on
Yeah, that's a good choice. I think I would not want to face this
Really?
Chaos Knight.
Really, Winter?
No Nasaj. No. CK is his. I think CK is his best hero right now. So no.
Absolutely not.
It's
take
hard
him out
to
of that
feed
comfort zone,
on
right?
CK, you know. On Gyro and other heroes, it's easier to feed, you know. So it's okay to give him those heroes.
You're never out of position on a Chaos Knight, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the enemy is the one out of position, not you.
What are you going to say, Daniel?
Well, I wonder if they're still considering Marcy, right? It's still been left in the pool, so maybe it's something that they feel comfortable with being able to make a quick pick-off happen. I feel like you have to kind of lean into it, right? Just because they've picked a Conker and they have that X marks answer doesn't mean that you go away from the reason that you picked IO in the first place. Either just to give Duracio the best lane possible, or to just be this insane global focused lineup, right?
Dark Willow's only been picked 10 times. 60% win rate, though. I still get shocked that I see her in pro games at all. It feels like she's been really kind of pushed off to the side here. And There she is, Marcy.
There
I mean,
she
she's,
is.
she's pretty good at dealing with the relocate for
Our
sure.
silent
Like,
queen.
Silent
we-
queen.
Yeah, they are good at dealing with relocate though, right? Terrorize, like you can see when it's coming in, you can set up a bramble maze, you can make it a little bit more difficult for yourself. Hell, even just something like the bedlam is reasonably effective against it, although it's just, you're so sustainable in lane and in team fights when you've got this combination together. So I think that you just need to try and go something that's able to brutally focus this down. I feel like Liquid could try and up the tempo with some heroes though, right? Like Io and Rubik do like nothing in terms of their abilities to be able to control waves. So maybe Team Liquid just go down like, okay, we're gonna do something a little bit more unorthodox and like Lycan against you, or Lone Druid, or just something a little bit more weird in that regard that isn't really picked all that much, but with this support duo, they really can't answer it at all.
I mean, they have overall last pick, right? They could go for Huskar. I think Huskar would be reasonable against this style of lineup. I mean, you
Who's
have
this for? Sorry, which team?
Alpha Liquid, yeah, because they have the overall last pick. But for now, you're probably going to be stuck with picking a carry slash and a support. You have to try to, I guess, be ready for this Marcy. Someone that can deal with Marcy.
I feel like someone should teach Will how to sit on a chair. I've never seen that man actually sit on one of those chairs
He gets
properly.
all his inspirations, by sitting on a chair like this.
He's
You
like
can't
L
stop
from
him.
Death Note. They can't sit normally. It's how they get all their brain power.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Oracle can be very tough to deal with. I want to talk about those two picks, but very quickly. The Dark Willow, maybe reasoning behind it, Danong, if you have one, or if now it makes more sense seeing these next two picks revealed.
No, not really. In my eyes, I don't think it makes that
No,
much of
same.
a difference. Like, I'm not really seeing it all that much. I guess maybe if you're trying to just burst focus one person down with Marcy, Oracle, pretty decent way to be able to deal with it. Obviously, just a lot of that disarm potential coming from the Fate's Edict, or, False Promise. I still feel like you're probably going to die with False Promise, but you can even just look to set up for where Marcy's trying to relocate in. Just drop the Wukongs immediately if that hero is the focus.
Do you see something maybe we don't, Winter?
Not really though. I think everything is already set by Matt. Like here right now, I feel everything is still open for Liquid. Maybe the Monkey can go mid if it's a good matchup for him. And Oracle plus Monkey is really strong in the team fight together. And Gaimin just going for a really, really fast lineup. Beastmaster plus Marcy Core.
Yeah, they picked up the pace. I'm
Yeah,
just
Oracle-
wondering, like, how
Oracle
is...
doesn't do anything into this lane. This Rubik
Yeah.
Beastmaster. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be a problem.
I'm just wondering as well how Liquid actually push as well. Like, Willow doesn't do it, Oracle doesn't do it. You're relying on teamfight wins to be able to
I mean,
do
if
it
you're
with-
killing the enemy heroes, doesn't
Sure.
matter.
Sure, but are you killing them when you've got an IO? Just healing you up, and
I mean, they're trying to
Beastmaster's
use
gonna have a pretty
their-
free lane.
Overwhelming team fight with the Wukong and the Ghost Ship and the Terrorize. But at this point, I feel like the early game might be too quick for Gaimin. With Io, Marcy plus the Beastmaster with the... I think it's probably going to be a good game for you to get a helm and try to push around it.
Yep. Basically everything I was saying around the Beastmaster for Liquid to potentially pick up, it still applies to Gaimin, right? Like, Willow, Oracle don't really do the most against this Helm of the Overlord.
Okay. Game and Gladiator is thinking, like, with banning out the puck here, that it's going to be a mid-kunker. It could
Offlane
still be,
Dunker.
yeah, pushed to either way, right?
Mm.
Sorry, they think it's off-lane kunker, but it could also be mid-lane. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. You're right, Donald.
That's all good. I think they just want to do something that's going to be effective at like shoving out lanes and be kind of hard to catch, right? Because until
Yeah.
Marcy gets Ags, then until Beastmaster gets Blink, or until Rubik gets Blink, it's a little hard to find that initial pick-off, right? So something that's good at shoving out lanes might not be the worst for Liquid. Could you go into like a Keeper of the Light here this game, just for a little way to keep them shoved away?
Yeah, I
plus
mean, for
you're a
for
natural
Liquid-
Spirit Vessel buyer.
For Liquid, I guess it will provide them with like the stalling potential that they need, to slow down Gaimin's lineup. I think it could be a reasonable pick for
And I
them.
could
And
see Willow scaling as well, right? If you do stall it long enough.
Dark Willow,
Mm-hmm.
Aghanim's Midas.
Yeah, for sure.
Is she back?
She's back. Beastmaster's got all those creeps to be able to chomp down.
Well, look, Game Gladiators are going to be revealing. I kind of like jumping the gun, talking about what Liquid need and the position of their heroes. But ultimately, they're going to get to pick based on what Gaming Gladiators reveal here. They have to complete their lineup first, and they are really looking for a Quinn hero here. And I mean, I still see Zeus
They are
in the
basically
pool.
looking
don't
for
know.
Sniper or Zeus.
Yeah. I was like, Winter will have my back if I say Zeus here. I know it.
It's just so good. Like you get so much vision. You can actually initiate on the Oracle a lot of the times, just with the Thunder God's Wrath, of course, just increases
Storm
your
might
global
not be
threat.
half bad.
They
I
ban
think
out
Storm is
Zeus.
good against Oracle.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, go for Sniper. Sniper Beastmaster.
I love that. Winter's like, it's either a Zeus or a Sniper. They ban out Zeus and then pick up the Sniper. Absolutely brilliant call.
Mm-hmm.
But why those two? I think is more the question now, Winter.
I mean,
Why
those,
were you
those two
looking
are
to-
the most annoying mid heroes right now. I think.
And they got plenty of frontline already.
Yeah, the top three Sniper, Zeus, Slash. When I dread it, I see them in the game. I'm like, oh my god, get me out! I have to refill some bottles.
And now you're kind of lacking a little bit of your own catch on Team Liquid, right? It's very unorthodox and almost definitely not going to happen now because you're against a sniper. But with this DK and Razor Bands, I was thinking, like, were they considering a mid-Night Stalker or something like that? Like an answer to the Beastmaster, just chow down on the creep, find the backlines, connect together with the rest of your team in that regard. But the lane is just impossible against the sniper, that I don't think they're going to do it.
Primal Beast.
Primal Timbersaw, maybe?
Something
just
along
don't
those
lane?
lines. Yeah, something along those lines. You have to be able to catch the sniper. I mean, Monkey can kind of do it, but you need a lot of items. You need your Gladiator plus BKB before you can hop onto the sniper. Sniper is not an easy target nowadays because of how much stat you build on the hero.
Yeah, nice. I
There
like
you
it.
go. Yeah, I was gonna say you talked about that before, Dan. I'm gonna do go for the cuddle. What is? I mean, you already said the advantage, right, about pushing this out, stalling it as much as possible, but.
And Spirit Vessel as well.
yeah.
You're a natural vessel buyer against all this lifesteal that you're going to have coming back and all the healing coming from the Io plus Marcy combo. So I think even just the blind as well, from just one point in the blinding light, is going to be quite nice if Duracho is looking to try and get very active around the map.
My only worry is, for Untitled Liquid, right, picking up this cuddle is there a lull in what their lineup does? Is there going to be this time within the game where they might all feel a little bit lost? No one's really at their peak or at an item timing that's going to be able to take advantage of fighting into Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, probably. I feel like apart from Kotal, you fight with your ultimate. I think outside that, they are not really strong. Like if you don't have your Kotal ulti, you don't have your spirit form. I think Gaming can just run you over. This Marcy, Io, Beastmaster with the Rubik just backing up the sniper could get really, really bad for Liquid. And overall, when I'm looking at the heroes, I feel there's a lot of risk with Liquid's lineups. There's a lot of chances of things going wrong. Whereas for Gladiators, it feels like there's less chance of things going wrong with their lineup.
The room for error. So it feels like both of you guys are on the side of Gaming Gladiators here. I mean, that's beneficial for us if it is Gaming Gladiators that win, because it means we'd have a game number 3. This is an elimination best of 3, though. We'll see if Liquid are able to close it out, if they're able to progress, or if Gaming Gladiators have the dream lineup for themselves to be able to bounce back. Let's head on into game, and let's head over to our casters, Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, here we go. Game number 2. Liquid already a game up in this best of 3. And I'd have to agree with Winter and the rest of the panel there. Gaming Gladiators look like it's easier to execute their draft. This Io Marcy, we've seen how potent that can be. And you've got Sniper, Beastmaster, Rubik to back it up. Team Liquid, I don't know. I don't have a read on this draft. It's kind of weird and wonderful, right? Monkey Oracle, Kotal mid, some, old elements we've seen before. But in this configuration, Lacoste, what's your read on it?
It's all about that sustain. Monkey needs to deal damage. It's pretty similar to something that XG did try. It was Omni from the off lane, safe lane, Oracle plus Monkey King. It didn't work out too well for them because this Monkey always needed an extra item. And as panel talked about, it's not easy to just jump this snipers with Monkey King. You need a lot of items, and mid lane, this is going to be pretty boring. Both of these heroes will stack the big camp, keep the distance, basically 2 snipers playing against each other, so not much going to be happening here. Natural buyer, Spirit Vessel buyer on Keeper of the Light, great against the healing coming out from Io, coming out from Marcy. Kunkka is their catch, basically. Kunkka with the X mark. We've seen Marcy Io being super popular. That's great against the relocate, of course, but it's more about that sustain for Team Liquid. These gigantic blasts coming through, healing from the Oracle, Monkey getting the Jingoos. So I want to see how they're going to execute, but leaning towards Gaming at this one. I think this is pretty straightforward
30
strat from Gaming.
seconds to battle.
I can just go through the motions. Systematic stuff. I get later on, I guess you'll have Torrent Storm with Wukong's command, the tidal wave stuff to move people around. I'll see how it all plays out though, as Dyrachyo already getting that D ward very early on alongside Celery near that bottom rune spot. And bottom bounty rune spot. Looks like a heavy contest here from both teams. Numbers being brought to fight around it. D wards, observers, everything being placed just to try and get that early advantage. As Insania and McKay get on top of Ace to bring him to half health already. Fortune's End on cooldown, so no more catch. And the Hawk's very annoying.
Blood Grenade hits him.
Oh, they tag the Hawk with the Brambles. Now Dyrachyo and Tofu still giving chase with a Dispose back on Insania. Oracle's the one who's been isolated. I don't know if Insania can TP out of this with the protection of the Brambles and the high ground he's moving to. Looks like he's got the gap away from them. And Tofu doesn't want to keep going.
That Bramble did save him. No Orb of Venom on Monkey. This time around, starting with Magic Wand, having Boundless Strike. Level 1, we talked about the mid lane. Nisha and the rest of the team. Boxy did place down a Sentry Ward, unblocking his big camp. Very important when playing against Keeper of the Light. I think we were talking about Blitz, about these two heroes, how they work better on Radiant side, because the camp is slightly closer. You can easily stack it with Shrapnel. You can stack it with the Illuminate or just some of the right clicks. And 33 so far, 3-1. Keeper of the Light 5-0. Good start for Team Liquid in terms of CS.
Yeah, I think we talked to both Quinn and Blitz about this situation, right? Radiant side Kotal Sniper feeling a bit nicer. And then Blitz was like, yeah, don't really think about it when you're drafting these heroes. It's a slight difference that just kind of feels nicer in the game. Not necessarily a game-breaking difference or mechanic there. Up in that top lane, Celery does have access to the small camp. So nice swift pull there. Allow Dyrachyo to last it under his tower a little more safely. Good strong lane there from Liquid. Kunkka with the Dark Willow. Now Io, if ever he gets out of position, a fair amount of control to come his way. All down in the bottom spot. Insania trying to deal with the Beastmaster and the Boars. Purifying Flames, once you get that up to level 2, you can potentially start sniping the Boars out.
This could be a big one.
Lift up.
Oh, he's stuck. Never mind.
He is. Has to TP back down again, so doesn't get Mickey into that real good fighting spot forward onto the Rubik because of the lift up onto the cliff.
I just cliffed you. What are you doing down here? Let's see. Another lift. Available on Tofu. Mickey bringing Boots of Speed on his Monkey. Wants to have that extra weight to close the gap. But doesn't have much mana to work with. He can still pop the Magic Wand. There's a lot of spam coming out from Beastmaster. And also Rubik, so sitting at 7 already.
Yeah, I guess in this lane, so thinking back to previous Oracles we've seen go for 1-1-1 build. I can't remember if it was Insania, but we definitely saw it from Xtreme Gaming and DY doing it. This lane, probably 1-0-2, just to try and maximize the burst damage you're doing out of Purifying Flames.
Oh, Boxy has Shadow Realm if necessary for him in the top lane, but no TP.
Kind of stuck there in behind enemy lines. And then you look on the opposing side, 3-3 has got the wave dragged in between his tier 1 and tier 2. So a bit more safe farm there for Liquid. And Boxy going to deny himself to neutrals there, looks like, just to reset, come back into the lane. There's no bottle or anything mid, right? It's Kotal. You're not going to be refilling anything, so just TP back to top.
Yeah, it's not Bottle of the Light, it's Coddle of the Light, so he... no need for it. Going for Urn. Most likely your first item, getting bots, maybe even like full Spirit Vessel, considering the amount of heal that they have. X mark, but no real follow-up. Boxy is still dead.
And that long death time of dying to neutrals always catches me out. Ace and Tofu down bottom, constantly in this small camp.
Io's bugged again. Look at him. Io has this thing in front of him that, I don't know, I've seen, this is the second time I'm seeing it.
Is it because of Sidekick? We've seen it twice now when he's paired with a Marcy.
Okay, it
feels
has
like
to be
there's some-
sidekick then.
It does, right? It's like some kind of
Good,
psychic
'cause-
bug where the animation's in front of his face.
Because he doesn't have hands. It's like you're supposed to put it somewhere, and it's a ball, so it's always going to look awkward.
He's just spewing out some sidekick blue. Yeah, you can see it on Marcy's hands, right? Yeah, bottom lane, move on to Tofu. And Mickey realizing that's not a fight worth taking with a new wave arriving. And Ace still having the Hawk and the Boar out. Maybe now with Tofu dropping to half HP. Insane, you're putting a bit of damage on him. Well, up at top, Shadow Realm out from Boxy to get him to safety. Lots of poking here on the early laning stage, but no blood being spilt just yet. Maybe at bottom now they make a move on to Ace? No? Fake hype? Just a bit of battling once more, burning through all this early regen, but Ace has a salve to fall back on, and he's got away from the Jingu stacks of Mickey.
Yeah. I want to see Orb of Venom. I want to see upgraded Orb of Venom. Orb of Corrosion in this one, stopping the healing. I guess that's why you picked Spirit Vessel, so you have like two really early tools. Dyrachyo, tower is hitting him. Can he heal him up? Doesn't seem like it. And this might be another one if he can hit another torrent in 2 seconds.
Tether to
the
creeps,
left.
maybe?
Okay, good try, good try.
Celery survives, but a kill on Dyrachyo there. A big one for Liquid to take. And Kunkka, 16 last hits, the one who is struggling in this early lane stage in terms of getting last hits and farm. Definitely requires any kill he can get. Especially, start comparing it here to 25 and 10 on the Marcy, loads of denies from her, and the Sniper at 38 and 13. How many times have we seen Sniper here, having incredible amounts of denies
Every
against
single
his...
game. Seems like
mid laner.
this hero is just insane right now. 33. Can come back to the lane. Level 4 right now. Boxy picking up that first blood. Nisha picks up the rune. We'll find Tofu. He's level 6. This is a big kill. We'll give him Earth of Shadows charge. So they might still run at Ace, and they're pinging it out. Ace immediately needs to get out of the trouble. Might need to use this little bridge.
Radiant are scanning.
Looks like he's all right. And doesn't get caught by Mickey there. So 3-3 comes into mid. Takes over that middle lane to try and get himself some gold, experience, maybe a bit closer to 6. And Nisha already, roaming around, but at the same time, clearing through jungle stacks, so he's not completely redundant.
Dire are scanning.
Leaves Quinn in a very wide open space, though, to take that northern jungle.
Quinn has been going for different item build. He's not building up Tank Cardell, instead opting to go for Maelstrom, just more damage after finishing off his Dragonlance, picking up a BKB after finishing Mjolnir, so playing more of a farm-oriented sniper. You can still get Aghanim Scepter later on, but most of the time you want to finish off the Pike, maybe buy a Blood Grenade to push yourself out of the trouble. And I feel like that's going to be the item build for this one. Nisha farming up the jungle a lot, stacking for himself, going immediately into that Spirit Vessel. They're leaving Boxy alone in the top lane because Boxy can Shadow Realm TP out if he's in danger, and he TPs to a tier 2 tower. They have no stuns.
Yeah, away he goes. A nice distribution of space on the map here from Liquid. Trying to get the most they can out of a pretty rough top lane from this Willow and the Kunkka. And once Kunkka hits 6, then we can start to see 3-3 maybe rotating with his X-Mark boat to play with the rest of his squad. Yeah, playing off the map here. Nisha just tucked away and hiding. So yeah, the sniper build, I think we've quite often seen double Wraithband as well, but Quinn is skipping that second Wraithband, going straight Dragonlance. So he's not going to be as tanky as we've seen some of these mid-snipers, but with stick strength treads, still a pretty hard target to bring down.
Yeah, a lot of the
Especially if he
times
has
we'll
some
see
help.
Sniper with double Wraithband, Magic Wand, Fairy Fire, and the Raindrop treads. Neutral items, that's like 2,000 HP that you need to go through.
Yeah. I think it's pretty nutty. I mean, gap close-wise, Liquid are relying on Monkey King plus X-Mark. If I use the Monkey King now, considering the Wukong's command, but realizing he doesn't need it. Now the Sniper's shown his face, though. Wukong's to catch out Tofu. A bit more magic nuke here from Nisha. Turning on to Quinn.
He's in
there
trouble.
we go. With the Illuminate over the top, the Sniper joins the fight and loses his life. Meanwhile, 3-3 is holding back Dyrachyo and Celery, so Boxy and 3-3 slip away from the grasp of that top lane.
33 having a really bad game, can't really do much in that one. Might snipe a courier. Look at him. He's actually going for it and playing behind enemy lines. So we'll get the courier. And also farmed a new spot. Made a new slot for him. So, like, who's going to stop him? Beastmaster's level 5. Rubik has 1 point in list, so he might try to set things up on 33.
Glyphing this one melee creep.
Yeah.
I guess bottom tower as well being glyphed. There's a catapult on it.
They
But
know.
it's funnier if it's
He
just a
should,
melee
he should
creep.
TP out. I think he should TP out as soon as he saw that scan
dead.
connecting. Quinn. He's not getting out of this one.
Well done by Tofu. Holding his lift. Making sure he's in position here to absolutely secure the kill. Not even wasting the mana on it. The 33 down. It did take a while, you know, Quinn and Tofu having to expend their time and effort to come up here to bring him down. Gives a bit of map space over to Liquid.
Ace denies the tower in the bottom lane. And there's that Orb of Corrosion that I mentioned. The lifesteal, the healing is not going to be there if you have Spirit Vessel on you. That's a lot. That's 45. And then you have 20% coming out from Orb of Corrosion.
Jeez.
Coddle is one mean hero. Solar Bind, what an ability.
I mean, 10 minutes in, he's just doing 1,000 damage in a second. Yeah, 912 damage from the Cottle with one Illuminate.
Bring back Mana Leak.
No! Please,
Dofu's
no.
in trouble now. And Dofu's dead. Like, you get Solar Bind on you, Spirit Vessel, you're immediately dead. And these heroes can't protect themselves.
3-3 was also itching to get on top of that sniper, it looks like. And doesn't quite land the torrent. Can't get there with the X mark. Boxy's wrapping around, but under dire vision, so spotted. As the scan clips the sniper for a second and turns red, but Quinn obviously senses and knows that something's not quite right. Liquid once again.
Members.
Fast tempo. And we're getting the level 6s on their supports as well. Insania and Boxy both have their ultis available. And in the games we've seen this Dark Willow, Bedlam has looked very good when you've got a jumping hero. The Centaurs and Primal Beasts, you put it on them, they charge forward. In this kind of game, you know, who's it going to be? Who do you put Bedlam on?
Monkey, I guess. You have either Monkey or Kunkka running in. These are not like blink initiators, but they will be in your face. It's not like your Centaur running in. So tower for Team Liquid, 2k gold. So far, so good. They are managing to get most out of the lanes, and they want to hunt them down. Farmlet about to be finished on Marcy, so that's going to increase his farming capabilities. Wait. Has Spark of Courage.
Whoa. Did you just say Farmlet? I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. I want to give you props for that one if you actually said it.
Yeah, I did.
Absolute
and we can see,
beast, aren't you? Jeez.
Yeah, we can see the triangle, how fast these are gonna die. This is a new tech build on Marcy. Max out the sidekick, have armlet, be tethered up to IO, have that insane attack speed, have the healing. We haven't seen it in action yet, but it also does allow you roar.
On the monkey. Mickey with a boundless strike and the Wukongs. Getting disposed around. Insania, though, has this false promise, and the lifesteal out of the Jingu might be able to keep the
heals are
Mickey
coming
alive.
out. He's got to back
heals.
full HP.
Illuminate Jingu. He's back to full. Jumping onto Quinn. The Solar Bind is in, and Quinn is dead. Blasted off the face of the map. Gaimin Gladiators again lose 2 core heroes, and a repeat of game number 1. Celery. The Torrent doesn't clip him, but the Brambles will. All stuck and held in place. As Team Liquid, 2 games in a row now, toppling dominoes over, tier 1s being crumbled, and Gaimin Gladiators just being pantsed in this one. They're being done in.
This is what we wanted to see from that Extreme Gaming draft. We were hyping it so much. We were very eager to see it in action. It never came down to that. This is exactly what it's supposed to do. Have this gigantic Monkey King. The heals are coming through. Blast hits him. Spirit Vessel, back to full HP, 1 heal from Oracle, and he's going into mech. It's going to be all about Mickey jumping in, soaking up the damage, and nicely timed ulti that came from Insania. If he dies there, I think the fight's completely different, but yeah, quick on the fingers, using that ulti. There was no follow-up damage. Sniper doesn't even have a point in ulti at the moment.
No, and now Gaimin Gladiators kind of licking their wounds, trying to find a spot on the map where they feel safe to try and farm up, but the top jungle is getting pretty congested. Overpopulation issues here for Ace, bringing all his summons, Quinn's clearing a camp and then wanting to go to lane. Marcy and Io in that outer ring up to the far north of the map as well. And then I mean, the big circle drawn by Liquid, right? Insane is like, this is where they are. That's where they're stuck. Let them play there. We'll take bottom. We'll take bottom lane, bottom jungle, enemy ancients on both sides.
Oh,
Take the mid lane.
He's going for enemy XP rune.
The
TP
Kobold.
on Kobold.
Oh, Rubik does get the wisdom rune. The relocating onto Mickey now. Oh, dangerous times for Liquid. The reactions and responses from Gaming Gladiators. Very strong move from this Io and Marcy. Nisha, Insane, trying to get away with a blinding light to push them back. And relocate out of there as they come in, snipe the monkey, get the wisdom rune, and quickly get the hell out.
Torrent stolen. That was so close. I think he was slightly... He needed like 0.1 second to be able to get it.
It was very close. 33, still going to go deep here to try and find Tofu. But, the Illuminate from long range. Gandalf and his white horses down the river, taking one down, but 33 is deep behind enemy line. He's disposed and killed as Insania might be the straggler that's just left stranded here. Gaming Gladiators have got the movement speed and the catch to chase him down. He's not going to ulti himself. Just die and accept your fate.
Oh, not too bad of a fight for Gaimin. It all started. Insania was pinging it. I want to see that again, because I was watching him, and I think he was in the range, like last millisecond. He just like needed to lift his hands and cast it. A bit unfortunate for them, because if he gets it off, you have this pretty much same scenario that happened in the previous fight.
Yeah, pretty much. Some good signs of life, though, from Gaming Gladiators. It's looked a little rough the first 10 minutes. That net worth lead getting to 4K, but no further. Brought back down to 2. 10 to 4, 15 minutes in here, as Liquid get a little closer to their next round of items. Kotl is always going to be accelerating and kind of unsynchronized with his team, right? He's an item ahead of pretty much everybody else at 8,000 net worth. So primarily here we're looking at Kunkka with that Aghanim Scepter and Monkey King with the Gleipnir lined up and a couple of minutes away from each of them.
Yeah, once he picks up that Gleipnir, he can also hold the heroes inside Wukongs, which sometimes gives you enough. One of the reasons why Quinn is going for like less farm-oriented build, picking up Hurricane Pike immediately. He might break the distance, push him out of Wukongs, reducing damage and also allowing the team to fight around it. They have so much sustain. Like, if you get the Ghost Ship, you get, like, multiple blasts, Oracle ulti. This is gonna be insane. Mickey, like, his positioning... Like, Insania is just playing around Mickey. He's following Mickey pretty much throughout the whole time. So we might not see some super farmed Oracle who is stealing the kills. Instead, he wants to keep the distance and use False Promise.
So is this the IO counter in actuality? Like, a Kotl pick with a Spirit Vessel is good, but having Oracle, Kunkka, Kotl... the heals and sustain, it's kind of saying, hey, Io, you want to play in a certain way with that sustain paired up with the Marcy. We're going to bring even more of the same thing, drag out the team fights even longer than even an Io can sustain.
This is going to out-sustain Io for sure. They also have no ways to reduce the healing. On side of Liquid, there is Spirit Vessel, there is Orb of Corrosion. Later on, you can get Shiva's Guard on Kunkka if necessary.
We need a new word for sustain, because we both just said it like 5 times in one sentence. Sustain the sustain. We'll move from Liquid here. Nisha heading into enemy ancients again.
I'll leave
Quinn.
that to you. You are using the words such as pendulum recently. Swing the pendulum. Oh no, Quinn. He's trying to
Quinn's
TP
being
out.
run at.
Kunkka.
Brambles.
Oh,
got
that
the
was
control.
such a nice play. I don't think he would be able to get out, but this blinding light, I almost said vacuum, into
Right,
Torrent
basically
actually hit him.
Very well done. Yeah, I'll get the
Finish
Thesaurus
off
out.
green. Keeper of the Light needs another 700 gold, and there's going to be Octarine Core. Chakra Magic, also 25% more effective when you use it on yourself, so that's an extra on top of it. Beastmaster, Helm of the Dominator done, into Vlad's. Interesting. It's more about the lifestyle, because it's not a build-up for Helm of the Overlord anymore. You need to pick up that ulti orb. So, deciding to keep it level 1 for now, and provide more sustain, more heal. And looking at his build, Inner Beast maxed out, it's gonna be all about damage coming out from the Sniper, damage coming out from Marcy.
Storm. Very annoying. A fair amount of damage coming into Ace as the boat crashes into him. Liquid don't have very good vision up in that top jungle. They've got one observer ward further to the right, but they didn't want to play into Gaming Gladiators section of the map. Quite wise, it feels, from Liquid there. But yeah, it's been quite interesting seeing this Keeper of the Light picked in this game and kind of be a response to the IO and the sniper, right? We always think about the sniper, great last hits, great denies. He can't be countered in the mid lane, always getting his farm and kind of forcing enemies to leave the lane. Kotl wants to leave the lane. He wants to farm. He wants to then move into other lanes to use his urn and get some kills going. So it's like the perfect position for the Keeper of the Light to be playing in. And why, Nisha, of course, a great player, but also why he's up at top of the net worth at 11,000 20 minutes in.
They've been stacking so much. He's been stacking for himself. Of course, Team Liquid, like, they've been known to just stack. I just used the word stack 3 times. Make it 4 times because I just said it again. Create more creeps out of creep camps. There we go. Who are they gonna find? Ace, that's a big target. Boxy, roar on top of him, dies immediately.
It does get peeped. A 3-3. X mark on the IO, and Kotl TPing up to this top lane as they torrent and slice into the IO. Doratio trapped in the Wukong's command as well, trying to break away from it, rebounding over the top of Rubik, barely surviving. Quinn and Tofu holding that right-hand side, but it's Ace on the left. He's being jumped upon. TP attempted and succeeding.
Ooh, no X mark. Because he's maxing out the Torrent. You do have Torrent Storm. He rushed it. That's his first item. So wants it to be more effective, but didn't have X mark off cooldown because of it.
And it's still Liquid building this lead. But we're starting to see Gaming Gladiators.
Marcy without IO doesn't really do that much. Like, you need that sustained Gleipnir in the middle of it. Tofu close by, and he almost dies to Gandalf horses in the end, but yeah, slightly too far away.
Smoke from Liquid. They see the Marcy and the IO. Who have they gone for first? X-Mark and the boat, I think, on Doratio to drag him back in. No, it's Ace. Beastmaster, tornadoed, hurricaned away from danger, but Mickey will come in and claim the life regardless. As Celery, the second point of contact for Mickey to clean up, jumping over the trees, and from the canopy, he gets the Gleipnir down onto this Marcy.
Oh, you're not battling.
Oh, Marcy's down, even past the force field, offering no protection for Gaming Gladiators.
Mickey's gonna pause. Let's see what happened. There is... Who picked up the XP rune as well? It was Boxy, so there's still XP rune on their side of the map. Things are getting out of control. This type of a draft from Gaming Gladiators, you were supposed to win it. Have this Beastmaster aura. We will see that again. It's just way too much sustain. Like, Oracle is keeping the distance. I don't think he even popped the ulti in this fight. No, he didn't, because it was on cooldown. And Monkey going ham.
Yeah, and usually we'd see, you know, a relocate save or an attempt like that to come into play, but the IO is permanently tethered to the Marcy. There is no way around that, so you don't have relocate save for Ace or anything along those lines to buy a bit of time, delay the fight. You just lose 3 heroes straight up as Liquid and get the Wisdom Rune, a 3-man team fight, sweep through this bottom lane, Tormentor available to them as well as a tier 2. So many objectives to claim, and the money just keeps flowing into them. 8k net worth, just going to get bigger and bigger. The lead here for Liquid. And almost a repeat of game number 1. Swarming the map, making life very difficult for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, things are going to get even more difficult. There are some big items coming out. Mickey, S and Y, Dagon on Nisha, and look at all these heals. Even Seeds of Serenity dropped everybody back to full HP. Mech, the heal from Coddle. This is just an insane draft from Team Liquid. Love to see these types of draft work, because we're definitely going to see that more. Well, maybe. Depends. Patches dropped mid-April. Tofu. Bramble Maze stolen afterwards, keeping them inside the Wukongs.
The Rubik statues do literally nothing. Monkey King's going to move forward, and Wukong's from himself, trying to force Tofu away, dragged back into the grasp of Liquid to claim his life. Dead for 30 seconds, and the tier 3 tower already at half HP.
The way they're pushing, you would expect Liquid to have Aegis, but they don't. They're just pushing all these heals. Beastmaster down to half HP already.
What can you do?
Look, if he gets the jump, a Boundless, he's dead.
2-man hit with a Boundless. X-Mark now on the sniper. Bow's gonna land. IO's dead. Gaming Gladiators.
Can Throne. I think they're done. I don't think there's comeback in this game. There's no 2-2 tower in the mid lane. They can just run it down, get another set of barracks. Gaimin Gladiators just don't have the damage. They don't have this burst damage that they need to go through the sustain.
Holy moly, 22 minutes in, Lane of Rax falls, and Liquid just steps away from forcing the capitulation of Gaimin Gladiators here in game number 2. This is elimination time, don't forget. Lower bracket, game 2 in a best of 3, Liquid a game up. Gaimin Gladiators a step away from being dumped out of the tournament.
BKB on Marcy. If they lose this fight, that's pretty much game over. You're going to have way too much gold advantage. There is the last glyph from Gaimin Gladiators.
I can't wait to see the socials after this. And Gaimin Gladiators have been having fun with the old dumpster gifts. We'll see what Liquid brings to the table once they've swept through this. And another chance here with a roar onto the Monkey King. Gaimin Gladiators have just lost Quinn. Sniper down,
Torrent
buys
onto
back,
3 of
Tofu
them.
gone. This false promise gives Mickey so much confidence. He's salved up by Insania to go back to full HP as well. 2 lanes of barracks, 23 minutes in. Oh my god, this is insane. Now you've got Dagon's coming out of Nisha's Kotl.
That's Dagon 2 coming. They're all full HP all the time. Like this type of strategy, and they're drawing on a min-app. Just go in and end right now. We can also take the XP rune, take a Tormi, get extra 1400 gold on one of the supports.
Deary me. 1,000 net worth lead per minute almost. We're getting there. And Tormentor's going to push them that little bit closer. Roshan is down in the bottom right corner for a minute.
Are scanning.
Yeah, Liquid could set up top left for that Dire Roche once he starts migrating across the map.
Meke wants to end it, buying Deso. That's definitely
Oh,
not the
wow.
item that he wanted to go for, but needs another 200 gold for it. Has Orb of Destruction. This is a smoke, do or die for Gaimin.
This has to pay out for Gaimin Gladiators if they want a chance in this game.
Oracle ulti in 10 seconds. They know something's cooking. Team Liquid will smoke. Nobody's showing on the map for Gaimin.
Solar Crest
They
on the
know
Kunkka as
something's
well.
off. Obs on high ground.
Gaimin Gladiators trying to wrap around with Duraccio and Celery. They see the Rubik first, though. Duraccio, he gets in,
He
but
got
the
the
Shadow
stun
Arm
off.
is there. Boxy gets the hide away from this. Marcy now turning on to 3-3, but they've lost the IO. Buys back, the save comes, and Sania keeps them all alive. Ace dies, and Quinn in trouble. Gaimin Gladiators getting dunked down by Team Liquid. GG! It's over. Liquid progress. Gaimin Gladiators out. A 2-0 victory in swift fashion here.
They have their number right now. Like, they beat them in the groups, and these were, like, very convincing game. First game, a little bit of a throw. It went slightly longer, 45 minutes, but this time around, 25-minute game again coming out from Team Liquid. This has to be one of the best executed drafts that I've seen in the recent months, I would even say. Something new. I think there's a lot of this stuff happening in scrims. It's just that people are afraid, teams are afraid to use it in the official matches, and having this 1-0 victory in the elimination match gave Team Liquid an ability to do so. As we said 2 or 3 times, Xtreme Gaming, they tried to go for something similar, but the execution was just not there. Beautifully executed draft from Team Liquid.
Yeah, just heckin' superb. 9-0-15 on Kotl. Great performance out of him. I guess I'd rather not look at the kill scores of Gaimin Gladiators there, as they just got steamrolled in game 2, getting knocked out by Team Liquid. Beautifully executed, like you say, very well drafted. And this is Liquid, you know, coming back. Insania, the interview he gave a few weeks ago saying, you know, a little complacent. We've got to get back into the groove, get into the rhythm. My God, did they show it here. Absolutely gorgeous. Liquid progressing. Gaimin Gladiators out as we pass it back to Nat and the panel.
Hecking superb. That is a beautiful way to put it there by Gareth. But yeah, you don't really want to look too closely at Gaimin Gladiators KDAs over there, because it was a really rough game for them. We thought that there was going to be tempo from them. We thought that this IO, this Marcy, they were going to be able to get a lot done for their safe lane, but they weren't able to. And on the other side, you're hoping that at least your off lane's going to be able to do something, but both of them combined had one of the roughest off lane games I've seen in a very, very long time, Winter.
Yeah, it was really, really tough. I didn't expect the lane to actually go so bad for Ace Rubik Beastmaster against this Oracle Monkey. I kind of felt like it was okay for them to play into this matchup, but unfortunately, I think they got ganked by Nisha after the lane started out. I mean, it wasn't really good, but Kotal came and then kind of ruined everything for Ace, and he's forced to jungle on his left side of the map, which means that he has to give up the Ancients area, and it forces his team to kind of huddle together very early on.
Outside of having good lanes, Danog, what gives Liquid the confidence to keep pushing on Gaming Gladiators side of the map, to be not afraid of being next to tier 2 towers and like we're seeing in this highlight, even actually going past it?
I think the fact that they put so much focus onto Ace in the early game is a big part of it, right? They made sure that you weren't really worried about that Helm of the Dominator. He never even got into a Helm of the Overlord. He just tried to get Vlads just to give his team a little bit of auras to potentially give them that damage boost they needed. But more importantly, it's something that I think Gareth touched on towards the end of that game. You know, you pick this Io-Marcy combination wanting to rely on the heals quite heavily. Marcy-Io combination did about 13,000 in terms of heals. Team Liquid with Nisha with his Keeper of the Light plus Insania on the Oracle did 29,000. So basically it's like I'm you but better that they chose for this lineup, and they were able to dish out pretty much double, maybe even triple the damage that Gaming Gladiators were.
I don't like, doing this reflective, oh, what could they have changed type of thing, but I really want to know, Winter, if there even was anything Gaming Gladiators could have done with how rough those lanes were. I know that they tried to smoke up here right at the end and they go, okay, this is our make or break, but even with Marcy popping this BKB, the IO is just gone, and I don't know if that's bad execution on Team Fight part, or if they're just way too far back and the attempt needed to be done significantly earlier.
Yeah, at this point they're already in a pretty bad position. I think the game was like pretty much very close to over. I think the root of the problem for this game is like the side lanes once again. Similar to the first game, it went really poorly for the Gladiators, and Quinn, he was kind of the only one who kind of had a game, and they had no one to play around, and he wasn't playing on the first game. He was playing on a Razor, so he's not on a hero that can allow the team to come back, not like a dagger hero that can move around and gank hero. He's like a stationary hero. And the second game he's a sniper, which is very similar to a Razor. So his team kind of made it really difficult for him to make moves, and at the same time I felt like the lanes shouldn't have gone that badly, according to the matchups. I felt like it's just way too difficult to play when you lose your lanes like this.
Oh, it's tough to lose in that fashion, and it's not just a loss. It is Gaming Gladiators getting knocked out of the tournament, getting knocked out of Elite League right here. I don't know what else to say, Dana, because I want to say it's a great feat for them if I was looking at just the past, 4 or 5 months. But when you look at the fact that this roster hasn't actually changed throughout the year and they were so dominant against Liquid in winning a lot of tournaments, what do you even take away from this? Like, how are you going to be able to react and look forward as to what your roster can still achieve?
Yeah, I mean, I think I still have a lot of faith in this roster, right? They were on top for a long time.
Oh, sure, don't get me wrong.
Reasons.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. But maybe they just need to innovate themselves a little bit. It's a lot of the same from what they were doing when they were in this big period of dominance. I guess Quinn is the one that's trying to, diversify his hero pool a little bit more. He's picking these heroes like the Sniper, like the Razor, that weren't exactly like at the top of his playbook previously, just because they are kind of the heroes of the meta right now. So, maybe just wait for Crownfall to come out. Hopefully it's a patch that's going to assist you a little bit, because they've clearly got a ton of talent, but just this meta right now doesn't seem to be suiting them.
Something just isn't clicking for them right now. But Gaming Gladiators out of the tournament, it does mean that Liquid progresses. They do continue along in the lower bracket here, and with their victory, it does mean that we get an interview. I do know that we have someone special joining us, but before we can get into our interview, we have to jump to a very quick break to get it ready. And when we come back, we will have it for you guys. We've got our interview all set up, and we do have Blitz joining us, the coach of Liquid. We're going to get some insight into their preparation for this series and the series as it played out. Blitz, hello. Look, first of all, congratulations on sitting in a chair properly. I'm super proud of you.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it bothers. I think our team is kind of used to it. I think the first time Neta saw it, he was really confused.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like sliding down chairs, and then I don't know. It feels kind of nice. So it's how I'm used to it now.
Nah, I get it. And look, the real congratulations should be you guys getting another 2-0 over Gaimin Gladiators. Were there any nerves, a little bit of like PTSD coming into it, or were you like, oh, we know that we have that number this year and this patch?
I don't think there were nerves. I think last night we had really nice talks because my brain didn't work. So some questionable stuff happened. But this, I feel like Neta had a really good idea of what he wanted to do. He normally maybe an hour before the games we kind of talk and say like, well, what are your initial thoughts? I'll send him some stuff maybe the night before on Discord, and we'll just start chatting. And he felt really strongly about this team. He's like, here's how we do it, yada yada yada, dun dun dun. And I also feel like with Neta, we're not scared of this team, just because he always, obviously they're a good team, but he always jokingly calls them trash, and he's like, he's like, there's no way we're losing to these guys. And yeah, Zai was the problem, etc.
So then, with all these discussions that you guys are having about, not only Gaimin Gladiators, but drafts and what you guys are willing to let through, is that where the confidence to allow IO through and any IO combination, that you guys actually don't mind it, and it's something that isn't just what you're willing Gaimin Gladiators to get their hands on, it could be even in the future that you're fine to come up against?
I mean, with Gladiators, it's a little bit of a tricky situation just because I think a lot of people, when they look at drafts, they don't understand why teams give up stuff. And let's say we give up IO this game and we lose, and people will say, why did they give up IO? It's Gaimin Gladiators IO. It's like, dude, well, you have to give up Lesh or Pango, or when you play against a good team, unfortunately, you have to give them a good strategy. It's not so easy to just ban everything. If I had 40 bans to start the game and everybody else had 3, I'd be the best drafter known to man. But unfortunately, you get given 4 bans, and you just have to do the best with what you have. And so I mean, I think we had some confidence. It was kind of pick your poison because we knew that this would come up. It's like, if we don't ban Marcy, or if we ban Marcy there, they probably take CK. There's a tree, that just evolves, and it's just like, well, what is less shitty? Unfortunately, I feel like we kind of went down the right path, but so much of it is hypothetical because you don't really know. You're just playing the game outside of the game almost.
Were you guys worried about laning phase at all? Because when we talked about the drafts, that's the moment that we were unsure how your draft was going to hold up in this game too.
I feel like this game, I mean, top is probably a little bit spicy just because Marcy IO is such a good combo, but I felt like Boxy and Neta did such a good job. I mean, they got first blood, I think. And then the bottom lane I think they really played well. I know after the game, Mickey really complimented Aiden. And mid is it's just a farm fest, and it didn't really matter. Neither person is going to get the jump on the other person. It's just going to be a pretty chill laning phase. So I'd say bottom went really well, top overperformed, and mid went about as expected.
Look, I'll let the others jump in here. Dan, if you want to ask some of your questions.
Yeah, congrats on the win, Will. Just on the point
you.
that you just said about the you have to kind of let something through, particularly for the Game 1 draft that you guys got. It was pretty much identical, at least in terms of 3 heroes plus what the other 2 heroes did that you had. It was a Tiny instead of Avenge, and I think an Enigma instead of some other big team fight hero, Kunkka, that you had. Yeah. How did you feel about the fact that Gaimin just let you guys have basically the same formula that you just used to beat them again in the group stage? And can you shed any light on, just from a coach's perspective, is that something that you try and beat to give confidence to your team?
I think they were probably, because we had first picked that game, they were probably put in a pretty similar position. They probably feel like we'll take a Neta hero first to counteract whatever they take off the bat. And then they're in an 18. Usually the way that it goes is on 18, I'll counterpick you anyways. So they probably wanted the mid matchup as fast as possible. And because we don't have enough bans, they probably know that we'll give up Razor. which I'm assuming is, for most people, it's a preferred matchup. Just, you know, Nisha's really good, so he's going to draw that matchup in a position that I don't know a lot of players will draw that matchup. So it's one of those positions where I think they think they're in a winning spot, but it turns out you're not. It's just unfortunate, if I'm just speaking really bluntly, because I feel as though the rest of the draft didn't really come together for them. I felt like we really hit on our bans, and then it kind of made it difficult for them to find heroes. I think second phase, we banned like Axe CK or something like that. Then they have to show their off laner, and then he gets put into a rough position. I don't remember what they last banned, but they didn't take out TA, so then we're just like, well, run it back. Maybe they thought that the lane would go better, or that they could like outplay the margins, but obviously didn't happen.
Yeah, cool. One last question as well. Not too many teams are picking the Willow outside of maybe Xtreme Gaming. Was that a specific response to the Io Marcy pairing? And it kind of feels like you guys have a bit of a checkbox for what is needed in each of these drafts, and it felt like with Mickey going that early Orb of Corrosion, with picking up a natural vessel builder in the Keeper of the Light, was that just something that you had in mind? Like, as long as we address this in the game, and as long as we address the Beastmaster early on, we're good?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it was a good game for it. I think Boxy also likes high hero diversity. I remember one of the TIs, we just picked him like Marcy Tusk every game, and he told me we had like a retrospective after after TI, after we lost, we got like third, and he was just like, I can't do it again, dude. So I was like, all right, man, no worries. So we're trying to make life a little bit more fun for him. It's like there was this time period where we picked Nisha DK like 9 times in a row, and then we were thinking about running it in a scrim, and he just gave me the most dead inside look ever. So we're like, all right, dude, don't worry. I think we ended up losing that scrim. It was like a perfect DK game, and he's just like, I can't do it anymore, brother. I was like, all right, it's all good, man. So sometimes you got to mix it up a little bit for your players, you know. I mean, obviously, by the way, I just want to preface that's not a real answer. I feel like sometimes people take this stuff too seriously. I obviously just don't want to give up 100% of our competitive side. We obviously don't just pick heroes to troll or anything. I feel like people don't understand sarcasm or my humor, I guess. So that was a joke. It wasn't. You could disagree and you didn't like the joke, but it was a joke. There was obviously a deeper reason. We just can't 100% give up everything. I just want to make that clear.
I've never heard you joke in my life.
Never. But it is true that Boxy absolutely hates the Tusk. I remember watching that Liquid video, and he's like rewatching replays, and he's like, oh, another Tusk pick. What a surprise, or something like that. So, there's a little bit of truth in there, right?
Yeah, I mean, in scrims, we won't do it, because it's just like, he's just going to go crazy. So we try and not force him to just go insane doing the same thing over and over again. But for officials, I'll run that DK 50 times in a row. Just keep giving it to me.
Easy.
Yeah. And Winter as well, any questions that you have?
Just one question for you, Will. So you're already at the team for like, 5 years right now, since 2019. So what would you say are the challenges and the differences when you first joined the team and compared to now? During tournaments, what would you do differently? And what are the things that have changed over the years?
Dang, that's such a good question. I think that's the first time anyone's asked me that, so I don't really have like a quip. I think when I first joined, we were all kind of learning together. When I had first joined Liquid back in 2015, I had no place in the scene in terms of being a coach. I got the job because I happened to have a Dota ticket to MDL, and Kuro asked me if he could bum it off me and we could watch the game together. And all of a sudden, I'm the coach of Liquid, I didn't really know what I was getting into. I was a lot younger. I didn't really have a place. I had a lot of imposter syndrome. And then when I joined this team, I didn't really know what I was going to do. I just knew that I trusted everybody. I felt like I felt like when I first joined, it was just about solving interpersonal relationships. I think at this point it's pretty well documented that Boxy and Aiden didn't really get along when I first joined, so fixing that was priority number 1. And I didn't really understand Dota at that high of a level. And then when me and Matsu started drafting together, I had to start to learn the game, and we had to learn it together. And so, I taught him some stuff, he taught me a lot of things, probably like 90-10 in that direction, where he was just teaching me stuff. And then you start to understand like the concepts and stuff, and trying to like develop and add on top of it. So nowadays, For the most part, like for example, we had an argument last night that the players solved themselves. You know, one guy just goes to another. He's like, "Can we squash this? Talk it out," and it just gets fixed. Whereas in the past, I felt like I would have had to step in a lot and been like, "Hey, can you guys talk? Here's how I feel about it." Nowadays, I can trust the two of them, two people on our team, to just have a conversation, and it'll get fixed without me having to intervene whatsoever. And so a lot of my focus now is just on the Dota side of things. It's preparing the drafts, making sure that our bans are correct. In between games, I think a lot of people have this misnomer that I'm just like rubbing shoulders and being like, "It's all good, guys." But a lot of it is just talking about like what we could have done better, how we were time inefficient in the draft. Yeah, part of it is like you don't want to be too hindsighty or too reactive, because a lot of the times, if you think too hard about it, you'll say like, "Man, that draft was unwinnable. We should have done this and this and this," and it's super obvious in hindsight. But most of the time, it's like play related. Like yesterday, I still think we should have won the Pudge game. I know a lot of people will meme me about it and be janky and stuff, but me and Nisha talked about it this morning, and we both agreed that it was kind of a free game. And so it's important that we have these discussions where we think about the game and the drafts, and you know, we're just talking Dota nonstop. Before, I felt like in the first year we were just talking about our personal side and like how to get better as a group, and now it's just like Dota, 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 Dota. So a lot of the focus is kind of shifted, just because everybody's grown up on this team now. You know, like I had these guys when they were like teens essentially. You know, I think Mickey was like 18 or 19 when I first joined the team. I think the majority were like that, aside from Aiden. Boxy looks like he's 40, but you know, he's also really young. So, you know, I feel like it's less about trying to like raise them, and now they're mature people that show up on time, they do the job, and now it's just about the Dota side, which I think is a lot more fun.
Do you feel like you still at times have to like remind the guys to not go too heavy on the hindsight, to sort of like be able to push it aside, or are they actually pretty naturally good at that?
I think it's actually like our weakest quality. Good question. It's like we talked when Netta joined our team, he said it was probably the thing he disliked the most about us, is how hindsighty we are. It's like anybody is a Dota genius once you see the game played. You know, I'm sure you could take some like 4K player and they'd be like, "Well, of course that you can't win this match." Just like, and they find reasons, and they'll just say this hero can't do this thing and this hero can't cast this spell. It's like, all right, well, you know, you saw the game play out, and he's much more about less about trying to be hindsighty and like, what do we do next? In that way, I think he's been a really natural leader. You know, he doesn't focus on what happened. He's like, move forward, and I feel like it kind of shows this season, because when we get into these positions like we had yesterday, even though we had a really annoying game one against Xtreme where everything went wrong in game one, he was just like, "Guys, let's talk about it later. You know, we're all Dota geniuses. Let's move forward to the next game." And especially with draft, it's really important that you don't get into your own head, because if you come in with a prepared idea and it doesn't work, yeah, it's kind of like shit sucks. There's usually not like 5 different ideas that you have. I'm sure you've done it before, Winter. Like, you have this prep, right? You went through the tree, and then you have this idea about the game. It's not like you have enough time in between the games to just completely create a new one, right? You're kind of like riding or dying on like what you know. So we try not to be too hindsighty, and we try to like be somewhat sober about the decisions that we made to get the heroes that we did, so that we're not like, okay, we're just complete idiots, that we missed some like really obvious thing or anything like that.
That's fantastic to hear. I've also been doing, you know, just more general, carefree questions. So I have one last one for you, Blitz, before I let you go. Is favorite TV show?
I really liked The Good Place. That was really good. I like the ending of that show a lot. Obvious answer is probably like Breaking Bad or something. Probably like the first season of Lost was like my favorite TV ever. Other than that, I'm trying to think of other TV shows. The Bear is excellent. I really like Ted Lasso. Maybe Ted Lasso, just because it has the biggest parallel between like my job. You know, I tried taking some like Ted Lassoisms and saying like, "Guys, it's all good. I do love you no matter what." And everyone's just like, "Blitz wants to lose." I'm like, okay, if you want to take it that way, like, all right. I guess that's like the takeaway from this is like, I'm okay with losing or something like that. It was insane, but yeah.
Ted Lasso, a few good recommendations there. Well, Blitz, thank you so much for joining us. I've loved all the insight that you've given us, and congratulations again on the tour here.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
See ya. He's out of there. He couldn't pick a favorite for a while, but he got there in the end. I do like, Winter, your question, because, you know, it makes me realize maybe a difference in how Blitz answered that question of team synergy compared to when we spoke to Celery yesterday, where he was saying you'll get through a period where you're kind of annoyed at everyone, and it's clear, like, it is inevitable, but it's the way that you deal with it. So it's been good to be able to get two different perspectives on that, and great answers from Blitz there as well. Fantastic long interview. Did you get your answer, Danog, by the way, about the heroes in the draft? Were you able to read between the lines of his jokes?
Yeah, but I'm not going to review it on stream. You know, just you got to keep the integrity up there as well.
Look, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. We were able to fit in a little bit more time for that interview because it was a very quick and clean 2-0 from Liquid. It is our second series of the day, so we're halfway through. We've already eliminated 2 teams. It was Gaimin Gladiators just then. Earlier today, though, it was unfortunately PSG Quest. They were our sole remaining Swiss stage team, and they fell to Xtreme Gaming. That does mean Team Liquid, they don't have a big turnaround time, you know? They've got to go back and do whatever little prep they can squeeze in because they're going to have to go against Xtreme Gaming at the end of the day. They could potentially end their run right there. Xtreme Gaming could also end theirs. But for now, we're switching it up a little bit. It's going to go to upper bracket. It's going to be Team Falcons up against Azure, where the winner is going to be advancing to the finals. Danog, yesterday, you were willing to predict against Team Falcons. Is that going to be another bold prediction you're wanting to put out?
Not today. They won basically an unwinnable game, so I'm all on Falcons now. For the lower bracket, I don't know. I think it's going to be a 2-1 regardless of what the result is. Can I just point out, though, how great it is to see China once again back up at the top of the pro scene. We've got 2 Chinese teams left, 1 Western Europe and 1 MENA team here. So it's really cool to see some diversity coming between all of the regions, and it's about time. You know, I really love seeing a lot of those different fan bases as well being able to come in and clash against each other.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. Winter, do you want to say anything on the upcoming 2 series that we do have for today?
Do not tip Amar. Thank you so much, guys. Just let the man play his game.
Tip me, clowns. Look, I think that's a fantastic note for us to leave it there. We're going to be heading to a break. When you come back, it'll be a new panel, but the same old fantastic Dota action here at Elite League. So stick around.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the playoff stage of Elite League. As you can see on the screen, my name is Vaga, on the left of me Vaga, and on the right of me as well. We've got 3 Vaga Mamas here, but today already has started off in a pretty similar way, pretty similar fashion. 2-0s all the way. I know that Vaga on my... Which one? Which side is this? No, not this side. This side.
Oh, so
I've
close.
Seen
so close.
No. I've seen this Vaga. I saw this Vaga in the chat. He was watching the games. What about this Vaga over here? Have you seen any of these somewhat stompy series?
Yeah, I was keeping my eye on it, you know. I was chauffeuring the kids around, doing the weekend things, and I was like, this is looking like 2-0. I thought maybe Liquid and GG might not be a stomping game too, but they were not able to get the IO Marcy online, eh? No luck.
Yeah, no luck. Like as Blitz has said, like he really thought these drafts through. No more Pudge last picks. He was kind of contrarian, by the way, in that interview. I need to say that when he got into the interview, he was very like how to put it. He was very self-conscious. He was like, I don't know what I was thinking last night. My brain was off. And as the interview progressed, he became more and more cocky. And in the end, he was like, we should have won with that Pudge.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, it was an interesting series yesterday. And I think it also showed, you know, a lot of the potential from different teams here. Like Azure Ray, they really dug deep into some of the interesting things that he pulled out. They tried out the IO Antimage, didn't work so well, but the Veno that they used to shut down some of the rotations was really, really good. And of course, they showed that first pick sniper. So I'm excited to see this matchup. You know, Falcons, they said it in their interview that, oh, we want to play Azure Ray in our next matchup, and they got it. We're going to get that matchup.
Exactly, and as you all can see on the screen, we will be starting off of the upper bracket. So the first series coming up, it will be Team Falcons against Azure. No messing around, no one will get eliminated, but of course one of these 2 teams will end up in the grand finals if they manage to win the series. Of course, on the other side, as our next series, not the next series, the series after that, I should say, will be Team Liquid versus Xtreme Gaming. Something that has happened already in Elite League, and actually both of these series have been played out a couple of times recently. Team Falcons and Azure, they played in the group stages. Am I correct, Trent?
You are correct. That is actually where they started their little bit of a hot streak, I believe, for the Falcons, right? Like they started playing pretty well after that. They ended up losing to OG, but yeah, they you know, kind of middling prior to that. You know, their 1-1s with Spear and then Heroic, but then, you know, Falcons kind of caught online. So since then they've only dropped a game to IG, and then they're 2-0 versus OG. But after that, some big W's for the Falcons as expected. And yeah, as you see it, it's looking like yesterday. It's 0-2s. We're hoping to get ourselves maybe one more Game 3 here today. Well, out of our 2 series, which ones do you think is more likely to go to Game 3?
I think the second series is probably more likely. Falcons just look really strong. I don't know what it is about them that makes them so, you know, dominant in the games that we watch, because I honestly feel like they're capable of playing in a very, very controlling manner and sort of disable what their opponents want to do. Like it feels like there's no available moves against them sometimes, and a lot of it comes down to their fantastic early game. They play really, really strong laning stage, and I think that's, you know, more important than ever. Everyone always says that in every meta, always, but you know, we see it time and time again. If you come out of laning stage in a good way, you know, 9 out of 10 times you're gonna have a very fantastic mid game.
Yeah. Especially if you win like 2 out of 3 lanes, then it's super easy afterwards. But Trent, you noticed something. You mentioned that FY played his Rubik 300 times, and he's like, what, the player that has played the same hero the most amount of times in the pro scene. But he's so versatile, like coming as a position 4. How many heroes does he play? I believe you said something about the Clinks as well.
He's played the Clinks. I think that's actually been impressing me about him over the past year or so, is that he's also been picking up a lot of those newer heroes. Like I'd often see him spamming in pubs. Like he right away went towards the Marcy. He went towards like the Primal Beast when people were trying to play that a little bit of support too. So I think it's nice that despite being a player who's been around for like so long and has these classic heroes, like to have the record on Rubik, who is, I believe, the most picked hero overall all time, in pro matches, and he is the guy who's played it the most, is pretty cool. But he's still someone who's looking at these newest heroes and being like, hey, I want to learn this. I want to be able to bring this out for my team and make sure that everything we can have is available. Because, I guess he's played enough Rubik, right? He's got time in his pubs to maybe try something new.
He's never played enough Rubik, I can tell you that much. It's just this unlimited amount of fun if you're a Rubik spammer. Like he looks for all these possible plays, and I think that's really what makes him capable of being versatile, like you said, because playing Rubik is essentially about being a versatile player, understanding how to utilize the scenarios differently. But yeah, he's definitely a player to look out for. We see player camps looking a bit tired here over on the Azure.
Yeah, Azure walking around a little bit. Fadebian, of course, Bach not being with them. On the other side, a player that whose cameras we have skipped, by the way, with the wooden ceiling. Like,
did you see? Look at Lanham pacing. He is pacing back there. He is.
What's happening? Are they just going through the stress? Okay. Do you think there's some there are some nerves involved here for Azure?
I think it's more like desire. Like he wants it. He wants it bad. This is the kind of match we really want to get the win on. So as you can see, a little 2-0, little 0-2. So again, if you were gonna compare Azure and OG, I think they're pretty even. If anything, Azure's been looking a little bit stronger lately. So if OG can do it, this doesn't have to be a stomp like I think some people might be envisioning it. There's no reason Azure can't do this.
Yeah, I think the important thing, going back to Azure, we talked to them after yesterday's game. We talked to Bach, and he said that we're gonna have to play better tomorrow to step up and actually beat Falcons. Like, we can't play like we did, even though they just won a series. They are very realistic that okay, that wasn't good enough. We need to step up one more time. So I want to see, have they leveled up to today? Have they prepped well for this matchup here? And can we see them perform even better?
I definitely have some question marks about that last Liquid series. Maybe we'll get to talk to them again after the next matchup. But yeah, Liquid with their last draft against Azure, it looked rough. Let's just put it that way. But when it comes to Azure versus Team Falcons, we already mentioned the group stage matchups. However, these teams have matched up against one another in quite a few tournaments recently. They have played, I believe, around 10 games, with 6 games going Falcons' way. So 6-4. Not really that bad of a rating, even if you're Azure, like head to head, like 40%. It's not terrible. Like it's one series off basically.
Either of them can take it. I mean, it's definitely going to be a game as well. We say that Azure, they have to step up to beat Falcons, but Falcons, they can't slip up here as well. I mean, they're very stable players, but we also saw them, slip a little bit previously when they got their comfort heroes nonetheless. Mm-hmm. They had the Razor, they had the Timber, and they almost lost the game. Well, they should probably have lost the game where they had basically all their comfort heroes. So that was a big one. Bach said that he was watching that game as well, and he found it interesting. And he highlighted he wanted to beat them when they get their comfort heroes, because you can't remove all of Falcon stuff. There's so much to respect.
Yeah, that's what makes them so hard.
It's a little bit of puppy. Yeah. A puppy mentality, right, Trent? Like, I'll beat you at your best.
Yeah, always banning the IO. Some teams he'd let it through, try and beat it, then he'd lose the IO, and then he still wouldn't ban it game 2. And and that's the puppy, typically, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but like Blitz has said in the interview that we just had, both of these teams, they have really good strategies, and they don't have like 1 or 2 good strategies. You have to prepare for 5. One of them is going to go through. You can't ban all of them, so eventually you might even see some low links with the Slardar on offlane. Anything can happen, and it's difficult to really prepare for every single team. Do you have any preference if you're banning out Falcons, or if you're... Let's go like this. Trent, you go if you're banning out Falcons, Vaga if you're banning out Azure.
So if I am fighting against Falcon, I feel like the hero I might leave in would probably be the Timber. They've already banned it. Spoilers. So that's not...
We have it on the screen.
Okay, good. Yeah, good. I think that hero's been looking a little bit weaker as of late. They struggled with it a little bit that game. They almost lost. And... obviously, they're still incredible on the hero. I just think it's less frustrating during the draft to deal with that compared to a hero like the Razor. If there's any hero I definitely don't want to let through, I feel like it's the Razor, personally. I think that causes so many problems with hero-to-hero matchups and the flex between the mid and the off lane. So that would be the one I would want to get rid of.
Yeah, I feel like interestingly, between Azure and Falcons, I think Azure have also delivered really, really well on the Razor. So if Falcons, don't get to first pick it and they don't ban it themselves, there's always the potential for Azure to take it. So I think now, for instance, I was gonna say a Sniper is probably a hero you have to ban just because of how Azure and Xtreme Gaming, some of these Chinese teams, but also Team Spirit have been running the first pick Sniper very successfully. So they banned it out last year. But that does leave the Razor uncontested so far in the bans. Timber was banned out by Azure, so now they have the choice here. What do they want to do? Because they get to pick as well.
They're gonna ban it. Wow.
I was thinking, like, if you are not banning Razor here, Sniper is already banned out, like one of the best counters for him, like in the laning stage. You have to pick it, right? So no Razor, no Timber. What else is Omega broken at the moment that we're seeing? Is there any other hero that you... Lash, maybe? DK, Lash, okay, yeah.
I do feel like they got their hands on one. The Disruptor is really broken, It's not always that people give enough respect towards those support heroes, but Disruptor has been just absolutely menacing lately. And, it is a hero that does pretty well against Razor, so if you were to pick Razor, you would let through the Disruptor. So instead, they just take it here. And Falcons, they're just going to show their
By the way,
mid-hero.
57 games. And I believe he has 61% win rate. So Disruptor is just amazing at the moment.
That's insane.
Have you guys seen the build even where people go like 4-4-0 or like 4 into Thunderstrike with a shard?
Yeah.
It's very interesting because people used to do the 0 points Thunderstrike and do the kinetic and glimpse, but now it's, the meta has shifted towards the QW max and getting shard early for the extra range as well. Either you get it from Tormentor or you buy the shard. Because people are starting to realize that shard is not fun, man. It sucks to play against.
It's crazy. I think it's so risky too on Disruptor. But yeah, I've been watching these Disruptors that are maxing it and buying the shard, which to me is like crazy on Disruptor because like it's a hero that definitely struggles to get gold, especially. I mean, I guess the shard is going to help with that, obviously. Like maybe you can do a little bit more spamming because you're maxing your Q. But like the value on items of Disruptor has always just been so high because of this dream of like blink Ags. But you also want defense, right? You want you want a Glimmer, you want a Force Staff. Like every bit of gold counts so hard on this hero. So that truly speaks to how powerful they feel the shard is, or to the fact that maybe they can use it to increase that farm as well. It's definitely surprising me.
While many a times we have seen those Disruptors with brown boots wishing for the Aghanim Scepter, I feel like shard a bit more reliable. You get it online pretty early, get the value. And the extra strikes are really good, and the cast range allows you to stop blink initiations. Like, that's the real big reason.
I feel also one thing that needs to be stated is the games, if they go over 30 minutes, they're not ending until 60. It's basically, I don't know, every single game we're watching. So I remember back in the day playing Disruptor competitively, so many games I lost with Point Booster and that Ogre Axe in my inventory, and the game is over. Like, I never see a Disruptor without an Aghanims. If he wants to buy it, he gets to there eventually. So maybe that's something that has changed as well in his benefit. But supports aside, we have a Pangolier on Team Falcons. We've seen some Grimstroke today into it. What other answers could Azure go for, and is this Pango 100% going to be mid?
I think it's. I would say 100% mid, honestly. Like, I mean, obviously, there's always a chance. But let's give it 99% mid.
As close as possible to 100%, I would say. You can offlane Pango, but he's a really underwhelming offlaner. Then, sure, he gets strong in the team fights, as he always would with just the ulti. But his laning presence in the offlane compared to like a Centaur or something is just really not what you want. So most likely he's going mid, and that's telegraphed now by Falcons, so Azure, they can think about what they want. Quite common thing we see is actually the puck played against Pango, even though the lane is not that good. Later on, it's super nice to have the silence and the coil.
And you can layer that with a Disruptor too, which is pretty solid.
I don't know if I've seen many other answers on the mid lane to the Pango besides puck, like recently.
I mean, Sniper, but he's banned here. Sniper destroys Pango.
And
also,
when it comes to your...
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you could also see some dirty, last pick, but ultimate last pick is for Falcons, so they do have protection against it, but so some lanes are not easy for Pango still, like Huskaring or something like that.
Yeah, it is interesting though, because most teams did ban out the puck whenever they would open these early Pangos. But if you actually go through Falcons' history, they're one of these teams that don't ban the puck. They just never bother, even if the mid hero isn't revealed. Because I agree, like puck is traditionally seen as this like crazy counter to it because you get leashed up and you just can't move on the hero. But they've prioritized other stuff instead, and oftentimes they've gone for the Pango into the Leshrac. So I think maybe a consideration here when they pick this Pango of just like, hey, if the Leshrac comes out, we're going to have like a somewhat decent answer to try and control him in these team fights with the Chain Stun. And now the Clinks of which Lizard was speaking, the potentially FY Clinks has been revealed versus the Ench. What a counter.
Yeah, that's the deal, right, Vaga? Like you pick it. I believe they drafted. I'm not sure if it was Azure or Xtreme Gaming, but I remember Klink's Doom into Enchantress, and she just didn't have a lane to lane on properly. But is that the only reason for the Klinks, or what's happening here?
They're shutting down the Enchantress pretty hard by having the Klinks now and Leshrac. Leshrac has big counter to Ench as well. So the fact that they now have Klinks as well, who can deal with the creeps by eating them, and also has, you know, great ways of bursting an Enchantress with his Strafe, it will be a difficult game for him. And also Klinks kind of plays nicely into Disruptor, you know, when he catches people in that Static Storm, you want someone who can burst the enemy fast. Klinks does, you know, check that box as well. And also Azure have already secured themselves 2 great pushing heroes. Leshrac for tower damage, Klinks, both of them do so much. Whereas Falcons, yeah, you have Enchantress with her creeps, but we already touched on the, you know, unreliability of them here due to the Klinks, so...
One thing I want to ask only. This Enchantress can pressure you really hard early on. Is this some Slardar Weaver possibility for Falcons? Or you're fine with the lanes and you can go a bit late into the Klinks?
I think
like
the
you don't want to
riskier
rush
thing...
going fast.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for Klinks is getting jumped, right? So, like, Slardar would be terrifying. They go with the Earth Spirit themselves on Falcons, and actually it's going to be Azure going for the Slardar here for minus armor.
Dude, what are we doing here?
I mean,
Okay.
it's pretty damn good. You can amp the Pango during the roll, and he actually dies to Klinks just hitting him. And it's tons of damage for Klinks.
They had the same draft, by the way, with the Klinks. I mean, not the... They didn't have the same draft. I'm taking that back, but they did have the Slardar Klinks combination. They had it before, and it's like the amount of damage that you deal in the mid game is insane. Are you worried for the Lash though? I see this Lina mid. I see some Earth Spirit rotations by crit. Can this be
Is that what
rough?
we're doing here? Do you think? Like, that's my question. Are we doing Lina mid? Is this Pango actually getting sent to the offlane with an Earth Spirit?
I mean, you picked Lina into Lash,
Or
right?
is this a Skeeter Lina?
I think it's a carry Lina, is what I think.
Okay.
But, you know, they can swap it out a little bit. But I think his crit on his Earth Spirit, he is just way too good at that hero to really give it to someone else, I feel. And carry Lina is a hard lane to pressure. So she's going to be very happy, especially laning against the Slardar. It's not going to be a bad lane for her at all. So, yeah, the lanes are looking decent for Falcon still. I mean, Slardar is not the strongest laner if he's against a ranged hero.
Maybe I was a little bit thrown off with, who is it? PSG Quest. Like, these guys roll Pango on the offlane and they do really well with it. Like, Malik, he did lose the last game, but the game, he'd always have impact on that offlane Pango. But I have to say
they're
that
still
I'm still
considering it as well on Azure, right? Like, they're banning out the Naga
Yeah.
Siren because they still just don't want to deal with these possibilities.
Yeah. And Lina into Lash, Vaga, isn't that, like, I know you played a lot of mid, isn't Lina like a pretty good hero to deal with Lash?
Yeah, it's a pretty good lane for Lina. Lesh has been surging in strength lately, though, with the buffs that he's received. Like, he's gotten multiple different buffs here and there. Especially his Lightning Storm has become really strong to max out. And people go for this, like, no stun build sometimes. It's very oppressive early on.
And they have Ench and Earth Spirit rotating in too, which is pretty scary.
Yeah, the rotations from Ench and Earth Spirit are probably going to be the decisive factor. I see Falcons able to play super active early game here, and this is, you know, what we've come to expect from them. Just strong lanes with high kill potential. So Azure, they have to be really careful. Heroes like Klinks and Lesh, they can get bursted quite quickly.
Is this burst gaming happening on both sides then, though, right? Because I see this Lina, she's not really the tankiest one of them all as well, and on the other side, Klinks, Slardar. What kind of a build are we expecting from Slardar? Just a fast blink, I suppose, or is there something else?
Orchid Rush could definitely come out against the Earth
Like
Spirit
Amara
and
did.
Pango. Yeah, we've seen Orchid Rush quite a bit, so that could be one way to build it here. They're gonna last
Oh,
pick
it's
the Weaver,
FY
so it
Clinks.
is that triple fist damage. So is this gonna be a support Clinks?
I think so.
Kinda has to be now.
Yeah.
It's FY.
I guess it does. It could be FY Weaver too. Would actually be totally solid with the Slardar if they wanted to.
Yeah.
That's
It's
viable.
also-
but I think
yeah.
it'll be Clinks FY.
Is there a world in which you could Bloodseeker here into a Weaver, or is that just not something that you
They banded
want to
themselves
play?
early because of the Pango
Yeah.
Oh,
coverage.
okay. Yeah, never mind.
Or otherwise, yes, I think.
I mean,
Versus Leshrac Weaver.
He's on the radar at least, since Falcons banned it themselves. They don't think that the hero is unpickable. So yeah, would have been a good hero, I think, here as a counter. Sadly, they already blocked that for themselves.
Yeah, the Pango makes sense. So what carry do they go for here? What does Weaver struggle against? Is it
Or is it
what do
just
you go
Lina
for?
carry? I guess is the question.
Or
right?
is it Lina carry? Of course, yeah. But so far it looks like Azure are expecting a last pick carry. Like
Yeah,
last
it
three.
really does.
No, last.
So they're probably expecting it to be the offlane Pango here and Lina mid, and then a carry last pick. But I'm not sure what hero ticks the box here. Illusion heroes won't really cut it against Leshrac, I feel, and they banned out some good options too. Gonna go
Good
with
versus
Brawl.
Lardar.
Roll.
Yeah, mischance is great, and if he does get to hit the Leshrac, he could lock onto him and just destroy him as well. Probably the best available.
Yeah, I played this lane quite a lot with Slardar. It's terrible. Like,
Yep.
it's for the Slardar, it's just terrible. And when you consider that he's laning with an Enchantress, like Troll Enchantress, even though there's a Clinks, I think this will be very difficult for Bach. But Trent, Bach
Yeah.
didn't have all the easy lanes yesterday, did he?
No, he did not, did he? But yeah, Bob played really well yesterday. I mean, he was probably one of our highlights. Even in some of their losing games, we talk about how well he played. So now being handed the Slardar as well, like he really helped take over the mid game as well as secure the final pieces there on that Centaur. So we'll see if we can do it again here on the Slardar. For Amar, I mean, this is just another continuation of the big theme of this team, right? The idea of confusing between the mid and the offlane and what the picks are going to be. This is Amar's 4th Pango game ever. He did play it a month ago versus OG in a pretty stomping win in which he went 10, 1, and 13 on the Pango offlane. So he's been busting it out, 4th game. We'll see if it's also going to be a W, but it's continuing
What
to
are
just
your
be
predictions?
more and more frustrating.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Like, on one side we have a lot of minus armor, on the other we have this Lina mid. Where are you leaning?
I like
yeah,
Azure because the offlane Pango. I'm a hater.
I see. Yeah, I also think the offlane Pango will struggle a bit here due to the Disruptor plus the Weaver here. I just think Azure have a really, really good safe lane here for themselves. Their offlane, yeah, it's not the best, but it's probably acceptable. And Bach, he showed he has that resilience. He can deal with a tough start. And then finally, Ori, we'll see how much they can gank towards him. I think the biggest pressure is going to be on Falcons supports and the rotations they make.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Today we will grant an entry into the grand finals to one of these teams, but first they have to win the series. Cap and SVG, take it away.
Thank you, Lizard. We are ready to go to see which one of these teams is going to take an early slot into the grand finals and who's going to be taking a departure down to lower bracket. Maybe they'll make the bounce back up. Will it be the clear favorites of Team Falcons, who have been dominating almost all their matches for the last 2 months? Or will it be Azure, who honestly I didn't expect to see here in the upper bracket finals to begin with? So they seem to be kind of in the come up. Avery, what do you think?
Well, I expected it. I think,
Of course, yeah.
I think any team with the grandiose Faith Beyond deserves a bit more credit than people are willing to give. Even though if he's coming out of retirement, it will not stop this man. This team's looked pretty crisp, honestly. Even in the games they're losing, I feel like they've shown some pretty good signs of life. Again, I would label this team as a team fight-oriented squad. Like, they really think about how the fights are going to go, where they want to fight, how they want to fight, what that skirmish looks like. And FY has just been a beast in those exchanges. So if they can play towards that strength, I think they have a decent shot, maybe a better shot in this series than people are giving them credit for, even if it is Falcons favored, simply because, I mean, this team has just won like every series for the last 2 months. So they're favored against everybody in the world right now. No surprise there. This is a draft, though, where I don't think they just clearly won it, which is sometimes how they win games. Because this team, Falcons will just outdraft people straight up. And if they get in that position, I think everybody just kind of feels that win coming right now. You just feel it on the horizon. This draft, I feel like if you get Amar on Pango, I'm not saying that's a win, and I'm not gonna like curse his game or anything, but to me, it's not as scary as some of his other heroes. So you at least got that to go for you.
Yeah, certainly not. I feel like Amar off lane Pango and Amar Pango. Though I feel like those are two big wins for Azure Ray. And again, it's nothing against Amar's Pango, more so to do with just kind of like he's probably got scarier heroes, and Pango isn't like the best offlaner anymore. Much better as a mid all the times that we see it. So, but the trade-off is they do get certain matchups on Falcons, like this Lina versus Leshrac. That is going to be kind of a problem for the Lesh the whole game long. And then we've got Troll versus Slardar. So while they may have, given themselves a little bit weaker option in the off lane, it feels like the other two lanes are pretty well set up for success.
And this Falcons draft was really centered around winning the lanes. Like the way they set it up with this they always take an early flex core that's going to go between ATF and Malrine. In this case, it's the Pango, which is why ATF has been spamming it up a bit. But this was designed, since they had last pick in the draft, to get them to counterpick mid versus Ori, and they got the counterpick versus Bach with this Troll, which is, I don't think Troll's some crazy hero in the meta, but this hero does decimate Slardar in the lane matchup. It's a guaranteed lane win for Falcons here, basically in the mid and safe lane. So they're kind of in on it. Like, this is a draft where you have Enchantress Earth Spirit. You have some team fight with the Pango Earth Spirit in the mid game, but you really want to pull ahead in this mid and safe lane with your Trollina, and then just assert dominance in the early fights, especially around the runes, with the fact you can roam to this Lina with either support incredibly easily. Crit, I think Crit probably has the most experience of any forward position in the world of roaming on mid.
Yep.
Like, he's been doing it for 8 years for Abed and Sumail, like whoever else he played mid with in the NA. So this guy knows how to roam mid, and I think he's maybe the most experienced with doing it with Earth Spirit specifically, because so many of those combinations with Earth Spirit Puck, Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, whatever. This is a game where that can happen.
Is he going to be able to get in with the Dragon Slave? It ticks him. The damage over time, it is not quite enough.
I thought he had him.
Yeah, it was a very close call. He went down to like 6 HP. Instead, it's going to be Amar getting the kill on Tianming. So either way, Falcons set themselves up for a second kill in this game. Sorry, I was going to say it's first blood, but I forgot we already had one.
And this is the lane I thought would have been the best for Azure. The double range versus the double melee top. Instead, they give away first blood there. An absolute disaster on this double melee lane, giving Crit a huge boost. Earth Spirit is not designed to get these kills level 1 and 2, which is going to make this roam potential even better. I mean, this is a worrying early game for Azure. It's not looking bad yet, but there's potential that Falcons run away with it here just because of the lane setup and the explosiveness in the next 3 to 4 minutes here. Like, we haven't seen that roam yet, but if that connects mid, it's just going to decimate Ori's game. This is already a tough matchup. He's already going to feel pressure to get the runes, and the better these side lanes go for Falcons, the sooner that can happen, and they're thinking about it. Because like I said, they have the heroes to do it, and they have the players to do it. Another kickback.
I'm not going to suggest that they did this on purpose, but Tianming is going to die again, which may give him another option to fill up Ori's bottle again, which is something that was very much needed. As you can see, even with the bottle fill, Ori is still going to die to Malrine. This is beginning to turn into a bit of a slaughter when your best lane is the Slardar versus Troll lane.
Yeah. I mean, he'll refill his own bottle, I guess, save Tianming the trouble. The Smiley's already coming out from Malrine. This team is not afraid to all chat, that's for sure.
No, they're not.
I was thinking about this yesterday. It's funny these two teams match up against each other, because I think if there's two players that are at opposite ends of the all chat spectrum, in this tournament so far that I've seen, and in general, it's probably Bach and ATF. And especially since they're both offlaners. Like, ATF literally calling people clowns. Bach is literally out here in all chat like, good luck to the enemy team, I hope you guys. He was wishing Liquid good luck yesterday in all chat. It's like,
I mean, he did have that little funny bit of VM where he thanked Blitz for picking Pudge.
Yeah, that was probably the most toxic thing I've ever heard from Face Beyond in my 10 years of watching this, man. And I don't even think he meant it necessarily that bad.
No, it was definitely just a cute little joke. Tianming's gonna die for the third time.
This is just food up here. The buffet is open. ATF bought himself a couple tickets. He is getting way too much out of this double melee offlane. Way too much. This has just been misplayed by Azure Ray. I mean, Falcons, incredible laning team.
Ori, okay, not dead again, but you got to get a punish in here. FY TP's in, but it's a bit too late to get the damage done. Part of the downside of having a Clinks in the first place, yes.
And this 6-minute roam is coming. Falcons are setting up for it right now. Snaking gets one of the wards out, Crick gets the other obs, so you're seeing these 2 Radiant obs go down either side of mid lane. Both heroes setting up the roam. They feel like the side lanes are independent enough. And I mean, I agree. Like, this troll does not need any help to stand here, and Pango had such a good start, he doesn't necessarily need to help top, so both these supports are eyeing up mid. Downside is Mallory has to go to the base and come back, so I mean, I call it a downside, but it's kind of that Mallory owned mid on his own so hard. They don't even need to roam this early.
They almost get the kill on Bach after they managed to enchant off the sprint and almost chase him down underneath the tower, but not quite the case either way. They kick him back to the fountain, and well, Maureen's going to be able to get a amp damage. That is going to be so scary for Ori.
That is probably the worst rune Ori could have hoped to give up in that situation, simply because now the tower pressure is insane off this mid lane. Like, we're already talking about the roam potential. It's one thing to die. It's another, if you die right now mid, your tower is gone. It's absolutely gone. And it's going to start getting chipped here regardless, because this Lina takes advantage of this matchup. Azure Ray under a lot of pressure here. They need to respond accordingly on the map. They either need to combine supports to dissuade this mid gank, or they need to create pressure on one of these lanes, but I think it has to come from FY making the rotation to one of these 2 spots, because what's happening right now is just not good at all.
Crucial moment. Ori is going to get slowed by the enchant. Maureen decides not to go for the kill, instead just pops the amp damage to start putting pressure on the tower. Dive in. Tian Ming's dead again. I mean, these guys just seem to be unstoppable. Crit, NMR, FY throws out a blood grenade. It's not good enough. He has the healing lotus, even if he could get a couple more hits in. It would not result in a kill. 7-0, 4,000 net worth lead for Falcons. Yikes.
I don't know, when you're playing well, you make everything look easy, and I mean, Falcons are just firing on all cylinders as they have been for the last month. Mid tower dead off that DD. The supports dying means nobody could help mid, and that tower is just gone to the rune. Another freebie from Maureen here as he continues to collect his paycheck. And I go back to, what is this support duo doing on the map right now for Azure Ray? Like, where? I mean, FY, he had to help bottom because it's a bad matchup. He took Wisdom Rune, but he just hasn't been in any of these aggressive moves, and his hero is probably not the best at deterring them either. Neither is Disruptor. Like, these are both supports that want to get aggressive themselves. Really weak at reacting to these moves. So that's where I was saying you need the numbers advantage on these plays, because if you get caught out, you're just dead in the water. There's nothing you can do once you start getting gone on by an Ench, by an Earth Spirit, by a Pango. I mean, you can glimpse. What are you going to glimpse? Glimpse yourself back to the start of this draft and redo it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of what you need to do at this point. Guess I don't think we're going to see this Clinks again, frankly. I think even if they do manage to turn this game, it just leaves such a weakness in the laning phase, whether it comes through. They weren't able to win their lane, which, that's part of it's just dealing with troll. But if there's pressure on the mid lane, Clinks can do nothing to be able to help with that.
But this is why Falcons opted for this troll pick. To give
or he just blocked his own ancient stack. Oh no. It goes from bad to worse.
It's not looking great right now, as the invasion is starting to heat up, and man, do Falcons have the levels to do it here. Kick into a stun. Just beautifully set up from Crit.
Very nice. And Snaking, he's surviving for now. He still has a healing lotus. These guys are still holding on to their healing lotuses. They finally got a kill out of it all, which was that Earth Spirit mid. But Snaking 1v2 was just able to push back Ori and FY.
I mean, the best kill they got, the only kill in this game, was Crit dying to the tower, and nobody got XP for it. That's even worse in some aspects. Maureen opting for the early boots of travel on the Lina means he can join any of these side lanes very early here. Just make the frequent trips to base. His game is so fast. He's just going to rush the bots and get max efficiency going.
Gotta bring numbers for Ori. Okay, there's something.
Yeah, that is a nice rune. You have to get something with this rune, and you have to bring numbers somewhere. You have to stop the bleeding. They're going on low again.
Rolling Thunder is not going to be good enough low. He does manage to get off the time lapse. Now they can still chase him down potentially if they spot him. They see him here. Miss out on the shield crash and the bump there. You can see just hitting that swashbuckle so much damage. Crit is still going to chase after him, try and get a kick. It's not going to work. Back over to Ori and Tianming, who run into Snake King in the jungle. Not who they wanted to run into. Now Malrina's running at them.
Yeah, I just can't haste here because of the Dispel threat.
Yep.
And Snake King has been really annoying in this early game. He's honestly fairly obnoxious with this max enchant for the Lesh in the fights, especially for the Slardar removing the sprint.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Sometimes the spell just gives you the extra value. It's showing here. They do have level 6 on FY, so if there were a time for him to show the reason for this pick, it's got to be now in this game 1 to try and turn some sort of momentum here, because you're using a haste rune to farm a big camp stack.
Don't need the extra movement speed against those neutrals, but that's going to be a fast Maelstrom for the troll, so he's going to get extremely farmed very, very quickly. Tianming still trying to work on his level 6. He's soaking it through mid lane right now. FY might end up running into Falcons here. They drop a sentry. Ward gets dewarded. So he breaks the smoke. He actually does get dusted. Uh-oh. Still managed to catch him on the roll-in, so FY just dies.
I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. Someone's got to break this. You're giving up so much map control if you don't. And you'll get some space top, little space mid for Tianming to try and get 6. It is going to be a struggle this game. I mean, the upside for Azure is they still have a little time where if you can get your other support ulti and you combine the physical damage, like the bug and corrosive haze going through, this combo can still be strong even at a net worth deficit because you have the extra damage to burst heroes. That window will close eventually though, so you have to get... I think you probably have another 6 or 7 minutes here to try and rectify this trajectory.
Well, Bach with the Rush Blink Dagger. Time to make a move with it.
I go back to it as well, like, has Azure made a move this game to try and do these things we're talking about? I just haven't seen it. I don't think they've smoked once. I don't think they've combined the supports once. They never roamed to mid. I feel like it's just been a very, very sleepy game for them.
Yeah,
this is not the team you want to be sleeping against, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. They very quickly went to a default, just kind of like scrounging what you can. Everybody's kind of like solo in each lane, just trying to find whatever levels and farm that you can. And I don't know, maybe Tianming getting level 6 will be a time. Then you can Blink Crush and then hit a Static Storm Kinetic Field off of that. And that's good enough to get a kill, maybe 2.
I mean, if you get on top of these heroes, they will die. You know, you're not going to have Troll BKB for a while. The Lina is still pretty susceptible to the armor reduction. It's just, Falcons are farming up right now. Like, they're actually not on Azure side of the map. They have their first set of items. They're just chilling. They're getting more XP, stacking Ancients, getting Wisdom Runes. They are giving Azure a little breathing room here, but it's only because they are out farming them and getting towards the next set of items. And they already have all their farming items online. You have the Diffusal, you have the Maelstrom for the Troll, you have your BOTs for the Lina here. The map is very efficient for them right now. This is not a team that minds being efficient. They understand their win condition.
Apparently, Null Talismans got buffed up enough that they're worth a damn. Yep. Skeeter bought a Null Talisman on Troll for the extra mana regen. So
yeah, I mean, when I read this change, it's like I feel like it was inevitable because it's almost at the level that a Basti is, which, you know, Basti has some extra lane capability. You're giving multiple heroes the regen, but this gives you the extra stats. It gets doubled at some point. It's anytime you have some mana efficient small item that a core can buy to keep them on the map, it's usually a go-to.
Yeah.
You know, there was Ring of Aquila, there was Falcon Blade, there's Basti.
Nice here comes the move, and it's a smoke break on the high ground. Crit is just waiting for this move from Azure. He read him.
That's called opening the book and reading every chapter right there. Too easy for the man. I mean, he did play with Arteezy for like 8 years, so he knows his cliffs.
All right, Azure, they can do Roshan at some point in time. Probably a little too early for that, but especially in a losing game. They go through the gate to the other side, not going to find anything there.
I actually kind of wish they just manned up and done it there.
So the game would speed up one way or the other?
No, not saying that. I actually think it would have caught Falcons a little bit off guard.
Well, they scanned not long after.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it would have been a disaster, but it is one of the ways their lineup can come back in this game, and I don't know how many opportunities you're going to have to maybe sneak that in, right? It's tough. The fight's going to be coming to you now. They have Blink already done for Amar here. He is absolutely massive off all those kills on lane. He's hunting.
Regeneration. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Bach's going to go for Shard next, which, yeah, I can kind of see they just need to be able to have as much burst off of the Blink as possible, because Falcons start getting spells off. It's not going to go well. Level 9 Enchantress. Goddamn. Snaking has to be one of the most impactful 5 positions in the game right now. This guy just... He seems to always do either okay or very well for himself in the lane, and then he just gets massive as a result of that.
We see the Ags on the Lina finish as well. Everybody's massive here. I think Snaking's strength as a player is... I mean, his game read and shot calling is obviously one of his biggest strengths. That's why he's become a captain, but he's very good at manipulating the map, which is often an overseen aspect to a lot of players, because it's hard to see in some of these games. As okay, you get amped, but can you do anything to this
The
guy?
bully corrosive haze on a Pango Rolling Thunder.
And we saw the bots threat to this little ghost creep that Snaking's running around with too, so they have that extra artillery to bring in if they really need it on a fight like that. Just not a fight AR can take.
More and more D-warding too. Snaking is taking every bit of vision that Azure had away from them.
But back to my point, I think this map manipulation is one of the things that makes some of these 5 players really stand out, especially on these macro-oriented or these micro heroes, like these Chens and Enchantresses especially, because they drag creep waves around, they farm in the correct spot, they break the smokes, they are first in the fight. These types of aspects are sometimes hard to see, but pay off huge dividends over the course of like 10-20 minutes in setting your team up for success. I think it's one of the strengths of Puppey as well, for example, and what makes him such a good Chen player. And I think Snaking shares some of those traits. We're seeing them here. He has just set this early game up really well. All these cores are taking advantage of it. And
He's going to get a Mage
himself.
Slayer as 5 position,
Yep,
ruining the Leshrax game.
Why not, right? He is just farming waves. Like, he has a Harpy creep bottom, dragging this wave off the tower so that low can't pressure it right now. These are those small things, the map manipulation that, you know, AUI is also known for this type of stuff. I'm sure he has an influence here. It adds up. It really adds up in the mental game. And you're looking at this bottom tier 1, still 350 HP left. This is due to Enchantress creeps defending that bottom lane while no one's down there. Azure can't get this tower. And it means when low man's up for this, is he going to die to the Lina, who already has Ags?
Malreen's been sitting here waiting for this opportunity for quite some time.
This is such a bait for low. I think he kind of knows it, but you have a choice to not go for it here.
A gift from the tempest of light.
Yeah, you're hungry enough that you kind of need to snatch the cheese from them from the mousetrap, and he does get caught going for it. Couldn't get the time lapse off. Malreen's minute-long excursion into this bottom lane, just waiting and waiting for low to pop his head out. He finally gets rewarded for that.
Yeah, I mean, the tip is just there. I mean, Falcons just set that entire thing up over like the last 2 minutes, and they get the payoff. That is just a disgusting map play, honestly. Absolutely. I mean, just really nice macro play here from Falcons. This is how you set those types of kills up. You put enemies in a position where they feel like they're forced to do something because the map's so constricted. And then all it takes is one guy being there, just read the play, Go in. Early Ags gives you the burst. Score a big Weaver kill.
Roll up to the triangle, trying to chase after the supports. Crit keeps that chase up. They're going to turn back around on him, blow him up with a static storm and a bit of damage. Finally dies to the Thunderstrike, fortunately.
That's enough
damage there.
Yeah. Tianming actually did recover okay. Like, he's level 9. He has some levels, which is sometimes hard to come by on this hero. And they did get an Orchid on FY. So as much as we're talking about how well Falcons play this early game map, it is slowed down a little bit, which I think is standard in the current meta. And Azure Ray are splitting this a little. They have some threat. This Orchid plus the silences are still fairly effective against a couple of these heroes before all the BKBs come out.
Oh, if they were to catch Falcons trying to sneak a Roshan, God, it would be so good for them.
I don't think they saw them go in though. Oh,
yeah, but Buck's got to be here for a reason, right? Yeah,
they don't have.
Okay.
They don't have sentry down. I mean, Snaking might dust
with.
this. I think he's gonna dust this towards the end though.
Yeah, there it is. Half health. Okay, they're gonna pop out, chase after him. He still has the Orchid though. Buck, are you gonna go for it? No. He's gonna wait to try and go for the Roshan steal, but he's gonna be blind.
This is a really hard steal to judge.
Oh man,
pure.
You would have to be one hell of a play. Oh, he's gonna TP out. He's not even gonna try for it.
I just, that's like, you know, some of these reads when you zip in with Storm because the whole team's doing it or something, you have a pretty good idea of what the pace is. But an interrupted one like that with 2 heroes is just, I don't blame him for that. That's a really hard read to make. But once again, Snaking just, he has everything prepared. Like, this is okay. You don't have a sentry. He's just gonna pre-dust. Make sure this Roche is secured. Does it really early so this Roche isn't at threat of getting sniped, and FY pays the price for what otherwise was a pretty good scout.
Tianming gonna die for Shard?
Is under attack.
Gets out of range just in time. And they'll get the Shard for FY, so now he's got a bit more burst with the Burning Barrage. Since his attack speed sucks right now.
There's another amp damage rune on Malrine, so this bot's threat with Ag's amp damage is insane right now.
Got a dust on low. Hit him with the Yules. Followed up with a silence. Slow him down long enough that the LSA lands. It does not. He gets off the ult. They don't have detection for him. Are they going to see him here? Oh, no.
We got hit off the Shikuchi Shard.
He got hit off the Shard. The Geminate attack goes off after the Shikuchi. It reveals him as a result, and Malrine kills low.
Pay to lose. Actual pay to lose. I mean, does that make an argument that you should be able to, like,
turn it
drop
off
or deactivate the shards? I've never thought about that, but you know, it's like you can turn Radiance off and stuff. I actually griefed them pretty bad, but that said, Malrine had a pretty good read of where he was going. Might have ended up catching him here regardless. There's just nowhere to run as low. Bites the dust again here. 3rd death for the Weaver. He is 0-3-0. That said, there's only 2 kills, so most everybody on this team is 0x0 right now.
That's true.
And once more, FY scouts some enemy heroes, but what is he doing about it? I go back to the early game. When Disruptor Clinks fall behind, they don't offer you much in the game because they're all centered around this aggressive gameplay. Running at the enemy, glimpsing them back, finding the pickoffs with the Clinks, getting Slardar and Weaver involved in these combination kills. The fact that you fell behind is just, it's just wrecking your mid game right now because you can't assert dominance anywhere on the map, which means your supports are just, they're inept. They can't assert themselves. They can't make anything happen. Their spells are pretty ineffective right now, and Falcons enjoying themselves as they are just farming everybody up right now.
Yeah, and Azure Ray's doing the same because there's not much other options. Just play around the edges of the map, get what farm you can. Occasionally somebody's gonna get found by crit and then botsed on by Malrine. But you take those L's so you can get the smallest bit of golds here and there for some heroes, and just hope and wait that Falcons end up throwing the game somewhere.
Which is usually high ground.
Yeah.
Try and go for the high ground defense, I guess, though it's not that scary this game.
No, and it's a troll with an Aegis BKB, so he's a particularly hard hero to punish.
You also want the Gleipnir, which is... I don't think we see this build too much on Troll, but obviously any sort of Maelstrom buildup on this hero is fairly strong, and I enjoy those buildups the most. I really don't like this Battle Fury Troll. I think it's just a relic of the past. So I don't mind this type of itemization from Skeeter. I think it makes sense. You do a decent amount of damage off the procs, you're very tanky with all the extra HP, and you're giving some extra lockdown in the fight to set up spells for the 3 stunners here as a front line. Annoying for the Slardar, annoying for the Clinks, annoying for the Weaver. Gonna force out early BKBs from Azure Ray, which, you know, they're gonna struggle to get there. Still some comeback potential, as the lead hasn't grown too crazily. We're just kind of waiting to see this lineup do something together. That's what it feels like.
Yep.
I don't know if it'll go well, but you gotta come together at some point. Maybe it's low BKB. They just want BKB on the Weaver so he can actually go in a fight and not just die off a single stun. Damn, is it going to take him a while to get there.
Same goes for the Bloodstone on the last track. So, I mean, if they can stall out the game for another, 8 minutes or so, which Falcons don't seem too pressured. They just let the Aegis expire. Not going to go high ground with it. So, probably going to wait for second Roshan. Azure Ray will have the time as a result of that to get these items. Whether they make the difference or not is the question, especially as they keep getting picked off around the map. Show for a second, and Crit is there to immediately punish you.
Yeah, you can only rat so much versus this Ench with the bots Lena, where multiple of these heroes can be anywhere very quickly. They're getting an okay amount of ratting done with this Clinks. FY is continuing to find farm on this bottom lane. He is just going straight Bloodthorn, so I guess that's where your extra damage is going to come from. Unfortunately, you're doing it into 2 BKB cores, and a Lotus already done on Amar. So I don't know how effective this Bloodthorn is really going to be. I mean, it is still a lot of damage. They're going to eye low again, who still doesn't have BKB.
I will say that, see if they kill low here. Blink on him, roll it up. Keep the chain stun, and now he's right in the middle of the pathway where he's going to be chain stunned. They have the damage, though. It finally comes in. Is sneaking, joins in the fight with level 4 impetus, and they finish him off.
Well, not the spot you wanted to end up getting chain stun on the stairs. He is fairly tanky, but not that tanky. And he's 400 off BKB. Azure Ray continuing to get punished.
We'll say Ori has done a good job, I think, of... I mean, Mana has died one time in that atrocious laning phase. He only died once there. Hasn't been caught since. And he has done... Well, I may have just cursed him, but he has done a lot of farming of enemy ancients, enemy side lane camps, so...
I don't think Azure Ray have done a bad job ratting the map. It's just... Yeah. I guess I'm wondering what is the end... What is the light at the end of the tunnel here with all this ratting?
Yeah, what are you ratting to?
I'm not sure I see it. I mean, there is some of this armor synergy. Like, you have your Weaver BKB timing versus a lot of stuns and spell damage that he can ignore. You're going to just have to find some pickoffs. This would be a huge one to get. He has Gem as well.
Spot him in the trees, hit him with the crush, followed up, chain, stun, split, earth. Don't let him get off the BKB. It's going to get off now, but he has already taken on too much damage. Can they get away now? BKB goes off.
Yes, Basher
gets the instant ensnare onto Ori, so the gem is recovered, and they'll get more off this one as Bach. He's going to get caught in this as well from the Rolling Thunder. So 2-for-1 exchange. They don't manage to keep the gem in their hands for the side of Azure Ray, and... FY is also spotted here. He's good.
Wanna play with fire?
Man, Skeeter's just so damn big. Like, the fact he already has Basher done on top of everything there, absolutely guaranteed there's no way Ori is getting out of that alive. So Falcons recover Gem. They did get the BKB and the kill out of the Lina, which it's worth something here. It was a pretty fast kill. We can see the damage. Imagine you have Weaver here too. So it's without their big physical damage dealer. You can get these kills. It's just what happens in the prevailing fight. Because Skeeter is an absolute beast. There is nothing that's going to touch this troll in this game. At all. During ult or BKB duration. And that is where I'm debating, the light at the end of the tunnel. Where's this all leading? Can you get to a point where you can actually fight this troll? That's a big question mark. They're gonna find crit here.
Another smoke. And another kill, as they do have Static Storm and they feel like they need it. They do not.
Okay. Finding some pickoffs here. I mean, if you get one or two of these at the right time and you get next Roshan, which can go down extremely fast this lineup.
Yeah, Roche is spawning right now, and they are in this corner of the map. They might take a risk for it.
It dies insanely fast with Bloodthorn and Amp here. Yeah, you have to do this right now. Less than 10 seconds. This is a huge win for Azure.
Falcons won't get here in time.
There's no way. No way with this. Benefit of FY's build. That is a big
Are they going to be able to catch anybody on the way out? They're going to run into the lightning here.
There's no way you fight this. I mean, this is an Aegis. I don't know how much it's doing for you, but it definitely would have done a lot for Falcons in letting them push that high ground with their advantage. So now, this is going to stall out that game. And it's going to give you a decent way into the next fight with 2 lives on the Weaver plus his BKB.
Yeah, that BKB that we talked about is done. The Bloodstone for the Leshrac is also done. So they've hit some key items.
And they
see
potential
timing here. Low, playing by himself with the Aegis. Oh no, BKB. He got range bashed. Did Skeeter do the swap, melee swap? Either way, he got the bash required to be able to catch him. Now they're just going to chain him. Using the BKB was a killer there from Low.
I mean, that death was absurdly bad for a number of reasons. 1, you gave up Aegis. 2, you gave up BKB. 3, you died right outside your base and are forced to use an early glyph. And 4, they were ganking Maulrine top, and Maulrine TP'd to that kill and dodged the gank top.
Oh no.
Just one of the most horrible deaths I could have seen in this game, sequence-wise. And this is going to be a lane here. Second glyph. Maulrine punching
Gem
FY.
spots FY blown apart.
Okay. I mean, he does have Bloodthorn, so he's a little squishy, but what can you do? Unlucky. Something happened. His hero lagged out from the game or something. I don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, he also has the Lena Shard and the level 20 talent, so when he pops the Flame Cloak,
he
gets all that extra damage.
You can geomagnetic grip pull people out of that. That's nice.
Ori is forced to use the BKB. 2 lanes of barracks down as Low's coming back in.
It's actually crazy they just made this Earth Spirit Shard, this grip pull.
Yes. Yeah.
I get it's like slower now, but this thing is still conceptually pretty broken versus a lot of lineups. It's just we don't see Earth Spirit at all because the hero's been garbage for a long time. But when you play him as well as Crit does, and your early game's as strong as Falcons is, you can run this hero. Then you just get all the mid-game and teamfight benefits, which are still insane. This hero gets crazy tanky with one of the highest strength games in Dota. All the items he buys are amazing. His spells scale extremely well. He has one of the longest duration silences. This hero's still really scary in the teamfight, and it's just gonna prevent somebody getting all in from the Static Storm.
Maulrine's on the hunt with the Shadow Blade and his Axe and his Gem. Looking for heroes. They're fighting at the top, though. Bach, Yule Scepter goes off. Rolling Thunder, what a hit. It's both the Clinks and the Leshrac. They quickly blow up Ori. We don't get Bach for now. He just managed to blink away just the swashbuckle. Barely off the mark there, off of the shield crash.
Once more Maulrine hunting in the trees.
He just jumps forward, man. He just blinks on him, reveals the hero for Maulrine to follow up on.
Make it look easy, man.
GG.
Yeah, that's
GG.
I mean, that was a very one-sided game. I like that Azure played it out and they had that one good Roche move, but outside of that, we just didn't see anything in this lineup come together. The lanes were just too weak and they got exploited. I also want to say, though, like, that top lane was just a disaster for Azure and ATF just... He took him to the bank, man. Like, I don't know what to say. You can sit here and argue about drafts. You can sit here and watch this game 1,000 times from both sides teams and be like, this lane should go this way, this should go that way. But that is a double range lane with Weaver versus a double melee lane with Earth Spirit. I think any coach and any captain in the world is going to tell you that Falcons are not supposed to come out of that lane like 6-0 in the first 5 minutes. It's just not supposed to happen. So
Yeah.
This is not a draft issue. This is a gameplay issue for Azure, and it is a reason why Falcons have won probably every series for the last 30 years. They are just flat out outplaying people. You have to get on their level. You have to be able to contest them, and you have to find some foothold in these early games so you get to play your lineup. Like we saw what this lineup can do from Azure in terms of the single target physical burst. Is a combination that has worked decently well in this tournament. I don't really have a problem with the draft concept overall, but like you just can't play at that type of level and expect to have any sort of gameplay here. So another impressive victory from Falcons, and hopefully we see Azure bounce back in a game 2 to at least put up some kind of fight in this series.
Yeah, that was a rough game to watch. Azure, you need a better laning phase for sure, because I mean there was a large part of it where I was just like, okay, well they are actually like ratting out the map very well. So if they weren't already down by 5-10k net worth, then maybe they could have done something a lot more with that. But that's it for game 1. I mean, there's not much for us to be able to say. So we'll take it over to the panel. I'm sure has plenty more things.
Plenty more things. I'm sure my analysts just adore analyzing games such as this one. Guys, please give me your insight. What happened?
Well,
Okay,
you know,
you can
sometimes
take the obvious,
when
maybe.
Yeah, sometimes when the game is on, we like to chat a little bit in our little green room. You know, this game, there really wasn't much to chat about, unfortunately. Because this one was over pretty darn fast. I mean, the replay starting at 22 minutes, so you guys get to see something that was a little bit fun here. Yeah, I mean, the casters just went over it. Top lane was such a disaster. That was like my hope, was that like if I see the win here, it's like the top lane goes poorly for the Pango, as one would maybe hope it would, double melee lane, and then the mid lane goes okay due to a lack of rotations. I think the mid lane was fine. Like, Leshrac did his thing, but the laning, it was just a total disaster in terms of where they came out at the end of the stage.
Yes, I mean this top lane was, you know, obviously going terribly, and I want to say the reason why it went so terribly is they had a disconnect between how they played. I was paying like full attention to a top lane during the start of the game, and Lou was just focusing on CSing, getting perfect CS. Like he was keeping par net worth with the Pango, who was getting kills on the Disruptor as well. But the problem is he was never really pushing the ability of Weaver to deal damage to his enemies. And because of that, Disruptor just found himself 1v2 essentially, and he could not win that. So the two of them didn't really connect and play the same mentality. Also, mid lane, I think, was really impactful. Not just the way the top lane went, but mid lane already made it like 5 in the game. We already saw a 1,000 gold advantage to Lina. That was before rotations really played in. That was just purely outplay on the mid lane. You know, Ori just couldn't hold strong against Malrine here.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the matchup that we discussed, Lina into Lesh, but also something that you, Vaga, stated before the draft even happened. I think you said something along the lines that it's really important to do well in lanes this patch. And even though there is a lot of comeback potential, usually you see a team that has an advantage in the lanes takes the game. But this isn't an advantage. This is a slaughterfest. I don't know how to call it. They owned every single lane. Like the bottom lane, Slardar was actually the one that did the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that
insane.
Probably shouldn't be happening.
He's definitely asking his teammates like, "Yo, what's going on? You guys got the easy lanes. Why am I the strongest? What happened?" And they said it during the cast, you know, it was like they were a bit asleep because their first 10 minutes were so bad simply due to how their pos 1 and pos 2 played out the early game. It's unfortunate because I really don't feel like they were terribly outcrafted. You know, nobody really said that was the problem here, but performance-wise, Falcons just looked like a beast compared to them. So yeah, shows how much you can steamroll. After that, you can rat all you want. You can do the best you can, but as long as Falcons don't make a big slip-up, they're going to win that game.
Yeah, that's a hard game to come back in, especially when you're, again, the support duo issue of, like, this is a really good support duo if you're ahead. Clink's Disruptor with a Slardar who's trying to, like, run the game, go all over the map. You're, like, setting up kills, a little bit of scouting from the Clink, stealing a little farm from the back lines, and then Disruptor just, like, catching and dealing that damage. But when you're behind on those two heroes, oof, what a miserable time. That did not look like a lot of fun. So let us hope that they sort of sort these lanes out a little bit more for the next one, huh?
I have to say one thing though. First and foremost, I do believe they got caught in a trap by Falcons when it comes to the way they drafted and sending that Lina mid. But secondly, this Pango on offlane is really not as weak as it sounds, or looks, because I know he's usually played on mid, but I've seen now 2 games of Malik playing it on offlane, owning with the Pango. There was one game in which he had, I think he played into a Klingsor Weaver as well, and he did just as much. And now I see it again on a different player. It has to be about the hero a little bit as well. Like, I can't see 2 games in which a Pangolier is just completely dominating on the offlane. What did he go for? Diffusal, Blink, right? So much pressure later on as well.
Yeah, I mean, it gets super strong if you can have a good lane, and it's not bad. He has 2 spells for fighting, like, that's good. But in this game, I'm gonna be harsh here. I'm gonna say that this is all down to how they executed on Xiaoming and on Lu. I think the 2 of them played that lane awfully, honestly. Like, they had a good lane. That lane should not be struggling as bad as it did, but the Weaver, I don't think he did more than 500 damage in the first 5 minutes to the enemy offlane duo, and that's a problem.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and on the other side, we saw the Troll Enchantress into the Slardar, and nothing really to talk about that there too much, Trent, right? Like, it was kind of easy for the boys on Team Falcons.
Yeah, and if anything, like we said, Bach did pretty well considering the situation. Just didn't have anywhere really to go with what he had achieved in that laning stage due to his allies.
Yeah, just a quick showing really by Team Falcons. Now going into game number 2, like, this is one stock standard question. What do you do? How do you prepare for this game 2 right now? Because Vaga has said it's not really about the draft, it's more about the execution. But execution, that's just the pep talk that you can have among each other, right? Do you still have to think about something SVG mentioned? Get rid of the Sklings, perhaps? Is that an option?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm definitely a Klings hater. I have not seen the value of this yet in the position 4. I mean, I can imagine it, but every time I watch them play it, it is not finding that success. I know they did have 1 win on it. I didn't see that replay, but the losses I've seen have been pretty brutal. I think it's very similar to like this idea of the position 4 Monkey King, where it has a certain style that needs to make it work. It has to have certain allies, and the game has to go a very certain way. I don't think there's a lot of flexibility on how you can play this position 4 Klings, and I think that's what's really going to hurt you when you wind up in a situation like this, where you're behind and you're locked in with a hero that doesn't really have a chance to adapt to the situation.
I think for game 2, you gotta first off do a physical reset, do the Xiao 8, go wash your face, get that done. But then primarily you need to communicate before the lane even starts. How are we gonna play this lane? What are we gonna do? What's our goals? Like, everyone needs to be on the same page. That just looked like disconnected gameplay. So I think that's the important part for game 2 here.
Yeah, that safe lane definitely was disconnected. They wish they were, what did SVG say, glimpsed back to the drafting stage. But if they could get glimpsed to the drafting stage, if that was a thing that you could do in life, if you had a ring that you press and you go back 5 minutes, would you make any changes in the draft? Like, is there something that you guys would have done differently?
I mean, you can always argue, I do agree with what Trent said as well. The pause 4 Klings, if you fall behind, it does struggle. We saw him try and TP in mid and like punish the Lina. He did like 100 damage or something, TP in and press W on him. So yeah, that hero can fall behind really hard. But again, I really think the problem is not the draft, but mentality and communication. So, doing the proper prep, have a little timeout, a little team meeting here. Even though, Bach not together with the rest, but he wasn't really the problem. So maybe he should be there and tell them, step it up, boys.
Okay. Unfortunately, they don't have such a ring. They can't glimpse themselves back into the draft of game 1, but it is a best of 3, and we're in the middle of it. Let's go to a small little break, and when we come back, we have game number 2 of Team Falcons versus Azure. And we're back. That was quick. A minute and a half. I don't even. We didn't even move. This break, sometimes necessary, sometimes not so much. But in this case, in this minute and a half, did we think of any crazy good new ideas to beat Falcons? Because I have a feeling Falcons just read Azure so well. We talked about their adjustments to the lanes and their adjustments to the draft, how they ban out some heroes, but they banned out some strategies that Azure go for, and then they picked out Alina into a Lash. Is Lash sorted? Do you still go for Lash here?
I think Lesh is okay as a hero still, but after that game 1, I don't think that you want to do Lesh again. Give Ori a chance to play on something else, because like you're gonna get, it gets in your head. You just got absolutely destroyed 1v1 before the ganks even came in. You probably don't want to play Lesh again here and get counterpicked. Well, pick the Alina against you and be in the same situation. So I think probably scrap that idea and try and find something else. But more importantly, probably go back towards just draft the strongest lane presence heroes that you can get. Because Clinked, for instance, one of the weaker laners that does hold a lot of merit, can be nice as a flex pick, as well as we said it could have been carry there from the start. But I think Azure, they just need to figure out how to get out of the first 5 minutes without falling apart. Because this game was already decided pretty much minute 6.
Yeah, there is something different here. This will be Azure's first match in 7 games. This is now the 8th one. The last 7 games, they have always been first pick. So obviously other teams, they've been prioritizing just straight up getting that first pick, I guess, as much as possible, and or enjoying playing that. So they finally able to close out a draft. I'm also noticing that in their past games, when they actually did have last pick, they've never gone for they very rarely, I should say, go for an Ori hero. So, maybe that's what I'd like to see, I guess, what I'm getting at. I wouldn't mind seeing Ori actually going a little bit deeper into the hero pool and not necessarily being handed one of these, like, super OP heroes. Maybe get something that's a little bit less powerful right now, but more suited for the actual match that we're having.
Yeah, well, we will not be seeing the Leshrac as it does get banned out. And speaking of those other Ori broken heroes, he can play these very stable mid laners like your Leshracs, your DPs. But we have an IO already. Do we see some potential with an Ori combo, or should this just be some gyro
more
or
anti-mage?
something that's or anti-mage, actually, yeah, like we've seen yesterday. It didn't look too great.
I think that was a great ban on Gyrocopter right there, because that hero would have been like very, very good. It kind of shuts down the potential, I feel, of the offlane Pango, since it would be, very hard one to play into. But yeah, I think you need to play around your safe laner, and no anti-mage, please. Get something active that can abuse the IO and the ramp up that you get from it. Luna is a pretty good active carry, can get a line pretty early. Still wouldn't mind seeing even the CK into Pango, still fine to do. There are downsides to it with the lucky procs, but it's still playable.
It is crazy just how much they prioritize this Pango again, though, right? Like the super early Bloodseeker ban, just like not even giving them a choice, because they have done the IO Bloodseeker before as well, so that would have been a really nice answer to maybe grab, but they get rid of the Bloodseeker early, so they have the space to still ban the Gyrocopter plus the Leshrac. So all of these nice and powerful IO combos you can think of specifically versus Pango just not going to be available, and they have to again dig for something a bit deeper.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, last game on the mid lane, like you guys talked about this matchup, Malrine, as he was killing him, he was tipping him and sending him smiley faces. Like that's not the place you want to be in. I don't. Every mid laner has a little bit of an ego around him. That's why you pick mid. To. I want to go so. You have to. You have to. It's a part of the job. Like it's. But that game hurt you. Do you want to pick something like a Puck here that has a setup for relocate and do poorly again in the lane but do well in the game, or do you just go all in?
I want Ori OD. I want 10th pick Ori Outworld Devourer. That's my pick here.
All right, so you can have some really super strong laner that also can be very obnoxious to lane against. That's a good tip hero as well. You imprison someone over and over. I think another one they could go towards is Queen of Pain. Super good hero against Pango. You know, the matchup is completely fine on mid, but actually the team fights are extremely nice. You have one of the few heroes in the game who can stop Pango from rolling the way he wants. You can throw a Sonic Wave on him, he starts gliding backwards. Not only does it stop him, pushes him away, and it does a ton of damage. So that's a hero that, you know, Ori could bring out later here. But I agree about giving Ori priority here for the last pick.
The first time I heard of Queen of Pain in recent weeks was yesterday with Vagamama, and he was talking about it post-game. He has a very special build with maybe even a Dagon on it. I'm not so sure. I'm not sold.
I've never done Dagon Queen, by the way. I don't have a build. That's a fun theory. It's not a build.
Yeah. But we haven't seen her, I believe. Maybe in some games that I wasn't covering, but Queen of Pain, it used to be really good into Pango. Everyone used to be picking her, and then she just fell off completely. Why is that? Because she got buffed a bit and then just disappeared.
I mean, it was a double-edged sword, the buff that she got as well, where she got more damage on the ulti, but it takes longer to
over
get all the
time.
damage
Yeah.
out. So yeah, people react by getting their magic sticks out and stuff. So it hurt her a little bit, but they are still doing extremely well overall, I find, in the current patch. But Falcons, look at their draft, dude. The 3 heroes they got here are so active. Pango, CM, Hoodwink. You have so many different ways you can set up your combos here. The Frostbite, the Bushwhack, and of course the Pango has his nukes as well. All these heroes are going to be very good for running around and fighting. And again, Azure Ray. This goes back to what we saw yesterday, right? The IO doesn't bring a lot of spells, and the support duo on Falcons bring a ton of nukes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the
when
main
they had
difference
to?
here?
I was gonna say when they had to panic yesterday as well. The Bach Centaur did look really nice, so I'm happy to see that. We have the IO plus Bane, which I think historically is the actual most paired hero with IO. If you look across all drafts, all time in Pro Dota, you know, even when we had our big eras of IO CK, IO Tiny, like the carry would often swap, but the support people always wanted was Bane because we had these Nightmare and Fiend's Grip setups globally across the map. So that combined with Stampede, they've got a lot of really good map coverage here from Azure.
Yeah, the grip into some cool relocate plays, right? And the laning stage itself should be fine with Bane. Are you, when you open up with an offlaner like this so early on, you can get hit by some counter picks perhaps. Is Lifestealer for Falcons an option for Skitter?
Yeah.
There's a grip, but
they're already preparing for it, I feel, by picking this Marcy even. They go for the IO Marcy. I talked about the combo yesterday, how IO Marcy is, you know, a very potent combo. So this is a way to protect against the pick of the Lifestealer, same as Bane. Both Marcy and Bane do fantastic against Lifestealer. So yes, you're laning against a Centaur, but the rest of the game would not be that easy to play out if you do go for the Lifestealer.
Would
really,
you
any
mind
melee
going
carry.
any?
Well, I mean, a lot of the melee carries just like, I don't know, feels a little bit worse than keeping your distance versus some of these heroes. Like you think about IO, I tend to think towards like the Weavers, the Clinkses, those classic style of heroes where you're trying to like burst down this IO with the big damage, not really get inside. But if you have to get into the mix versus potential Fiend's Grips, Centaur Warrunner, and Marcy going for this Ags, which is like silencing all the time. So you have these heroes that maybe rely on their spells for survivability. That can get a bit frustrating. You really want those Mantas. A lot of bog,
all the 9 carriers in the chat, they already know what the build on Marcy is. Could you enlighten me? Is it some Battle Fury build? Is it some Axe Basher? What do you go for as a carry Marcy?
Carry Marcy quite often does go... Yeah, Carry Marcy done a few different things. You can go hyper active with fighting early. We've seen both Echo Saber or Differ Rush, but I think Battle Fury first is better because then you can go back into stuff later. She does really struggle to clear creeps. The IO helps a little bit with that, allowing her to use her jump while jungling, which is a big part of it. Falcon's gonna go for a Mars here. Hero that, of course, Team Falcon's very known for loving, and it is a good additional disable for them here as well. And lanes really well against the Marcy, so now they have Marcy plus Hoodwink off lane, so they can always spear away the Marcy when she jumps in. It's going to be a very Falcons favored off lane, I find.
Looks pretty good. And then they have the 2 bans to cover the Pango mid at the end here. So get rid of the DP. They can just get rid of the Puck as that last one. Puck would be pretty solid for Azure. Like if you can open up the situation for the Marcy, just she has the damage that can carry you through. You just need to get that control element out there, and in combination of a Bane and IO relocating with the Centaur and everything, Dreamcoil seems pretty solid.
10 seconds remaining.
And when we are looking at the other side, like of course Puck looks amazing. You're playing into Puck, a lot of relocate potential, some catch for these squishy supports. If we are looking into Team Falcons though, I'm just not completely aware of what a good matchup into Marcy is. Like Faceless Void is still in the pool, but there's an IO, there's a Bane. Is that an option?
I think Void is the one that draws my attention the most here, just because even though there's Relocate to save against the Chrono, it's still one of the few heroes who can stand against Marcy and man-fight. There are not many carry heroes to do that well. Other than that, you can still go back to what just worked really well. Troll actually fights super well into Marcy. If you have the Basher, if you're even farm, then you can pop your ulti and she can unleash all she wants. She's not going to win against the Troll. So that would also work really well into their draft.
I guess maybe like a Wind Ranger too, if we're thinking about these position ones, like that could be kind of annoying as well. But yeah, I like the Troll more so.
I love that right now we're seeing a lot of heroes that were ignored a little bit in the group stages, like Mars coming back in. Marcy here and there, but she's more of a pocket pick. What I'm wondering is, where did Morphling go? Like in the previous series it was picked, like throughout the tournament it was picked. Is it just a bad morph game? And Puck, unfortunately, will not be a possibility for Azure.
Yeah, I think Morph, he likes certain matchups, I think, right? Like this idea of like, I have like really good copies in this game. It feels good. It's still a bit more of a specialist hero, I would say, compared to all these other ones. Like, I wouldn't say Skeeter's necessarily been a historical like Morphling player. He prefers to go for his CKs or his Life Stealers. But I think those Morphling players are still solid too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's more that, if you're really a spammer, then you can bring it out whenever, of course, but it's definitely a more complicated hero to play into certain drafts. And they're going to go for the Lifestealer still here, saying that, it's fine. I'll play against the Bane and the Marcy. It's not a problem. He has a ton of disables to work with on his team. He has Mars and Pango, two great vehicles to hop in and, lead him towards his enemies so he can use the Infest to get around.
Yeah. It's very interesting that we mentioned this Lifestealer straight up after the IO and Centaur got picked up and he goes all the way through. But on the other side, we were also mentioning Puck, Trent, and they won't be seeing the Puck. Is there anything that works similarly, in a similar fashion, or can you switch it up and you don't really need a catch? You already have the Bane, maybe the Stomp.
I mean,
what do you get for mid here?
The idea of like a hybrid would be kind of nice, like someone who scales a little bit but also has some catch. Again, kind of Wind Ranger-esque. Might not fit this exact draft though. And there you go. That's pretty solid, right? Like TA Shard coming out there for a little bit of like additional control. I think it's one of the best buffs that the hero got, because it feels like you can actually be a little bit more active than you used to be able to. You're not like assigned to the Ancients for as long, and then you don't have to wait until you actually get Roche to like feel like you can be involved with the team once the Shard drops. So I think that's pretty solid. But I mean, we have the experts, so I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I'm looking at this game and like the TA last pick, it's good against Pango and lane. It's a very nice matchup. But other than that, there's some nasty stuff to play into here. You have both Hoodwink and Crystal Maiden have fast ways to burn through refractions. Frostbite or Bushwhack both kill it fast. Amar on his Mars can get the Shard at any point, kill that even faster. And Lifestealer, his most popular build in the current patch. Guess what? Radiance, mischance, burn damage. It's not looking very appealing to me overall. And another big thing I look towards when you look at a TA game, how good are your disables in your team to set up TA bursting someone? And, it's okay. You have Centaur, you have Bane, that's good. But then the IO kind of takes away some because you're missing spells from him to disable or silence. It looks a bit rough from my perspective. If the Lifestealer gets a good start here, he could counter out both the Marcy and TA quite well with this natural item build of this Radiance, maybe even a Halberd later on.
So what's the final verdict of the TA expert here that we've got?
Oh, they lost.
Trent?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. There are definitely a lot of downsides to the TA. I can see the idea. It's like, okay, we get Shard, we're rolling. I got Vision. It helps with relocates. we get ahead, we stay ahead. But getting ahead was the problem last game. So we'll see if these concerns of like maybe Lifestealer not getting a quick Radiance, maybe he gets relegated to the jungle, maybe Bach just has an amazing start and he's helping to take over the map. But overall, certainly looking Falcons' favorite to me.
I don't know. I'm not really surrounded by believers here, but maybe Cap and SVG can give us a little bit more faith.
Well, it's hard to argue with the TA master himself and Wagamama. So hard to have faith in Azure Ray, but if anybody can go against the grain, it's definitely my partner here, Avery.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, you just like to be contrarian, that's all.
You know what? I think Azure Ray are going to win this game, Austin.
Why?
I like to be contrarian. Just because Waka was so against him. I'm convinced by him being so against it. Nothing is that one-sided in Dota, therefore it must not be true.
Okay,
but I do think it doesn't look super straight. I was not a fan of this TA pick either. I just don't think it gives them what they wanted. Like, I think the Marcy I was already giving you the super high physical single target burst. And that's what it does. And it doesn't do anything else. And so why do you need TA on top of that? Right? Unless Falcons draft was super pigeonholed somehow, but I don't really feel like it is either. I feel like Falcons draft is, if anything, is just well-rounded. I don't think it strikes any particular chord super hard. It's just they have spell damage, they have some AoE team fighting, they have some pretty good laning, they have some physical and magical scale. It kind of just does everything, and they got their heroes and they're happy with that. So I don't know how TA is really abusing that. TA is good versus these drafts which are more single focused that have exploitable weaknesses, like you can't burn refraction, or you can't man fighter, or you can't contest the Roshan. Maybe you can't deal with traps on the map because you have a bunch of like weak spellcasters who are abusable with the silence. Things like this, right? I just don't see that here with this type of lineup. So it doesn't strike me as why they wanted it, outside of they asked Ori what he thinks he's gonna beat Maureen with mid, and he said TA. Which could happen. That might happen.
He better beat the crap out of Maureen's Banter. They got to be able to get a lead off of the laning phase rather than what happened in that game one, right?
Like, I want to see Ori dominate this mid lane, because I think that is the value of the TA. He's already down 2 CS, so that's a rough start for him. But I think in general the lane should be better for Azure Ray, as they get a nice little dispose into the tower and find the first blood for crit. So
yeah, combination of things there. Low doing a really good job body blocking the Falcons wave that was coming in, despite Falcons doing the same thing behind the tower. So they managed to keep the creep wave real close to the tower and pull crit in. So good enough to get the kill. So very good start there, at least. And I would expect Bane Centaur to do pretty well in the top lane. Even if it is against Lifestealer, a hero that's probably pretty difficult to pressure. He still should be able to get free farm. And then mid lane should be a TA favored matchup. So all in all, Azure Ray definitely looking at a better first 10 minutes of the game. I have to assume if they don't have a better 10 minutes, then they've just got completely outplayed. There's nothing you could do.
I agree. This laning phase should be fine for them. It just comes down to gameplay. This is not like game one where I think some of the matchups were really, really tough. This IL lane should pretty much free farm down here, especially with that first kill. I think the Centaur should do really well for Bach top. Bane can dissuade the all-in kill on the Centaur, and otherwise he's just regenning there. They have very high regen sustained side lanes with a favorable matchup mid. So you just got to execute now. So far they're doing okay. I think this mid's going pretty solid for Maureen early though. But he has like a whole other 5 creeps coming into the tower. He's pretty even CS. But ultimately, if Ori just gets some denies on range, gets some extra ancient camps, he'll be happy. And Bach, Bach is a generous player. He'll give that last hit to FY. So low in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to go down, and Tianming will make it out, but taking some damage in the trade-off there. So, I mean, Mars Hoodwink is definitely going to be the toughest lane for Azure Ray. Getting that first blood was nice, but it doesn't really stop the kill threat that is always there from these two heroes.
It is that all in, but still, I feel like they would have been able to sustain higher HP here. Some of the extra gold and
sidekick.
Yeah.
Sidekick with IO Marcy usually keeps you very high HP all the time.
I just think something about both these games for Low and Tianming has not been syncing up as well as we've seen from him. There's another courier death as well, losing some more regen down here. So a couple of missteps going to give ATF big gold injection, which is not the player you want to be giving some extra gold to, especially with what happened in game 1. Might come back to haunt them here. Nonetheless, Bach doing really well top on the counterplay where this Centaur already has 2 bracers up, so as much as ATF is getting down here, Bach is getting the same amount top. And Azure are going to be able to play through that. Ori with a little man-up trade. Taking it to Malrine. This is what you want to see in this matchup. Slowly win it over time, abuse the meld strikes. And just pull ahead in terms of the resources into the farming. No smiley faces. All chatted out from Malrine so far. So that is
Not yet.
That is a moral victory for Azure.
Amazing what you'll find laying on.
I swear, this team has to be a team where if the come up ever comes, you know, it's gonna hit real hard for some people, you know, because they're just destroying people, and while they're destroying you, they're tipping you and smiley facing you, and like, you know, it's fun to watch anyway. That's for sure.
Isn't that just an aspect of some of the greatest teams in Dota, though? You know,
Are you just talking about OG?
Well, I mean, it's just teams that are winning. At some point, people they just pray for their downfall. It's like natural human instinct. They just want to see them fall. And so, if you're a team that's winning and you're all chatting, the all chat's always going to be perceived as, you know, like, oh, screw these guys. Now they're winning and they're cocky, right? Some team that's losing, go find me a team that's lost 50 games in a row and is all chatting. I guarantee you there's no threat of like, this team's toxic as hell, they're all chatting. Like, they lost 50 games in a row, no one gives a shit. You know?
Does manage to get the kill, Bach. Hits the stomp, almost died there to Skeeter running him down. Skeeter's going to try and run down FY. FY does have boots. Oh no, they went into his backpack. So Bach has to try and do some body blocking here to make sure FY is going to be good.
And his lane's going really well for Azure. They got the early bracers on Bach. He's exceptionally tanky, getting some extra XP into FY. This is a hero that can really use it to set up the kills later with extra levels in the sleep and early grip. It'll prompt Snaking to roam into mid, get some vision up, look for 6-minute power room. Ori kind of knows this is here, playing pretty defensive. And just more farming.
Got another courier, man.
Oh, he went up mid.
Yikes.
Ori. I feel he knew Snaking was there. He just didn't respect him lingering.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe FY was going to be able to help him out more than he did.
I mean, he died insanely fast, but that's a bad kill to give up because now you gave the Pango 6 before your 6 and he gave him a power room.
Fighting for Lotuses. Tianming has to back way into the trees. He'll be okay for now, but Falcons getting a lot out of this lane now. 37-1 in CS, and they are keeping low, very low. Hit the spear off of the bushwhack. Very nice.
It's just crumbling again here for Azure as Falcons once more showing their lane execution prowess, finding the rotations, making these support connections work. FY died on the rune, denying it as well. Malrine in trouble,
Malrine is
however.
dead? He's going to go for a TP out. Oh, it's going to work, too. He's going to be fine. Meanwhile, they do manage to kill Tianming again. The bottom lane, the Amar crit duo is just unstoppable today.
And all this has dragged FY off top, so Bach's just left in a 1-on-2. Centaur versus Lifestealer, not fun.
Radiant's top tower.
We'll secure Wisdom Rune with a sleep here. That was necessary.
Very, very
We'll let
necessary.
Bach take it. So the fact Bach takes it is, I mean, it recovers him some experience here, but it is sad for the supports. Started off well, has not transitioned so for Azure as Falcons strike back once more. Some nice rotations from Snaking into mid, skew that lane. Nice dual play bottom, gets a lot of extra kills for ATF. I don't know, man. ATF is just feasting today, man.
Yup.
Absolutely feasting on this low Tianming lane.
And Malrine's right there with them when it comes to CS. Even after having to TP back from that kill attempt earlier from Ori. Ori, who's going to get got on again here by the Rolling Thunder, and no TP's coming in. In fact, it's good Crit who's going to join in on this. It's the Bushwhack, quickly gets cut down, tries to go for a Nightmare save, delayed, still hit by the Rolling Thunder, but it gets off the Refraction, and they actually get the kill on Malrine.
Okay, I mean, it's a big turnaround for Azure. If Ori goes down there again, his game is just ruined. So that was a necessary turnaround. They get ATF forced back to base. The rune gets denied. Big win around mid for Azure. Finally bringing some help in. Making sure something goes their way. Now they have Stampede up if they need it again. Should also help bail Ori out of trouble. Downside is you don't have Ancient stacking going on, but this is not really the support duo to get the stacks up anyway, as the Io and the Bane have to play on the lanes. They have to do the best they can to put these cores in a solid position and counter roam mid. So the pressure Falcons is creating is winning them some economy here with the lack of stacks for the Templar Assassin. And it has put their cores in a pretty damn solid position. Like, the fact that Malrine got as much as he did out of this, he's already more than halfway to this Diffusal on top of Arcane Boots.
Might not have the Ancient stacks, but they do have some little stacks here, like Tianming behind the tower here has stacked up that medium camp 3 times.
That's a nice
and
one.
if that can push them to level 6s on both of these heroes here, then that adds in yet another global threat, right? You're talking about the Stampede being able to help out Ori if he's in trouble. If they can combine that Stampede with Relocate as well, then it goes from not just, maybe save a hero or something into, you can actually turn a whole engagement just with this kind of global threat.
We'll lose this top tower, however. We see Skeeter take it down. That's just a freebie for the Lifestealer. Force the Centaur off the lane. Mar wants to make something happen with this arena.
Yeah, sees Tianming very low. And he's going to try and burst him down. Will do so successfully with the help of Crit. Now, Lowe's going to try and go to work here with his ultimate. Quickly cuts down the tree. Does he have the damage? It's not going to be enough. Once again, Malrine and Amar both making the correct reads on the TP out.
All these little things, just they add up so much in a game. The fact you get out there, Lowe doesn't get this huge solo kill. One hit short. Even with a good tree cut, that was pretty clutch, but doesn't matter. Bach can't Stampede here with Frostbite. Oh, he fogs him on the tree.
And they come back in. Ori, with that extra boost of movement speed, was able to get here to help kill Snaking. And they had Fiend's Grip, but FY opting not to go for it, and it's a good thing, too. Falcons did TP in and would have been able to stop that whole play. Just surprised they didn't try and go for more.
That was a heads-up play by them, honestly. They would have got instantly rolled on, counterplayed horrendously, so... Nice little play from Azure. They get Ori some more gold, and they're going to smoke back up. So this is even better, right? You baited out that TP from the Pango leaves, and then you go back in for this grip.
And now they're going to go for the relocate grip play off of that to make sure they have that kill 100%. Probably wasn't needed, but grip plus Ori was probably good enough. But Azure, no need to take any risks in this sort of game, that's for sure. They're going to come back into the relocate play, though.
This is a tanky IO. He's double bracer.
Yep. Lone not afraid of fighting this one out. They both have full magic wands, so they actually have an insane amount of effective HP between the two of them.
And Falcons made that read. Like, that's an IO with double bracer plus Seeds of Serenity. 1200 HP right now. Maybe not the best early mech timing, but he's very tanky versus spell damage. So Azure Ray striking back in this game too, making it a bit more competitive. As we're seeing them make a couple plays around the map, show us what their lineup is supposed to look like. It's going to be more of a recovery game from Bach, but we also saw this from them yesterday. They're okay playing that style. It'll be a smoke from Falcons to try and gain some momentum.
They're just going through the gate too, so they've left Ori behind. Stampede goes off instantly, frostbitten. So Ori very dead. They will keep their tower intact, so I guess in a way you could say, okay, we got their safe lane tower and still held our own. So maybe there's something to that, but Falcons just moving with a full team across the gate.
I mean, the second they had this Diffusal on Malrine, they made the move. They combined him with the supports, and that's your high damage kill squad. Pango, CM, Hoodwink. Wherever they move, they're going to have insane single target threat on you. You have to be prepared with the numbers or dodge that and just make your own plays on the map with the setup into the reload threat. Because when Falcons group up, that's the strength of their lineup. This is not a lineup you want to contest in 4-on-4, 5-on-5s.
especially with 4 single target heroes on the side of Azure. That team fight is not going to go their way. You just can't get sucked into those types of fights here. And Falcons are probably going to be pretty incentivized to make some other smoke move to mid here. The fact they have such strong team fight, it might come with the Yule's timing for ATF, which is what he's rushing, but this mid tower is pretty low. It's 380 HP. It's a nice tower to take versus the Templar Assassin. It's probably on their radar.
Time for another relocate play.
Yeah, they have
They
the Blink
smoke
Centaur.
with Box Blink, but they do not get to Amar. It gets something out of him, I guess. He uses the arena.
FY is still smoked here. I mean, he has max sleep, so he is a threat on his own with the reload. Can't find anything.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So this is just time. Time for Ori to farm up on the Ancients. Time to get to the Battle Fury on the Marcy. Snaking gonna try and scout it. He knows this is going on, but they'll get scouted in turn. And this is not some crazy invasion to stop Ori doing this. It's just seeing what's going on. I feel like Falcons want to make a move sooner than later here. I don't think this is the freest scale game I've seen from them, and I think their lineup does thrive at these early fights with the Maiden Hoodwink and Yule's Rush on the Mars. They have a lot of setup, a lot of catch, and a lot that gets nullified by BKBs if Azure get there, which you have to think they're aiming at least for 2 BKBs between the TA and the Marcy at some point. Now, when those come out, it could be later in the game, depending on when they want those to hit together, but that's going to be the strongest time for Azure. If they get the double BKB with this IO sustain behind them and a grip to cancel out the roll.
Breaks the smoke, Swashbuckle gonna miss. And the extra movement speed that they have from the rebound allows them to easily clear the area. So, while Falcons do want to get aggressive, it is tough to do so. IO Marcy moves so quickly, and obviously if you go on the Marcy and don't go on the IO, then there's potential for the relocate reset. So,
and Stampede stuff during all of this. So yeah, I agree. These moves are not super easy, but I mean that was a smoke designed to kill somebody in the jungle and then collapse towards mid, which means this tower will stay up longer, forces Falcons back to their side of the map, and I think they missed the super early windows to snowball this game, which means it's going to turn into a farming type pattern, and it's going to be heroes scaling into the mid-game damage and BKB type items, which is generally what IO Marcy wants to have happen here. Yeah, this is a slow build-up hero that doesn't farm the early jungle fast until Battle Fury. It's like an Ursa IO. Same concept. So the fact Low is just getting a Battle Fury done at 1540 here and is continuing to have space to use it, he's pretty happy about all this. Now, he's a little low level. It's the one downside with this IO pairing. He's 2 levels behind Skeeter. So eventually you want to find the fight to make that up. But for now, he's doing okay. And Infested Pango with a haste rune.
Stampede goes off. Frostbite just in time from Snaking. Just outside the range, but he got the relocate out.
Not
He
far.
didn't take him all the way back to base, though. They're still
Why
going
didn't
to be
you
able to
take him
catch
to
up to
base?
Ori. Oh, no. Now Tian Ming is going to come back and have maybe no one to tether to. Low's going to try and position himself, but they just changed on the IO pretty easily.
1-star Uber.
Yeah.
Ori not happy about that one. I mean, I don't know if the read was they don't know where I came from, so they're not going to chase or something. I don't even know. Like, I don't know what the read was there, but I think you just take a base, play it safe. Instead, he gets saved to die another day. And as the 3rd death for Ori, these TA deaths add up because he's super high level. It's a solo XP mid hero with a bunch of ancient XP. It's a level 13.5 TA. Every time he dies, it's a huge XP injection in the Falcons.
FY, he's going to run into Amar here. TP's already coming in.
Don't have the reload.
So, yeah, no, without a relocate, there's no way they kill him. He's got 1800 HP.
It's still a good threat, though. You got 2 TPs out. You know somebody reacted to this.
True.
So I think those types of plays are still really good for FY to make. This is also the nighttime for FY. So you have Trap Vision and the Bane Nighttime Vision on the side of Azure to play around during these types of intervals. It's very strong for these types of setups.
Go for the fast burst on Snaking. It's not fast enough, though. They can't kill him. Even just a simple belt of strength. goes a long ways, and they quickly give up on that kill. The upside for Azure is they only give up the Bane. Didn't overcommit too much for it.
Wait, do you Roche here if you're Azure? Like, you got Arena out of the Mars, and you know they're not really chasing you here. Yeah, they're going to try and do it with the Deso and the sidekick. I think this is the correct play, and they're going to get it here.
Is under attack.
All right, big
Azure
play.
I think they've honestly played better around the Roshans than Falcons have. Despite Falcons leading the positions in most of these games, Azure just focusing more on the physical damage, so their Roche is a lot faster, and they're prioritizing it a lot more. Should add up to something here. It's an Aegis for Ori, who desperately needed it in this game. Net worth still very even. But damn, is he big on the XP board. He's got a second life to play with.
Falcons, not too much longer until we hit that Radiance timing. So that is obviously going to be the really big power spike for Falcons when they have a Radiance-infested Pango. They're really going to go for this one. No, they're not. They got the Rolling Thunder out of Malrine. They say, that's good enough. FY was thinking about, okay, if he rolls a little bit too far forward, I can Fiend's Grip him, guys.
But again, you have to look at all the counter initiation Falcons have. They have Blink Yules on the Mars. They have the roll. So either of these cores can bail the other core out against a grip, which is why FY is rushing the Ags here on the Bane. This is something you can do with the 4-position Bane. You can get a bit greedier, you can farm a bit more. If you get to Ags on the Bane, then that grip is a lot harder to stop. It's a lot lower cooldown. You can just start throwing them out, and you don't get as punished if it doesn't work. But right now, those types of plays are just not on the table. And I think FY is making the correct read here of not overcommitting on these types of setups, because it would not work out for them.
Yeah. I mean, the Azure Raid, the play that they had in Game 1, I feel like they're doing very similar things here in Game 2. A little bit of ratting, just kind of like forcing reactions out of Falcons. And it looks so much better because they're not so dramatically behind that they just get run over by Falcons. Though Ori almost took the bait on the power rune. He's still going to get chased down by Amar, who's going to go and miss the spear. Now, Ori... still gonna die. They could have popped Stampede, but the stuns were available. Oh wait. Detection? Okay, I mean they'll kill him eventually here. Will they fight for the second life? It doesn't look like they will.
Man, that's just a feels bad right there. You just didn't get any value out of this Aegis. It's another super high level death. Level 15 TA going down. Split 5 ways. It's a decent amount of assist gold. Was a 5-man smoke from Falcons, but more than worth it. See, that's where you're supposed to tip ATF when he misses the spear. You miss these opportunities, you're not going to have too many of them.
No, do not.
That's exactly when you quad tip him and you call him a clown. And then you lose 10 minutes later and you regret every decision you've ever made.
Yeah, don't poke the bear, man. That's what I've learned from the Amar. Like, you know, they're going to bully you, and you just got to be the bigger man and take it. Because if you sink to their level, the problem is they're better than you. So they're just going to punish you, you know?
So what happens if, like, old OG played this team, and they were both all chat tipping each other? Who would be right?
Man. Reddit's going to explode.
Right, but somebody has to be wrong in that situation,
right? Who would end up being wrong?
It's like an unstoppable force meets an immovable tipper or something, you know? Just like, they're both losing.
Seb versus Amar. Oh, man. Seb No Tail versus Amar Malrine. Who walks away cleaner in that one?
Dude, everybody talks about Seb and No Tail doing that shit. I remember playing against that team. It was always Jerax who kept dropping those, like, the old sprays. There was literally a spray that just said loser. He would just drop that spray the whole game. Actually toxic.
Yeah, but Jerax is a quiet, nice finish board. So you know
that's my point. It's like, you know, if you do this shit but people like you, it's like, oh, that's funny. But then, you know, if you do it and people don't like you, it's toxic. Let me tell you something. After you play versus Jerax for like the 8th time and he drops loser spray on your ass after killing you and then like reloads out or something, it's you're not sitting there thinking like, it's Jerax, man. You know, he's a chill dude. Like, what the hell is this guy's problem, man? Stop.
You think, you know how like Jarex has this like sort of open deal of like, hey, if you're a professional gamer sort of thing, like, you know, you want to talk to me about competition stuff. I'm always up. You think you think maybe Amar or Malrine had a talk with Jarex, and he told him the secrets of being the real toxic?
That's some good coaching right there, if that's the case. Tell you that much. Another smoke room from Falcons. They want to get in this triangle. They want to disrupt the TA and the Battle Fury Mars from clearing these Ancients. They have the double damage on Walrine. They have Radiance done on the Lifestealer with the Infest Bomb. This is a huge timing for them. They have BKB on Marcy, and they have the Bane Ags.
Yeah.
Huge timing for
Break
both
the smoke,
teams.
jump in, two-man stomp. No immediate follow-up. The rebound's a little bit too late. They hit the stun, but Malrine does manage to get the swashbuckle away. They go for the tankier hero in Amar, but he's very tanky with the Infest on him, and they're hitting through the bulwark right now. This is bad for Low, and it's bad for Ori too. Gets caught inside of it, does manage to blink away afterwards. The relocate goes completely wrong. He tethers over, but what's the point of tethering? You're just gonna get sent back there. And they throw all their tips at Low because Low was the one who was just a beat too late on box initiation.
I think if you get the Pango there and you can grip that Pango with the Ags, it's a very different looking fight. Then Ori can maybe commit, but on that Mars, you're just not doing anything to ATF. That is not a fight that BKB Battle Fury Marshy wants to take. Low punches the brick wall, and the brick wall punches back. And it hurt. It hurt a lot more, as that is a failed initiation for Azure Ray trying to counteract that smoke. Another successful team fight for Falcons, who I don't feel like have lost a team fight maybe this entire series so far, honestly. And full
They're going to catch
Wind
Snaking
Waker
on the Lotus here, so they'll get something.
Yeah, they need more of this type of stuff. Like an isolated hero on a trap that they burst and get out.
Mar finds them though, so they're still going to get the punish. They may be able to fight this out. FY still has his Fiend's Grip. They leave the illusions behind. Just poke at Pac until the real threat comes in and Skeeter. They're going to have the Fiend's Grip on him. Are they going to be able to really do anything with a Wind Waker to stop the Fiend's Grip? Okay, Amar.
He's just too good.
He's so
he
far ahead of what Azure Ray wants to do. He's countered them preemptively, man.
I mean, this is the best item versus Ag's Grip. It's very low cooldown, extremely reliable, gives you the setup to start on the Bane as well, so you can play offensively or defensively to counteract this. I mean, just really smart itemization from ATF here. The early Yules lets him go into that naturally. No gold lost here as the scan will save a TP as well. Falcons hitting all the small things right here. That once more is just adding up to an advantage. They're going to try and press it. Once more, the Infest Bomb. Skeeter has his choice of pretty good targets in this game. And Azure Ray need time. They need time for Low to get to the Basher in this game to get more damage online. Is Courier pay the price?
The Courier dies, and that actually prevents Low and Tianming from walking into this gank. Wind Waker up to the high ground, still going to search after him.
Got the grip though.
Gets off the arena. The grip goes down on the one hero that really the only hero he can grip from now on. It's going to be that Mars. Attempts at a TP out. Crit, not spotted in time. They do see Snake King. The roll on in with the pop out of the Infest. They quickly kill the Bane, now go for the IO. The relocate coming back is not going to come in time.
Damn, that damage. Low wants to fight.
Low, he actually is going to try and fight Skeeter here for this one. They don't have Stampede. And the Swashbuckle is keeping Bach away from being able to hit a Blink Stun after the Rage is expired. Crit throws out a bit of damage. Still managed to hit him after the rebound. Not that it matters. Azure Ray and Falcons both going to back away. Lick their wounds a little bit, but Skeeter wants to keep it going. After all, cooldowns on the side of Azure Ray not looking good. Bach has to run in to try and help out Low, but Low was fine. He had the rebound, so Bach gives up his life for nothing.
They got the haste rune on Malrine, so the chase there was pretty secure regardless. Skeeter just super strong right now. There's almost no one contesting him, and like you said, you want to or have to use the grip on this Mars with threat of that Wind Waker up. So ATF does get caught a little overextending here. Just lingered too long. Maybe thought he gets out there over the cliff, but FY catches him in the second that grip goes down. He's dead for sure. Counter initiation, however, in the 4-on-5 was very strong for Falcons here. Just off the Pango and the Lifestealer getting the job done. I mean, that was a Hoodwink that TP'd out. So this is 3-on-5. Technically 2-on-5 since the Maiden just dies. And they're still content to take this fight. Really showing how strong these cores are right now. I mean, Low needs 2 more items here. He needs Daedalus, he needs Basher, and then he can take this fight to Skeeter, maybe. You still have Evasion to worry about. And you need this BKB on Ori. I feel like Ori has been the biggest missing piece this entire game. Like, he just hasn't been able to commit into a fight and take that fight. Too many refraction burns, too many spells that if he gets bushwhacked, if he gets frostbitten, he's just not winning the man fight versus the Pango or the Lifestealer. He can't commit. He needs BKB to be able to commit in these fights and deal the damage. It is not done yet, but the Roche pressure is forcing Azure to fight without it, and that is a good setup for Falcons. If they can hold their ground, hold the vision, and make Ori go into them without a BKB, that is the dream.
We're gonna loop all the way around here. But Falcons sit in this tree. Yeah, they even check the high ground thinking, yeah, okay, they're wrapping around behind us. They cut the wave. And I kind of like that Azure Ray is not trying to force this into the trees. Does mean that... Oh, no, smoke's going to break now. They pop out, swashbuckle, look for it. Bach, he's going to be the target. Can he survive long enough to be able to stampede, run away? They go for the Nightmare. They do manage to hit the Fiend's Grid. They blow up the Mars very quickly. Now, Centaur's still going to die. Can this Marcy fight out through the Lifestealer underneath the freezing field? Now that the BKB is gone, the Rolling Thunder goes to work, and he gets killed so quickly. The relocate once again failing from Tianming. So he comes back, doesn't save anybody, I don't think, and dies again.
This Marcy looks useless. I don't know if he needs MKB, but this just does not look like a matchup he's ever winning. You're going up against so much evasion on this Radiant, so much HP to punch through on this Lifestealer, and you're tickling him. Once more, you get the grip on the Mars, you reload the Bane out. I mean, there's some okay mechanical team fighting here from Azure, but the biggest question is where is the damage going to come into these big cores after one of them dies to the grip? The Marcy's not doing it, and the TA once more could not commit to that fight. This lineup has just not come together when it's needed to, and Falcons are just taking the fight. They're just jumping you every time, forcing you to fight Skeeter when he's at his strength, and he is at his strength right now. He just finishes an Ags, he gets an Aegis, so now he's going to be inside of you. He's going to be disarming you on top of the evasion chance, making it even harder for you to bring him down, and he's got 2 lives to do it in.
The one thing I thought that this lineup was going to be able to do was man fight the Lifestealer because they went Marcy and TA with an IO. It was like, okay, surely they put their physical damage burst combined and they can actually threaten the Lifestealer. Haven't seen that a single time, and now the Ags completely defeats that, right? Even if they catch the Lifestealer somehow, you can't Fiend's Grip him because of the Wind Waker save. And if you just try and man fight him without that disable, he has an opportunity to jump inside you. This is the win conditions for team fights are dwindling for Azure Ray.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, the Fiend's Grip underneath the tier 3. The Wind Waker comes through. He's going to come back in, be silenced, but they cover him with disables, whether it's the Bushwhack or potentially the Rolling Thunder.
And now there's no grip, so if Mullery wants to just force the issue, he's pretty free to do so. Has Cheese to back him up as well.
Silence into stomp. Oh, immediately Bach just dies so quickly, man. Again, the relocate saves are just not happening. Always a second too late. The burst damage of Falcons is just too great for this IO. And he's going to come back in, other side of the arena. Wind Waker away. That's going to be trying to pull the Lifestealer as far back as humanly possible. With the Unleash going to work, Skeeter is actually a little bit threatened here and has to back away. He still has Aegis, remember?
So really far up.
Yeah, I don't know where Crit came from and why he was up there, but the evasion from the Scurry will save him.
What? He missed like 3 out of 3 on the tree line.
Yeah. 30% evasion plus Radiance, though. You gotta throw in the Radiance there as well.
Yeah, but that's brutal for Ori. I mean, it's showing that they just need MKBs. They need them incredibly bad in these fights. And we'll find something with this Marcy starting to pick up the damage a little, but you need this next set of items here if you're Azure, right? And you're running out of time as Falcons are just ramping up the pressure.
Yeah, I feel like if you don't... The Marcy is still scary, but it's always a bit concerning when you hit that level 18, which I think is such a big window, right? The Unleash becomes so powerful once it's level 3, and you don't immediately win a fight with that. It's cause for concern.
I mean, it looked better at least, but yes. Yeah. And once he has MKB, his damage does skyrocket. So he really does need this item. And I think Falcons are going to want to try and push it and not let Low get there. You still have Ori looking for Daedalus. He's level 21 now. There's some strength in the tank. But if you strike now, it's not going to be enough to deter this actual 5-on-5. You still have Aegis for a minute.
Careful there, Ori. Maureen is always looking for an opportunity. They're going to TP bottom. See if they can catch anybody with this axe. Or the arena, rather. Relocate actually onto the Crystal Maiden. Gleipnir might be able to save him here. As Ori's disabled for a bit too long, so they're just going to get out where they can. And the IO will be condemned. Oh, never mind. I thought he would relocate it from the side of the map where the rest of Azure was, but didn't realize he was still inside the base.
Both teams pick off attempts unsuccessful here, which I guess is better for Azure than it is for Falcons, considering you're still dodging this Aegis. You're still going up against the 4th core with this Hoodwink, however. Crit has just been farming this game. Gleipnir, Manta done on a support. This is the future of Dota.
No Fiend's Grip. A quick kill.
Just good scouting.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of this Aegis period. 10 seconds. Don't have Bane for this fight. FY bought out for that Aether Lens. So this is just going to be a concession of buildings here. No way you're taking a fight without your Bane. Way too much of your control.
It looks like they're gonna try and go for 2. Yeah, they're gonna go for 2, see if they can force Azure Ray back, because right now Low is hitting the tier 3.
There's another Radiant
Bane up in 15 seconds.
They're gonna pop it. I mean, this should defend this until the Bane's back up. You're also trying to get this MKB on Low. He is 300, 250 off of it.
Trying to get a 4-staff. That gets Bach back. And with the Rolling Thunder used, Falcons probably going to back off here. Low just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. He goes to the TP out.
Oh my. What?
Jeez.
That was an insanely lucky TP that they did not see him.
Yeah.
Maureen blinked forward. He was too anticipatory there for his own good. There's a basher on Skeeter, so that TP is not guaranteed by any means. And that was his MKB that he is 150 off of here. He will secure it off the bottom wave, so it's a big item for Low. He's gonna have to prove his merit, and guess what? No BKB for Ori.
Setup. Oh, he's dead. Another opportunity with no buyback there. They could go high ground again. He doesn't have it because of gold, so Falcons might just force it to see if he does buy back. And when it doesn't come, that's going to be another lane of barracks.
I mean, they know their timing in this game. They know how strong Skeeter is. They're continuing to push the advantage, Aegis or not. 60 seconds, no Ori. Can you fight without him? I mean, you have this MKB on the Marcy, but...
Yeah.
They're going to try.
They get the catch in from behind. They catch both supports, blow them up instantly. No, Snaking actually survived thanks to the Ghost Scepter. Now it fights back against Skeeter. BKB wears out though. Now the Frostbite. Oh, the Fiend's Grip goes off immediately. Wind Waker from Amar gets the spear onto both of them.
Beautiful.
Io Marcy countered by a single spear.
I mean, that's about as good a fight setup you're going to get there, 4v5. If you got both the supports, maybe you're a bit happier about it, but you still have these cores to contend with, and that has been the real bane of Low's existence here, as FY's Bane existence has not been much more successful.
All right, back to the second lane, and straight for throne, potentially. 45 seconds left in the Marcy. They have kept Azure Ray pretty crippled. So him not having buyback is a real possibility. 450 gold off.
You have to stall for this next script. 15 seconds might be enough to dissuade Falcons going deep, but I mean, Amar has just been on point with these grip cancels as well. He's not playing overly aggressive with this Wind Waker, knows what he has to do in the middle of these fights to bail out his other cores, making FY's life very difficult.
Even I can appreciate that.
And they are full up on shards, so taking that Tormentor doesn't even get them one.
Mine is truly a pleasant life.
I mean, I can't believe Snaking survived getting cleaved like that.
Yeah. He's got
What the hell?
he's got a lot of HP. 2100 HP. Boots of Bearing plus Plate Mail. He also has Crystal Clone, which can help him disjoint a bit if like the TA starts trying to hit him.
I mean, he is just itemized purely physical mitigation. You know, he has the double armor items plus the Ghost Scepter. Like, that is a ridiculous
spotted
amount.
in the river. BKB goes off again. The relocate cannot come in time. The burst damage is just too intense. Gaimin can't. He has to basically throw the relocate before they even start going on his ally.
The more I watch Lifestealer, the more I'm convinced that people just underrate how anti-carry this hero is now. I think all these carry matchups that on paper from years and years ago should beat this hero, it just doesn't look as good. Like the Troll, the Ursa, the Marcy, these man-fight matchups into the new Radiance with heavier evasion, the new Sange with some extra status resist, the new Ags that's actually useful and you can disarm. It just seems like a nightmare. Like, he just kills you through attrition. And you never get this opportunity to sit there and fight him back on even terms.
Yeah.
I mean, Skeeter has been untouchable this team. Whereas it feels like Low is constantly trying to catch up, and he always needs that one more item, but he cannot get there. And he might never get there in this game, as Falcons will claim Megas, and they're continuing to scale everybody here. This Hoodwink is out of control, man. He's got a Dragonlance now and an Ancient Guardian. Is this a support? Are we sure Crit's playing support in this game?
Like, not when he plays Hoodwink, man.
He has more damage
no
than
longer
Ori.
support. Yeah.
I almost think if we took Ori and Crit and had them 1v1 each other, Crit might win. He might straight up win that battle.
I mean, if he's in trees, yeah. He's got the scurry.
He's got Hurricane
that extra
Pipe,
evasion.
Manta to dodge a strike, Bushwhack. Then he's gonna wait out your BKB, get some evasion, Boomerang, Sharp shoot you. God damn, dude.
Well, Mega's going to keep Azure Ray inside their base, while Falcons will take a free Roshan Eon Disc just to make sure that Amar can't get gone on in some way, burst it down, and they take the Wind Waker out of the equation, so then the Fiend's Grip can actually do something. Now, they'll always survive, and also hard to spell off the disables, so pretty much guaranteed that he is going to be able to save somebody with the Fiend's Grip, and they can't Fiend's Grip him.
You have the Lotus on Snaking, the Aeon Disc on Amar, the Wind Waker, and you have Ascetics Cap for the Lifestealer here. So, I mean, who are you gripping at this point? Good luck. By the way, Maureen has almost 5,000 HP with the Infest on top of Refresher Shard, so that is another beast of a hero. I don't know what you're doing. This is not a normal man's Rolling Thunder right here.
No, it's not. Four Staffs trying to get him away from this initiation.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Rolling Thunder is on cooldown, and Falcons are still going to try and force it here with a blink in onto the Marcy. A Force Staff that gets him farther away from his team. He pops the BKB and the Unleash, and it gets him, or excuse me, just the BKB, not the Unleash. And he uses it to get back to that fountain. So no BKB in this next fight. That makes things a whole lot harder. For Low, blink back. Once again, another Rolling Thunder attempted. Maureen shrugs off the physical damage pretty easily here. Gleipnir on a bunch of the backline here. Slow tries to jump in, immediately gets disabled, immediately disarmed, frostbitten. Every single spell thrown at him. The Marcy is just not a threat without the BKB.
There's too many Bashers up now as well. You have full Abyssal on Skeeter, Basher on Maureen. What are you doing in this game anymore? You just missed your entire window to get something going with these two physical cores, and you're just outscaled at this point, honestly. There's just not much left to build in this type of lineup for Azure. You don't have that fourth core coming online between Bane and I. This is as good as it gets. I mean, Crit, he already has his level 20 talent. He's eyeing up Desolator. That's when this hero just goes berserk.
Stampede doesn't stop the bash that comes in. A little bit of Nightmare save, but only delays the inevitable. Is Ori trying to stand his ground around his throne, the only building that's left in the entire Radiant base. Bot comes back with a buyback and possibly a dieback unless the save from the IO finally comes into play. But Falcons weren't really gunning for him. It was just a lifestealer hitting him. They were playing very patiently. And Snaking has decided with his level 20 talent, I'll do it myself. I'll take the throne. BKB, Fiend's Grip goes out. There's the Wind Waker. BKB Unleashed just completely countered by Skeeter with the Aghanim Scepter. Stalled all the damage enough. The BKB is now worn thin, and they'll focus on Ori instead. Everybody trapped inside the arena will die. And it will be Falcons heading to the grand finals of the Elite League.
And for the third tournament in a row. This team is making a name for themselves as gonna be the most dominant team this year? Question mark? It's looking likely at this point if no one can figure them out or stop them, or maybe if Ice Frog doesn't stop them with some crazy patch that nerfs all their heroes, because this team just feels impossible to draft against right now, and it feels very difficult to beat them or go even in lanes, and then you have to out-team fight them. And these are all a lot of big problems to solve for all these teams right now. None of them are easy because this team is firing on all cylinders. So, well played to them, well deserved here. They are by far the best team in this tournament. I don't think anyone has come close to them so far, and it'll be a real challenge in that finals to beat them in a BO5. So hopefully you can learn something from this series. I think Azure did play below the level we've seen them play at, but I think Falcons can also do that to you right now. They can make you look worse than you are, and for good reason. Still, these drafts and the synergy and stuff for Azure was just not nearly good enough to contend in the series. Lane mistakes, kind of poor rotations. Game 1 was just sleepy as hell. They kind of woke up in game 2, tried to play the style Marcy, but Falcons felt like they were already prepared for it. They had great counterplay in terms of Skeeter with a hero that he was very confident taking that matchup with. Great itemization overall. Early Wind Waker for ATF here was just killed that momentum that FY had in this game. There was no comeback potential off this early Ags grip. And then you're just farming up a fourth core on this Hoodwink and just vastly outscaling Azure right here. Absolutely no chance in this Ultra Late. TA had no business in this game from start to finish.
You know what's funny about that? The Yules to Wind Waker upgrade is exactly 4,200 gold. So he just straight up countered the 4,200 Ags with a 4,200 upgrade. And it just ruined a lot of what FI wanted to be able to do that game. Ruined what Azure wanted to be able to do when it came to playing around the map and the team fights. And as a result, Team Falcons cruise to the grand finals. And that leaves the last two Chinese teams in the lower bracket. And also the last representative of Western Europe there as well. So the next matchup is going to be Team Liquid versus Xtreme, and then the winner of that will match up against Azure Ray. We're going to go into that next series pretty soon here, but just your early thoughts. I mean, Xtreme and Azure Ray, I would say going into this tournament, China, these two Chinese teams getting top 4 placements, I think is pretty decent. Do you think Azure is going to be able to bounce back from this loss against Falcons, and are they going to be able to have a chance to have a rematch?
I think I would say the chances of Azure getting a rematch is higher than I think the chances of them winning that rematch.
Okay.
I think there's a shot that Azure can get back there. I think they have a way better matchup and chance versus Liquid, and especially Xtreme, because that's an interregional thing, which anything can happen. But I think Liquid and Falcons are the hardest matchup for them in this tournament, and if they beat Liquid, what are their chances of beating Falcons in a BO5 after this series? I can't imagine it's too high. I think Liquid probably stands the best chance out of anybody left if they make it there. But yeah, that lower bracket is not easy for any of these teams, and it's going to be interesting to see how it happens.
Okay. Well, we going to get to that next series, but first we got to go to our panel to break down the upper bracket final and Team Falcons cruising to the grand finals.
Just like that, Team Falcons secure themselves our first spot in the grand finals, but I wish I could say that it was a more even affair, that it was a difficult fight for them, but it truly wasn't. Something that you called out very early on, Vagamama, you didn't like the TA game. Did this TA live up to the expectations? Did it overperform, underperform? What are your thoughts?
I think it worked out exactly as I have experienced in similar drafts. Like, this is just a hard draft. Any 3-hero combination on Falcons can kill TA in the early game. Take any 3 of them. It doesn't matter which you pick, they can kill her. And some of them can even kill her with just 2 heroes. And that's really dangerous. At that point, she has to play so cautious, and we saw her die repeatedly. The casters pointed out, she was the highest level hero on the map pretty much. So she fed way more experience than another hero would. And also, the lifestealer, she just couldn't kill him. In the, push we saw mid here in a while, she was hitting him like 6 times and did about 400 damage to him. Because all the elevation, the armor, you're just not doing anything. His rage dispels the meld minus armor. And she ended the game with 0 kills. So I would say that's pretty much the expectation I had. But Falcons are just looking unstoppable, dude. They're looking so hard to deal with right now. Their drafts are super on point. They're always playing together, finding each other on the map, making the moves that they need to do. And they're so versatile. We saw the Pango played by Amar, and then we see Malrine, of course, who's also a god-tier Pango player. You can swap around the heroes between the players. It's tough, man.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you also have just Falcons recognizing exactly how Azure need to play this game. Once that TA is put in that position of, she has to go farm, she's playing really safe, then they know, hey, they're going to start doing relocation hunts, right? That's the whole plan. They're going to be so they're prepped up. They have good vision. They're always staying kind of close to make sure they're going to be there for those engagements. And then your one chance of getting back in the game doesn't really happen. So then they got put on this weird timer of just okay, maybe if we get a Roche and TA shard and Marcy gets some items, maybe then that'll be our chance. But that was really your one hope, and Falcons just had such a lead at that point that it's pretty unlikely you're going to succeed. I would be curious to see what would happen in a similar game if you tried the Ags armlet build from the Marcy instead of the Battle Fury, but it's 2 different choices. I can definitely understand why he went for the Battle Fury because of how they wanted to try and scale into this game. But I would be curious how fighting earlier might have helped them.
Yeah, as I'm thinking about this game, I'm trying to ask some questions is there any silver lining? And I'm trying to think of, this game was a little bit more of an even matchup, at least at the beginning. But you're in a really rough place if this game is considered a bit more even, just because of the early stage at least. So did they maybe at least manage to sort out the laning problems that they have had in game 1?
The lanes, went better, I would say, than before, for sure. So that was, something. The problem this game was just that they don't have a power spike later on that they can play around reasonably. Marcy needs way too many items. TA gets countered by things that are in the game. And the Mars itemization, that was just so beautiful, going for the early Wind Waker to counter out. The only real disable you have from your support duo, because Io does nothing, is the Fiend's Grip. And the Fiend's Grip just didn't do anything for the entirety of the game ever since he got the Wind Waker. So, yeah, that was just really, really well read by Falcons on how to deal with this game.
Yeah, maybe, fortunately for them, this is not a decisive loss. They still have the lower bracket to go through, either versus Xtreme Gaming or Liquid. Perhaps they're just baiting out some strategies now that they've seen strategies from Falcons 4 times in a row that they've lost. Maybe the 5th time is going to be the charm. But before that happens, we will have a winners interview after a short break. a really short break, wasn't it? So we get to talk to one of Team Falcons players. We won't keep it mystery for way too long. Skitter, welcome.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Doing great after watching those games. That yeah, it didn't look like Azure are playing way too great against you guys right now. What do you think was the biggest difference in these two games between the two teams?
I mean, it's hard to say since we haven't really had like a tough series in quite a while. So for us, we are kind of just mostly focusing ourselves, and we try to like keep our level of play the same and consistent. And you know, we don't really look too much at the opponents and what they do.
Oh damn, that's something that you said as well, right? Like the last couple of tournaments for you guys have looked pretty damn easy. Did you ever feel like there was a single team that came close that could take a series off of you guys, or do you feel very comfortable playing anyone at the moment?
I mean, the one team I think we kind of forced us to get our shit together, or kind of like made us improve the most, was probably Liquid and Gladiators. That happened during the Bedboom Dacha in the group stage. I think the series we lost to them, especially to Liquid, 0-2, we had like a team discussion about what we need to work on, what we need to fix, and some other stuff. So I think like those, like, and Gladiators obviously they're very smart, so we steal some strategies, some item builds and heroes from them. But I think like Liquid is the one that you know, forced us to improve some more.
And when it comes to the round robin stage, so far you guys, like just before the playoff stage, of course, you guys played OG, and they are, I believe, the only team that you dropped 0-2 to. Like, is there something you got out of that loss, or was it just a fluke?
It was a lack of focus.
Okay,
not sure if there's any.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, props to them. You know.
Okay, so I want to ask you a question. You know, you guys just had a very easy 2-0 here, so kind of rough to say something particular that excited you in the last game here, as you basically had an uncontested game as Lifestealer. So about the day where you have important games, what do you find is something important for you to get in the right headspace for a game? Do you have any like food or anything you need to do during a day to get ready for a big day if you have like a finals day?
I mean, I don't actually do anything special, but I try to keep my lifestyle very healthy. I mean, as healthy as possible. You know, I try to work out to keep like because when you play a lot of Dota, you get like mentally exhausted, but physically you're not. So it creates like a big imbalance in your body. So that's why, you know, I substitute the physical exhaustion with gym. And I think that is like a big deal for me, that I need to be this balance needs to be created by me. And then obviously like don't need some junk food. But to kind of answer your question, like I try to like treat every day the same.
Yeah, that's probably a very, very good mindset to have. I was going to ask, have you felt like direct impact from, you know, being more active and healthy, that you can actually feel like you're, you know, in a better place to think and play? Is it something you feel? Like, it's obviously not super tangible.
No, I actually do feel it. I mean, I'm kind of... That's why I do it. I wouldn't do it if I wouldn't feel good. It actually does make me feel, you know, better, and then I play better, and I'm a better person as well. So it kind of does everything for me.
Healthy body, healthy mind. All right, that's all I got for you. Congrats on the series.
Can I just hijack this for a little bit, because I'm a bit of a gym freak. Like you're going to the gym. I just want to know, is there like a certain routine that you're doing? Or is it something specifically tailored for you, or are you just going for some gym bro splits?
Okay, so I had like a very slow start to gym. I would go there and I would only run for like a year. I would only go there and run. Then I would start lifting some dumbbells and then do some back exercises. And now I'm kind of doing like everything, you know. But I used to, like, the one thing that kind of makes me feel the best is running, like the runner's high. I love that shit.
Yeah, the cardio is. I also feel the best for Dota players. It exhausts you a bit, like because I was thinking even when Dota players ask me like recommend some exercise and stuff, I'm afraid to recommend some things that will be too taxing on your forearms, on your arms, because I'm thinking maybe it will affect you in the gameplay. But yeah, nice to hear that you are doing a lot of cardio. I think it's really healthy. Trent.
Skeeter. All right, so you're talking about how Dota is very mentally taxing. I think we've all experienced that before, you know. So if you're not playing Dota, are there any other games that you're playing right now?
Oh, I have been enjoying CS2.
Oh, okay.
I watched
all right.
I watched the Copenhagen major, so I kind of got, I'm stealing some ideas from the CS pros, trying to be a little bit more
Right.
controversial,
All right, what's your play
all that
style in
stuff.
CS2 then? Tell me how Skeeter plays a game of CS.
Oh, I don't know, some Desert Eagle, MP9.
Okay, good, good.
Classic stuff, AKs and M4s.
Okay. Do you have like the good smokes? Like, are you all trained up on like
No,
perfect smokes and everything?
Hell no. No, I'm not gonna be putting
Leave
that
that to
much
someone
effort
else.
into it. I'm just gonna goof
Right,
it
you're
around.
you're a carry player, right? Okay, that's for supports. They can learn that. I understand now. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, the CSGO is definitely CS2 actually. My bad. Very interesting one. Skitter, before we let you go, I have one more question. Like I've been playing against you, seeing you for a really long time in the scene. You've been part of what was it, Kingwin back then? Was it Alternate Attacks as well? I'm not even sure. One of those stacks long time ago. Before
I was part of Penta. That was Nisha's team.
Yeah.
Alternate Atex and Penguin.
Exactly. But you're like one of, not the rare ones, but one of the few ones that has made it. Like if you could go back in time and just give a hand and bring someone with you to the pro scene, is there like a player that didn't make it that you think would have been an amazing teammate right now?
I mean, I can maybe name two players. One is Biver. He was a Danish player. I played with him.
I remember
in Team
him,
Spirit
yeah.
and Infamous. He is a very nice person. At the end of the day, I think he would make it if he kept playing, but he decided to, there was too much stress in the pro scene for him. And then the second one would be
He was
DNZ.
like a 5 or a
He's
4,
like, I
right?
think- Yeah, he was +4. He was always like extremely high MMR player. Like he kind of reminds me of he reminds me of like Saxa. Very nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one would be DNZ.
Dino, right?
The Penta boy.
Yeah. He's a Penta boy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah. Definitely very skilled players. I remember them. Felt some games against them, and it's nice to hear some of these names pop up every now and then. But you have bigger things on your mind right now. Grand finals. I want to congratulate you once more for winning the upper bracket finals, and I want to wish you good luck.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure having the interview.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye. Very nice talking to him. I don't know. It's nice to reminisce as well about some of these names, some of these players, and seeing how far some of them obviously have made it. Skitter, right? Not right now even. He's been dominating for quite some time.
Yeah. I mean, cool to hear him say DNZ as well. I actually played together with DNZ in the team as well, and I know for sure you know him as well. He's definitely a great guy, so big shout out there to him.
One of the first tournaments, actually, I think it was the first one I ever cast that Skeeter was in, was way back in 2017. It was, I think, the second LAN I traveled to. It was in Krefeld in Germany, and it was the ROG Masters 2017 when he was playing on Penta. Some other players there. This was like a very regional qualifier to go to a big LAN. There weren't any like big teams there. The biggest team there was Empire as a direct invite. But some of the other players that were there in 2017 were like 3-3. Was playing on Hellraisers at the time. Thompson was there with SFT. Skeeter 9 was there playing with them at the same time. DNZ, RMN, and Nisha was there playing on Team Kingwin as well. So it is crazy to think back then it's like sort of like tier 2 Dota, and now where a lot of those names are. So obviously Skeeter being one of the biggest successful names out of that
And they're still so very young, looking fresh, looking like they still have a lot of passion, a lot of will to
7 years ago.
play the game. And it was like 7, 8 years ago. It's crazy just how much talent they had at such a young stage. What happened to us, Vaga? What went wrong?
We washed up, dude, you and me. we're useless. No, but it's cool to see the ones who made it, right, Lizard?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, is that what you were asking? Were you hoping he was going to pull you? Like, you were like, is there anyone?
No, absolutely
maybe
not. We never
who
played.
like
we
you
never
used
played
to like
together.
play with a little like anybody who you
Maybe a
can think
member,
of
maybe
like,
someone in multi-box.
maybe like tall, muscular, handsome, has a cool dog.
Yeah,
plays
someone
the
to give you
harmonica.
gym tips as well.
Yeah.
No, we
Someone.
actually never. We unfortunately never played together. Maybe if we did, I'd be carried a little bit harder, but it is what it is. He's carrying right now Falcons really damn well, but he's not the only one. Do you guys think that there is someone that's pulling this team forward a little bit more than the rest, or is it evenly spread out among the three of them?
I mean, I definitely lean towards the evenness simply because I think that's like their biggest strength right now is this idea of like the three and the mid. I think their support duo is absolutely incredible. I think Crit and Snaking probably look like the best on their position right now. And arguably you might be able to say that about all the positions on Falcons, and that's why there's such a hard team to beat. So I definitely think that across the board, they're just at such a high level right now.
Yeah, all their cores can become overfarmed and take over a game. All of them have that ability in them. Any game, you need to keep all of them down somehow. And their drafting is like top tier as well. So you combine these things, and the rotations they make. It's a tough team to solve and find out how to beat them.
It definitely is, and so far no one has been able to. Of course, we have one more lower bracket match to go before the grand finals, but whoever wins, Azure, actually we have two more. Team Liquid Xtreme Gaming is coming up next, and then Azure is playing against them. Whoever goes through, do you think that they might have what it takes to take on Team Falcons again? Like, it's gonna be what, Azure or one of these two. Can they adapt in this short span of time in one day? Is it too much to ask for?
I find it to be, difficult for me to see Azure, especially after today. In the first series we saw in the upper bracket, they dropped against Liquid. It didn't look that clean, and now they got absolutely handled by Falcons. I feel like a bit of a hater, but I'm gonna say I don't think that they would win against Falcons in the grand finals. I think between Team Liquid and Xtreme Gaming, it's more the question for me: who would have the bigger chance to upset in the grand finals?
Yeah, and I think most people are probably going to lean towards Liquid, right? Just in terms of the matchup experience. And like Falcon said, they've given them some trouble in the past. It helped boost up their own gameplay. So Liquid, of course, is someone who's also willing to make those adjustments and try and boost themselves back up. They seem to be feeling a lot better, as we had that interview with Blitz earlier. So perhaps you'll get another interview with them if they are able to defeat Xtreme Gaming after this.
Yeah, but that's the first thing that comes to our mind, right? That's the first thing coming up. We have Team Liquid versus Xtreme Gaming. What do you think about this matchup? I believe yesterday you guys were saying that Azure might have a higher ceiling, but Xtreme Gaming, they're a little bit more stable. Team Liquid, are they a team that's able to, abuse a team that is more volatile, or a team that's just constantly stable? So Liquid versus Xtreme Gaming, what I'm asking is, who do you favor here coming into the matchup without the drafts?
I hope to see, I hope to see Liquid, not slip up like they did, because that's what happened yesterday. We saw them, go for ultimately something that really didn't work out. The last pick Pudge into the sniper draft was painful to watch. Like, there's some idea that it can be good, but they didn't have any single hero that can push towers. That's like a big glaring draft issue. But as long as their draft is on point, I think Liquid have a slight edge for me between these two teams.
Yeah, I think for Xtreme Gaming, the main concern that I've had with them in the past is just like this idea of like slow supports and supports that aren't able to really be capable of moving around the map and everything. They seem to have done a better job of that this morning up against Quest, right? A little bit more active, a little bit more willing to join in with their allies. Despite taking the Phoenix for DY again, they grabbed this Grimstroke, who's a little bit better at syncing up with his allies. He had a Weaver as well as a Slardar to work with, which is two of the better combos for like the Inkswells. So I think that idea of like, what are we going to do at 10 minutes? I just want that like drilled into the heads of Xtreme Gaming, and I think that's going to give them a better chance. But overall, I would say I'm favoring Liquid.
Yeah, and it's so. I mean, it's insane that you are thinking about and like how we are even talking about them as this team with very two passive supports when Xingqiu is playing for them. Like this man has always been very active, but for some reason they're constantly giving him these shadow demons. Even a Grimstroke in some games can fall off very quickly if he doesn't have the right pairing on the cores, right? But in any case, I believe we have around 13 minutes before the next match starts, so we're going to jump into a small little break and see if Xtreme Gaming can be a little bit more active against Liquid. Hey chat, welcome back and thank you very much for waiting. We are currently in the lower bracket semi-finals elimination series between, what is it, Liquid, and on the other side we're going to have Xtreme Gaming. Now these two teams have faced each other, perhaps not in the playoff of course already, but they have faced each other before in Elite League in the group stages. Actually they tied 1-1. And that makes me think, looking at all of these other series, that we might finally get a 3-game series.
Definitely looks like it could happen. Yeah, we did have
only had one.
Yeah, true. We've mostly had quick 2-0s here in the bracket. The bracket looks kind of funny almost, but yeah, last time it was a draw. Both games was Xtreme opening with the first pick sniper as well. So we'll see if they're gonna get to do that or not this time.
Only one will remain in competition, as you can see at the bottom of your screen here, ladies and gentlemen, in case you were wondering. We're clearing that up for you. I like that. That's good.
Yeah, but what do you guys think, like before we even go into the game, what is making all these series go 2-0? Are teams just preparing for one team and not for the other, so they drop down in the second series of the day? Or because in particularly this series, because both of these teams have faced different opponents, right? Like Liquid already faced the Gaming Gladiators. That was a bane of their existence for like a couple of years now, and they did manage to defeat them 2-0. And Xtreme Gaming, of course, they met Quest. So do you think that the preparation perhaps is something that might be a little bit lacking here, because they didn't have enough time maybe to prepare for one another?
It's kind of hard to say, right? Because in the group stage, we had a lot of draws. There were a lot. So you could say that, oh, it's, coincidence we get 2-0s now, but it could also just be that one team did better or worse at preparing for the specific day. And it, is, I guess, amplified a bit when you're in the brackets compared to when it's just chill in the group stage,
And sometimes it's just all 2-0s. It's just what happens, We've been in tournaments where this is the way it goes. Maybe it's something about momentum of like winning that first game and it carries through. And
so I'm looking too much into
an argument, but yeah, I wouldn't. It'll be fine. We'll get our, we're talking about patterns here. All 2-0s. Yesterday it was all 2-0s and then 3 games. So it'll just be the same. Everyone's gonna get a little tired. We'll get a little bit of a pudge in there. But this way they'll get the win like they said they should have with the pudge to prove to themselves that they can pick this mid-game pudge, and all will be happy.
So you're saying they should let the sniper through so they can do the pudge versus sniper again here and redeem themselves.
And then Xtreme will have to all chat just like Bach did. They have to do the same thing. Be like, thank you.
What did he write? Pick. Pudge into sniper? Something like that, right? Yeah. I believe Cap and SVG also mentioned that was the most toxic they've ever heard Bach be in that interview, when he mentioned that Pudge was an absolute free pick for them, that he was happy that they picked the Pudge, thanks Blitz. But we'll see if Xtreme Gaming will be tanking Blitz after this series, because I'm pretty sure that he's feeling very confident after the series that they just had today. But looking at these two teams, this is probably the most likely of a series that will lead us into game number 3. Very evenly matched teams, in my opinion. But you guys were a little bit more on the Liquid side. Is there like a particular reason for that, or do you just feel that they have had stronger opponents or stronger showing so far?
I mean, for me at least, I don't really think that Xtreme have a great handle on the best ways to draft right now. Not necessarily, it's not like they don't know what the best teams are doing to draft, but it seems like they don't have the hero pools that support it. This idea of like keeping flexibility, keeping it a mystery throughout a lot of the drafting stage, and that just does not exist when they're drafting. It is very obvious where every hero is going to go with virtually all of their picks that they like to open it up with. So them lacking that X factor in the draft, I think just immediately makes the game a lot harder for them.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned there, Trent, is really important. It's almost like they're being too honest, right? Dota is very cutthroat now in drafting. Like, you don't give anyone a real idea what you're doing, and that's usually how you get a big advantage. It can backfire too, like we saw earlier today with the Klinks pick, like, oh, that's our carry, and then Psych gets +4, and then it was pretty useless +4 anyway. You can definitely hurt yourself when you do it. But overall, being a bit more deceptive is probably something that could benefit Xtreme.
And I believe it was Team Falcons, of course, Skitter just a moment ago, who said that they did learn a lot from playing Liquid before. So maybe Xtreme Gaming, who did end up second in the group stage, by the way, Liquid coming out on top, and they played each other, of course. So in the round robin stage, they went group stage, best of twos, they went 1-1, they tied. So maybe something that Xtreme Gaming can adjust on, maybe something that they could learn from. Watching and playing Liquid. What do you think about today's games, though? Like, we've had Liquid, we mentioned that. We've had Liquid so far. We've had, on the other side, Xtreme Gaming as well, playing and winning 2-0 versus their respective opponents. Do you think that there is a takeaway that these two teams might steal from these series?
Maybe takeaways. I think maybe more importantly than focusing on each other at this point is just keep building on what you are doing yourself. Like we saw Xtreme Gaming end up with the very awkward lanes sometimes when they early picked the Viper, if I remember correctly, ending up with off lane into long lane against the Weaver, or was it Windrunner? We saw two awful lanes. I think Windrunner was the
Weaver,
Bach
right.
one. Yeah, Windrunner was Bach where he did his best. Either way, I think the important part for them is to work on your stability within your own draft, more so than thinking too much about what your opponents did. We even heard it from Falcons earlier today. They were like, oh yeah, we haven't done much prep for opponents. We're just like working on ourselves, just do our own thing.
Yeah, I think for Xtreme, just like take that aggression from earlier, this idea of like being able to do stuff early, leave behind the passivity that you've been going for a little bit through the group stage. Even though it was working and stuff, I think moving into the best of threes, it's just less likely to succeed. You're under a bigger microscope, more time for teams to study. They're going to think more importantly about their matchup too, obviously in bracket compared to just group staging. So yeah, I think keeps in queue on these heroes that can really make a lot happen. I'd like to see the Dark Willow again. I think that's been very successful for him and does help cover like good team fight stuff, but also that Bedlam early to link up with someone and get kills. I think it's kind of the perfect hero for him. Or bust out the Monkey King again. I am down for that as well.
Yeah, I just love that you're mentioning heroes, because today we have already seen Xinkyu as well with some pretty funky stuff. I believe he was one of the main reasons why they managed to win game 1 on his Grimstroke. Now this is a little bit of an X factor for me. Like, Grimstroke doesn't sound like the best hero at the moment, but definitely has his place. And the Chinese teams are going for these sometimes different picks than everyone else is doing right now in the meta, like the Slardar Lynx. Is there something that Xtreme Gaming are also known for, or do they go a little bit more into the stock standards draft, Vaga?
I mean, no, they definitely have it in them to do quite a few different things. I mean, we saw them play a lot of heroes that haven't been super popular. Like they played Treant earlier as well, which is a hero that really has like faded away. And I feel like they, they're pretty unpredictable in that. So as long as they, decide on heroes that are going to be nice to open with, that doesn't get hard shut down, and that are flexible enough, then I'm confident they can cook up a lot of different potential styles even of Dota.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they work around the sniper and the Razor. Because I don't think Liquid hasn't been showing that much Razor as of late. I mean, obviously it's banned out quite a bit, but usually they're the team to ban it. Maybe Xtreme are thinking like, hey, maybe we can like try and bust out this Razor again, or if they ban out the Razor, maybe we can get the Sniper. And I could see Sniper becoming a hero that's a little bit contested in this one. I think that's where I would go.
The hero that you guys have mentioned actually earlier, it wasn't picked when we were paneling, but you guys were mentioning Oracle, and it did get picked today for Insania. So a lot of different strategies that we might see. Also a hero that was picked in the last series with almost no success on Ori, that was the TA. Something that Team Liquid can perhaps pick up. Vaga would be happy. Do you think that it's... do you think that... Because Liquid are known for their TA. They're really strong on the hero.
Yeah.
Do you think that it has potential here as one of an earlier picks, Vaga, or does it have to be secured for the later stages of the drafting stage?
I think it has to be pretty late. I mean, we have seen Liquid earlier here in Elite League that did first face the TA. It was a loss. They picked it in reaction to Timbersaw against Aurora. but then she ended up playing against like Death Prophet and some other stuff that is not so fun, like Medusa, for instance, was picked there. So I think early pick TA has too many problems. I think you pick it in the second or last phase for sure. Because even something like a simple Medusa and minus armor just doesn't really do anything because the way Mana Shield works. So there's a lot of risk to early picking it.
Be honest here. There's a lot of backseat gamers in the chat. When you read it, they're like, "Yeah, I should have done this, should have done that." Like when you watch these TA games, are you sometimes like, "Yeah, I could have done that better. Something else should have happened." Be honest.
You better say yes.
I mean, there are individual things on TA that I feel like, yes, there are definitely, almost always stuff that players can do better. But the level they play within the team is like, that's where, it humbles you to keep me humble that, I wouldn't be able to deliver what they're doing. But it is fun to have, certain expertise that, that's where even you sometimes have players get, coaching from people who are not pro players will give specific stuff. That goes back to, who was it? Who was the Broodmother coach for
There was a CIS Brood spammer, It was like 5
He coached Vega Squadron, right? For ESL New York.
Yeah. And it was
like, some pub spammer messaged me.
Yeah, he just told me how to play Brood, and now I play it like he does, and it's like now I own. And that player wasn't a top level pro player; he was a good player, and you can bring some knowledge. Anyway, for TA, she's sadly removed here, sniper as well. So all my relevant knowledge is just gone here. I know nothing anymore.
Okay, Vaga, like you know what's in your contract. Please leave the premises.
True.
Those other two heroes that I was talking about, if I was Xtreme, that I would want to open with, the Razor and the Sniper, are two of the 3 bands there from Team Liquid. So, they've done their homework. They understand the comfortable ways that Xtreme would probably want to start this best of 3. And then we get this hero who I think has been a little bit disappointing overall, at least whenever we've had the chance to see it, and that is the Viper. Xtreme have paired it before with the IO, but IO's already banned out by themselves. So this is just going to be a Viper who's just kind of hanging out there.
The good thing we saw, at least from Bach and his Viper, is that it does work really well against Leshrac, who has so much magical damage. We talked about his Viper in the interview. He said, if the enemy team doesn't have sufficient physical damage, you can become really, really strong. So Liquid, it's on them now to make sure they have some solution to the Viper as well, built in.
Eventually, you can even become universal, not only strong. And let's see. Usually, what I do like with the Viper is some sort of a front-lining position 4, which we are just not getting from Xtreme Gaming. They're just playing these Shadow Demons, these Grimstrokes. Maybe something like a Monkey King is an option, a Clockwork, something like that, just to activate him if he's shoved to the offlane. By the way, speaking of lanes. Do you think that this is stock standard? We see 2 cores, or is there some flex potential for the Leshrac?
We did talk about how Liquid had flexed the Leshrac before to support if they really need to. I'm going to guess they don't really want to because they're not even last pick, so the odds of it working out that well for you aren't fantastic. I think overall it's probably just going to be straight up. I would say it's going to be straight up core because they also were a team who were willing to run the one Lesh quite a bit. That certainly needs like special pairings, like that Oracle that's got banned out is something that can be helpful. And as you had just mentioned, the Shouting will be picked up here. XM is a stellar Viper player as well, so I think there's a good chance this also just goes mid.
Yeah, I think the bigger thing is that like Nisha is so good at Lesh that putting it on support, you can do it for the flex. But I think Nisha is confident to play Leshrac into probably most things. He just made it look so strong of a hero in his hands yesterday. So more than likely, it's just going to be mid. And instead of last picking your mid, you just say, okay, this is our mid. Okay. Just get that out there.
Yep, but these two teams have obviously had the last couple of hours free for themselves to do, to do the prep, to maybe watch the game that was just happening, to watch Falcons, and they probably did see what a stomp of a lane that Lina had. Is Lina maybe an option, or does Viper Lina sound like too much of 2 cores in one team?
I think it's very dependent on the other one for sure. Like maybe you can fix it with like a Chrono or something and a really solid initiator on the other role. But You know, in actually looking at this Viper Shadow Demon, another nice part is that, you know, I kind of criticized their lack of flexibility. It is something they've struggled with. Viper's one of these few heroes where we do know they have some flex. Like, they can throw it to XM comfortably and to XXS, so that is pretty solid. And out of the supports that can flex between 5 and 4, there's not very many, but Shadow Demon is pretty comfortable doing both. Maybe not the best pairing for a Viper, but at least it is a little bit more of that mystery that they've kind of been lacking. Unfortunately, they have to face the 3-3 Brewmaster, which I think might be one of his absolute best heroes right now, and was very often being banned out just straight up in the first phase versus them.
Yeah, this is a really nasty draft they have so far for Liquid here. They have good lockdown between the Lesh and the Batrider, and Boxy's Batrider has been insane as well. So getting him on Bat, getting Nisha on Lesh, and now getting 33 on Brew, all of them are very comfortable heroes, and the heroes operate well together. And even on top of it, the Brewmaster's pretty good against Viper to just lift him and ignore him, and maybe even dispel some Shadow Demon illusions with the Storm Panda. This is looking like a good start for them.
It's looking like a good start for them, but that's a fairly quick Lifestealer pick as well. This hero into the Brewmaster, in the laning stage at least, should not have too many problems. Am I correct on reading this?
Yeah, historically, he's done fine. I mean, I wouldn't say that he's going to, like, crush the Brew, especially if the Bat's going to be hanging out there, but you should be getting your farm, and they are going to grab the classic DY Phoenix. It has been their absolute go-to. Unfortunately, that means we once again have Shadow Demon Phoenix as their support duo.
Shadow Demon Phoenix and 0 stuns.
That's Xtreme, baby.
Disruption and Supernova are your two disables right now. That is not the best amount of lockdown to prevent the Brewmaster from getting his ulti out. You literally cannot control when he casts ulti this game, which can really hurt. And Morphling is another great hero for abusing low silence and disable status. So I think Liquid have a good read.
And the Lifestealer morph too, getting the rage.
And the morph Viper as well, right?
Yeah.
That can also hurt you, but
I guess it's not as bad as it used to be, right? Because you used to be able to get the break and really ruin the Viper, but now it's locked onto the ulti at the very least.
It's a little bit better, yeah. Okay, so Team Liquid right now, they need to aim these two bans at what I believe is an off lane. If you are putting this Viper mid, is there something that stands out? Maybe some sort of a Mars or a hero like that, or is there flex still for this Viper to be offlane?
I think they have to get something with low cooldown disable here. So Mars would definitely tick that box. I think between either that or maybe, I don't know, Wind Ranger is something that can lane decently against Morph, like chip away at him and like force him to not just sit there on full agi and out CS you. Morphling does limit the amount of offlaners you can go for. Some of them that don't have the range to harass him just end up getting out CS'd.
Yeah, pretty hard, right? I mean, the last time they played, they had a Centaur a little bit earlier during the draft from Xtreme, and Liquid countered into it with the Morphling. Now, Liquid did lose that game, but that's kind of the thing you're talking about, where like you're just hoping to set up your Morphling for a pretty good time off of that. There's still Primal Beast in the pool. It's kind of an interesting hero. For Xtreme, but you know he hasn't been showing up too much in these last couple drafts.
Do you guys think that there is maybe a problem at bursting through this Morphling at any stage of the game, or will the Lifestealer with this new Aghanims build, maybe comboed with some magic damage of Viper, do just fine?
Oh, I think it will be tough, man. I think the heroes they have are not great at dealing with morphs, so it has to come from items. Like maybe you can get at some point, if it's a mid Viper, you can maybe get Orchid on him at some point to have a way to force out the Manta or catch him after the Manta. But right now, yeah, they don't have the fast ways of killing a morph here that you might need, or Brewmaster. You know, we kind of skip past him, but if you cannot burst a Brew, he's just gonna run in at you, and then he'll be very obnoxious in the team fights and ruin your positioning.
Yeah, I think if you try and go for this like hard lockdown hero, like Axes or Beastmasters or something, I don't even think you'd have the damage to try and to kill this Brew or this Morph. Like it will be difficult if you attempt to go that route with the XXS hero here.
Yeah.
And there's the Centaur ban, just a still pretty balanced hero, even if the lane wouldn't be amazing.
There's one really speedy boy that can combo with Lifestealer historically. Might not be the best into Morphling, but There's this Slardar, and then you just play the game super fast. Is that an option or not possible for it? And I love how we're just focusing on extreme. Yeah, we're just focusing on extreme gaming. Meanwhile, Liquid, they still have this one last pick to go, and it doesn't even matter. It's some Insania position 5.
He's gonna
right?
pick like Silencer or Snapfire, you know,
CM
some like
coming in here.
anti-Phoenix annoying hero. Oh, just a boring CM. No.
It's just a CM. Yeah, Snapfire would be a great read here. I think that could be fantastic. I think maybe he will go for the CM still because it's comfort zone as well and
It's
works
so
pretty well.
good still. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
CM
you have
Morphling
Lesh on
is
your
a
team,
classic.
Brew, Bat. Like, Boxy's definitely like, just pick CM. Come on, man. Like, these support Bat Riders, they love that extra little bit of mana because they're getting greedy all over the map.
Oh, Enchantress, actually.
Okay. Got a Dispel there. Just pressure.
Not a lot to the spell. Like if you're
No.
looking at, you can enchant one of the disruption illusions, but what she does well, from if Viper is offlane, she can just absolutely destroy him with the creeps. So maybe that's a read they've got at the moment. But it looks like Viper will most likely be mid for XG.
It's also just a very strong laner, right? We talked about previous series. Strong lane support, strong lane setup so that you can get into the mid game in a good way is so important. And Ench, you know, you get some sentries, make sure you have your creeps, and you can bully core heroes in a great way with this hero. Honestly, one hero that stands out is Timbersaw. Is still not banned or picked here as well. They can go for Slaughter instead, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need, right? We're talking about they need burst. It's like their only hope. So they're going to get the minus armor. They're going to have the Infest Bomb. XSS, I think the pressure is certainly on him this game. He's probably the person who their lane is the most important to actually get this ball rolling. But Liquid, I would not want to be in Xtreme's position right now because if these lanes don't go well for Xtreme or if Liquid come out ahead, I feel like it's going to be pretty hard to kill this Morphling and Brewmaster.
Yeah. The good thing is that they get one more Orchid buyer as well, a natural one in Slardar, who, you know, this is what you need against Brewmaster and Morphling. You need to be able to disable them, silence them. So, you know, XSS, if he does have a decent lane, he can get that early Orchid, and then the hero has actual threat.
I love, by the way, seeing the cameras and just seeing DY do the spin thing on Phoenix. He's a spin enjoyer. Before the game starts, just spamming it right there. But Slardar is a good one for me, at least from my perspective. It's a decent one. It gives them this opportunity to play the game fast, but I completely agree with Trent. The speed needs to be there and they need to do well in these lanes. And Enchantress is like a really strong laner. Who are we favoring here? Is it 60-40, 70-30 for Liquid? I feel like we're pretty much all three on the same page.
I'd give him
would say-
65.
Yeah, I was about to say
65?
either 70 or 65 for Liquid here. I think maybe 70 because it's just a free morph game, isn't it? Like, unless Slardar gets really big here, I
Dude,
don't
he has
see
to
the
be
problem.
so good.
And the thing is, Slardar has to get big and he has to lane against the morph, which is not really a great matchup for Slardar either. I don't know. I'm definitely, you know, I feel like I'm always in Liquid's corner, but, you know, I'm going to favor them here as well.
Okay, 70-30. Let's see if the casters will be a little bit contrarian towards us. Cap and SVG, take it away.
Yeah, I think that was a little extreme for me. A little too extreme for Xtreme. I think it's closer than that simply because if this game goes late, I think Xtreme's lineup is pretty toxic to fight against. It's like you have insane amount of single burst jump off this Slardar Lifestealer combo that goes a long way back. You have pretty good team fight to fight around this Phoenix with Viper just
30
frontlining. You
seconds
have
to battle.
the cleanse on Jin Q that can purge a lot of the Batrider, Brewmaster, and Ench debuffs. They don't have a lot to protect Nisha on the jump. That's the one big factor for this Liquid lineup. If the Lesh gets jumped by the Slardar Lifestealer, what actually protects him in this game? Almost nothing. And that removes a huge amount of damage from the fight. So I think XG counterpicked what Liquid have, but I think Liquid's lineup definitely has a lot more synergy going for it. The downside for XG is, yeah, they lack some stuns, they lack some skirmish power, and this lineup could fall horribly flat if the lanes go wrong, which is a big question mark because there's Enchantress in this game, there's Batrider in this game, they are on the same team, and they have a hero mid that is very susceptible to being ganked in this fight. So the biggest thing for me this game is if XM gets ganked by the Ench Bat, I think this lineup just crumbles for XG. And they didn't really address this at all. Their supports are really slow and greedy. They have kind of independent side laners, but not really ones you don't want to leave alone versus like the Morphling Brew. So I'm worried about this Viper mid just getting roamed on and then the game just crumbling for XG because they can't recover off that.
Why the hell do lanes matter so much, Avery? When it comes to like particularly when these games are going like I feel like this patch probably one of the longer duration average game length. You know, like why do we always talk about lanes and how important a lane is going to be for a certain team?
I mean, because teams are better at gaining advantage early. Number one, so you can extract more than you used to. Number two, teams are better at snowballing than they were. So if you gain that advantage, and it's larger than it was previously, you translate it into just a higher chance of winning.
Yep.
And I think there are some things that make it harder to end the game, like going high ground, but I also think there are some things that make it harder to come back. Like split push isn't really a route to victory if you don't have a comeback mechanic at some point. And damn, there's some heavy damage early. Level 1 Shadow Demon kill. That is just cheeky.
They caught him on when he was full agi, basically. He was pretty agied up, and they just disrupted him, crushed him, and then had a bash. Almost, you know, I think he was on his second hit, so he got one hit in, then got the bash in to finish him off. So pretty well timed from Xtreme Gaming.
They really abuse this big camp well, which is what you can do versus Ench early because she doesn't use the creeps at level 1 that well. So you can kind of, they stack this, they are pulling it, they threaten them to come up, and then just went on this morph level 1 before Mickey has the waveform to get him out of dodge. I will say I personally really hated playing this Enchantress lane. I think it's just annoying. We're gonna see Insania get traded out again here. 2 kills on this lane for XG early. That is a great start for them. I think Ench Morph just has like no synergy. Like you can obviously play the lane, you can do a lot. I think the later portions are nice where if Morph gets high level, you can leave him alone and roam.
Damn, Mickey's really going for it. Okay. He gets him. Damn. Okay, Xin-Q steps a little bit too far forward. Okay. And Mickey sees the opportunity, despite losing his support, to go for it.
I don't know how he got level 3 so fast. I think it was just this big camp. Like, they double pulled it, but then they contested it, and then Mickey ended up getting the big Satyr off that with almost solo XP for half a wave. Because Insania died. That was a nice turnaround from him. Salvages a lot that was happening on this lane. And again, what I was saying is the best synergy this lane has is to get the Morphling a good start with high XP so the Enchantress can leave him. And Morph is pretty strong solo as a carry, just playing under his tower, which means this mid roam that Liquid wants to do in that 6 and 8 power rune mark, Morphling's great for enabling that if you can get him there. But the early stages of the lane are pretty lackluster, honestly. So I'm not necessarily surprised that XG found some openings here, but Mickey able to pull it back and hopefully set Insania up for that level 3 to 5 timing to lead the lane.
Check in on the mid lane, 1800 net worth for XM. So he's doing all right against the last rank. Seems like he's winning the lane by like 200 or 300 net worth, so not too bad. Nisha is doing okay with just spamming out lightning. And the potential for roam has already begun. Boxy was looking at that wraparound here, but the Watcher had spotted him, so we took away that Watcher. We've got a nice, deep, aggressive ward. The Enchantress moving across with the creep as well. It's going to be a double support dive onto the Viper at level 4, and we'll see whether or not Xtreme responds at all, or are they just going to give up on XM. They pretty much give up on him. I mean, Xin-Q TP's in, but it is far too late to even attempt to punish somebody.
It's a blood grenade and boots.
Yeah, maybe if he hits a 4th poison stack here. He's got Fairy Fire still on him. Oh no, he doesn't land it. Now he steps forward a little bit too far where the Warpine Raider gets behind him, does some damage. Boxy comes in with a flame break, and they've got him dead as well. So now nobody's here to collect any of the experience from these creeps mid.
I don't know. Like, this is one of those things where if you're XG in this game, you have to expect this. This is the most important thing in like the first 20 minutes of this game, maybe the entire game, is the mid roam from Liquid onto your Viper. You have to protect him. I feel like that should just be instant double support TP, and you turn that. And I think Leshrac dies 100% if you do that, and maybe you get some decent support damage. But like, what does DY accomplish not going to that move? It's a lifestealer bottom versus Brew. They're not pressuring 33. It's not like they killed him. If you got something else on the map, sure, but he accomplished nothing during that period, didn't even get a pull. You're not counterplaying this mid play. XM was winning the lane. Just missed counterplay from XG here, and Liquid get away with that. Get a treat on top.
Flame Break almost stops DY from being able to dive away. Yeah, DY must have really screwed up if you're criticizing him, you know?
Well,
I feel like that's
playing
one of
pretty
your
well.
favorite support players.
I think he has been playing well recently. I mean, he TP'd and canceled at the end. I think even Jin Q's TP on that play was pretty late. Like, that's what I'm saying. It just wasn't in their mind, and that's just... Like, I don't know how that play is not in your mind, because when they picked this Enchantress 5th in the draft, and you have this Viper, like, you know what they're trying to do with it.
Yeah.
Especially Liquid, because I don't think Liquid's some mega Enchantress team. You know, they're not some team that's...
You're not getting Gladiators.
Yeah, they're not just first phasing this hero all the time and like, oh, you know, just classic Enchantress. Like, they picked it with a purpose in mind. It was to punish this Viper wherever he went. So I'm surprised they let him get away with that as well as they did, but honestly, they didn't roam back there, and they're looking for the runes, so not the most damage done as XM continued to have an okay laning phase, basically going even. And they'll trade out Wisdom Runes, Jin Q getting some stacking done as well. As top lane continues to go very well for XXS. Man, he has had it thunderous early in here. Already almost level 6 with double bracer phase boots. That is crazy pace for the Slardar.
Did you see what Boxy did, by the way? He pulled the creep wave and he pulled it all the way behind the tower, but he did it in sync with the 7-minute Wisdom Rune spawning. I don't know. There's something there where, like, pulling the wave back all the way kind of ensures there's very little chance for them to be able to, you know, like, punish you, and you could just play together and play for the Wisdom Rune.
That actually makes sense, yeah. I still think there's some underdeveloped metas around these runes, and either smoking to them more or contesting with multiple heroes in your mid, pulling to them, stuff like this. He's going to try and make the aggressive move into the
Boxy,
jungle,
that's not going to work. That TP does not work. He does not expect a Viper in this part of the jungle, which is reasonable, but sure enough, he's here.
I mean, that's like good positioning from DY to block this move into the jungle, because that is Boxy trying to set up a deep ward to set up for this wraparound on mid. They just counterplay it early. Like, even XXS is down here looking for the Brew. The Brew has 6.
Yeah,
maybe
how
he's
do you
trying
punish
to force
this guy?
the ult. I mean, he will force the ult here. I don't think 33 can TP, and does he want to use it in this situation either? That's a... No, and he's gonna pop it.
And he's going to pop it now, throw out the Brewlings. Pretty useless ultimate for him, so not going to feel that great. Oh, he went to... Was he going to... Oh, he's going to suicide the Earth Panda? It's not going to die in time, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it's fast.
It's not going to die in time! 33!
They don't know.
Well, whatever. Mid lane is there's a clash going on. A TP away from Nisha is not going to make it in time. He's going to take out the damage over time, and Insania is going to get run down as well. So whatever shenanigans were going down at the bottom lane, Xtreme forced that, made the quick rotation to mid, and punished Liquid rather heavily.
Yeah, counter ganking this Xtreme. This is the most important thing they can do. And honestly, it's not like they're weaker in these situations. If they bring the heroes to this Viper, it's a hard gank for Liquid. It's just when the Viper's isolated and they bring 3-on-1, 3-on-2, that's where their heroes shine. But if XG are ready for it, they're going to punish Liquid every time. The Viper's way too tanky against this Lash for them to just go on him and have that gank work. And getting the Brew ult out bottom from XXS was a big deal, because then they know there's no ability for this Brew to connect on that mid play either. Honestly, XXS applying pressure everywhere with a hero that is not necessarily known for it super early, and he's back in the river mid. XG playing incredibly fast around this mid lane now.
Oh, hit him with the Centaur stun that sets up the splitter, so Nisha might be able to go for the kill as the Enchantress dies. They trade off 1-for-1. Xingqiu shows up with a Purge, but then Boxy comes out of the jungle to slow him down with the Flame Break. They're still going for the Viper, though. 33 joins in on this attempt at a kill. Firefly, Centaur stun goes out. XM, though, he's strong enough. He's able to stand his ground, kill Boxy, make it a run away from 33, who's still trying to wrap around here, but doesn't see an opening anymore. So Xtreme, once again, putting some pressure on. Liquid do respond decently well, though.
You got Ame coming in there for a potential infest at the end. This game has really ramped up around this mid-skirmishing. Early Vlad's for Mickey, so he's happy to join those fights. The early item build-up, and they will get XXS. Some nice Centaur stomps enable it here. But damn, is XM strong in these fights if he's not the one going down first. He just does so much damage over time. The corrosive skin's really annoying for this early spellcaster lineup. And again, you don't have the Brewmaster ultimate for this type of fight, which is just, it's sad because he had Arcane Rune too. So imagine you get that double value here. Might just be able to dive him, get the Viper, get more. The Brewmaster is their best point of interaction for XM this game. You split, you toss that Viper up, you're super happy in that type of fight.
Big boy stacks going to get cleared through for Xtreme, putting their heroes even farther up the net worth line, where all three of their cores are sitting in very good spots. The one suffering the most is 33, who is going to be rushing Radiance, but I don't know if it was the Primal Split little deal that happened there or what, but he is taking a bit of a tumble down that network chart.
I mean, he got left alone a decent amount, and then when the fights didn't work out and his first Primal was wasted, definitely going to slow him down a lot here, whereas XG were just stacking. They're continuing to stack Ancients. Just ramping up the efficiency here, and I mean, top of the net worth is XM. Like, that is exactly where XG want him to be. I think the first gank, they understood what happened, and since then they prioritized him, and it's worked out. This Viper is going to be strong, and it's outside of the Brew and the Morph, I think he can do some work in the fights. Now, I mean, those are huge factors, but they first picked this for a reason against that Lesh, and it's here to shut Nisha down. There's not much counterplay in this matchup. You kind of just have to run into the Viper and tank it. So your idea is to toss and kill everybody else, but working on the Zarda.
Boxy being super greedy and efficient. Again, lack of stuns, big factor here. Batrider just cutting one way, double cutting to be able to get the full amount of farm. Now, Mickey is going to die for this situation, though, as he gets a full-on gank. They are going to run in, crush on 3, creates a bit of space, but XXS is still going to get traded out. So, Liquid respond heavily with heroes. They get a core kill, but still, losing their carry, not going to feel too good. But that little play from Boxy also did net him his Blink Dagger. So, very fast Blink Dagger. So, 33 may be suffering a net worth, but Boxy is not.
He just always finds farm with this hero. It's pretty reliable. It's pretty hard to stop. So now it's going to come down to Liquid trying to make something happen with that Blink. Get 33 to his Radiance, which is their big team fight aura item this game. But 2 deaths on this Morphling in the early game. XG happy about that. They have just gotten a huge amount of value out of this Slardar early, who doesn't even have the Orchid yet. Whereas Ame's continuing to have a free game, and he's building a Radiance of his own. So he'll be able to match that out from the Brewmaster, especially if you give up some free towers to him. The rate he's going, very high level.
And Ame's chipping away at it, and no one's going to challenge him, not with a Viper right on his back.
XG finding the levels. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're just continuing to stack the Ancients. In fact, Xingqiu is just poisoning him up. Doesn't feel like he has to make too many aggressive moves this game. XG just scaling. A lot of extra experience going in the bank here.
So he's going to work towards Ether Lens, Blink Dagger. I was thinking of like, oh, what is he going to do with this net worth? It did not seem like a good Demonic Cleanse game, or, you know, the Axe is all right, but not that good.
So, I think the Cleanse is solid here. I don't think I'm going it early, but it's definitely solid at a certain point. And here's that aggressive move with the Blink on the bat.
Set up the split Earth. Hello, Nisha?
What was that?
Battle praised his Leshrac so much, and he just completely biffed that one. That was terrible. Didn't we?
Yeah, that was
We
just
had Nisha
not even
make
close.
Nisha made some major blunder yesterday too, right?
I don't know.
Or
I mean,
we
all
talked
I
about
know
he
is-
wasn't playing enough pucks. It was he got hit. He got killed by he was playing puck and he died to a hero that he should not die to.
Oh yeah, I mean he had a couple orbs that like he got counteracted by the Orchid a couple times by Ori in that game, but there were a couple times he could have got out with the Divine Rapier. Or the orb just wasn't there in time.
Go for him on the D ward. Boxy tries to make an escape up the cliff. Firefly's gonna burn him out though. So does the poison.
Yeah, that was just an awkward gank. The thing about these ganks is I don't feel like Liquid had enough early momentum with this type of support duo to enable that kind of play, because you're just ganking into a very strong defensive lineup from XG who are playing defensive. Like they have disruption for the bailout. They have a very tanky hero in Viper that you're just not running into at this point. Slardar's pretty tanky as well. You have Lifestealer Infest to bail out somebody who gets jumped. Sunray, Supernova. Like, there's a lot of counter initiation, a lot of hard targets to go on. It's not as straightforward as let's smoke and jump somebody. It's what happens after that, and it's not pretty. You have to get this Brewmaster involved, and you're still farming for this Radiance. XG getting away with a lot right now. And they're getting big. Like, these supports are going to be really tanky in the fight. You look at the HP levels. I think we saw this in some of the other games Boxy played the Bat. The one he struggled in the most was the game he had to play against the Veno and the Tiny out from Azure Ray, and those heroes were just so tanky. He had no good targets to jump with this Bat. It's feeling similar
Orchid.
here.
They're gonna catch 33. They're going to kill him with this Orchid reveal, as the first image is going to be enough, no problem. So that delays the Radiance that you were talking about. You said Liquid, you know, a lot of it, they need this 33 Brewmaster to back up some of their initiation plays, and he needs his Radiance before he does that, and that's just delaying that time even further.
Yeah, look at mid, though. The real hero for Team Liquid.
No. He doesn't quite get it.
Yeah, he almost got this mid tower with the little Saturn creep, but
his twin brother will go finish it off.
Oh, he's gonna get it with the other one.
Yeah,
nice. All right, so Insanity's just been backstabbing mid tier 1 with neutral creeps this entire time. We'll see it go down here, eventually clear up some of this map. But damn, were those towers delayed for a while, and XG got some value out of it. Continuing to hunt Boxy.
Yeah, I saw Jinkyu disrupted himself, so that completely kills the threat there. So Boxy just knows he can cut the wave and TP out at any time. But a very efficient play from Xtreme, taking that early Roshan. So maybe a little bit similar to Azure Ray. They've got the lineup to do it, and they have the focus on it that they take an early Rosh, and Liquid unable to contest or unwilling.
So we'll get the Radiance timing there for 33. So if you're Liquid, it's time to get something going soon. That Aegis is going to be annoying, but it's not the end of the world because your plan is to toss the Viper anyway.
Pound for pound, Ame matches him. He's like, yeah, I hit Armlet and I'm going to hit Radiance at the same time as you do.
That's maybe a bigger issue. Is how do you deal with this Lifestealer? Outside of, I guess, Mickey just manning up and killing him? They're continuing to hunt Boxy. I mean, this is just kind of like a fool's venture, though. I don't know if you're ever really catching him, or even if you do, is it worth it?
Yeah, he'll finally get him, but yeah, they're a lot of effort and a lot of time is being put into hunting down Boxy. It seems like Liquid are almost going with the game plan of like, yeah, they just got the Aegis, but it felt like this was the game plan for a while now. Just don't fight Xtreme. Not while the Viper is, you know, in his wheelhouse. This is when Viper is so goddamn strong, it feels like you cannot fight into him ever. They're going to run into 33 again. 33 will not be able to get off his ultimate because, again, the Orchid is just too good.
You're giving up a lot of time, a lot of space, though. And again, I go back to this type of gameplay only works if you have like some.
Yeah, that was it almost got him.
It only works if you have some time you need to play for that's going to get you back in the game, which can be some crazy team fight, you know, like BKB Black Hole. It can be some crazy scaling core that pulls you back. It can just be overwhelming scaling. I don't know if this Liquid lineup has one of those. It has good synergy. I can see it going late, but the fact that you just don't have a hard save for this Slard or Lifestealer jump, I think is gonna... It's gonna be really annoying down the stretch. I guess you can go things like Aeon Disc, Wind Waker, kind of make up for it, and then just make Nisha on this Lesh the ultimate beast in this game. Maybe there's some promise there. He's gonna have a
run into each other. Blink.
With.
Oh, he doesn't blink that far, but he does get off the Yules. And he'll hit the splitter as he starts backing away. Now 33 is going to get in here, looking for his first primal split in a team fight. Doesn't get it off, but they will get the pick off on XM. Trade out Boxy though. He comes back on the high ground.
He's stuck there.
Is Liquid still going to be able to fight this around it? It's kind of scary. This Viper, he can hit you from very far away with this Dragon Lance. It's probably best not to touch that turret any further.
I mean, 33's trying to kill something with this ult.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Can't even get Jin Q. Already has Shard up.
He's dead in an instant, man. The Infest pop out does so much damage with this Orchid. Their single target burst is insane. And you're right, not having any sort of save against that is going to be a problem for Liquid the entire game long. On top of that, the supports, Xtreme got through the kind of awkward part with their supports. I guess both teams have their kind of awkward support duo early on, but no stuns coming out. They just have disruption. But these supports are both really good on the side of Xtreme. If you get the farm on them, if you get the levels on them, and Jin Q is going to set up for a kill on Nisha, the next success will follow through very gladly as the Orchid if it's needed, but it's obviously not.
Just such nice map movement from Jin Q and XXS this game. Like, really just put this game on a platter for XG. Playing very fast, all over the place. XXS was bottom, mid, and top before like the 7-minute mark, and all of those plays were impactful. Jin Q with huge amounts of Ancient stacking, early Blink Dagger and Shard just being unkillable in the fights, and now you're in a position as XG where you're finding pickoffs on the hardest hero to find on this map on the bat with 2 heroes. You know, this is the dream. You're killing the split push while being efficient on the map. 10k gold lead all of a sudden. And XM just gets to farm, which is the Viper dream, because his hero's fairly immobile. He's just going straight Scotty. I mean, this is going to be a hell of an item versus the Morphling and the Leshrac here. Not normally an item that comes out this early. 22.5 minutes Scotty. What do you do versus this?
Oh my god.
What are you doing in the fight? I mean, I feel like you have to toss him now. You don't have an option, right?
Yes.
Maybe Mickey bursts him in a lasso dragback. That is another route, but it's spooky because if you go on this Viper with the lasso commitment and he gets disrupted, you're in a weird spot where do you have to toss him after that, and then what are you doing in the rest of the fight? So this lasso, it's really coming down a lot of this game, though, if Boxy can find good initiations on solo targets and put them out of position. And who is he? Okay, well, that's an easy grab right there.
And catch that Shadow Demon anytime you can. Hard to kill because of the Infest, but they'll get him eventually. Now, is anybody going to die in return? Looks like Boxy was the target, but Ghost Scepter helps get him away. 33 is his Panda's going to live through this one. His Earth Panda, he's going to have to come back into his form. And they missed the crush out here. Split Earth lands onto Ame, but they got to keep Nisha away from these heroes. Ame is taking a lot of damage in return. The waveform over the top. Can Mickey finish him off? A flame break, bounce back, a blood grenade. Even Boxy tries armlet toggle Ame. He's staying alive. He's got to burn out Boxy while Mickey is still stuck in the muck and the mire of XM's Viper, who is slowing down everybody, ramping up the damage. Yeah, they got Nisha out, they got Mickey out, but they committed for the kill on Ame. Could not get it.
Man, Ame dealt 6,000 damage in that fight. Just Radiance burning all of them. Knows his limits there. Plays it to an inch of his life. I mean, Jin Q is playing very aggressive and greedily for 5 heroes off the map. And it's the dream setup for Liquid. Kill this Shadow Demon first. He's the best last to target. Get rid of the save. I just don't think 33 expected to die this fast in his ult. And the second he pops out of this ult, yeah, he lives, but now you don't have ult for the Viper. XM has an absolutely free fight here, and he is taking fools down, man. Nisha has no gameplay this entire fight because he can't go into this fight. It's not even close.
Back to the game, Yule Scepter into the split earth on XM. Lasso, they're all committed for this Viper kill.
He's killing them all.
He's gonna die eventually here, but they are going to be absolutely disabled by this. The damage is just too much. They have to retreat as Lifestealer comes in for whatever cleanup he can. It's just the Brewmaster. Everybody else does seem to be able to get away.
I mean, this is the quintessential Viper problem game. You go on Viper, he deals the most damage in the fight while he's dying.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no easy choices here outside of finding the toss connection on him, and we haven't seen that once this game. It just has not been there. Some of it has been XG playing well this early game, setting themselves up so they have so many high damage threats. It's not that straightforward, but some of it is also, these brew splits have just been like discombobulated, for a better word. It doesn't feel like they've gotten a good fight where the brew ult has lasted, tossing somebody up in the air, and everybody's in that fight together. And you got to start thinking about this next Roshan if you're both teams. You have a Vlad's Morphling that can do it pretty fast. You have this starter lineup that's going to clean through it. It was an early Roche by XG, which means it's coming up pretty soon in this game in terms of round 2. And that is not looking like an easy fight to take if you're Liquid, unless you can surprise XG somehow and try and find these supports. Like, you have to put yourself in a position where Boxy can find the Phoenix, find the Shadow Demon, maybe give Vision with an Ench creep, get a good angle around a cliff, abuse the fact that back can take those angles. Because if XG just get the fight they want, which is this infested starter jumping you, I think you're screwed. And that is... yeah. That was a hero.
Was a hero. Was gone in an instant. Check out Roshan, but Rosh is going to spawn a little bit later than that. Xtreme will take it in due time, though.
It's just way too hard to control the map versus this combination, and every time you give up a kill versus Slardar Infest combo, your Roche dreams die that much. Because the Roche is dead in 10 seconds, so if you're missing a hero, you cannot contest it, basically. It's an RNG spawn that's favorable for Liquid, but not by much here, as... this is a scary game. This is a game that Mikke is going to have to put in the work in the fight, because I don't think Nisha can just run in and be that 20-5 Lesh we saw earlier and just power his way through this. I think there's too much strong counterplay between the Viper and the Slardar here. There's a demonic purge on top of it. There's an egg that can go off if he tries to commit in for the Phoenix. I mean, there's just no easy targets here for the Lesh, which is the type of situation you want to create against this hero.
He's got Bloodstone, but with the Scotty already online from the Viper, and that just kills so much of that Bloodstone regen you're hoping to get. On top of slowing down your movement speed so you can't stay on top, keep a bunch of heroes in the AoE of your spells.
This is as good as it's going to get. I don't think you have a better timing coming. He has an amp damage rune too. The thing is, that base ward from XG saw this play. That Radiant Obs in Dire's base saw this happen, so they are completely ready for this.
They're going to bait out. They're going to bait out Jin Q or something. They go see Boxy, immediately jump onto him. Go Scepter, Nullifier from the Phoenix gives them the opportunity to finish off the Bat Rider without much fuss. XM, they look at him and they're like, oh god, I don't want to go on that Viper, guys. Liquid start backing away where they can. 33 uses his Void Pull to get him a little bit farther away, but he'll be found eventually. He turned off the Radiance, hoping that no one would find him in the trees, but Xtreme Gaming will brutally take out Liquid in this team fight, take the Roshan for themselves, and it just seems like they have a free run straight to the Radiant base whenever, or the Dire base rather, whenever they want. I mean, this game is looking pretty one-sided. XXS is even they're going to make a play for the other side of the map where they go for an Infest Bomb gank, and they're going to find it on Nisha. So Nisha got away from that fight, dies 10 seconds later.
They're just playing very crisp. These moves are anticipatory, they're very fast, they know where Liquid are heading next, and XXS he's put on a clinic this game for sure. This is one of the better games I've seen from him in a long time.
Oh, he got the disruption on him before the lasso. An instant nullifier. Boxy once again finds his Ghost Scepter, does nothing for him. Now, Mikke does get the support kill, but he is losing HP fast underneath this Assault of damage over time spells between the buildup of poison attack with the shard and then the Sunray burning them down.
There's still this high ground ward, by the way. So if they want to push top, they see everything. And they are definitely going to push it here. Aegis up for 4 minutes. There's a cheese on XM as well. They've just given him everything here. Way too tanky, way too fast. And this is the type of game where Brewmaster just looks useless. Because this hero is not dealing damage. He is utility. He is slow burn. There's no slow burn having any effect on this lineup.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
"31 minutes in, a tier 3 and a melee barracks already dead. And they still have plenty of time to use the Aegis for another high ground push. I think you're kind of one team fight away for, if you're Liquid, from bowing out of this game.
Dire's top barracks
I mean,
are under
you know, when you're looking at like a 25-minute team fighter on that Roche and you get nullified by a 5 Phoenix,
yeah,
things are looking grim.
I feel like this game has just been full of those. He has this so early item timing. You know, if I saw Scotty at the time that I did on that Viper, he shows up to a fight with a Scotty, I'd be like, what the hell, guys? What happened in this game that he has a Scotty already? And the same exact thing for the Nullifier.
If enemy Viper shows up at 22 minutes with Scotty, Yasha, Treads, whatever the hell he had, the only thing I'm thinking is like who I'm reporting on my team. That's all I'm thinking about. You know, who is getting the report after this game? Because somebody fed this guy mid. They should not have this. It's just ridiculous the item time he's actually have right now on everybody. That's a full Ags coming out from XXS. I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want in this fight. Everybody has so much tank ability to play with here. There are truly no easy targets for Liquid, who they have a butterfly for Mickey. That's gonna have to do a lot. They find pretty decent lasso.
XXS does have BKB, so he's totally fine. Mickey got to get away from that infest. And disruption now on the Viper when he comes back in. Don't have the enchant. Nisha takes damage with the nullifier. Pop the supernova on him. They can't kill the egg fast enough. It's going to be Nisha dead. Now the egg dies. Mickey's got to get out of here as he turns into Lifestealer and rages on out of there. Nisha with the buyback hits the stun off of the Earth Panda into the split Earth, so they'll finish off XM's Aegis. But are they really going to be able to go for more off of this? 33, now back into his regular Panda form. Ame sees Nisha, looks for him, goes for the infest onto the Morphling. Immediately disarms him and completely kills their damage while simultaneously killing their heroes. Mickey has one last wave for him to get back to the fountain, and that'll work for him, but Xtreme own this base now.
Just way too much economic advantage. They just don't have enough damage in the tank. Like, Liquid's lineup, it was really reliant on those mid ganks succeeding, some early tempo being built, the Brewmaster joining these fights with successful ults, and XG just outmaneuvered them, shut everything down, built a better economy with Ancients, got a crap ton of farm on these supports, and, I mean, XM Viper, it is his signature hero for a reason. Like, when they play around it, this team is perhaps scariest. When they give him something like the Viper, like the Sniper, these turret-based heroes, and they defend them, it can be a tough cookie to break. And this is a situation where Liquid just went up against that XG brick wall and found themselves falling flat. Because the second they brought that defensive capability around that Viper mid, there was no more gameplay for Liquid here. And they felt like they didn't know what else to do, because their lineup was kind of built around looking for that pressure point. They got it once, but that was all she wrote. XM ends this game 10-2-9.
I will say it's nice to see the Chinese teams being a threat to winning tournaments again. And while neither Xtreme nor Azure looked very good against Falcons, they are looking very good against the rest of the competition, in particular these Western European teams. And another setup for Xtreme, this early game win in this series means that they have a lot of momentum. And Liquid are going to be scrambling to try and bring it back in a game 2 and a game 3 potentially if they want to be able to head to the final day of Elite League. Xtreme, I mean, looking into game 2, Liquid, obviously our panel heavily favored the draft. You didn't as much, but hindsight being 2020, is there anything you would have liked to see improve, either draft or play wise?
I mean, I think like these mid ganks have to happen, but Viper is a susceptible hero to that. But I think when the Viper has a good matchup against the Lesh, you just don't have much help from your mid. Like Nisha trying to contribute into these mid ganks and you going fighting there, you're basically going and fighting in a losing lane, in a losing situation, which conceptually is difficult to do repeatedly. Like maybe you get that once, maybe you get it twice, but you're still not changing the outcome. Let's say everything goes well for Liquid here. They build these ganks off mid, they take that tower, Nisha's 2,000 gold ahead. He still has to play this Leshrac into the Viper, into the Slardar, into the Shadow Demon, into Sunray Egg. It's just not an easy Lesh game, and I think we're seeing some of the downsides of this hero if you're not willing to go all in on him. Like if you're willing to play the Io Lesh, the Oracle Lesh, plus some Spell Amp and some extra HP buffs and some Aura Buyers, okay, maybe you can run this Leshrac truck into like 4 counters and it doesn't matter. But they didn't have much in his lineup that actually buffs the Leshrac or helps him take those counter matchups. And I think it just shows here, like even in a situation where the game's even, I don't think Nisha can do anything in this game. I just don't see where the openings are. I don't see like you just running in and edicting somebody is going to work out for you. Maybe it's a laning thing. Maybe top had to go better. But again, I don't think Enchantress is necessarily Liquid's wheelhouse either. Like this is not a hero that's been most successful for them outside of all the supports we see Insania play and do really well on. So I think XG are just in their comfort zone and Liquid unable to break it.
Okay, well, let's head back to the panel so they can break down game 1 and look forward to game 2.
70-30, 65-35. Was that the percentage?
Something like that.
That's why you give him 35, bro.
Yeah, this is the 35. That's it right here. We didn't say 100 and 0, Lizard.
Exactly. We gave them a chance and they took it. They won with it. Nothing wrong. Good call, guys. Good call. Good cope as well, by the way.
Good cope. Yeah, we see highlights here from the game. I mean, breaking down what happened in that game, I didn't expect the Slardar and SD combo to get a kill on Morphling like minute 2 or something. He morphed down to 230 HP, got disrupted and crushed in lane. And as a result, the Slardar was actually the most farmed hero on the map at minute 5. Was competitive net worth at minute 10 even with the Morphling. They were the top 2 farmers. And bottom lane was also really rough. I think I underestimated how hard that lane is for Brewmaster, because 33 had no real impact this game.
Yeah, I think part of that too is, we're talking about this idea of the slower supports from Xtreme that has been a problem for them, but you get this one on the Slardar, Xinky's getting crazy farmed on the stacks, and they're not really being pressured. Like, this was a slow mid-tower take for a team that has Leshrac and Enchantress on it, and like, as we just pointing out, it is into the Viper. They failed to defend him once, but then once they're ready, they're prepped, they stop those ganks coming from mid. Liquid, maybe because they're just not as much of an Ench team, they didn't see that same pressure onto the side lanes. Also because maybe, it's a Brewmaster. He doesn't have these shorter, quick plays that you get from some other offlaners. He's not able to contribute in the same way. And then with a Morphling being another hero who's a little bit slow on the side, they were kind of forced and funneled in towards that mid. It didn't pan out. They don't get the tower. And that defensive playstyle of Xtreme goes from being a bit of something that's been slowing them down and hampering them to being a real success story here, because they lied in wait, they played defensively, and Liquid felt a little bit forced to walk into them. And then you have this giant Phoenix and Shadow Demon who start playing a little bit more aggressively across the map with that early blink from Xingqiu. I love that. And again, like Waga said, the Orchid on the Slardar was super important in this game. I'm glad he didn't go blink first.
The Orchid on Slardar, I believe at some point there was a Nullifier on the Phoenix as well, helping out with these Ghost Scepters, but okay, Insania Enchantress, I've seen it played before. It's not a hero that he plays often, but he can do well with it. Like this game, I feel like he was stuck in the enemy jungle just sending creeps towards the mid-tier 1 tower, trying to kill it off. But what I want to ask you guys is, do you think that Xtreme Gaming have found a solution to the support playstyle that they have? Like, you two have been pretty vocal about them being very defensive, very slow, and what is it that made this game different?
I think importantly in this game, you know, like you can have slow supports, and that comes with advantage and disadvantage. The problem with slow supports is if you start falling behind, you normally look to supports to come and solve that situation. They weren't behind in this game. They were in a fantastic state because, you know, Viper, very strong laner. The top lane went amazing for them, and bottom is a free farming lifestealer. They basically kind of won 3 lanes. I mean, Morphling was more farmed than Slardar, but all the cores were very happy on the side of Xtreme. So then the pressure is relieved of the supports. You don't need the active supports, and that's where this type of draft will, you know, thrive if you get to have a good laning stage.
Yeah, I think it's that simple.
Okay, so is this something that they can maybe try and recreate in game number 2? Because so far, Xtreme Gaming have managed to take game 1 off of Liquid in the group stages as well, and versus Morphling they managed to win. And then in the second game, Liquid re-picked Morphling and then won with it. So do you think that they cracked the code for this Mickey Morphling, or has the game been won in different lanes? Perhaps the mid Viper one is what I'm hinting at.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the mid went pretty poorly for them. I think Liquid also will likely try and enable that early game aggression a bit more. Like Boxy, for example, maybe didn't get to have that sort of position 4 Batrider game that you're hoping for. It didn't feel like he could play really aggressively and try and get that farm up on the Blink Dagger really early. And even when he did get the Blink Dagger, that's when they finally went for that smoke play mid. That doesn't connect. Like, you have to play off the splits every single time, but Brewmaster's too busy trying to get his Radiance, so they weren't fully enabling this Batrider in this instance. It felt like they just kind of threw it in there because Bat's been really good for them, but he didn't have all the same allies that he typically does. I'm kind of expecting them to maybe up the aggression a bit in the first 15 minutes and try and give Boxy something that it can be the same hero, he just needs more to play around with it.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they played really quickly, really fast. They were zooming around with that Slardar on the offlane. Let's zoom through a very short break and see you around the corner for game number 2. Thank you very much for waiting, and welcome back to the lower bracket semifinals, where Team Liquid will attempt to take Game 2 off of Xtreme Gaming, just so they don't get eliminated, of course, because this is an elimination match in the lower bracket. Now, for the first game, guys, we called out that Xtreme Gaming need to play a little bit faster, and they did so. They picked this Slardar, they played a little bit faster with him. Do you think that maybe Liquid can answer in some sort of a fashion from the offlane as well? Or do you still stick to your guns and go for a little more of a teamfight-oriented draft?
I think, Xtreme now being one game up, they could probably, keep playing their comfort zone, don't change it, if it ain't broke. So you're in a good spot right now as Xtreme. And I think I'm going to harp on it more. I've been saying it all day, get a favorable first 10 minutes to the game. And then, the rest of the ideas in your draft, okay, they don't have to be like the best things ever for mid and late game if you just get out of laning stage in a good way. And they got out of laning stage fantastically in the previous game. So I wouldn't change too much if I was them. Liquid, however, I mean, we saw some mistakes, we saw some errors happening, and the lanes looked really rough for them.
Now we're going to mix up with the first pick for Xtreme, and that Razor is in the pool. They're going to go for the bat, though. Take that away from Liquid. Perhaps one of the reasons why Liquid was comfortable leaving the Razor in. Bat, kind of an annoying hero. I wouldn't say it's like unpickable now for the Razor now if you want to take over Team Liquid, but it is definitely something that you have to at least consider.
Remember the first game in the group stages that they played? Xtreme Gaming actually had a bat in that game as well. They comboed it with, of course, a sniper, which we will not be seeing in this game because it's banned out. But one thing that I really liked about this tournament, I've been paying close attention from the beginning all up to right now, and the meta has switched between these teams a couple of times already. Like a Lifestealer was super highly contested, then he dropped out, and now again we are seeing him rise. Oracle, however, was only Team Liquid's hero. So what's up with this Oracle? Are there some combos, or is it the bat? What's the reasoning behind it?
This is just the bats. This is just them saying, we're happy to play it. It's a Team Liquid hero, and you see Batrider, Oracle is one of the best heroes in the game to stop that initiation. You get the fantastic ways to protect your team. You can always drop the false promise as the ultimate, screw you, that guy's not dying. But you can even soft counter initiations by just pressing W.
Yep. And now it's kind of broken too. The no skill hero now with our Fate's Edicts, right? You don't have to worry about hampering your own ally.
Oh, I wish that Liquid could, send Insania here. Could ask him if they do pull through this lower bracket test here. I want to hear his thoughts on, Oracle used to be such a high skill hero to execute. Now it's just like click buttons. I wonder what's his take.
I feel like I might have asked him that actually.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm trying to remember now. I know someone got asked about it, and I think their answer was like, I mean, it's better competitively, but maybe less fun to play, if that makes sense. I feel like that someone got asked that, which I mean makes sense to me, right? Like,
it's simplified.
It's satisfying when you're playing the complicated hero, but when you're in a competitive setting and it's for money. Like, yeah, I want the hero to just be better.
I'd rather have the money than the fun. One question, by the way. There's this streamer guy that used to play in Liquid. I'm pretty sure you guys are very familiar with him, Koikwa. And when it came to
streamer guy, top tier pro player for like almost a decade, and you call him a streamer guy.
I'm just kidding, of course, but I'm leading somewhere. Wait. He used to play these heroes such as Huskar, these cheesy picks together with an Oracle, and they had a lot of success with this top-tier professional player back in the day. Do you think it's something that they can recreate here with Mickey or Nisha with the Oracle, or is Oracle just basically the counter to the Lasso?
I think
100%.
Yeah, I think they can definitely do it, and that puts a lot of pressure on Xtreme Gaming's bans now. The last final bans, you gotta really think, like, do you want to leave the Huskar in the pool? And there's still some combinations. They banned out the Leshrac earlier, so, that's not a hero they have to worry about. But DP is still a great combo as well with the Oracle. Very hard to kill, can be hyper aggressive. So it's just an added bonus. I think the Oracle opening was very nice by them.
They also already played the Nisha Huskar with the IO earlier this tournament too, so they're definitely ready to bust it out. And like you're saying, the Death Prophet I think is the other one that always comes to mind for me too with the Oracle because of the False Promise. And again, Shadow Demon now a priority in the bans in a lot of drafts has I think risen the popularity of Death Prophet over this tournament as well because particularly in China they've always been a little bit more keen on the hero. So I would think they probably will have that in mind too, just thinking about that hero throughout this as. We will be not getting the FY Rubik that we were maybe asking for earlier in our previous series. It's probably going to be a Xing Rubik here unless DY decides to snag it up.
Yeah, by the way, one thing, I was just looking at the drafts that they had this morning because I knew they play Oracle already. They played the Oracle this morning and they comboed it with the Monkey King. Monkey into Bat isn't that great, but into Centaur, I don't know, after level 3 it could be maybe a decent pick for them. What do you think?
There you go. In their head
I
again.
think it's a terrible idea, Lizard.
Yeah, awful idea, Lizard.
I can't
they
see
would
it.
never do it. No, but of course.
I'm
I was also looking at that earlier before we started, and Oracle Monkey. You know, Monkey has tons of lifesteal. You amp that up. He can be a really good hero at just standing his ground and fighting. So
with the Reign of Destiny, is that what it's still called?
Yeah, Reign of Destiny.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
How can you lose a fight if you drop the Reign of Destiny?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
Too strong, especially on that field, that Monkey King, that's the circle, the Wukong's command.
Yeah,
it's a wombo combo, man. You just cannot lose in it. But yeah, the circles. But jokes aside, they have another circle more or less. You get this Terrorize to work with. Is a hero that they actually picked up this morning as well. But you are playing into some AoE, right? Like the Bat, the Scent Stomp. It's not the freest of Dark Willow games. Or do you don't care about that at all?
Batrider is really good against Dark Willow, that's for sure. Another weird thing, you know, is you gotta be careful about how you use your Shadow Realm in this game. Since, as you said, there is the AoE coming out here. You know, you can always get hit by Centaur stuns. But I think they just want it because it's a pretty good way to prevent some of the mobility that we see from Xtreme Gaming here. In Xtreme, they go for what looks like a pretty comfy hero into the Dark Willow at least. But Lifestealer against Doom, it used to be a bad matchup, but I guess maybe not that bad anymore.
Yeah, still some considerations, I guess, throughout the game in terms of just being doomed, you know. But they have the Rubik as well, so that's going to be something that 3-3 is going to be a little bit cautious about. Obviously, doesn't want to get that stolen. It's,
wait.
I mean,
You guys were
seems solid.
You guys were talking all the time about lanes and how important they are. Isn't Lifestealer going to dominate this lane, or has that changed as well?
No, I mean he's gonna dominate the lane. It hasn't changed, so he should be doing very well here against the Doom. Can definitely abuse it and doesn't really care about the Willow and laning stage. So I think, you know, Xtreme Gaming doing pretty much what I think is necessary. Play lanes. Centaur Batrider is also one of the strongest lane combos out there. It's very hard to lane into because the burst damage. Even Monkey King, like, he's favored in the matchup. But if he oversteps a little bit, he could suddenly get bursted.
Would you rather put the Bat with the Centaur or the Rubik? Are we looking at the Rubik 4 or a 5?
Probably 4, I would guess. I think the lane pairing is really, really strong, right? Centaur Rubik. At least that's where my brain goes.
Oh, really? I've been seeing so much Batrider Centaur lately that I feel that combo is a bit higher in damage. Like, Rubik has his Fade Bolt and his auto attacks, sure, but Batrider has that continuous damage of fire flying onto him and just chasing them.
You know, the flame break into the stomp, right?
Yeah, it comes down to how much space you can get for the Centaur and the Bat, you know, in terms of, like, being able to run them down a little bit there. And I'm kind of wondering, like, versus the Oracle, like, will you find that success versus the Monkey King to actually get that damage? Or is it better to just, like, play the Rubik, control the waves and stuff? But yeah, I mean, obviously Batrider and Rubik are super viable heroes for being the support you want to get, like, that little bit of extra farm. And there's arguments that on that part of the map, the Batrider might get more space to farm. Like, you get to the Dire Triangle to help farm up those Ancients. So if you're trying to grow that Bat, it's way more beneficial, obviously, to be played in the offlane. So yeah, they do have a little bit of a mix there.
I think they're pretty interchangeable anyway, so not the most important how they want to put it, just do comfort. Team Liquid, I think they do a really important ban here, one of the final bans, banning out the Zeus, because if you open the eyes of Xtreme Gaming here. They have so many tools to work with. They have the Batrider Initiation, the Stampede, the Infest Bombs from Lifestealer. They just need vision on those key targets, the Oracle, right? How do you reach him? So Zeus, I think, was a really crucial target.
Is there
I'm really wondering... at least for me, I'm looking at Team Liquid, right? And they are so free when it comes to their last pick, because I think that they cover a lot of bases with their team. I think like Dark Willow's got a decent amount of team fight alongside Monkey King. You have this initiation coming from the Boundless Strike that you can use from the tree line. Doom going for some initiation and mobility. And they're kind of like middling in the damage pack that you have a lot of different like archetypes that you can go for out of the mid. They're going to ban out the Coddle and the Puck, but it just means that like, see, now that's good. It means that like you can really try and focus on actually countering the enemy mid hero, but then Xtreme busts out the Lina.
Yeah, uncounterable.
They picked the Coddle as well with the same draft earlier today, so maybe that's something that Xtreme Gaming wants to do, just put them out of the comfort zone. Vaga, you say uncounterable. Is there anything besides Puck that's banned out that could maybe do decently?
I mean, a lot of heroes can do decently, but I don't think a lot of heroes counter Lina. That is her strength, right? So they're going to go for a hero that doesn't really. It's going to be the Nisha Dragon Knight here coming in. It's not really a favored lane for DK, but he does fine against Lina. Lina should be winning it slightly, I feel. But ultimately, DK gives them a bit more jump on their own team because they didn't really have the best different stunts and ways to start the fight otherwise.
I guess more reliable than the Wind Ranger in terms of starting fights, but less swag. So, I mean, yeah, we heard in the interview, Blitz was saying that Nisha, I mean, he was joking around, but just Nisha being forced over and over and over on the Dragon Knight. And, well, some jokes, there's a lot of truth to them.
What's one more game? What's one more game of funny DK?
You know. Yeah, I did notice looking down that list when we were talking about FY having the most 300 matches on Rubik. Very cool. You could just see Universe there with he was in like the top 10 of just Darkseer games.
Darkseer, yeah, of course. Yeah, Dragon Knight, of course, flavor of the meta has been picked quite often on mid lane, on off lane right now. Do you think that they might struggle when it comes to initiation? Does he have to force a Blink Dagger very early on? And who does it? Is it him or Doom?
Oh, definitely on the Dragon Knight, get that Blink Dagger for the initiation. I like that idea, Lizard. But I think overall they will have a lineup that has multiple different ways to start the fight. And the real question is gonna be, do they have the vision to start the fight?
Yeah, definitely. I just have to take that pun and let Cap and SVG initiate this this game. Take it away, boys.
Oh, we will, as soon as the pause is over with, apparently, as we're getting into Xtreme versus Liquid Game 2. And one thing that you said that stood out to me at the end of Game 1, Avery, is that they drafted Enchantress. Liquid's not really an Enchantress team, you know? And I immediately thought in my head, yeah, they're more of an Oracle team, you know? Which is what they drafted yesterday, or actually earlier today. Drafted an Oracle. We get it again. You know, Aiden keeps on saying this hero's garbage, but he keeps on picking it. He's the only person who's picking it, but he keeps picking it. How does Liquid make this hero work? And why is it any good?
I mean, he's very experienced with it. That definitely helps. Very confident with it. I think Liquid likes to play with a lot of these cores that just go in and become a raid boss, and Oracle tends to pump those heroes up to like absurd levels. I mean, I went back to the Leshrac last game. Leshrac is the type of hero that plays really well with Oracle. Like, you just go in, he heals, he becomes invincible, he's just dealing damage the whole time you're trying to kill him. Oracle can make those heroes just function as a raid boss more than something like an Enchantress can. I think Liquid generally like to play for that kind of style, and normally it's around Nisha. I think generally when they've had the most success, it's actually pushing Nisha more towards that one role, and Mickey almost plays a 2 from the safe lane. Even in some of those games where they had Matumba, it was similar. So I think it's one of the reasons Oracle works for them. Is it's a hero that can go in and just turn Nisha into the ultimate god. And they're going to try and strike first here instead of being on the
high
back
ground,
foot.
Fortune's End, well placed by Insania, and they'll make sure they get the last hit over to Nisha. So a very fast bracer for him coming out.
This is definitely a more well-rounded and scarier draft for Liquid, I think. They have a lot more scale in the tank. Dragon Knight has been a hero they've gone back to make sure they can win those mid to late games. Doom, kind of the same idea for 33. A hero he's super confident, I think, winning any game late on. Like, this guy just assumes he's going to get 8 slotted and dunk on 10 nerds in a lobby. But Xtreme have this Lifestealer again. And honestly, I just think this hero's still busted. I don't know, every game I watch Lifestealer, it just doesn't seem like people have a good answer for him. All these carries that are supposed to beat him, and now we're here in another game where you have this Monkey King who's supposed to be a hero that can fight Lifestealer, at least to some extent. I just don't see it. He's going to get Radiance, he's going to get Assange, Yasha, a Manta, he's going to get an Ags, and I feel like he just is going to own this Monkey, and he's going to be a problem. So I still have faith in this Lifestealer, but I do like Liquid's draft a lot more this time around, and I think they have a lot more problems that XG are going to have to solve to get to that point.
Yeah. I would say at least in Monkey King compared to many of the other heroes, if he does go and infest, use the Ags to infest inside the Monkey King, he's still going to come out inside Wukong's command, most likely, due to how long it lasts. So you're potentially still kind of stuck in the same scenario where it felt like a lot of the other heroes, it dodges like the big the little window, rather, where the hero can be effective against Lifestealer.
Could be an interesting type of interaction, especially Oracle can just guarantee that the monkey lives.
Yeah,
his ult, and he can get a crap ton of healing off a Boundless with the Jingu. 33 kites it out. Early Bracer save lives and gets the kill on DY. Already has this Frost attack up. Pretty nice for the lane. So Liquid looking a lot better in this game too. And I don't think they have a situation where they have to gank mid like they did in that game 1. So I don't think they're going to be pressured to dissolve the lanes super early or have to do something. It's more just what they can do, which is, you know, play the Nisha Dragon Knight game that they're used to playing, which is Nisha's in a free lane. He's gonna farm really well. He already has double bracer. He had the first blood gold. They can rotate to him and gank the Lina with DK form. He can rotate to one of these side lanes and gank with DK form. They have a decent amount of options here that might be hard for XG to respond if Jin Q can't find the early levels. So I can see Rubik being a liability in these 3-on-3, 3-on-2 type skirmishes behind the DK. If you have like a level 2 or 3 Rubik, I don't know really what he's doing in those types of fights. So right now, XM is doing really well in the lane, actually, and that is a good sign for XG. But they're gonna have to think about.
He's getting close to being able to actually, you know, potentially kill Nisha. So
I'm surprised he's getting him this low. I mean, he's not really under threat of dying because Nisha double bracer, 2 points Dragon Blood. He's farming up some stick charges, but damn if this doesn't show the power of Dragon Slave. Man. The fact that you're getting a DK this low, and you still have some mana left, kind of absurd.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. He gets the level 5 and gets a refill on the water rune. He might be able to get Nisha.
There's no way he's killing Nisha. I refuse to believe there's any world in which Nisha dies on this lane.
All right.
In fact, I will stake all of my Crimson Cosmetics. That there is no way XM.
Well, hold up. Hold up. Do you have any left?
Yeah, I have a lot left. What do you mean, do I have any left?
Oh, okay.
It's impossible. I bet anything. It's impossible. I don't even know why you're thinking this can happen.
Okay.
It's just not something that is going to happen. The window where you could have ganked him is passed, and now it's just he's going to sit here, which means Liquid have the option of ganking XM in return. They can somehow line it up, though. I don't know if their supports really want to do that. Honestly, they're kind of two supports that want to just stay on the lanes, play for some pulls, get as much XP as they can, trade out these wisdom runes. So this might be a game we just see this like one-on-one mid stay pretty isolated, which might be okay for Liquid because they do have Doombringer. I mean, Doom doesn't mind early games where he just gets to farm, and we have already seen him get some good early creeps here. He will now get the mana burn creep as well, so mana regen on top, extra mana burn going into these heroes. He's found some good small camps for sure.
Yeah. And Monkey King is very happy with his lane. He is top CS on the board right now. They immediately go for the punish. As soon as Jin Q is absent from the lane for a little bit too long, they put some heavy damage on XXS, who, you know, went for the early chainmail as a part of the phase boots instead of the early Helm of Iron Will. So he does not have that early regen. Now, DY is going to sneak up behind them here. Might be able to get the punish on Mickey, but XXS is still a bit low. Flame Break bumps it back over the side. Insania does not have Fate's Edict to be able to protect against the magic damage. They throw out the last bit of nuke. Might be able to get the turnaround kill on the Centaur. With the Shadow Realm, they'll do enough damage, and they'll put that damage back on a Jin Q rather and get a second kill. So 2 for 2 so far. Boxy now getting chased down by Sticky Napalms. At least he'll get the multiple bounty runes hanging out there. And Shadow Realm's coming back up, so he's fine.
This was Boxy TPing out of mid. He was looking for the gank. There was a catapult mid. Nisha got a crap ton of tower damage here. Did give up a DD, lost the 50-50. It's a big rune for XM, just region-wise. But that is the damage they were looking for, and this is just a hard gank. Very tough gank. Too much vision around mid. Nisha with that ward. No D wards coming through yet for XG. They looked, they only found a sentry. So right now, Liquid sitting pretty, and yeah, every time you make this mid-rotation to try and deal with the Dragon Knight pressure, you're going to give up something on these side lanes. And they are not fun side lanes for XG right now.
Tosses Boxy back into the range of XM. So at least they get a kill out of it, even if it costs XXS his lane entirely. And XXS was a huge part of Xtreme getting momentum after the laning phase in the first place, right? He pointed out his multiple rotations pre-7 minutes to all the different lanes. And here, he's not even getting to play Dota, really.
Power of the matchup. Monkey King can do this to these susceptible melee offlaners, and another kill. This is so much experience going into Insania right now. This is where this hero is the most terrifying. You give Oracle a good laning phase. He's a spooky hero in those fights.
Yes.
Especially versus lineups that are going to be dependent on magic damage in the mid game, which is kind of what this XG lineup is. They only have lifesteal to really dish out the right clicks. You know, Lina can go a hybrid build, but a lot of her damage is still, you know, this magical burst or magic over time. It's a strong Oracle game. Not a lot of gap close outside of Stampede or the Infest bomb on like a lasso initiation from Bat. That's not going to be guaranteed here with all the frontline Liquid has. Scouting from the monkey in the trees. Terrorize that might be able to bail out that Oracle if he's strong enough. It's going to be an issue that XG are going to have to address, which likely means you need to get XXS back in this game at some point so he can bring up another gap close option.
He joins to try and help out with the power rune, and they get the haste rune for XM, but Nisha is too tanky for them to go on, and a hop right in the middle of all of these heroes. Mickey lands a level 3 tree dance on 3 heroes. Dark Willow does die, but they're going to probably pick up... Oh, never mind. Shinkyu with a Quelling Blade will knock Mickey out of a attempted 4th kill.
The old Rubik Quelling Blade got him again. I mean, it is value versus the monkey, because you have some extra cast range. So heads up play by Xingqiu to save his life, but that was just not a fight XG are going to win there. I mean, 3-man fortunes and the 3-man leap. That was just beautiful from Liquid, and again showing the strength of why this Dragon Knight works for them. It's an easy hero to rotate to for Nisha, will always be in a strong position, and this is what they like to do. This is XG taking the fight into the strongest hero on the map with their weakest hero in the Centaur. And Liquid were ready for it. Get the mega punish. That is going to put Nisha in an incredible position here, as he is very far out ahead, has some stacks to go back to as well, and yeah, the difference here for XXS is stark. That game 1, he was everywhere destroying everybody. This game 2, he's feeding in the river.
Yeah.
And he
4
is
deaths in 9 minutes.
I mean, he's almost behind Insania, which is crazy for a Centaur to be this poor off the laning phase.
Radiant's middle tower
And Insania is... He's already level 6. He's higher level than XXS here. I guess that's why you banned the Oracle, man. I don't know. Too good.
can't give this hero any kind of momentum.
Is under attack.
He's been putting use of the early levels of Purifying Flames to get more and more kills, and now he's extremely high-level support, where DY is not going to be able to make his level 6, where he was hoping to just chill out in this lane. Mickey makes his Monkey King through the portal rotation like he always likes to do to ensure the tower.
Too much pressure on all these lanes for XG. They can't be everywhere, and Liquid taking advantage of it. Just going to continue to assault these towers. The mid one is still standing for XG. They committed a lot to defend this. And you know that next move for Liquid is going to go into that tier 1 mid. Dragon form up in 20 seconds. They have all the levels in the world. One quick smoke, you wrap, you find this Lina. You're just going to get the free kill, get the tower, and implode this map. And then if you're XG, I mean, if you can't defend this mid tower, you're just relying on Radiant's Lifestealer being rushed here for Ame to get you back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes that smoke. Blink Dagger online for Nisha. Guaranteed.
Blink
initiate.
stun. It's a kill and a tower. Lifestealer tries to come in for the infest. It's not going to be there in time. And he starts hitting the Dragonite, but Dragonite is not a good hero for Lifestealer to go on ever. And an Oracle behind a Dragonite is that much worse.
Should get the tower here too. It's just not much tower defense here. Rubik is level 6 actually. Xingqiu did manage to get there. Level 4 Breathe Fire is going to be nice, but you cannot prevent the corrosion here. This is what Liquid want. Jump the Lina, kill the Lina, take objectives. The more they do that this game, the happier they're going to be. Can you get the deny with the bat? No.
Not quite.
Liquid very happy about this early game. 4K lead. They even bring the Lifestealer into that fight. Ame gets nothing off of it. XSS continuing to get zoned out bottom while all this is happening. This map's just collapsing incredibly fast. This is just Dragon Knight Dota. If you don't have heroes that can stand against him, he innately creates a pressure point that forces you to respond. And if you get sucked into that, and it doesn't go well for you, the obliteration just gets compounded. Which is what we're seeing here.
It's also, I feel like a Liquid playstyle deal, right?
Oh, yeah.
They really like to, once they get the ball rolling, just run you over and over again. And Xtreme, this could be two very one-sided games. And a lot of it just off of like the first 15 minutes of the game.
They do see Nisha here.
DY has an opportunity. He has an opportunity to maybe be able to put somebody. Oh no, the Bramble! It caught him. Now the lasso will save the Lina. Looks like he's not going to die to the damage over time. The Lifestealer comes in trying to slow down these heroes, but he immediately got doomed, so he's got to back out. Xingqiu with the Stolen Scorcher trying to make it away, but no, they're going to collect both support kills off of that, even if they don't get the Lina, which they were originally shooting for, get everybody else.
I mean, like you said, when you snowball games, as Liquid like to do, Oracle just looks like the most broken hero in those. You just don't have nearly enough damage to do anything here, unless you're going on Insania. And the fact that Nisha just jumps in prevents that. The only thing XG had going for them here is this Stampede on the Terrorize, I think, helped reset the fight of it. Which, that's not saying much, as also incredibly fast Scorched Earth from 33 to hide that Doom. Like, Xingqiu was on point with that steal. 33 just on more of a point with that spell casting, preventing Rubik from turning that Doom around on anybody. I'm not even sure what it mattered, but that is a spell you have to think about giving away because it is an anti-healing spell and can mess with some of what you're doing here with the Monkey healing, the Oracle healing, all that shenanigans.
Yeah, good point. Looks like a big move. Liquid doesn't even care if Xtreme knows they're coming. They're just gonna just bum rush 4 heroes down the lane to secure the 14-minute Wisdom Rune. And then a TP after they've secured it to the other side of the map to get their own Wisdom Rune. So continued experience advantage, now up to 8-level lead for Liquid over Xtreme.
And a lot of it's the supports. You're looking at 2 level 6 supports for XG. Insania is level 9. Boxy's 8.5. And it is ridiculously high level for Oracle right now. And this hero uses those skill points very well because almost... I mean, he has 2 spells now that scale with cast range. And scaling cast range is... I mean, that's the dream for any spellcaster in Dota, but particularly a save hero. So the faster he gets those up, the better he can position. That basically just makes him that much more powerful. as it's just going to be Shiva's rush for 33 to just run in the fight, give more vision, be more obnoxious. This game is looking very difficult for XG. They can't get something going here in the next few minutes, and it's still XXS farming kobolds. Vool's just trying to get to a Blink Dagger here. I mean, this is so slow for him.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic because he's doing it level 8 Centaur with maxed out Hoof Stomp. So he has no levels of Double Edge, he has no levels of Retaliate. So he doesn't actually farm the neutrals that quickly. DY, he'll get picked off in the bottom lane trying to do some boxy shenanigans and farm the enemy side of the map. 33 uses Hurricane to push himself closer to XXS, who is so close to his Blink Dagger. Run, XXS, run! Gotta get out of here. He does manage to make it, but hasn't completed his Blink Dagger. He'll have to sell some items if he wants to buy it now out of base.
And it is a rough road for the Centaur Warrunner right now. And again, where is the damage going to come from at this point? I think you have to find Insania.
Money to burn.
And he's tanky. He already has mech done. This is not an easy target to burst unless you're basically smoke ganking Liquid and you can pull him into a chain stun. Insania's just going to sit behind his cores this game. He's going to prevent your aggressive moves. He's going to be ready for the team fight, and if you don't find him, that team fight looks near impossible. Gleipnir done for XM, so that's going to be the biggest item XG have for a while. Going to have to get something out of it. I guess Radiance for Ame would be the other big one here.
Yeah, but they're not giving him much space. Oh, he actually went for that. I guess because of the shield rune, he feels completely untouchable, but he chased away the Lifestealer and start taking some damage on that tier 2. And once again, they're going to try and stop DY's boxy impression. And that's all it takes. One Fortune's End. Hold it for as long as possible. Let the carries clean up.
Lead continues to grow here, and when you have a lead with Doombringer, you're usually pretty happy here. As 33 is just getting to do what he likes to do, which is farm some neutrals, hunt some heroes.
And he caught XM.
Not even going to doom him? He is going to doom him. Okay. Why not? I don't think you're too afraid of not having this doom up.
No, not at the pace this game's going. Though Xtreme may be able to, like this 30 seconds, if Ame can complete his Radiance in that time, they may have a window here where they can try and get aggressive. Frankly, this game is not going well for you. You kind of need a game changer. Getting this Radiance and taking a team fight while Doom is on cooldown may be your best bet.
That is not too big of a window, and he's still trying to get this Radiance. Needs 150 gold for it. But I tend to agree, like, get the Radiance, infest the Centaur, go for a smoke play. And again, you gotta hope that you find this Oracle, or you find somebody without the Oracle behind them.
Radiant are scanning.
And they'll find an illusion.
Not good. So XXS is going to die for this. He doesn't have Stampede. They just got to make sure they don't bleed any more heroes. But Nisha, 5 seconds till another Blink Dagger. He might go for it. DY kind of tries to slow them down, giving up his life in the process. Make sure others get out. And Ame will just try and take a tower in the meanwhile, because they're losing a tier 2, for sure.
Well, what do you think the odds are of Oracle getting banned next game if this goes to game 3?
Okay, like, is the Oracle that we haven't even seen him use False Promise though, which
but
is like
it's the
biggest
mental.
part.
It's the mental damage.
The mental damage.
Yeah, they just feel like they can't do anything, and that's what Oracle.
I see. The Oracle mentally damaged them enough that they fed all their lanes.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
Foresaw the future and it twisted their minds into nothingness.
Lightning comes out. LSA throwing all their. Oh god! Every bit of magic damage negated by the level 4 Fate's Edict. As you said, the cast range increase allowed Insania to get that off early on in the fight. So 33 Tomb took 0 damage to the full Lina combo.
See, that's just you don't even know what you're doing in this game at this point, you know. I'm not saying they should ban it, but I think it was a first pick Oracle, and I feel like they did not abuse the fact that they saw this hero at all. Like they just
okay, give me some lists of some heroes. I know you're gonna say Lycan.
I mean, Summons really abuse this hero. Zoo, really strong 5-man ores, and then the other way is just like overwhelming physical, because the hero can't prevent physical damage. So like, you know, these old school Drow Ranger lineups, I mean, Lycan does both, that's why it's so good. But even things like Night Stalker, Gap Close is really good. Vision mechanics and Gap Close plus physical. Night Stalker can give you all of those. Beastmaster can give you a lot of these things.
So in the Gap Close department, you think Night Stalker is a better option against this hero than Centaur?
100%, because when Night Stalker goes in the fight, I mean, assuming you can get there with NS, but NS generally can get there versus Oracle because you can create a lane for him. The NS kills people by just punching him, and if you Oracle ult somebody, he's an early BKB buyer, he can get through disarm, and he can just punch somebody, and it's good damage. Centaur is all magical. So every fight where Centaur jumps somebody, you just Fate's Edict the guy. And what is Centaur doing? He's just standing there, looking like a fool. Oracle owns low cooldown spellcasters. That's just his dream to play against them. And as XG, you ended up with basically 4 of them versus a first pick Oracle. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
It literally makes no sense if you think about it. Maybe they just assumed there are 2 gap closes between Stampede and Lasso. Like, all right, we're just going to lasso him every fight. But I think it's a little brazen, honestly. It's not as straightforward to just lasso this guy every fight and assume you're going to have better vision when you don't have a single vision mechanic. Or almost no real, like, good ghost shove mechanics to split Liquid up on the map.
Yeah, particularly when Liquid have very good frontliners as well. They've got 3 melee heroes, but in particular they have Dragon Knight Doom. So you're going to have the Shiva's Vision and AoE just pushing forward. You've got the Dragon Knight with his Manta, his Dragon form, you know, frontlining, getting vision for you and doing damage over time to heroes. He's even, in fact, going to have an Ags at 22 minutes and 30 seconds is when he has the gold for it. Got to get his courier in place, but
it's like the
very
Viper
similar
Scotty.
to the yes, I was going to say exactly that. Very similar to seeing a Scotty Viper at around the same time.
Yeah, I think when you see this Dragon Knight Ags, you're back in that. All right, who are we reporting for this game? You know, maybe you report the drafter. I don't know, but like this game just feels over. It might not technically be, but damn if it doesn't feel like it, and that means XG got to make something crazy happen. We still haven't seen a single Infest jump here. They've had the Radiance for a bit. They are smoked up. The push is coming to you. And this Ags is on so early, it's not even Black Dragon yet. So I guess you got that going for you. He's too rich for his own good.
Yeah, Jinkyu managed to steal Breathe Fire again, so he can negate their damage by 65%. Unfortunately, doesn't stop the damage over time, nor does it stop the kill threat when Lina pushes just a tad too far forward. They immediately pounce, get that kill, take the lane of barracks. Xtreme aren't even trying to fight. Ame has made the call. He says, you guys suck. You fed them way too much. I'm going to farm the jungle.
This is about as one-sided a game as game 1, the other way around. Also, nice heads-up play with the Hurricane there from 33. XG were trying to bait out that jump, and they had Rubik's Shard. Jinkyu had Rubik's Shard plus Force Staff to bail the Lina out when he got jumped, but 33 hurricaned him out of the Rubik lift.
Nice.
So just insult to injury here. Even your little attempt to, I don't even know what it accomplishes, but ends up sealing your fate anyway. And yeah, this game's looking toasty, my friend.
Yeah, they took a lane of barracks before they did Roshan.
Yeah, I don't even think like Liquid know what to do. They're so far ahead.
Yeah.
Like, are we just supposed to keep pushing? Or are we supposed to go Roche? I guess we'll just hit some creeps.
Are you gonna go another lane again without Black Dragon yet?
I mean, why not? Just do, you see some guy just farming a wave in front of you? Okay, we'll just smoke. I think they're genuinely confused because they're just so far ahead in this game. It's like sometimes when you can do anything, you just get decision paralysis.
Well, first thing they're going to do is make sure there's no split pushing shenanigans outside of Ame, but they're even setting up for Ame right now because the Doom is going to be coming soon. Now, he gets off the rage before that. He could TP out, and they have nothing to stop him, which is exactly what happens.
It's pretty fast. So Ame making some plays in this game. Touting that 0-0-0 scoreline. A true carry. Giving him a chance.
The one button click.
Well, I mean, they get smoked now. They have no Doom. They have BKB on Lina. Good as it gets right here.
And even still, gonna opt for the pickoff here. I guess they don't know where all the heroes are from Liquid. They know somebody's around mid.
I mean, they have no deep wards, so these smokes are just Hail Marys. You're just hoping you run into somebody on some neutral camp. Unfortunately, you get nothing. The vision from Liquid's too good right now.
And even if they did run into 33, if he gets off BKB before Lasso, I think it's likely that he lives. Top lane pressure is going to force XXS to come back, deal with that.
Time to Roche. Pretty free here. Put an Aegis on this Monkey or Dragon Knight. Let him go high ground. Black Dragon also online for Nisha now. He's caught up to his own power. Already almost at Octarine. What the hell is his GPM? 630 GPM Dragon Knight. At 25 minutes.
Yup.
Reasonable. Very reasonable.
Sweep across the map for Xtreme. And being the tier 1 tower, like, I don't know, they're going to backdoor it or something. DY did manage to successfully de-ward 2 different high ground wards from Liquid right now. So Liquid actually, map goes a little bit dark. Not that they care. Not afraid of the darkness. They'll push forward. Spurred by the fact that they have an extra life on their Dragonite.
Alright, the final smoke here. Double damage on XM. If you don't have the damage with this, you're never going to have it. They found the Oracle.
On the Oracle, just who they needed. Blow him up. No, he gets off the false promise.
Well,
and so does the Wukong's command, which they committed inside of that one heavily. So now they're stuck. A stolen false promise put onto XM. So nice. XM's able to just stand here, throw some damage back at Anisha. Anisha, can he do enough damage to finish off the Dragon Knight? Just the Aegis. That's all they want. They just want to take away your Aegis, Nisha. You can't even let them have that. Not even Mickey is going to die. Open wounds. Had him locked down for a bit, but that's it. GG.
Yeah.
28-minute game 2.
Yeah, that is a classic Liquid game right there. You gave them what they wanted. You had no real answer or counterplay to this DK mid, and that's all she wrote. After that, you're just going to run out of damage. You don't have the gap close and the physical sustain to fight this Oracle. I mean, some nice steals in the last fight by Jin-Q, getting a false promise and he stole Bedlam at the end, but like, what are we doing in this game? I don't really understand the idea of we're going to get first pick Oracle and then pick 4 spellcasters with almost no reliable gap close. Like, the Centaur had the hardest lane. He's not going to just be able... Even Centaur blinking on Oracle is not good enough. You have to be able to infest him and go in. Maybe even have another hero with you. As we saw in that last fight, you jumped this Oracle, he has mech, he didn't even die. He just ults himself. And then, okay, I mean, it's kind of good, but you need sustained damage versus hero. Sustained physical or an absurd amount of, like, BKB gap closers. I don't know. This didn't make any sense to me. I've never seen a first pick Oracle just go so unpunished. This is a hero, when you see it, you make his life hell. You make that hero unplayable from minute 0 to 50, and you abuse the hell out of him, because that's why this hero rarely sees the light of day. He's very one-dimensional, but if you play in his one dimension, yeah, he's going to ass slap you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't understand this game after watching it, but
I don't understand that term ass slapping. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Maybe we'll let the audience decide as we head back to the panel.
Lizard?
Lizard's muted.
Oh,
There
just,
he is.
just
Now I
testing
hear you.
Just
Hello.
testing you guys. Just testing if you're listening, which you couldn't, of course, because I was muted. My apologies. But we are blessed, by the way, with, unfortunately, me unmuted and also game number 3. A very even series so far, if you can say it that way, because it was a stomp game 1, and realistically, this was a stomp as well.
Yeah, this was very one-sided, and a lot of it comes back to, you know, that Monkey King shutting down the bottom lane. The Centaur and Batrider really didn't have a game, and I think that was super problematic for Xtreme, not just because of one thing, but because, yeah, Centaur has a bad game, but so does Batrider because of this, and those were your 2 initiating heroes. So if you don't have a game on your 2 initiating heroes, Batrider never got his Blink, pretty much. I think he never got it at all, right? He went for Glimmer Cape instead. So yeah, never a Blink Dagger on him, and Centaur got a very, very late Blink Dagger. Means Oracle just had the freest game ever of just sitting back. I mean, SVG was talking about how, yeah, you have magic damage heroes into Oracle. That can be managed if you can go on Oracle somehow. But they had no tools of initiating on Oracle. By the time you had Blink on Centaur, Oracle already had mech for a while.
Yeah, I think that's the main concern, right? It's like, it's not even so much of a, it is a bit of a draft. Like, you can go harder in the draft to try and deal with the hero, but in the end, they didn't find the play to get there. They didn't find the items that are going to help you actually shut this hero down. And as they've proven in the past, they are definitely not a team who you want to give a comfortable game to on this hero. But outside of the Oracle, you know, everything else just going great. Very similar to game 1, but on the opposite side, they had their style. They throw Nisha, this Dragonite in the mid. You can see he's just doing his thing, getting farmed, not dying to XM. SVG throwing down his Crimsons. He's like, I don't care. I guarantee this man will not die. And he was correct. That was not a problem for Nisha in that middle lane. And a classic, just let the DK dictate how you're going to play this game. And certainly how Liquid likes to play Dota.
Yeah, a much easier off a game for Team Liquid, and a very needed one after the way they lost in game number 1. Which makes me think the biggest difference that I see in game 1 and game number 2, at least for Xtreme Gaming, is their offlane. XXS, like, he has been a fantastic offlaner ever since he came into the scene, and he can have an incredible impact. Do you think that maybe that's something that Xtreme Gaming can focus on? Because this game, what even happened to him, Bagan?
I mean, he just ran into that rough lane, right? It's Oracle Monkey King is pretty tricky to play into. Batrider doesn't do anything to help him either. So even though you have the combo, it can just be negated by a simple press of W from Insania. And you know he's not going to mess that up in laning stage. He's going to be ready and protect if needed. So maybe you can try and protect XXS by giving him a later pick, but it's tough. Someone has to reveal something early, and you know they have been doing it before with the sniper mid for XM. Here they went with the very late pick Lina. Maybe that could have been an opening pick since she's so hard to counter anyway.
Yeah, maybe they could have opened up with Alina, maybe keep the XXS hero for a little bit later. What interests me as well is they knew exactly what Liquid are drafting and how they're gonna lane this, because they banned out the other heroes that they had in this draft earlier in the morning. Was there some sort of a way that they could deal with the Monkey King trend, or because they knew what Team Liquid played earlier and they still went face first into it?
You saw it coming, right? And then there's this problem of like creating bad laning matchups for melee heroes is sort of the staple of the Monkey King. So it certainly shouldn't be coming as much of a surprise. Monkey King has, I would say, at least in my experience casting lately, I've almost been seeing more of the position 4 and the mid Monkey King more than the carry. I feel like I haven't had a chance to see this in a little bit, so it was nice to actually just show him again. Like, I feel like he gets banned a lot when teams open up with these offlaners and stuff, but we never actually get to see it again. And just confirm once again that, yeah, you really don't want to create a situation where you are sort of dependent on this hero in that lane versus the Monkey King, because this is where you can wind up. So It's moving to the next game. Probably, I mean, I would hope that it's going to be one of those game 3s where things kind of like slow down a little bit and maybe we actually get to a later game and both teams have that kind of an opportunity. That tends to be what happens when we have this like stompy back and forth, lower bracket elimination match. I'd like to see a little bit more of just, you know, even Dota, perhaps. Is that so much to ask, guys?
I don't think that's too much to ask, and let's see if we are going to get it, because after a short break, Game 3 entails. Thank you very much for waiting and welcome back to the last remaining game of the day. We have the lower bracket semifinals and we have Xtreme Gaming and Team Liquid battling it out. So far, the two games that we have witnessed have been extremely one-sided. That's one way to call them. Game number 3, are we expecting something different or are we expecting pretty much a very one-sided affair once again? What needs to change for this game to be more even, guys?
I mean, it all comes down to it all comes down to what we've been saying so much, right? We need to have a game where both teams get into playable situation post laning stage. I mean, it's been as simple as that. From minute 5, I called pretty much that the game looked pretty terrible in game 1, and in game 2 here, I mean, we saw the Centaur just not get any form of play. Batrider also shut down. That just meant that Lina can't make moves. Way too many things just hinged on that offlane working out for Xtreme Gaming. So Liquid with a good read. I think, maybe the two one-sided games were just a precursor to one really balanced and exciting game, though.
And SVG was right. Look, it's happening. Or I guess maybe it was Cap who said ban it. I don't remember. One of those two. They're both the same. The Oracle just gets banned out, which is kind of crazy because I think SVG was saying you don't actually need to ban it. You just need to actually play around it. But XG, they don't mess with it. They're putting the full respect on for Mr. Insania here. Will not be a part of this game.
Yeah, they're very cheerful, I see, in the camp of XG.
Some giggles coming out. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh,
This
instant, by the way.
An early counter pick to the Pango here. I mean, it does usually get banned out immediately subsequent to the pick. So if you want to counter it, this was your chance to do it. But yeah, I'm hyped for this. It's not often we get to see the Bloodseeker get played. A hero that I think is pretty good.
They have the Io still in too, right? Which has been another hero that's been banned out really early, and they have paired before with the Bloodseeker. I mean, you don't have to immediately snatch it up, but I do think you have to ban it if you're Liquid here because it could come out in those next 2 picks after this one, and they're not going to get rid of it. So curious to see if Io makes an appearance here.
A couple of teams, by the way, have played Bloodseeker already in the Elite League, and to some success, some wins, some losses. Usually it was picked as a counter either to the Pangolier or to something like a Weaver, as we do see it here into the Pango. Now, is there some sort of a counterplay potential, or is this basically just as always rolling Thunder into a TP out the moment you get ruptured?
You can go for a pretty early Lincolns. It's one of the ways you can solve it. Just maybe make Diffu into Lincolns even on Pango. It's possible. Ultimately, though, if you TP out, I mean, that's already damage done. You're happy to trade a Rupture for someone just TPing away, especially if it's, a mid-Pango. You get rid of him in a team fight. That's already a good start.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, too, because the idea of the mid-Pango. Because typically in the past when this would happen, even when Pango wasn't seen as a very good offlaner, kind of like he is now, despite the successes we've seen in the past 2 days, teams used to shift the Pango off to the offlane because it was just so problematic for the hero. I don't see that as being something that Liquid would do. If anything, I would think it was more likely they'd actually pass it to Boxy, because if I'm not mistaken, I think he used to play quite a bit back when it was a 4.
Yes.
But I like the idea of the going for the Lincolns, as you've done before,
By the way, is it absolutely out of question to put this Pango on Boxy again? I haven't seen a 4 Pango at all. We haven't even seen too many offlane Pangos recently, but if he's that countered, what do you think about that idea? Is it not possible, or...?
I think it's possible, but a little risky for Game 3 elimination. But hey, that's how you win Dota. You got to take some big risks.
It's probably better to just let Nisha try and handle the situation. I would say changing up your fundamentals that much, it may put you in a weird spot for lanes. And again, it comes back to that, right? Have confidence that you're going to execute well on your side lanes and get the biggest advantage you can. I don't think you want to bring out the Boxy Pango unless he feels really confident for it.
And when it comes to the Bloodseeker, one more question and I'm leaving this hero for the remainder of the draft. You first face the Pango, okay, you first face the Bloodseeker. Is there now a way of dealing with the Bloodseeker? Is there something that he hates playing into? He has been recently, what is it, the Spell Amp or affects healing or something like that on Thirst. I'm
Yeah,
not sure,
so-
but
They buffed that the Thirst was not affected by Sange before, which made Sange Yasha worse on Bloodseeker than it should have been, because you didn't actually amp up your healing. That also means, though, I guess, that now Thirst is negatively affected, perhaps by stuff that maybe wasn't affecting it before. I'm not sure if this means that it wasn't affected by Shivas or Vessel before. I think it was.
I think it was affected because it was self-healing still. It just wasn't
Yeah.
lifesteal amped.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, and anyway, you can deal with them in a few different ways. What Team Liquid did, get themselves Frostbite from the Crystal Maiden, great way to lock him down. Also disarm from Techies, so they have good supports to try and stop the Bloodseeker from having his impact. And Xtreme Gaming, they go quickly into the Clockwork and Clinks here. So a curious way to draft here, definitely bringing some spicy heroes.
Yep, much faster from them this time around. Trent, what heroes don't care about the Rupture on position 1? Something that just stands and hits, right? Or
That is the idea. Yeah, things that are like less mobile, right? I mean, in the past, like I guess Medusa was one of our biggest heroes, right? That we used to talk about a little bit. She's just gonna stand and deliver. Gyrocopter used to be in those conversations as well, where the fight just kind of rotates around them. What I'm wondering is, where's this Bloodseeker gonna go? Because this is probably gonna be the 3 Bloodseeker at this point, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not something we've seen
played
too
on
often.
the offlane.
Oh, is that what we had last time?
It's not very often, no, of course, but it was played once as a carry, I believe, and at least the games that I have watched, once on the offlane as well. And the offlane one was a little bit rough around the edges. But the Clinks, once again, Chinese teams really respecting this hero. Is it a good Clinks game, or is it just another pick that will be very active?
I think it looks like a very nice carry Clinks game here. And, judging by the fact that we see both Dark Willow and Clock here, and I feel like Bloodseeker does better when he doesn't have the pressure of having to be the +1. This should be a nice Clinks game to carry. And definitely if he gets to the point of having the Bloodthorn ever, then he will be able to burst a lot of these heroes. Normally, though, we see the Deso Rush on carry Clinks, so less kill focused and more getting that push power, Roshan, and actually build damage up a bit.
Yeah, and I think with the Bloodseeker versus the Pango too, the other benefit is that you don't have to go for the Ags build when you're played in the offlane. I feel like the position 1s are often just angling to get Ags sort of at that good timing and close out the game like that. You still can get in the offlane, but with all the value that you're going to be getting from Rupture in this game, he can just go for something a little bit more like helping with the control. Like you can still get farm with Maelstrom into Gleipnir. That's what XXS has at least apparently been doing in his pubs, according to his history. So we'll see if he just goes for that here to help out with the general control in this one, because it would be nice to have a little bit more to assist your Clinks.
And what do you guys say about this support duo on Xtreme Gaming? Not very passive, are they?
No, right.
They're fantastic for fighting, and you have the type of heroes that you need with the Bloodseeker. You need 2 supports that both can cancel TP outs, and honestly, both of them can do it in multiple different ways. That's amazing, because Bloodseeker will usually, prompt that TP out from the opponents. Now you have Hookshot, Clogs, Battery, you have the Brambles, the Stun. Both have 3 different TP cancels. That's pretty crazy.
Well, now they have to make their choice, though, here for Liquid. This kind of reminds me of Game 1, where we talked about like the pace and the speed they were going to go at, and they will go for the Dusa. I mean, it is the #1 counter that we discussed with Bloodseeker, so I guess not too surprised they left it in, simply because like maybe Dusa's not that popular, and she is someone who you can sort of play around. Plus, they have a last pick, which is, the Medusa obviously has some pretty bad counters overall, but not so much into the mid lane, I guess.
Hear me out quickly here. Actually, I think Bloodseeker versus Dusa is better than it used to be. He can rush Disperser, and the Shard is not affected by Medusa having low HP. It used to be really, really bad because you cared about her max HP being low, and Disperser didn't exist previously, But now it's definitely an option here.
And the reason is it's now flat damage, right, instead of percent for the Medusa,
yes,
just to clarify.
Always 30. Always 30. And you can also dispel off the Frostbite or Techie's bullshit by having the Disperser. So a good option for the Bloodseeker after his perhaps BKB would be possibly necessary first.
And they drafted so damn fast, they still have a minute remaining in the reserve. a lot of time to think about what they need as their last pick. But I assume this will be their mid laner, right? Or actually, I take that back.
Yeah,
Is
off
it a
laner and mid Bloodseeker.
Mid Bloodseeker, right?
That's
Okay.
sick. Yeah.
Bloodseeker is great against Pango mid. It's very fine. You can go double Wraithband, get a lot of armor. You don't really take damage from spam. Get a magic stick on top of that, and you're completely fine against the Pango harass. And you get the Darkseer versus Dusa, so you can make your own illusions. Looks pretty solid, honestly.
And what's so nice, again, it's Xtreme, like, they're finding that flex. This is something they were lacking a lot in the group stage. But this flexibility throughout this entire draft was so much better with this Bloodseeker. They obviously were able to just potentially play it on all 3 core roles, which is great. Left a lot open, and then because of that, you have this option, because like we said, Medusa, she's a hero who, she does have really hard counters, but it's not usually mid. Like maybe Invoker if it fits the right draft. I don't know if it would have been that good here. I feel like this was a better choice to go for like one of these hardcore counters, like the Anti-Mage for position 1 or the Darkseer for position 3. It's opened up for them. You have these combos of like Darkseer Clockwork, Darkseer Bloodseeker is really good in the mid game as well. So Xtreme really doing well in this one. Definitely some benefits of Brewmaster though, right? 3-3 has another game where if he gets the good splits, he has a lot of value, but they did struggle to use those early splits in the previous Brewmaster game.
Yeah, it looks like another game in which one of the teams will be playing on a much slower pace, of course with the Brewmaster and all the ultis and waiting for the Medusa to come online. Let's see if Liquid have got what it takes to defeat this Bloodseeker counter on the Pangolier. Cap and SVG, take it away.
Thank you, Lizard. That's right. Welcome, everybody, to the last game of the day before we get to Finals Sunday. One of these teams is going to be going to the lower bracket final. It comes to down to the outcome of Game 3. Will it be Liquid, who are rocking the Brewmaster Pango, the later pick Medusa, or will it be Xtreme with the very early pick Bloodseeker? Avery, where did that come from?
I mean, if you're not going to get it second phase, you may as well take it first phase. And you got to get that counter in somewhere. There hasn't really been a better one proposed outside of, I think, Grimstroke, which XG did play as well. Could have been an option. But they have faith in the Bloodseeker just as a general hero here. Doesn't have the easiest game. Brew and Medusa are both pretty good cores at dealing with this hero in the fights. You see an early invasion, but they're only going to score some cogs. Some extra gold.
Wow. Yeah, that's they got a solid like 80 extra gold off of that, and they got the D ward. Though they'll probably have to D-ward their own ward as a result of that situation. But it's not first blood, but it's still pretty good.
I kind of like XG's lineup, though, on paper. I don't know how well it's going to come together. I don't know. It might just fall completely flat because it does have this Bloodseeker, just kind of awkward hero. They don't have a crazy amount of damage to enable him, and you're trying to pump that damage into potentially Brew and Medusa, who don't even have real HP pools. So I could see this game being really awkward for XM. But you do have Clock Darkseer. You have this Vac into like Cog with Terrorize, Bedlam on top. You have the Darkseer who can create the Medusa illusions and help deal with her to enable the fight for the Clinks and the Bloodseeker. And then this Clock, in theory, has a really good game. Incredible hero versus the Maiden, Techies, Brewmaster as well, just preventing the split. So I can kind of see how these pieces fit together for XG. And honestly, I feel like every time they have some weird creative draft that I doubt, they end up winning those games. So I'm no longer going against that. I've learned my lesson. The weirder it looks and the more trash can heroes they have, I think the higher chance it is they're going to win the game. So that's my assessment.
For all intents and purposes, this is really XM's debut performance on Bloodseeker. He's played it 4 times before, but was when he was on some pretty no-name teams back when he was on like Dawn Gaming. He played it in 2021 in a random like Chinese league loss. Last time he won a game was in 2019. So it's this is the first time he's played it on a tier 1 stage, that's for sure.
This is not necessarily his style of hero. This guy's the turret master, you know. I don't think Bloodseeker's probably the opposite of a turret.
No.
Hero does not stand his ground and ping you. He runs into you and hopes you're already dying. So, very different style for him. And he's only silver tier on it, and he has no cosmetics. Suspicious, to say the least.
It is his hero in that they're playing Bloodseeker mid, which is weird. And so, by that definition, that it is an XM hero.
Yeah, that's the only thing he has going for him. Is that it's like so weird for him that maybe it is good for him because it's so weird. But I feel like that's also a a self-fulfilling prophecy in some ways. I don't know.
Sure.
This is just one of those janky drafts. But like I said, sometimes XG just wins with these. On the flip side, I think Liquid's, again, very stable. They had another pretty well-rounded draft, team fight, lane shove, decent scaling, some good counter matchups, pretty strong lanes with Techies Maiden. This is just a classic lane-winning support duo, so I expect them to have a pretty solid early game here and just try and get big on the Pango and the Dusa. Take the fight to XG. Pretty straightforward.
Boxy and DY kind of having it out here, with Boxy having the extra tangos for the lane. Had 9 tangos. Has eaten through 2 of them so far. So he's very ready to deal with the harassment that comes from the clockwork and keep himself high HP so XM doesn't start running away with the lane thanks to high levels of thirst.
All these trades are going to be good for XG whenever you have this Bloodseeker. It's also the power of Medusa versus hero. You just can't ever get him low. So it removes one of those targets to, you know, chip on the map and power up your Bloodseeker on the laning phase.
Yeah.
A little sad. And it's all just a race to 6. I mean, you just want to get this Bloodseeker to rupture so that you can either gank the Pango or counter gank the Pango's moves. And he can be pretty strong in those early fights. Like, we're talking about the scale of the Brew and the Medusa, maybe dealing with this Bloodseeker in the later stages. But in this early game, there's not a lot they have to just bring XM down. This hero can be pretty deceptively tanky. He has very high armor. He has decent stat gain. He can regain HP in the fight. He can be pretty obnoxious just as a kind of frontline brawler, even if his spells aren't the most impactful of any hero.
XM doing very well in mid lane, 21 and 3. Nisha's keeping up though.
We are back to Clinks, however. I'm surprised you didn't bring this up. Like,
I mean, it's a carry Clinks. It's
that makes it okay?
I think it's more acceptable. If it's a carry Clinks in the hand of a Chinese team, then okay, I'm fine. As long as a FY doesn't do another 4-position Clinks, I'm okay with any Clinks that I see. Let's put it that way. Bomb blast.
Still
DY gets low and will be the first blood. 33, who got an Urn of Shadows already, turns that around and immediately puts damage onto Ame. And Boxy just accepts his fate. They don't want to be low HP. They don't both want to be low HP. Let's put it that way. So one of them's got to go back, get the full HP, bring some regen back into lane so they can be healthy again, so the Bloodseeker isn't a problem.
It's a decent amount of gold going into Ame's pocket, though. He's having a pretty damn good start to this laning phase. If I'm DY, I don't think I'm sad about dying and giving my Clinks solo XP outside of the Urn charge that went onto the Brew. Like, you want Clinks to get as much XP as possible off this dual lane so that he's as strong as possible going in that early mid game in a position where he gets a fast Deso or Orchid and just starts picking people off. The faster that happens, the larger net worth disparity exists between this hero and his prey. Generally, the better he does. And so, any sort of trades that DY makes that favor Ame here, I think they're going to be generally happy about. And so far, it is Ame and XM coming out on top in this laning phase. They have some strong laners, they're putting them to use, and I mean, this off lane for XXS, this is a lane where he can sacrifice a bit more. You know, that Centaur game, I think him getting screwed in that lane, it was a good read by Liquid to shut down this single initiator, put XXS in a position where he could not control the tempo of that game. They can do a similar thing here versus Darkseer with a double range lane. XXS is suffering a bit, but Darkseer, I think, functions way better from that position. And he can definitely come back in the fights and have good impact.
The early CS lead does already kind of pay off because Boxy made the rotation to mid, was looking at it, but because Nisha wasn't level 6 yet, they weren't willing to pull the trigger on it. Now they're just going to have to wait for the power rune spawn, which DY already going to be blasted, and Insania joins in the fight, and DY realizes, wait a minute, this is no longer a fight that I can take. They were going Frostbite, Blood Grenade him, chase him away from the power rune as well, and from the other side comes 33. They'll give the kill to Nisha.
Nowhere to run. I mean, you still can make the plays around mid with Rolling Thunder into Rupture. You can get like 1 or 2 bounces and then cancel it. So it's not as if this spell just prohibits you from doing anything. I think it's interesting Liquid were looking for that. Ultimately, we'll respect how tanky XM is, though. Tough hero to just commit onto when you know there's potential TP turnaround with the Dark Willow. In fact, Jin-Q is just Invis here and perhaps thinking about a Wisdom Rune steal. He can get in super deep. Yeah, he's going for it.
It's going to be a long journey to get there. but it will pay off if Liquid do not try and contest. But Boxy, if he goes up there now, he'll see Jin-Q and might be able to stop him with a blast off. But if Jin-Q hides, pops out the last second.
Yeah, he just doesn't know he's here.
Yep. So he has a decent chance to outclick Boxy. Let's see if he gets it. Ooh, Boxy does manage to nab it away from him.
And now Jin-Q's stuck here.
Yeah, now Jin-Q might be dead as they do manage to run down XXS in the bottom lane. Jin-Q is going to go for the TP away, but the blast off is going to land on him. He pops Shadow Run, but now he's going to be caught by 33. And another kill that 33 is able to make, a small rotation, be a part of some support kill. That'll boost him to level 6, in which case they can start thinking about, do they have the power to kill this Clinks?
I mean, he has the dust. He has urn charges. I think they absolutely can kill this Clinks if he gets on top of him with the level 3 Haze, ult, dust into urn. Does have Falcon Blade, wand charges. Maybe the
and
wand
also
charges
double
are
Death
enough.
Pact. Clinks
Yeah,
is
he's
deceptively tanky unless you're actually bursting him 100-0.
I mean, he is deceptively tanky, but Brew ult is also deceptively high damage. You just get it fast and pop it on a dude. I feel like it's one of those spells you just have to have faith. It's enough.
Is it the stronger the more you believe in it?
Yeah, like you just have to go. You just have to use it on a dude and he ends up dying. You're like, damn, I did not think it was going to do that much, but... I mean, that's the Brewmaster. Instead, he's going to TP mid, look for the fight here. Interesting maneuver.
Blast off lands, 33, gets on top of him, pops a Primal Split, throws the boulder after him. Can they pull him back? XM is fast enough, he's getting away, and now Nisha is stuck here. Pops his regen, hopes to get off the Rolling Thunder, and he does. So that is going to lead to the kill on the Clockwork, it looks like. He's going to be run down by Brewlings, pops it back into XXS. Meanwhile, Insania was trying to run the Bloodseeker down, and he won't be able to ensure that kill. So they give away 2 supports on the side of Liquid to get a Clockwork kill. That is all.
It feels like after that first gank on the Viper game 1, XG have been ready for these mid moves. Even if not all of them work, and they're willing to respond with everybody. Once more, just trying to hold this tower, hold the Liquid aggression off, and did 33 go too far?
He's trying to use the Drunken Brawler, Storm Brawler, to keep him ahead of the Battery Assault, and he's good enough.
So fast.
Even if he starts getting hit now, it's a bit too late. Battery Assault's going to run out at some point in time. Your damage is gone, and now it's DY. He's going to end up dying for this one, perhaps, as they get in front of him. 33 just trying to body block him a little bit. They get the Frostbite now into Ame. Ame, who no longer has some Death Pact charges. He needs to be a bit careful now.
I mean, decent skirmishing power from Liquid, we're seeing it here. Their supports are really strong in these types of fights. This is before Nisha has Diffusal too, which is the big power spike for them to take these kind of engagements. But damn, is XM just tanky, man? They went all in on him, and it was honestly not that close. He still had a decent amount of HP to play with. He was getting extra thirst points. That Rupture really slowed Nisha down. This is before some of those big auras come out from XXS. I mean, I wonder if Liquid are going to run into potential damage problems in the mid game. Sometimes these Dusa lineups can be a little low burst damage-wise in terms of, well, let's go on a hero and kill him. And if your Pango can't commit to the Rolling Thunder, then it's like, who's actually getting in there? You know, if you have some Greaves Darkseer or Greaves Pipe Darkseer in this game, could be a little concerning in terms of, do we need some faster damage ramp for this Dusa? Which Mickey is considering Diffusal Blade. I mean, that is some fast DPS. A lot more early game extra damage.
Yeah, and the later Disperser is very good for Dusa as well. Both helps you get